From Washington Community High School's Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium, Clutch Sports Media is live for Day 2 of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by Country Financial. On tap first, a high-powered showdown between Yorkville Christian, one of the top 1A teams in the state of Illinois, and the Kankakee K's. Short a couple of players today because they're still playing in the IHSA football playoffs, but they've got plenty of firepower left to put on a show. And welcome into our show, everybody. Joey Wright alongside John Camosa. John, we saw 4 exciting games yesterday to kick off the TOC. 9 more on tap today. What catches your eye, not only in this one, but in Day 2 of the tournament?
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of talent around the tournament. Anxious to see this first game. Yorkville Christian trying to go 2-0 in the tournament so far. Denmark, we saw them last night against St. Joe Ogden, trying to bounce back after a loss. We saw Donovan Short, really good player there for that team, for the Vikings. So, this should be a good one to start off the tournament. Like you said, a full slate, a lot of good players to watch, including St. John Bosco later this afternoon against Metamora. So we'll see where this tournament takes us in Day 2.
It's going to be a fun day ahead of us. Yorkville Christian, as you mentioned, looked really good against tournament host Washington last night, a 92-69 win, headlined by KJ Vassar and Jaden Schutt, 2 seniors for Yorkville Christian that know how to find the basket. 3 after 3 after 3 from Vassar really keyed the way for the Mustangs, John, but you got to look at Jaden Schutt, a Duke commit, put up just as many as Vassar did. Maybe a little quieter, though. Vassar was really lighting it up from downtown.
Yeah, he certainly was. In that third quarter, Schutt, he was only held to 2 points with about 7 minutes into that third quarter, and then he started to get it going a little bit in the fourth. But, yeah, KJ Vassar was real lethal from that right side corner for Yorkville Christian, getting open space in the floor and knocking down those threes. That'll be key for Kankakee today to contain those 2 players with Vassar and Schutt to make sure those threes aren't on all cylinders if they pick up from where they left off last night.
27 points apiece for Vassar and Schutt last night. Going to be big pieces of the Yorkville Christian attack. For Kankakee, their starting lineup first. It'll be J. Wilson, a 5'10 senior, lining up alongside Javon Logan, a 6-foot junior. First, we'll pause for the national anthem. Nice rendition of God Bless America to get us going this morning. Not the national anthem, but beautiful rendition just the same. As we were mentioning for Kankakee, J. Wilson and Javon Logan, a senior and a junior in the starting lineup, lining up alongside Sam Yanka, Ty Harrison, and Kamar Whitaker. For the Yorkville Christian Mustangs, more on them in a second, but Vassar and Schutt headline that starting lineup that remains unchanged for yesterday. But, John, as the K's get introduced, who are we keeping an eye on for Kankakee?
Kankakee, we haven't seen a whole lot of them this year, but down 4 players. See here, Pierre Allen. A couple starters to look at, Pierre Allen. And I would say here, number 21, which would be Sam Yanka. So 2 players to watch for there. Could be a starting piece. Good size on Kankakee. Down the lineup here, we got 6'5" with McKee Brown, 6'2" Sam Yanka, 6'4" Garel Hilbert, and then 6'5" for Nez Hill. So a lot of different size throughout that Kankakee lineup, even being down 4 players on the football team, which they're going to want to match up there with Yorkville Christian size and speed. Jaden Schutt, 6'6". They could really space out that floor and then definitely get inside the perimeter as well.
The K's and the Mustangs both with similar trajectories last couple of seasons. K's out of the Southland Conference, 9-1 in the COVID-shortened spring 2021 season, 27-4 the year prior. The Mustangs have just been introduced, 10-2 last season, 24-11 the year before. Small school from Yorkville, Illinois, Kendall County. Their starting lineup, as I said, remains unchanged from yesterday. I talked about KJ Vassar and Jaden Schutt, who line up alongside Tyler Burrows, David Douglas Jr., and Elijah Fisher. A lot of upperclassmen in the lineup for the Mustangs, headlined by 3 seniors. The lone junior is Douglas. It's Elijah Fisher in the circle. Jaden Schutt in the circle for the Mustangs, winning the tip. And Yorkville Christian starts off day 2 of the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Down low to Schutt, and they'll start it off with a dunk.
And Joey going back to that almost deja vu from day 1 against Washington. Started off the game on the exact same play on the opposite end of the floor with a backdoor cut from Schutt and a dunk.
Intercepted by Burrows and 1 for the senior guard. Head coach Aaron Sovern says, we call him Jet. So quick with the ball and a great finisher. You see both of those skills on display right there. And he'll go to the line for 1 more. And speaking of deja vu, I mean, it's exactly that. Last night against Washington, Jaden Schutt started off the scoring, but Tyler Burrows was key for the Mustangs, especially in the first quarter.
Yeah, definitely a player to watch, and Tyler Burrows does a lot offensively and both defensively. Big piece for this Mustangs team.
Javon Logan forced to travel, and the Mustangs will take over possession. If you're just joining us, maybe a little late to the game, Jaden Schutt and Tyler Burrows starting things off for Yorkville Christian. Glad you're with us bright and early, 9 o'clock on a Wednesday morning. Happy Thanksgiving week to everyone tuning in. Great event here in Washington, the TOC. And Kankakee does not like how this one has started, John. A little slow to get it up across the timeline. Head coach Chris Pickett calls timeout, a quick 30-second break.
Yeah, early timeout there by Pickett, probably a smart move on his part. Kankakee just starting off a little bit slow, and with Yorkville Christian, we've seen this last night. If you let them get settled in and get comfortable, how lethal they can be. And this is a team that's real dangerous with 3 points or 3-pointers, and then another team that can really get inside. So Kankakee wants to kind of slow that down a little bit, get back in this game.
If you look at purely the numbers, Yorkville Christian is a team that can fool you. The school has an enrollment of just 75 students. Kankakee's enrollment, 1,273, but Yorkville Christian made easy work of tournament host Washington last night. Washington's enrollment nearly 1,400 students. Despite Yorkville Christian being the smallest team here, they pack a punch in the IHSA's 1A class, can compete with anyone in the state.
Yeah, I think this is really good for them, too, being a small school in 1A, coming here playing some high-caliber, bigger school teams across the nation. Gives you a really good feel of how good they're going to be.
And they are headlined, of course, by Duke signee Jaden Schutt. KJ Vassar, the ball in hand, looking to make something happen down low. A little slow to get up is Vassar. Fisher there to help him up. Vassar shot 40% from three-point range last season, averaged 17 a game. As Jaden Schutt drops it in. Schutt now has 4, and I expect to see Vassar get up there as well.
And a lot of familiar plays that Yorkville Christian likes to run. We saw that last night, too, on an inbounds against Washington where they just floated over the top to Schutt. He's got that size at 6'6" to get there.
Kankakee down low, and on the board, Sam Ianka drops it home. The junior finds the K's first points. Here's Burrows kicking it up top to Fisher. Fisher off the mark. Loose and Vassar's home for the board. Now back to David Douglas Jr. Schutt contested, but he's got that turnaround shot in his arsenal, and Jaden Schutt is as tough a player to lock down as we'll see this week.
Really nice shot there from Schutt. Gets in front, turns around, and sends it home.
Pushing the pace, running in transition. Burrows spinning and scoring.
It's a team that likes to get it going, too. They play well in transition, like to run the floor.
And they'll run the floor again. Here's Schutt looking for Fisher. Back to Schutt. Schutt on the wing. Picked up by Janka, and it goes to Burrows in the corner. Couldn't find his line. K's run it out. 3 from Ty Harrison off the back iron. Schutt the rebound. Schutt kicking a 3 to David Douglas Jr. Out of bounds, last touched by KJ Vassar. And rebounding going to be so key for Kankakee today against a team as fundamentally sound as Yorkville Christian. They can't allow the Mustangs to get any extra opportunities.
I think Kankakee will want to respond right here. All the momentum towards Yorkville Christian right now. Really nice ball movement on the Mustang side there, Joey.
K's trailing by 8, 10-2 the lead, as you see on the bottom of your screen. And the K's, and now the second time tonight, John, we've seen them with a little trouble getting it across the timeline.
Yeah, good defensive pressure there by Yorkville Christian. Now that he's checked into the game on the inbounds, Joey, let's talk about how good Javion Starwood was last night against Washington. That's another key player off the bench for Yorkville Christian on the top of your screen there.
Starwood last night against Washington. Key for the Mustangs indeed scored 8 points. 75% from the field. How about Yorkville Christian last night shooting 56% from the field as a team. Over the course of the entire game, their field goal percentage even got a little better during the second half. They entered the halftime locker room at a 53% clip. Anytime you make more shots than you miss as a team over the course of a game, you're going to be pretty happy in the locker room after.
Yeah, you are. I mean, that's a really nice showing, especially in your first game of the season.
Three-point land, the Mustangs 18 of 36 and even 50% last night. Haven't seen any threes yet, and that changes right on cue. A 3 from Giovanni Johnson, fresh into the ball game. Johnson, the junior, an impact off the bench, got back on defense and kept playing even after he followed his shot through.
Yeah, it's something that Yorkville Christian's really good at doing, is scoring and then getting right back on defense quick, forcing a turnover.
K's running. Schutt might have had a lane. Elected to pull up, and Ty Harrison gets the K's back on the board. Tyler Burrows for the Mustangs off the mark. K's have found the transition game a little more here lately, and Jamari Watson, drops it through.
Yeah, breaking that press a little bit, getting through. 2 nice baskets there for Kankakee.
Foul on the floor and a charge. Taking the charge for Kankakee, Sam Janka. First foul of the game against the K's, the Mustangs. One foul for the K's as well.
Little shift in momentum there. Kankakee 2 straight buckets in transition, then comes on the other end, takes a charge. They got to like where they're at right now.
K's not out of it yet from the free throw line, and saying hello is Watson. 4 points in a row for the junior. And the K's have brought it back to within 5 points. K's led by head coach Chris Pickett. Aaron Sovern, the leader for Yorkville Christian. K's run it. A 3 in the corner off the back iron, and a rebound corralled by Johnson. Johnson kicks ahead to Starwood. Back to Vassar. And centering it up, Omari Johnson. Johnson to Schutt. Schutt misses the mark. And you can see how tough Yorkville Christian makes it on the defense to bring in those rebounds. 3 a little bit short from Whitaker. And there to clean it up down low is Watson. Jamari Watson has keyed the K's lately, and it's a 3-point game.
And now that Kankakee's found a break in that defense a little bit, they're getting comfortable inside.
K's could tie it with a 3 on the offensive end in transition. A feed down low and an easy lay-in for Ty Harrison, and Yorkville Christian will call timeout. It's a 1-point game. Let's see if this is a full or a 30. It is a 30-second timeout, so we'll keep it right here. Aaron Sovern using his first of 5 timeouts, and Kankakee has flipped a switch. When it was 13-4, I personally wouldn't have thought we'd see it at a 1-point game, 13-12, but here we are.
No, what a quick turnaround for Kankakee. All that momentum was in favor of Yorkville Christian to start this game. Looking really hot out the gates. Kankakee found a little break in that defense, got some baskets in transition, layup, some good ball movement around the corner, hit a 3. Just like that, Joey, we're back in this game.
There is Chris Pickett in the middle of the Kankakee huddle. As we mentioned a moment ago, 27-4 in the last full IHSA season. The 2019-20 campaign, the 2020-21 campaign, of course, shortened by the COVID-19 pandemic. Teams were allowed to play a shortened spring season with no playoffs. In that shortened campaign, the K's went 9-1. The Mustangs went 10-2, so both teams coming off successful spring seasons. A bit of an aberration from a scheduling standpoint, but both these programs were able to take the floor and do what they've grown accustomed to doing, and that's win games. David Douglas Jr. will inbound, find Schutt.
Both teams know how to do that, win games.
Schutt steps back off the mark. And this one's up for grabs early on. If you're just joining us, Yorkville Christian cruised to a 13-4 lead. And then Jamari Watson and the K's fought back. It's a 1-point game. They could take the lead here. If you were with us last night, you know that the K's, or rather the Mustangs, played terrific interior defense, but that time, an open look for Kamar Whitaker and the K's lead.
One thing that really jumps out right now, Joey, what's working for Kankakee is just unselfishness. Great ball movement for the K's.
They're making the extra passes. Fisher off the mark. Into the game for Yorkville Christian is Omarion Johnson, and he puts the Mustangs back ahead. K's push the tempo. There's a nice pass to the corner and a 3 from Watson off. Schutt will run the offense for the Mustangs. Douglas looks for a lane. Had one. Couldn't get it to fall in off the glass. John, that was my big takeaway last night, Yorkville Christian and Washington, is how many interior opportunities the Mustangs cut off. Washington was forced to play along the perimeter, but here we see Kankakee getting to the basket. Kamar Whitaker, his second bucket in a row, gives Kankakee the lead again. And once Kankakee started getting to the dish, that's when this game kind of turned around for them.
Yeah, and that's where they're comfortable scoring right now, and it definitely shifted in their favor. And if they can continue to get to the basket like that, it's going to be in Kankakee's favor.
Jaden Schutt makes it look easy from the mid-range. Kankakee might have one more chance here as the end of the first quarter draws nigh. Here's a pass out to Watson. Loose ball heading towards the Mustangs bench. Intercepted by Fisher. Fisher to Schutt, who throws up a prayer, doesn't go, and that's how the first quarter ends. 17-16 Yorkville Christian. A good one early on. Kankakee has had the momentum lately, and they trail by 1 entering the second quarter. Quick break to remind you that tonight's coverage is brought to you by the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial, TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. Visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC, and of course by the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Kankakee out of the break. Can't quite trigger the first points of the quarter on that possession. And here's the Yorkville Christian offense. John, what does Yorkville Christian have to do differently in the second quarter? They have not stopped scoring completely, but compared to the first 4 minutes of the game, the offense has notably slowed.
Yeah, it certainly has, and that's because Kankakee's stepped up their defensive pressure a little bit, forcing Yorkville Christian to take some tougher shots, and then their defense, too, needs to make some adjustments here in the second quarter. Did a good job early of stopping Kankakee, but now Kankakee scoring at will.
Tough look that time, doesn't fall from Kankakee. Here's the Mustangs in transition. Burrows blocked. Douglas the rebound. Contact, no whistle. We play on. It's loose, out of bounds, and it'll stay with the Mustangs.
Scrum under the basket there.
Into the game for Kankakee is Jaheim Porter, number 20. Inbound to Vassar. Vassar has been kept quiet thus far. Haven't called his name a ton on the offensive end. Dishes to Burrows. Burrows a three off the mark, and the rebound to Mackay Brown.
At 27 for KJ Vassar last night.
Really had a strong second half. As good as he was in the first half, both halves of that game. The second half is when Vassar stepped up. Same with Javion Starwood, who just scored for Yorkville Christian. Had a couple of dunks in the second half. Really looked good for the Mustangs. Mustangs opening their season last night with a 92-69 win over Washington. Kankakee in their first game of the season right now. Kick back to Elijah Fisher for three. Short. Follows his shot. Can't get his own rebound, but he's going to force a tie-up. First jump ball we've seen today. And the arrow favors Kankakee.
Good job there by Elijah Fisher to foul his own shot and get in there and force that jump ball against Ty Harris.
Mustangs is fundamentally sound, as fundamentally sound a team as you'll see in the TOC. Good job by Fisher there and a heads-up play. And they will confer and switch the arrow. Initial indication was that it would head the other way to Kankakee, but Yorkville Christian, a quick inbound and a quick foul. Picking up the foul is Harrison.
Something that he's so effective at doing, Jaden Schutt, is positioning himself down low there. Can spin, get to the basket, or has that nice turnaround jump shot.
Back to Schutt for a deep three, and he connects. Jaden Schutt from college range. He's playing at Duke next season. Shows he can score from deep. It's back to a 6-point lead for the Mustangs, who have led by as many as 9 points.
Good block there by Southwood.
Schutt runs, finds Vassar. Vassar, a nice move in the post, and he'll get 2 free throws for his trouble. Foul that time. The third team foul for the K's. And assessed to Sam Yonka. First free throw into the game. The return of Kamar Whitaker for Kankakee.
Kamar Whitaker was a big piece there in that first quarter. Had a couple nice baskets. Good defensively as well.
Kays will need to step up defensively now. The lead back to 8. Kankakee able to come back in the first quarter, John. It really started when they were able to force transition opportunities. Here's one for Jaden Schutt, and the Mustang. Schutt is fouled. not a bad foul there against a player like Schutt, who's almost automatic when he's going up to the basket.
Yeah, good job to elect to not give him an easy one. But we know he can be automatic at the line. He showed that yesterday as well.
His first free throw drops through.
Well-rounded player. You can see why he's going to Duke. For those watching at home, good free throw shooter. Really good behind the arc.
Right on cue, he misses the second. Perhaps the jinx on there, but a really complete player, especially on the offensive end. Can score in a plethora of ways, can hit the three. Saw him open this game with a dunk, open last night's game with a dunk as well. And not only can Schutt score, but he's got a great team around him that can feed him the ball. They know how to get the ball in his hands, in the hands of all their scorers. You look up and down the roster, KJ Vassar and Tyler Burrows.
And they complement each other really nice, too. You don't have to just be that guy to take over. He's got some good glue guys around him.
You can see so many guys on that roster go off for 27 points. We saw two Mustangs do that last night. On the offensive end is Vassar, one of the two players who did that last night. Nothing there. Kankakee looking to cut back into the lead. Three on the way from Whitaker. In and out. Vassar brings in the loose ball. In transition, here's Schutt. Can't quite connect on the alley-oop. And the K's trying to make the Mustangs pay. Can't quite do it. Here's Vassar. Lays it in, despite good intentions from Ty Harrison, who almost got up to contest that. Kankakee will call a timeout, a full timeout.
That's what Kankakee won't want when Yorkville Christian can get out there and run. It's when they're at their best. Quick bucket in transition from Vassar. And almost an electric dunk from Schutt off the miss.
Take a quick moment to thank some of our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check it out during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help you with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And, of course, by KB Strong. Kevin Brown, late Washington Panthers head boys basketball coach, made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation, named in his honor, does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. John, much more about the KB Strong Foundation as this game goes along, as today goes along. But just to hit the Cliffs notes of it, a very worthy cause. Really cool to see the TOC named in Kevin Brown's honor. The KB Strong, the foundation that bears his name, such a big presence here now. Glioblastoma, no joke, an aggressive form of brain cancer, horrible disease, but it is cool to see all the support for the cause this week at the TOC.
Oh, it is for sure, and a real big outpouring, raising money for that foundation and research. It's great to see a lot of people out there that care and want to learn more how big of an impact Kevin Brown left on this community. We touched on that yesterday, but we'll continue to bring that up throughout the week.
Great cause for a great tournament here at the TOC. Javion Starwood just connected for Yorkville Christian. Kankakee the rebound on the Schutt misfire. And here go the Mustangs, or the K's rather. Down low, extra pass pays off for Kankakee. Jamari Watson drops it through. Looked to me like that extra pass might sink the K's hopes there as Whitaker unselfishly looked for Watson. Whitaker probably had the shot himself, but it all works out for the K's.
Getting that basket, cutting it to 8. Yorkville Christian wanted to push that one in transition. Good job by Ty Harris to deflect that pass.
David Douglas Jr., no dice there for the Mustangs. And the K's will run the offense. It's Jamari Watson. Intercepted by Schutt. Schutt finds Burrows, back to Schutt, who lays it in. Jaden Schutt doesn't always have to dunk it to be that guy. You get 2 points just the same. And that layup, a big one in the early stages.
And he's a great defender as well. Got his hand in on that pass. Fouls it up on the other end with a layup. That's where Kankakee wants to limit those turnovers after that timeout that Chris Pickett took a little bit ago. Just make sure his team's getting inside and then following up on the other one with that defense.
You saw Aaron Sovern, the Yorkville Christian leader. Mustangs head coach has to like how his team's playing right now. Kamar Whitaker fighting the twine for Kankakee. Still only an 8-point game. K's well within striking distance. Starwood for Yorkville Christian to Tyler Burrows in the corner. And in the passing lane, Ty Harrison gets in there. It'll stay with Yorkville Christian. Burrows sets up the offense.
Another key player to watch is Burrows. Really good scorer for this Yorkville Christian team.
Aaron Sovern noting that Burrows has Division III looks, Division I ability. The senior guard looking for a strong senior season. Quick with the ball and a great finisher, says Sovern. We mentioned earlier they call him Jet because he's such a quick player. His first free throw off the mark. Reminder to stay tuned at halftime for Country Financial Tournament Central with Gavin Russell. Gavin with interviews, analysis, tournament information, and more. Halftime is must-see viewing here at the TOC. Tournament Central brought to you by Country Financial. We'll see what Gavin has for us at halftime of this one. Also in between games all tournament long. Starwood will trigger the inbound pass here. John, these next 2 minutes are going to be pivotal when we look back at this one when it's all said and done and tell the final story. Yorkville Christian could go a long way towards putting this one away with some quick buckets. Offensive foul away from the ball. The 3 won't count. And Kankakee needing some quick scores to keep this one within striking distance.
Yeah, Kankakee catches a big break there on that foul. They're going to get the ball back. I think Jaden Schutt had that one dialed in. Should have extended their lead even more, but chance for Kankakee to cut into this.
3 snapped through the net, but it won't count. Out of bounds, and Yorkville Christian gets it back. Kankakee can't do anything with the free opportunity. Minute 37 left in the second quarter. How aggressive will Yorkville Christian be here, John, from a tempo standpoint?
I think they're going to up the tempo a little bit. I think right on this possession, they'll try to play for a good shot. Well, that'll work for Schutt.
That'll get the tempo going. Schutt can hit from anywhere on the floor, does just that. You see the smile on his face as he gets back defensively, and it's a 12-point game.
Chance here for Kankakee, or I should say Yorkville Christian, to slow the clock now. Got a 12-point lead. Got to like being up double digits against a team like Kankakee. Really well-balanced attack so far for the Mustangs.
Schutt has 17 for the Mustangs. Mustangs yesterday had the single best half of anyone in the tournament so far. Through the first 4 games, scored 52 in the first half against Washington. And now the K's trying to respond, in doing so is Watson. Mustangs aren't quite going to get to 52 in the first half today, but they've done everything they've needed to do so far. K's keeping them at arm's length. Vassar trying to extend the lead. Can't do it. And a big possession here for Kankakee goes off the foot of Vassar. It'll stay home with the K's.
Chance for Kankakee to eat up some clock, try to get a bucket.
Down low to the post and turning around, dropping it through is Sam Bianca. Starwood on the opposite end, now Schutt. Schutt looks, steps back, can't find the twine that time, and a foul on the second chance effort from David Douglas Jr.
And really no slowdown for the Mustangs. Not electing to play for that final shot, just going right at Kankakee.
Douglas Jr. at the stripe has 2 points tonight. Aaron Sovern telling us earlier in the week that he's a terrific scorer, knockdown shooter. Says that Douglas will be a big part of the Mustangs offense this season. Gets both at the stripe. Does Kankakee hold for the last shot here in the last 20 seconds?
I think they will. Got to get it up court.
They do just that. A little contact, and Schutt is home for the Mustangs, finding Starwood down low, and Starwood will get 2 free throws.
That's not what Coach Chris Pickett would want for his Kankakee team. Turnover there gives Yorkville Christian a chance to extend this one to 12 if he can sink a pair.
Kankakee is going to get one more chance. Starwood hits the first, an 11-point game. At the halftime break, remember to stay tuned to Gavin Russell, Tournament Central, with Sean Powell, who has a little breaking news for us regarding the Tournament of Champions as Kankakee turns it over. Here's KJ Vassar. Vassar back, a 3 from Douglas at the horn, and count it. David Douglas Jr. with an exclamation mark to end the first half. And the Mustangs will lead the K's by 15 going into the halftime break.
Really good way for the Mustangs to close out that second quarter. Couldn't ask for a better finish there on their part. A couple turnovers, led to a big 3. Kankakee will have to rebound here at halftime.
Mustangs happy campers going into the locker room. 43-28. First game of day 2 of the TOC. We'll take a quick word for our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, proud sponsor of the Tournament of Champions. It's the host of the Tournament of Champions. City of Washington welcomes you to Washington this week. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, picture this. You finally have your dream home. Now you need the right insurance to protect it. Because when it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial representative to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. CountryFinancial.com is the place to visit today for a quote. Titan Industries is a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor and proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. And good to have all our sponsors on board this week. John, I really like that hypothetical from Country Financial. You finally have your dream home. And I don't know about you, but I want the right coverage, the right insurance to protect it.
Oh, of course. I think anybody would, and it's a good pitch right there.
It is. CountryFinancial.com today. The names of local agents cycling through the coverage today on the bottom of your screen on the score bug, if you will, and then on the billboards as well. You've got more information for those local agents. Glad to have Country Financial on board this week, the presenting sponsor of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by Country Financial. We are going down to Country Financial Tournament Central with Gavin Russell and Sean Powell Sean Powell has a little bit of breaking news for us about the tournament. Let's see what they have to say. Gavin, take it away.
Here in the Country Financial Tournament Central, I'm Gavin Russell here. Day 2, the Kevin Brown Memorial Washington Tournament of Champions. Welcome inside to the studio, everybody. I'm Gavin Russell. We've got a full spread of basketball here for you today. We had 4 great games yesterday and a bunch more today as we continue the TOC throughout this week. We started out with a great game this morning, as you were just seeing right here on Clutch Sports Media. It's Yorkville Christian and Kankakee battling it out. So far, Yorkville on top, 43-28. Jaden Schutt already with 17 points in the first half. He's obviously the feature player, one of the feature players of this whole tournament that he is committed to do. We are going to get an interview right now, just here in a minute. We're going to have Sean Powell. He's the brains behind this whole thing. He's going to join us right here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. He's going to join us right now, and we're going to give him the microphone real quick. Appreciate you.
Hot mic. Where is this thing? Is it on? All right, we're good.
He's here in the studio with us right now, and Sean, he's kind of the brains behind this whole thing. You know, you've put on a great tournament for a number of years here, so just kind of start there. How did this whole thing get put together? I mean, where did this all start at?
This all started in 2005, and I was wanting to put a high school basketball event together. There was a couple people I was working with, and we went to actually New Orleans to start this event, and Hurricane Katrina hit and destroyed the Allery Arena that we were going to have the event. So we wanted to move it somewhere else. We went to St. Louis, we went to Champaign, and then it was pushed over to Peoria. And I was happy about that because, you know, this has always been a hotbed of basketball in Peoria. And so our first year in 2006 was, at the Bradley Field House and at Robertson Memorial Field House. And we had a lot of talent that year and brought in a lot of players. I think we had 9 or 10 NBA players out of that class. And but then the following year, Washington High School came to me and said, hey, we want to take this event. Right. Would you mind working with us and bringing it over to Washington? And from that point on, it's been here ever since. Now, we've shared a couple times with ICC, right, Eureka College, and Pekin, but it's, 98% been here at Washington Community High School. And so that's how it all began, and it's blossomed from there.
Wow, we've seen a lot of great players over the years, too. How have you seen this tournament evolve? I mean, just from the growth of it to the popularity, how have you really seen this evolve? Well,
I mean, it was a slow process at the beginning of it. It was just one step, baby steps to get to where we're at right now. I think the community has totally embraced this event now. I think that Central Illinois is slowly starting to understand exactly what we do here and what we bring to the table as far as talent and performers and players. And now that, that we have the KB Strong Foundation, a part of the event, since the passing of Kevin, it's taken a new level. It's almost like he's looking down over us right now and really pushing us, because this has been all about, Kevin and Craig Anderson and myself. Then when we put this in full motion in 2007, it was Kevin was the one who was really striving to have that here, so his kids could be able to play against some of this top competition. So Kevin was the one that really, inspired me to say, hey, yeah, we can keep doing this. Right. Let's do it. And it's so great that we have a foundation, in his name, because he meant so much to the event, to the community, and to the basketball, Central Illinois basketball.
Absolutely. I was just going to ask you about KB Strong. We've talked about it a little bit if you followed us here in these Tournament Central yesterday, but how can people, maybe they're watching at home, maybe they'll be coming to the games later, how can they get involved with KB Strong?
Well, the best person to talk to is Jody Brown, and to get involved with her or contact KB Strong Foundation. There's plenty of people here at the event and at the Tournament Central that can help direct you to the right place and the right people to talk to. They actually have a booth here this whole week. Jody has it downstairs in the multipurpose room. So That's the best way. Just go talk to Jody face to face, and she can get you locked into anything you need, anything you want to give, anything you want to talk about, share. She's there for you.
Absolutely. So switching gears now to the players, to the game. Over the years, who would you say the most exciting player you've watched? What's been the most exciting memory of the TOC for you?
Well, number one by far is Zion Williamson. His first night here, he had 50 points. He had 14 rebounds. He had 11 dunks. And it was like he was 21 for 22 from the floor. That is probably the most memorable basketball moment. Actually, in 2019, watching Dora High School from Missouri, 90 kids in their high school. It was amazing watching that team perform here. They beat all the big teams and finished third place in a huge tournament. So that was fun to watch. But we've had so many players and so many teams. It's hard to narrow down. I mean, I could probably make a list of top 100 for you, but Zion really stood out.
Absolutely. Well, Zion Williamson is one of the many big players that's been in the TOC. We've got another great big player. It's Jaden Schutt for Yorkville Christian. You can see him live on Clutch Sports Media. We're going to send it back to the booth for John Camosa and Joey Wright. I'm Gavin Russell from the Country Financial Tournament Central. Back to the booth.
Thanks for that, Gavin. That was Sean Powell alongside Gavin Russell. Always great to hear from Sean, and there you get a sense of the history behind this tournament. Staple of the Washington community. You heard a little bit about its origin and some of the great moments from this tournament in years past. And John Camosa, that breaking news that we teased before we sent it down to Tournament Central. Springfield Lanphier scheduled to play St. John Bosco in our next game. We are told they've had a couple of issues with the bus on the way over here, coming back from Springfield this morning. That's going to push everything back by about 30 minutes. We do expect the Lions to be here shortly. It sounds like they've gotten those bus issues resolved, but a little bit of bus trouble for the Lions this morning, so they will be a little bit late. We'll have to fill some time between games. They've got a big one against St. John Bosco from California. The Braves are here. They're actually sitting just off to our left. Perhaps that will inspire them. They'll need everything they can get against a tough St. John Bosco team, one of the top teams in this tournament.
Yeah, it should be a good matchup for Lanphier. Lanphier with a tough win over Metamora last night, gave them everything they had. That was a really good first game we saw last night to start our session.
It's going to be a good one in game 2, but that will be about 30 minutes behind schedule. And right on schedule, the first basket of the half for Kankakee. It's Kamar Whitaker. Makes it a 13-point game. If you're just joining us for the second half, this game has gone back and forth, a lot of momentum swings. Yorkville Christian ended the first half with the momentum, and KJ Vassar gets it back for the Mustangs to start half number 2.
Finds his stroke from last night where he was so lethal from behind the arc.
Kays get out and run in transition. Sam Yanka, a starter for the Kays, drops it through. Tyler Burrows for Yorkville Christian turns it over. Whitaker there. Whitaker turns it right back over. Schutt looks for the 3. Gives to David Douglas Jr. with contact, knocked out of bounds. It'll stay with the Mustangs. Yorkville Christian, one of the smaller schools in the history of this tournament, enrollment of just 75 students. But they pack a punch as Elijah Fisher punches it through. Mid-range falls for Fisher.
Good job to open the second half for Yorkville Christian. A couple quick buckets. Picking up from where they left off in the second quarter.
Jamari Watson tries to find Javon Logan. Logan was a starter for the Kays, gets blocked by Fisher, and Schutt was in on it too. Schutt runs it down, finds Tyler Burrows, back to Schutt, who lays it in. And Jaden Schutt, almost automatic when he can get into the post, especially with a lane like that.
Yeah, when they can get in transition too. Schutt always finds a way to get inside there. Good ball movement here by the Mustangs.
Turnover, loose ball. Here's Watson on the three, off the mark. In transition to Douglas, count it, and the foul. KJ Vassar did a great job of starting that possession off. A nice find to Douglas. The senior connects with the junior. Douglas Jr. has done a great job of drawing fouls. He's gotten to the free throw line a couple of times today. First foul of the half. And Douglas Jr. at the stripe knocks in the and one.
Yeah, Joey, and we saw Kankakee kind of keep him in the half court in the second quarter. More run and gun now in transition where Yorkville Christian likes to play. That speed, they showed that last night against Washington. They can pull away if you let them.
Just like that, it's a 21-point game, and here's Fisher getting out and running and drawing contact. Helped to his feet by his teammate Burrows. Fisher, a guy that has experience as a starter and off the bench, was a starter in 2020, a co-captain of this team. Aaron Sovern would describe him as a glue guy type player, really brings the team together offensively, defensively, and in the locker room. His first free throw in. Morez Johnson in, KJ Vassar out. Fisher's second free throw in. And Fisher, I would say, from having seen the Mustangs now twice this season in their opening two games, I would say he certainly looks like that guy to me. I don't know about you, but really brings everything together as Douglas Jr. lays it in.
He does. I mean, that's a guy out there, like you said, a glue guy, holds the team together. But right now, Yorkville Christian, Joey, like we said, transition buckets, it's not the position that Kankakee wants to be in. There's nothing right now. Their defense has slowed him down on that opposite end.
Offensively, they've looked okay this half. Sam Yonka converting, but just like that, it's Tyler Burrows. This Yorkville Christian team, it's almost like whack-a-mole, right? You stop one, but another guy jumps up, drops it in. That's Tyler Burrows. That's Elijah Fisher. David Douglas Jr. has had a nice game so far. We zeroed in a lot on KJ Vassar at the start of this game. He's been relatively quiet, been in on a couple of plays. Jaden Schutt, of course, has nearly 20 points. But, I mean, it's Burrows, it's Douglas Jr., it's Elijah Fisher, it's Javion Starwood off the bench. This team is as deep as we're going to find, not only in the tournament, but maybe in Clutch Sports Media's basketball coverage this season.
Yeah, that really shows you their depth. I mean, Vassar and Schutt combined for 54 points last night. Both of them on the bench in this few sequences and still scoring at will for the Mustangs. So that speaks volumes of their team in 1A.
Kays have some depth too, as we'll see a couple of free throws from Ty Harrison. It doesn't help the Kays in this tournament that they are missing a couple of guys. The Kankakee Kays still going in the IHSA 5A football playoffs. They will play for a state title in DeKalb on Saturday. Best of luck to the Kays in that one. It's not a bad problem to have when you've got a couple of guys still playing in the last week of the football season and the first week of basketball season. You'll take success in the athletic department any way you can get it, but in a tournament like this, I think Chris Pickett would probably like to have those guys who make a big impact on both the hardwood and the football field.
Yeah, he would, and this is a good chance to really feel out your team as well. Missing four of your players, guys that impact your team, and it gives you a chance to see where you're at without them. So a lot of things you can pull away from a game like today.
Vassar can't fire for the Mustangs. Mustangs get it back. Burrows up and under, no dice, but there to clean it up is David Douglas Jr. David Douglas Jr., 12 points on the morning.
Really nice start for David Douglas Jr. Jaden Schutt back in now.
Douglas Jr. comes out. Schutt, the Duke commit, back in. Good defense from Morez Johnson. Getting past Johnson now is J. Murray Watson and drawing the foul. Neither team all that close to the bonus. 3 fouls for the Mustangs, 2 for Kankakee, and we'll have our mask timeout, which will take the form of a quick 30-second timeout. So we'll keep it right here. Actually, why not a quick word for the City of Washington, proud sponsor of the Tournament of Champions, a great host of this tournament. For over a decade now, City of Washington invites you to check out everything Washington has to offer during the Tournament of Champions. Glad to have Washington on board tonight. This morning, I should say, not close to tonight yet. It's going to be a long day of basketball, John. We kick things off this morning. This game tipping off at 9 a.m. We will run all the way through 9:30 p.m. as our final tip today. 9 games today. And that game may even tip a little later than 9:30 p.m. because we're moving everything back 30 minutes to account for Lanphier, who had some bus trouble, scheduled to play our next game against St. John Bosco from California. So that game will now tip off with a little more pad between the end of this game. Stay with us. We'll go down to Tournament Central between games. We'll keep it right here for you. But we will get going a little later than advertised for Game 2. Mustangs up big, 61-36. Down low is Whitaker. Whitaker spinning. Nice dish to the corner and a 3 on the way, and connecting is Ty Harrison.
And buckets like that, Joey, will help you get back into it. Kankakee going to need some big plays.
Just like that, KJ Vassar the response. Still a lot of basketball left to be played. Kankakee has been so adept in transition. Ty Harrison shows that again right there. Jaden Schutt, a big response from NBA range. And Schutt gets right back on defense. Again, the Mustangs, though, watch as the K's get a man out in front. That's Sam Yonka laying it in. It's really been the K's big point of success today is that transition offense. John, back to what I mentioned a moment ago, still a lot of basketball left to be played, even if Kankakee can't complete the comeback, and as well as Yorkville Christian is playing, that might be a tall order. You can still learn a lot about your team for the next couple games of the tournament, early portion of this season.
It's a great tournament to start your season and see where you're at.
3 in the corner, no dice from Vassar. Kay's trying to get out with it. Schutt hustle play. He's going to get called for the foul. Fouling Elijah Fisher. Or pardon me, fouling Sam Yonka.
Going to get the ball back. Did he force a turnover, it looked like? Fouls it up with a basket. Was that a turnover? It looked like they called the foul initially, but
an interesting turn there. I want to correct myself quick, John. 24 for Kankakee. I've had this wrong for a little bit. Is Davon Prude, not Sam Yonka. Yonka's 21 in the game right now, but I do want to apologize if I've had that crossed. Prude number 24 for the K's, and that's my mistake. Want to just fix that for any family friends of his that may be watching, any K's fans, and anyone in general who may be watching, frankly. Want to get that squared away. That's a hand up, that's on me. Although Yonka in for the K's, number 21 as well, as is Prude.
something we saw last night too with Yorkville Christian. Really like to, when they get clicking, you know, can kind of score at will, but Right now, 68 points. Still a minute 24 left in the third quarter. Saw them score 92 yesterday.
It's such a tough offense to slow down. Big three from Whitaker right there. Mustangs can't respond on the other end. And out in transition, and an easy layup for Ty Harrison. Here's Schutt, guarded by Harrison. Steps it back. Under a minute left, third quarter. Three in the corner, in and out. Morez Johnson couldn't connect. And a rebound to Prude, who has 8 points.
Yorkville Christian almost forced a turnover there as Burrows comes from behind.
KJ Vassar back into the game for Yorkville Christian. Yanka will bring it up. Yanka looks, a couple of passes. Now it goes down and finds Jamari Watson. Watson back to Whitaker for three. He connects.
Nice three there from Whitaker.
On the offensive end, contact and a blocking foul against Yanka.
It's going to be a charge.
They do give it, yeah, they do give Yanka credit for taking the charge, and Kankakee gets it back. Try to inbound to Yanka, now it goes to Prude. Prude to Yanka to the corner, and Ty Harrison. Harrison crosses over, Kamar Whitaker connects for three.
How about that? Back-to-back threes from Whitaker, up to 17 points now for the K's.
Turnover and a quick foul. Jaden Schutt caught a little bit of jersey there. And he will be whistled for the foul. Just over a second left in the third quarter. And that's a clear path foul from Schutt. Officials ruled that would have been an easy basket for Whitaker, or pardon me, for Harrison in transition. So Harrison essentially gets a technical free throw. Two technical free throws for Harrison, and that's a tough foul to take if you're Schutt, because that is a clear path foul. It's the correct call, but there's also only a second left in the half. Harrison unable to hit either, but the K's will still get the ball back. Even with the second left, even though he had a clear path, it would have been hard for him to do anything from that spot on the floor with 1.3 showing. See if the K's can do anything off of a set. They go to Yanka for three at the buzzer, falls short, and a chance for Fisher would not have counted. That was well after the buzzer. 14-point game entering the fourth quarter. K's not out of it yet. We'll see how it pans out in the fourth. They need to get going. First, we'll take a quick word for our sponsors this morning, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. Buy Off-Drink. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Buy Country Financial. Building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things that Country Financial stands for. More than just an office, you may pass by as you drive through town. They are neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of their communities, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. And by the KB Strong Foundation. Coach Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation leads efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Back underway, fourth quarter, Yorkville Christian leading by 14. Kankakee not out of it yet. out of bounds. Last touched by the K's and Jamari Watson. And the Mustangs will inbound. Not out of it yet, John, but the way Yorkville Christian has played, they can put the game away with a couple of timely baskets.
Yeah, still a lot of time left in this game. Kankakee wants to cut into this lead. Yorkville Christian wanting to extend it, get their second win of the season. See how the fourth quarter unfolds.
K's bringing up the floor. Glad you're with us this morning on ClutchSportsIL.com. Turnover. Mustangs run it with Burrows. Burrows stepping to the center of the paint. Doesn't have it. Kicks back now to the corner. And Vassar. Vassar, nice find to Elijah Fisher for three. Didn't find anything. Kankakee rebound and a quick foul. Mustangs now with 6 fouls in the half. One more and it's bonus time. K's offense resets. Here's Yanka. Kicked back to Watson. Watson with a lane. Window not kind. And in transition is Starwood. No, Schutt can't clean it up. Starwood gets the rebound. And a deep two falls from David Douglas Jr.
Almost similar to the dunk that Starwood had last night against Washington. Just couldn't get that one to fall.
Here's Watson. Watson finding Harrison. Loose ball, and the K's can't quite keep it in. Prude gave chase to it. Prude with a nice 8 points today. The K's with balanced scoring. Prude has 8. 17 right now from Kamar Whitaker leads the K's offense. Another 13 from Harrison. Out of bounds, it'll stay with Yorkville Christian. 24 points from Jaden Schutt leading the Yorkville Christian attack. Mustangs unable to convert from the field, but it goes back to Schutt for three with contact, and he almost got a 4-point play. He'll go to the line for 3 free throws. We saw that in the Washington game last night, John. Jaden Schutt, it doesn't matter if he's open. It doesn't matter if he's got a guy right on him with contact. He's going to be efficient from the field either way, off on his first free throw, but just such a tough shooter to contain.
He is. Seeing how dangerous he can be from three. Now the ability to hang, too, in the air, almost made that three through some tough contact. But I think Joey right now, Yorkville Christian, the driver's seat at this point, just keep it up defensively. Look like they're on their way to their potential second win.
It stood at a 14-point lead for the Mustangs. Entering this quarter, that lead has grown to 18. It's not the largest lead for the Mustangs today, but it is close as Watson was looking for Prude. Douglas got into the passing lane and knocked it into the bleachers. Not the largest crowd we've seen today, or not the largest crowd we will see today because it's the first game. Of course, it's the largest we've seen thus far, but 9 a.m. game, you're not going to have the biggest crowd of the tournament. It will get packed later today. Still a good crowd has turned out here for game 1 of the tournament. I've got to imagine a lot of these fans here right now, or at least some of them, Hardy fans, are going to make a day of this and camp out here until 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. KJ Vassar draws contact. He'll go to the line for 2.
Took a hard fall there for Vassar.
I look across the way. I see some Panthers assistant coaches. Eric Schermerhorn, Washington Panthers boys basketball coach, is in the stands. Now, got to assume they're doing some scouting because the Panthers will play Kankakee in the penultimate game tonight at 8:30. Or rather, I think that's an 8 o'clock game, although when you've got a 9-game day, it'll kind of start when it starts if we fall behind, or if, they won't start earlier than the scheduled time, but with Lanphier's bus running late, I've got to imagine we might have to adjust our times a little bit as we move through.
They got their first look at Yorkville Christian last night in their season opener.
Yorkville Christian, a 92-69 winner over Washington last night. I think that's more indicative, though, of Yorkville Christian than it is Washington, because that's a Washington team that's going to compete this season, especially in a tough Mid-Illini conference. You've got to imagine they enter this season as the MIC favorite or maybe co-favorite with a good Metamora team that lost to Lanphier yesterday in their opening game. Panthers missing Drew Lewis for the early portion of this season. Lewis got a little banged up during the Panthers football season that ended in the quarterfinal round against Crete Moni. But once he gets back, especially, you'd figure the Panthers are going to get to firing on all cylinders. But this Yorkville Christian team making easy work of a good Kankakee team similar to Washington, and that's why I'm so intrigued to see the K's and Panthers go at it later, is because I think we're going to see a hard-fought game.
Kind of shows you the balance of Yorkville Christian. Last night was 3 after 3. They ultimately finished with 92 points. Tonight, this morning, 76 points, and it's been more of a run and gun, scoring in transition. Still seeing some threes, but they're getting to the hoop.
Case in point, that's KJ Vassar. Vassar, a quieter effort than last night, but still 11 points. He's gone into double digits now. He has not had to shoulder much of the load. They correct that to 13 points for Vassar. As Schutt has 26, there's another 16 from David Douglas Jr., who was really impressed this morning. Starwood will inbound for the Mustangs. Jump ball, a deep inbound pass. Mustangs were looking for some quick success on that possession. Prude keeps it across, but here's Schutt. Over Prude, can't quite reverse it. Still loose. Getting a little wild. Kankakee trying to make a statement that time. Nothing going. And a 3 off the mark. Cleaned up and put back by Mackay Brown. Bit of craziness here. Both teams
back and forth on both sides.
Moving up and down at will. 3 on the way and in. Count it for Tyler Burrows. Burrows now with 9. Another player that kind of comes and goes. Kay's back on the offensive end.
There's another nice block from Schutt.
Schutt looking for Burrows. Alley-oop to Schutt with one hand. Jaden Schutt slams it home.
How about that dunk?
And Kankakee responds. How about that dunk indeed? On the offensive end, it's Ty Harrison. Jaden Schutt. We saw him dunk on the first play of the game. He's going to stretch it out, get loose. It was a pretty tight slam a moment ago.
KJ Vassar getting stretched out there too. Sideline, right next to Schutt. Both their star players. They've been putting in a lot of work. Gets a little intense, get tight.
Yeah, you got to stay limber with so much basketball ahead of these guys this week. We will see Yorkville Christian later today as well. Jaheim Porter fresh into the game for Kankakee. Also nearly with an acrobatic play on the K's end. He couldn't quite finish. Taking a look ahead at today's schedule, a couple of key matchups that we'll zero in on. Next game, St. John Bosco and Lanphier running a touch behind schedule, but that is coming up next on ClutchSportsIL.com. Keep it right here. We'll have full coverage leading up to that one. Yorkville Christian, pardon me, John, does not play later today, but we will see them again this week.
Looks like they're going to start their tournament 2-0.
And they will await their next matchup, pending how things play out in the City of Washington Invitational bracket. 3 tournaments within the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. This part of the Washington Invitational. 3 on the way, off the mark. Now our next game also part of the Washington Invitational. And a pass to nobody, fielded by the Yorkville Christian bench. There's Aaron Sovern. Calls out an adjustment. It's all smiles right now for the Mustangs. They have been the team, I think, of the tournament so far, and you could make a case for a terrific Chicago St. Rita team that dispatched Urbana last night, 76-47, but I think now having seen Yorkville Christian twice, a convincing win over tournament host Washington, and on their way to a convincing win over a good Kankakee squad.
I mean, Joey, anytime you can come out in your first 2 games of the season, 92 last night, they're nearing 90 here this morning, right at 85 points. That's a lot of power in your offense there to score that many points.
You think they'll get to 90? They'll need, if this free throw falls in from Johnson, they'll just need a 3 to get to that mark.
We'll see. Only a minute 36 left. Got their reserves in, so they might play it conservatively.
It's the storyline to watch now. Second free throw off the mark. It stands at a 28-point lead for the Mustangs. Not all that long ago, it was a 14-point game. The Mustangs opening it up here in the 4th quarter. Well on their way to win number 2 of the season. School has an enrollment of just 75 students. But they are as tough a team as you'll find in the IHSA's 1A class, but proving this week they can hang with schools several times the size. 13, 14, 15 times, more than that, the size of their own. Kankakee's enrollment just shy of 1,300 in transition. The Mustangs getting up, can't find the twine. That time was Giovanni Johnson, who we have seen play some minutes, not only in this one but last night. Luke Franklin into the game, draws contact, and will go to the line.
Chance for the seniors' first 2 points off the bench.
First time we've called Franklin's name this week. Has his first points of the season. Franklin's second try, short, kept alive by Johnson, but it's Yorkville Christian watching Kankakee get back on offense. Off the mark, and cleaning it up is Gerald Halberts. Caves will work a couple of subs in of their own. Mustangs well on their way, up by 27 points. That's after a big win last night, a 23-point win over Washington.
Mind you, this is a 1A team playing some bigger schools, still showcasing that power. It's going to be a force at that level this season.
I would be hard-pressed to, or I wouldn't be hard-pressed to say that they've got to be the favorite in the 1A class this season. hanging with some really good teams from the Middle-Illini Conference, the Southland Conference thus far. Again, they push the offense, goes to Franklin in the corner, tries to create some space for a three, now dribbles it out. And that's how this one will end, an 87-60 win for Yorkville Christian. Head coach Aaron Silvern's got to be happy with his team's performance, not only in this one, but last night. The Mustangs now 2-0. A strong start to the 2021-22 season. The K's fall to 0-1 on the campaign. See a lot of smiles, a lot of good energy.
Yeah, really nice showing from Yorkville Christian. Close game early. Kankakee, a couple breaks in their defense where Yorkville Christian took advantage. A lot of transition points, a lot of nice threes. And then, obviously, your go-to guy, Jaden Schutt, another big game for the Mustangs.
87-60 final score. We will take a quick word for our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. Buy Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all mileage, and all models. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Buy Country Financial. Building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. We're more than just an office you pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Since we're already neighbors, let's get together and chat. Call your local Country Financial representative today to talk about the things that are important to you and how you can help, or how we can help, rather, you protect them. That's how we can help you protect them. Country Financial being we, you being you at home. By Titan Industries. Titan Industries is a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation, a terrific cause. Late Washington Panthers boys basketball head coach Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court, his players, his students, his assistant coaches, everyone that knew Kevin Brown, he made an impact on. The KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com or the bit.ly link on your screen right now. There's also a QR code on your screen right now that you can use as well. And that website, if you're typing it directly into your browser, either that bit.ly link you saw a moment ago or kbstrong-fightingthefight.com, would encourage you to check out that website. John, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. We'll talk about it as today goes along. A terrific piece penned by Jody Brown, Kevin Brown's wife, that details the impact that her late husband had on her, those around him. It's a terrific read, very impactful. Also some cool things on the website as well. Every board member on the KB Strong Foundation kind of details what Kevin Brown meant to them, and they all knew Kevin Brown personally, as well as what the KB Strong Foundation is doing to raise awareness for glioblastoma, which, as we mentioned, is an aggressive form of brain cancer, horrible disease. Jody Brown stopped by Country Financial Tournament Central yesterday to talk with Gavin Russell, a terrific interview. Go back and watch that if you get a chance. It's in the earlier portion of our Day 1 broadcast, which is archived on our YouTube channel. And something she said, John, Gavin asked her, what do you do to raise awareness for glioblastoma? You know, what do you do to kind of impact change and raise funds, raise money to help fight for a cure and treatment? And she said it really starts with awareness. That's kind of the big thing they like to focus on.
Yeah, it's a really good thing too, and the more you could spread the word in a tournament like this, where a lot of people are traveling here, coming to watch basketball, and watching online, for us to be able to share about that and spread that word around, the more and more people that hear about it, the more and more the awareness is brought to life.
It's a great tournament for a great cause. We'll go down to Country Financial Tournament Central with Gavin Russell. Looks like he's got Jaden Schutt alongside him. Let's hear from Yorkville Christian star and the Duke
We're back
signee.
here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm joined by a very special guest here. It's Jaden Schutt of Yorkville Christian, committed to go play basketball at Duke University. And Jaden, let's start right there. You're a big-time player in this tournament. Obviously, a lot of eyes on you. Committed to go to Duke. So, kind of how do you handle everybody looking at you? What's kind of your expectation coming into this season?
Yeah, I mean, just go out there and play basketball, have fun with my teammates, and just kind of enjoy my senior season. And expectations. I mean, we're a small 1A school. But, I mean, we want to play the toughest teams we can and kind of take advantage of that. And, our expectations is to win the state championship for 1A. So,
obviously, yeah, you guys have definitely been a very good team in recent years. Your guys' school hasn't been even open for, that many years, but you guys have really made an impression in the Class 1A. What do you guys look at? I mean, you've got a tough schedule. What do you look at your schedule-wise, coming here, playing some tough teams? How do you guys handle a tough schedule like that?
Majority of the guys that played AAU, we've played tough schedules for that. So, we really don't, see it as any differently. We're a little undersized, but I mean, we play with grit and we play hard and kind of compensate for that. But we love playing tough teams, so it really prepares us. Absolutely.
You've been a big part of this team. You obviously score a lot of points, do a lot of things on the court, but a lot of your teammates also are big contributors. Who would you shout out for your teammates, as big portions of this team?
I mean, they all work hard. Guys who have been in the gym with me, KJ Vassar, Tyler Burrows, Elijah Fisher, DJ Douglas. I mean, our entire starting lineup's in the gym every day, just getting in work.
Absolutely. So you guys come over down from Yorkville Christian here into the Washington Champions. How's the experience been so far, being here in Washington, being here this week? What's that been like for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great tournament so far. I've had a lot of fun, and it seems like a great place to play.
Absolutely. And let's talk about your commitment to Duke real quick. You obviously picked Duke. Great basketball school, a lot of history. You guys had a lot of teams on your trail. What led you to do? Kind of how did that commitment go?
Yeah, throughout the entire recruitment process, just wanted to give every school that reached out a chance. And when Duke reached out, it didn't really feel like they were recruiting me. It just kind of felt all genuine. And my relationship with John Shire and the coaching staff just felt different and just felt right.
Absolutely. Well, you can catch Jaden live on Clutch Sports Media. You saw him for a couple of games already yesterday and today. You can catch him throughout the rest of the week. We appreciate your time, Jaden. Good luck the rest of the way. We've got another interview coming up right now. It's going to be Matt Dunn from St. John Bosco. He's going to be coming here in just a minute. But, again, you just saw Yorkville Christian with the victory over Kankakee. They came up with a big victory. Jaden right here had over 20 points once again in this game. We're going to get Matt Dunn to come over here right now. We'll switch Jaden out for Matt real quick. Get him in the studio real quick in just a moment. He's going to slide in right here with us. And again, it's Matt Dunn from St. John Bosco out of Bellflower, California. And that's a big trip for you guys. I mean, you come a real long way, all the way to the Midwest here in Washington, Illinois. Let's start there. How would that trip go? What's the travel like for a team as big as you guys?
Yeah, so we left our houses yesterday morning about 9 a.m. and I think we got to our hotel here in Peoria at midnight. So it was a long travel day. But you gotta there's things you got to do to be able to participate in something this special. We're incredibly excited to be here and just learn more about Peoria and learn more about Coach Brown and obviously play some great basketball at the same time.
Absolutely. This is a big tournament. A lot of big-name players have come through here. So, really what makes it special for your guys? I mean, to be able to come, travel like this, what's special for the players to be able to play in a historic tournament like this?
Yeah, well, I think it's twofold. Just traveling in general is special for high school kids. I think it's great for team camaraderie. I think this, win or lose, is going to be a tremendous trip for us in terms of the future of our season. But then to get it to just go to a different part of the country. I've been to Chicago one time in my life. Most of our players not been here at all. So we're going to get to do that on Sunday. And, then like you said, there's just been some incredible players who've come through here. We were supposed to play here last year. And obviously that didn't happen, and so we're incredibly excited to be here this year.
Absolutely. So let's talk about your team a little bit. You guys have a lot of star talent. You guys got good size on your team. You've got some experience, a great mixture. You're coming off a good season for you guys, over 20 wins. So kind of talk about your team a little bit. What are you guys poised to do this year?
Yeah, so we're fortunate. We won the state regional championship last year. I don't know about here, but our season didn't get over until the end of June. In terms of our regular season last year. So we feel like we're still kind of catching up a little bit in terms of our normal process. But we're really excited. We have a new group, so we're led by a senior big guy who's been with us for 4 years named Christian Estrada. Tremendous competitor, just really physical presence, has worked really hard to become a lot more skilled. And then he's joined by a pretty large senior class, and then some young guys as well. We'll start 2 freshmen today, which is something new, and we haven't done that before. So excited to see how they'll compete at this level.
Absolutely, and you guys are taking on a tough team in Lanphier. They actually played yesterday, so they might have a little look at this tournament already. So how do you play a team that maybe has already got their legs going a little bit? You kind of get out and attack early today.
Yeah, I was hoping to get to watch the game on the flight over, and of course the internet didn't work on the plane, as luck would have it. When you're a high school coach, I guess that's the difference. And I'm listening on the radio, and the Duke program is watching the Gonzaga UCLA game on their private jet last night. So. A little different experience here at the high school level, but I did get to see a little bit of the replay, and obviously very well coached. They play really hard. They play in a really aggressive style, and so if we're not awake, it'll be 10-0 them, and then hopefully that'll wake us up here pretty quickly. But I know that they have our full respect, and we're excited to compete.
Absolutely, and switching gears a little bit, this tournament is obviously for a big cause with KB Strong. You mentioned it a little bit, getting to know more about KB Strong, but what does it mean to play, for a cause like this, for big foundation? What does it mean to you guys?
Yeah, I think one of the things I'm most excited about of this tournament is for our guys to learn more about it.
Right.
I can't sell the story like those that have lived it, and so I'm excited to learn more, and I'm excited for our guys to learn more. And high-level basketball is obviously what an opportunity to do that, but to do that with something else on the line and kind of being supportive. And obviously we've put a lot into this trip, and so to be here and be a part of that and learn more about it, I'm excited just for our guys. I was thinking about that down in the locker room just earlier. It's just I can't wait for somebody to come tell us a little bit more about Coach Brown so we can learn more.
Absolutely. We've had people come in here talk to us. Jody Brown, Kevin's wife, has talked to us a little bit. We've had Sean Powell, he's the tournament director, talk to us a little more about KB Strong. But something else, too, this tournament is also a lot about the basketball, and there's been some really good players, Zion Williamson, Anthony Davis, all come through here. So, does that kind of sit in the back of your guys' mind that this tournament has had a lot of good players? Maybe those guys can be up to that level one day?
Yeah, for sure. We're fortunate that as a school we get to travel the country a little bit.
Right.
Our football program does that also. And, but you only get one chance to make an impression in an area. So this is our school's opportunity. And first and foremost, I hope the community loves our young men. Right. We take a lot of pride in just who our young men are as people. And then I hope to play well basketball-wise also. That's a little more up in the air.
Right.
But hopefully who we are as people and how we represent our school community is not. And, I hope when we leave this town that there'll be a lot of – we were doing a shoot-around over at the rec center earlier with people playing pickleball, and then hopefully that was the first impression of who our young men are. Absolutely.
Well, we're going to let you go in just a minute, but back in California, we might have some fans watching or something, maybe some families at home watching. What do you want to say to them ahead of the game today?
Yeah, I hope so. Happy Thanksgiving. We miss you. It's a lot to give up Thanksgiving with family. We do have some families here with us, which we're excited about. And, it's going to be a long day, two really hard games today for us. So pray for us and think about us, and hopefully we'll represent you guys in the right way. Absolutely. Well, that's Matt Dunn. St. John Bosco coming up next. They're taking on Springfield Lanphier. We appreciate your time. Thanks for coming and sitting for the minute. We just had Jaden Schutt and Matt Dunn from St. John Bosco. We appreciate you guys watching from the Country Financial Tournament Central. We are going to send it back to the booth in just a minute, but we want to remind you guys you can follow us on all our social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all of those good things. You can follow us. If you want to hear for specific people in the Country Financial Tournament Central, you can let us know on those platforms. We'll do our best to get those players for you. We've had different players, coaches, members of KB Strong, members of the TOC committee. So we've got a full spread. We've got another great game coming up for you today. Again, Lanphier and St. John Bosco out of Bellflower, California, coming up in just a moment. It's going to be Joey Wright and John Camosa on the call. Once again, I'm Gavin Russell from the Country Financial Tournament Central. We'll send it back to the booth.
We're back here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. We're going to keep it right here. Did not tell you earlier, Joey Wright did. A little bit of a delay here. Lanphier's bus broke down on the way, so we've got another guest, third guest on this section in between the games here. Yorkville Christian and Kankakee just played. Lanphier and St. John Bosco coming up in just a little bit here on Clutch Sports Media. But we've got Colton Kaler. He's from Metamora, obviously follows Metamora. You guys do a little bit of Metamora golf as well. You've seen him on Clutch Sports before, so if you follow Clutch Sports, you probably recognize him, but he's here with our coverage of the TOC this week. And, Metamora was actually the first team that played yesterday. They had a tough game against Lanphier, and their Lanphier's coming up next. They fell short by 5 points. From your perspective, what happened with that game with Metamora? How was Lanphier? Just kind of give us your thoughts.
Metamora, they came out strong in the first part of the first quarter, came out strong in the third quarter. Didn't finish how, probably they would like in the second and fourth quarters. But Lanphier, they finished well in the second and fourth quarter, so credit to them. But that might be one of the more physical games Metamora might see all year. Lanphier is a very physical team. Obviously, as you saw, Zach Schroeder got cut open. Obviously, accidentally, there was nothing there. But it was good for them, to get these tough tests early on. It's our first year here in the tournament champions, and for them to see, possibly a state championship game like that, because I think Metamora, that's kind of their aspiration, is obviously state championship level of play. And for them to get that experience here early, it's going to benefit them so much more. Absolutely. And we kind of look at some of the stats. Ethan Kaiser, he's kind of the feature player for the Metamora Redbirds. He's got several Division I offers already, Bradley, Illinois State, you name it. He's probably got it from Midwest schools. But it was actually Tyson Swanson leading Metamora. He had 25 points and 6 boards, maybe showing the depth a little bit for Metamora. And once they get it all going, they've got a lot of guys who can score the basketball. Yeah, Metamora's got, they're very fortunate, and they've got strength in numbers, and that's something that they've really kind of prided themselves on is I've kind of said Coach Greaves might have more guys than he'll know what to do with, and it's a good problem, but also it can be difficult on, who to sub and when. But the thing about Metamora is they're starting 5. They could have, you could shut down Kaiser. Kaiser, only had 6 points yesterday, quiet night, but, Tyson had the ability to go off for 25. So today they might, key in on Tyson, and Kaiser can go off for 20, or Tucker can go off for 20. They've got all different guys in that lineup have the ability to go off for 15, 20 each night. And, it's defensively, it's going to be a tough task to take on, because you're like, who are we going to try and shut down, and then who's going to step up? Right. So it's really tough defensively into playing against. Absolutely, and we kind of switch gears here to Lanphier. Ty Banks is one of Lanphier's biggest players. He finished with 19 points yesterday. He kind of was, making that engine run for Lanphier. But, you watched Lanphier yesterday. What are kind of some of their keys, maybe things they need to switch up here as they play St. John Bosco? Well, everything obviously runs through Ty Banks, and quite honestly, I didn't think he'd scored as much as he did yesterday. He seemed quiet, especially there in that second half. I think he had 15 at half, but he's just kind of that guy for them, and everything runs through him. And, if they're able to get a performance like that out of him every game, they're going to be a tough team to take down. Absolutely. Yeah. But no, and just to, kind of wrap that up, if they're able to, even if a team's able to kind of somewhat slow him down a little bit, they still have so many other weapons. I can't remember the name. They had a point guard that cashed in a couple of threes, but they're a dangerous team. Absolutely. Lanphier and St. John Bosco coming up next on Clutch Sports Media. Again, a bit of a delay. Lanphier had some bus issues on the way over, but they're getting in the building. Plenty of time for them to warm up, so you'll see a full game for them. Live coverage here. We look at the second game, though. Again, you were here all day yesterday with us, Colton. We had from the TOC Shootout Series presented by Titan Industries. It was Denmark from Wisconsin and St. Joseph Ogden. St. Joseph coming out with an 11-point victory, but, Denmark played a tough game as well, and Ty Pence was a big name. Donovan Shore's a big name. You saw Donovan Shore right here, a live interview. So kind of some of your thoughts from that game. I was really impressed with Donovan Shore. Never knowing where Denmark was or who they were until yesterday, and to watch them play, he's obviously the face of that program. They've got a couple other guys, but everything runs through him, and he was really impressive. Because it seemed like just as he was getting slowed down, he, picked it back up. But then, Ty Pence, my goodness, is he good. And is he just a bucket. And, for them yesterday to get him going early with a few dunks and a little flair, That was big for them and big for Ty Pence.
Absolutely. Ty Pence, if you aren't aware, Ty Pence has several Division I offers. Here are a few of them. University of Illinois, Bradley, University of Illinois Chicago, ISU, Akron, and Eastern Illinois University. That's just a few of the offers Ty Pence has. When you've got that kind of college radar, people looking at you from those big Division I colleges, that means you're a really special player for St. Joseph Ogden. Again, we talked to Donovan Short, though. Their team was their first game of the year, trying to get their legs under him a little bit. He's excited for this year. Donovan Short committed to go to University of Wisconsin, Green Bay. But we now go to Yorkville. They played Washington yesterday. Washington wasn't able to come out on top. They took a pretty tough loss. Yorkville, though, is a really good team. I know we've talked about Yorkville. Jaden Schutt was here. But talk about Washington, because you have your Middle Illini guy. We'll see them here on Clutch Sports several times this year. The way Washington played, what'd you like? Maybe some things they need to work on. Just kind of your thoughts.
Well, I'll start by saying Yorkville Christian is not the Yorkville Christian that I remember, when Metamora first started playing them. But Washington, it's a tough first game. They'll rebound and they'll be a lot better. I think they're still trying to figure out who they are as a team. They've graduated a lot of seniors, so they've got to find that identity. I think once they find that identity, they'll be all right.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to send it back to the booth just here in a moment. We recapped a few games with Colton Kaler here. We had 3 interviews from the Country Financial Tournament Central. Jaden Schutt, Matt Dunn, and again, Colton Kaler right here with us. We're going to send it back to the booth. It's going to be St. John Bosco taking on Springfield Lanphier. We're going to send it back to the booth now.
Thanks for that, Gavin and Colton. Welcome back to Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium at Washington Community High School in Washington, Illinois. It is game number 2 of day number 2 in the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Joey Wright alongside John Camosa and the entire Clutch Sports Media team ready for action. Going to be a good one in game 2. It's St. John Bosco out of Bellflower, California, taking on Lanphier out of Springfield, Illinois. Lanphier, a big winner yesterday against Metamora in the opening game of this tournament. St. John Bosco playing in their first game here at the TOC, but 2-0 on the season. Big wins against Hesperia and Jordan back in California to start things off. And John, let's start there. It's a good St. John Bosco team that has a lot of hype this season. A lot of attention on these Braves. What are we looking for from the Braves and their head coach, Matt Dunn?
Yeah, a lot of size, at St. John Bosco, so that's going to play a factor in this game. Lanphier didn't face a whole lot of size last night against Metamora, where your tallest guy there is Ethan Kaiser at 6'6". As you can see, St. John Bosco warming up, a lot of dunks being thrown down, and, they saw more of the 6'1", 6'2" yesterday against Metamora. We're looking at we got 6'4" freshman Aziel Harrington. Christian Estrada's 6'8". We got 6'9" Azizir Anderson, 6'6" Marco Ken. So a lot of height there. And then Cade Bowman is 6'7" freshman as well. Young guys, a lot of height. So down low could be a factor for St. John Bosco getting inside, trying to control the paint. For Springfield Lanphier, tough game yesterday against Metamora, but pulled out a win. Saw really good shades out of Ty Banks and then Cam Kincaid. So these Lions, they're going to have their hands full with Bosco, but they're up for the challenge.
Ty Banks led the Lions over Metamora last night with 19 points. The 6'4" senior, a big part of this Lanphier attack. Looking at St. John Bosco a little more in depth, though. They're out of Bellflower, California, as we mentioned a moment ago, led by head coach Matt Dunn. 2-0 this season. And they have won their first 2 games this season convincingly. 74-49 win over, Hesperia. A little frog in my throat. And a 75-40 win over Jordan. That Hesperia score one more time, 74-49. So their first 2 wins this season have come in convincing fashion. And looking at the players to keep an eye on for the Braves. Starts with Christian Estrada, of course, 23 versus Hesperia, 22 versus Jordan. Elsie Harrington, 20 in that win over Hesperia. Cade Bonham, 14 points versus Jordan. You saw the Lions a moment ago, John. Let's dive a little deeper into them. 1-0 on the season. That win against Metamora last night. Blake Turner, the Lions head coach. You had the call for that game with Larry Larson. That was maybe the best game we've seen in the tournament so far. Denmark, St. Joseph Ogden, a close second, but Ty Banks really stepped up. It's a deep Lanphier team that is battle-tested. They've been a player in the IHSA playoffs last couple of seasons.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good game. And, you know, the thing for Lanphier late was getting some turnovers, getting in transition. 6'6" junior Austin Robinson played a really key factor for Springfield Lanphier last night. The thing that really hurt Metamora was not getting those offensive, or I should say those defensive rebounds. Lanphier Lions getting a lot of offensive rebounds, and mainly because of Austin Robinson, Ty Banks, Cam Kincaid getting inside. Devontae Jackson had some big threes. You know, they grinded. They were right there back and forth throughout the game, and then down the stretch, they took over and sealed that win.
Starters being introduced for both teams on the floor right now, starting with St. John Bosco, and we'll get those starters to you. Lining up at guard, the 6'2" senior DJ Henry. Alongside him, a 6'4" freshman in Elsie Harrington. Henry number 0, Harrington number 3. Cade Bonham is number 5, another very talented freshman, standing at 6'7", scored 14 points in the Braves opener this season against Jordan. Rounding things out, Brandon Blair is a 6' senior, and the man for the Braves is Christian Estrada, a 6'8" senior, has impressed in the Braves' first 2 contests this season. Braves led by Matt Dunn. And the Lions being introduced. Sharp gray uniforms today. It's going to be a very appealing uniform matchup. Devontae Jackson being introduced now as Ty Banks. Jackson at 6'2", Banks at 6'4". Number 3 is Cam Kincaid, a 6'2" senior. Jaquan Holman is a 5'11" freshman, getting some big minutes early on this season for the Lions, starting his high school career out. And Austin Robinson, a 6'6" junior, rounds out the Lions lineup. They are led by head coach Blake Turner. A lot of youth in the starting lineup for St. John Bosco. 2 freshmen, Elsie Harrington and Cade Bonham. And that lineup supplemented by 3 seniors, Henry, Blair, and Estrada. Just 1 freshman in the lineup for Springfield Lanphier, Jaquan Holman. Jackson, a junior, Banks, a senior, as is Kincaid, and Austin Robinson, a junior as well. It's Estrada versus Robinson in the circle. Glad you're with us for Game 2 of Day 2 of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC, and starting things off with a slam is Elsie Harrington.
That's a 6'4" freshman, too. A lot of years ahead of him, but a lot of talent on Bosco's side.
Playing in just his 3rd career varsity game. Elsie Harrington says hello. Now Lanphier tries to respond. Just off the mark is Devontae Jackson. And we'll get our second look at the Braves offense. Here's Henry. Henry plays catch with Cade Bonham. Now it's Estrada. Estrada picked up by Austin Robinson. Tough assignment for Robinson this morning. Glad you're with us on the West Coast. This one tipping off at 8:40 in Bellflower, California. It's 10:40 here in Washington, Illinois. Inbounding is Jaquan Holman, back underway. Keys to the game, John, with how quick this game has moved first couple of possessions. I've got to imagine no unforced errors has got to be at the top of the list.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial. Saw in last night's game how quick that pace was. Metamora, a couple errors down the stretch. Lanphier took advantage. Same tonight. I mean, it's gonna be a fast-paced game. It's got that start early. Gonna have to see how it goes.
There's Ty Banks starting the scoring for Lanphier. 19 points yesterday in the Lions' season-opening win over Metamora. Off the backboard and out of bounds. Errant shot from Cade Bonham. One of 2 freshmen in the lineup along with Harrington. Going to be keeping an eye on that all morning long.
Look for Ty Banks You know, he'll want to take control in this game too. Big game for Lanphier.
Here's Jaquan Holman now to Cam Kincaid. The Lions' last couple of seasons have been a younger team. Banks a senior, Cam Kincaid a senior, and Austin Robinson a junior. These are guys that have been around the program for a couple of years now. Names we've called in the couple of Lanphier games we've done in the past. Saw them at the Tournament of Champions 2 years ago in 2019. 3 on the way off the mark from Holman, but corralled down low, and that's Ty Banks putting it back down.
Good effort there from Banks.
As much as we've talked about him early on, he's proving to be the difference maker for the Lions. They have their first lead of the contest. DJ Henry picked up by Jaquan Holman. And a feed down low to Henry. Henry turning around. Doesn't have anything there, knocked out of bounds, and the Lions will take over.
Not a whole lot of scoring here early. This game's been just back and forth. Some good defense.
This one has the feeling early on of a game that's going to come down to the wire. Having seen Lanphier yesterday, that's how their opening game of this tournament played. St. John Bosco excited to make the trip here. A lot of good energy on their social media accounts leading up to this one. Tweeted a picture of their arrival at O'Hare up in Chicago, then making the trip down to Washington. Estrada is fouled. He'll go to the line for our first free throws of the game. Estrada averaging 22.5 this season in 2 games. Estrada's first shot on the way and through.
Austin Robinson too at 6'6". We'll have to contain the bigger Christian Estrada at 6'8". No, he can be a handful on Bosco's side.
That'll be the matchup to watch in the low post all game long. It's a tough assignment for Robinson. He's held his own so far, although called for the foul a moment ago. Intercepted by Banks, but tapped around. Estrada comes down with it, and he's fouled. And I should amend what I said a moment ago. Called for the foul on Estrada. Not that time, but the most recent time was Tavante Jackson. And that was not a foul against Lanphier, pardon me, but a travel. So the Lions take over. Here's Banks. Banks to Robinson, and a quick timeout called by Blake Turner. So the Lions wanting to talk things over. We have not seen a lot of scoring thus far.
Sure, Blake Turner just wants to get everything set here with his offense. Doesn't like what he sees early on, wants to make some adjustments. Yeah, both ways. 4-4 early, about 4 minutes into this first quarter.
Blake Turner is as passionate a head coach as you'll find. You saw him in the huddle with words for his team, going over the game plan, getting everything squared away, making sure everybody's on the same page. Lions had an interesting morning, had a little bit of bus trouble on their way over here. Got to Washington a little bit later than scheduled. As a result, the opening tip of this game got pushed back a little bit. We're not overly behind schedule. Everyone did a great job of keeping things going. Lions resourceful, got the problems with the bus squared away, made alternative arrangements, and were able to arrive here. John, do you think that had any impact on the early stages of this game? You know, you never want to get out of your routine, and entering a big one against St. John Bosco, nationally regarded program from California, you know, you want everything to go perfectly. Do you think those bus troubles maybe impacted the Lions a little bit?
It could throw you off a little bit. Like you said, it does throw you out of your routine. And then showing up to a game just a little bit behind schedule definitely could take away some of that hype that you might have had built around it and try to get back and settled in.
Braves were looking down low to Elsie Harrington. Lions got in, played the passing lane. Lions took a lead early, 4-2. St. John Bosco battled back, and we're tied at 4 right now. Cam Kincaid will inbound for Lanphier. If the wild morning did impact the Lions at all, John, you've got to figure they've played well through it. It's a good first quarter to play right now, playing good defense, keeping the offense going as best they can. Haven't seen a lot of scoring today. Key for both teams is just going to be keep it close throughout and make plays down the stretch.
Yeah, it is. And we could see a low-scoring game in this. And again, both teams just trying to find that rhythm and groove right now.
Still feeling each other out. Elsie Harrington for St. John Bosco. He's picked up by Randy Rice Jr. and a slam from Estrada. Christian Estrada has been the guy for St. John Bosco in the early going. Has 4 of the Braves' 6 points. Ty Banks has all of Lanphier's points. Drives and charges. Ty Banks, John, trying to make a play there to tie us up. Just had a little too much on that one.
Yeah, a little too hard off the glass there, and then it's that charge against him.
So the Braves now will bring it up. Ian Cook, a senior fresh into the game, turns it over, and now Lanphier ties us up.
Good defense by Lanphier to get it back after the turnover.
It's Davion Brady, senior for the Lions, on the scoreboard for the first time today. Here's Cook crossing the court, looking for DJ Henry. Henry turns it over. Lions one-on-one and in. Good job finishing from Randy Rice Jr. with maybe a little contact. Good no call from our officials, but still a tough finish for Rice. Feed down low.
And plays like that is what you need against a team like St. John Bosco. 2 big turnovers for Lanphier to take the lead.
Lions strong defensively. Rebound, loose ball hauled in by Rice. Lions playing the passing lanes, forcing turnovers. Randy Rice Jr. drives, is blocked. Braves push it up. DJ Henry, kick to the corner. 3 on the way from Williams is off. And the Lions push it ahead. And out of bounds. Ian Cook, good defense. Pushing Jesse Bates out of bounds in the corner. And the Braves will reset the offense. Trigger man Cade Bonham. And Bonham inbounds to Elsie Harrington. Good one early on. 8-6 Lanphier. Both offenses starting to heat up. It's been a defensive-centric game. Williams 3 is off. Pardon me, not Williams, but no, that was Williams for St. John Bosco on the 3.
Just in and out on that one from Williams.
Under 50 seconds left. Lanphier kicks to the corner. Ball fake up top. Jashawn Richards sets the offense up. Now it's Robinson. Robinson looking behind him to Brady, turns it over. Williams home for St. John Bosco and a foul. Seconds left, first quarter. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com this morning. Does St. John Bosco, John, hold for the final shot, or do they push the pace?
I think they're going to hold here, try to get that lead.
Lanphier's going to have one more shot. Rebound corralled down low. Lions push it, off the glass. No, rebound hauled in by Suggs. Jamarion Suggs ties it up with TK Felix, and that jump ball arrow favors St. John Bosco with just over 7 seconds left.
So after electing not to hold for the last shot, looks like ultimately they will get the last shot back.
They'll have 7 seconds to put something together. They bring in Elsie Harrington back into the game. And it's inbounded to Harrington. Harrington stops just in front of the free throw line, knocks it in. Lanphier at the horn. They won't get that shot off. Jashawn Richards holds the ball, and that's how the first quarter will end. Tied up at 8. Got a battle of the defenses early on. Second game of the second day of the TOC. Off to a great start. And we'll take a quick break to remind you that tonight's coverage is brought to you by the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit for the TOC. Buy Off-Drink. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Off-Drink Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Off-Drink Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. We're more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community. Visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. And, of course, an incredibly worthy cause. In KB Strong, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma. Visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com for more information. Out of the break. Second quarter underway. Lanphier turns it over to start things out.
After a slow start in the first quarter, both teams trying to feel it out a little bit more.
First time we've called the name of Mateo Duran into the game for the Braves. Braves kick it to Cade Bonham, and Bonham puts them back ahead, 10-8. And Lanphier wants a quick 30-second timeout. Blake Turner not at all happy. Comes out onto the floor and passionately calls for this 30-second break. There you get a look at the Lanphier huddle, and Blake Turner, John, not happy. That's not all that quick a break. That was a pretty quick message for the Lions. What was he telling them?
Probably just trying to make a stop there on that end, get your offense back in rhythm. You don't want to give up that lead early on. But I think Lanphier knows what they have to do. I think Blake Turner sees that in his team, that they can hang with a top team like St. John Bosco, and he just wants them to correct that.
Out of the timeout, a quick turnover. Lanphier loses it along the baseline. DJ Henry will bring it up. If you're joining us from St. John Bosco, of course, no shot clock in the IHSA. Tournament of Champions following IHSA rules. Lanphier used to playing that way. Do you think that will have an impact in St. John Bosco's efforts this week?
I think it will. Kind of feed off that.
Christian Estrada at the charity stripe. First free throw rims out, and in for the Braves now, Brandon Blair, the starter, returns. Mateo Duran comes off the floor. Blair, number 21 in blue. As Estrada's second free throw connects. Estrada now nearing double digits on the morning. And a foul called there. Quick hand check on Elsie Harrington as Jaquan Holman brought it up along the sideline. So Tavante Jackson will trigger this possession. Down low. Off the glass, no dice from Cam Kincaid. Braves offense resetting. Driving in, stopping and turning around is Elsie Harrington.
Really nice turnaround jump shot there by Harrington, the freshman.
Harrington, the freshman, scored 20 points in the Braves' last time out. Another guy to watch has 4 points this morning. Lions nearly turn it over. Now they do, and out in transition is DJ Henry. Henry finishes and one. DJ Henry says hello.
What a take there from Henry. Gotta like, St. John Bosco's gotta like this momentum shift now. They're in control. Lanphier is gonna have to respond.
Out comes Elsie Harrington. Into the game, it's the return of Mateo Duran. And the free throw bounces around, decides not to go down for Henry, doesn't complete the and one. And the Lions reset the offense. Here's Tavante Jackson. Jackson stops from the free throw line and connects. It's a 5-point game again. Jackson's heating up. And the pass sails long out of the baseline. The Lions have played really good defense, as have the Braves, John. It really has been a defensive struggle, but the Lions have been at their best when that defense is creating opportunities in the passing lanes and forcing steals, everything that goes along with that.
Yeah, and that pressure that they just applied right there forced that turnover after a big bucket. So that's what Lanphier is going to want to continue to do, is score in transition and get those big stops on the defensive end.
In transition, the Braves shuffling around. Now everyone's back, and Estrada with contact. They'll rule that against St. John Bosco. Lions in the bonus, 6 fouls against the Lions. Just 1 foul against the Braves. So that would be the Braves in the bonus, pardon me. Lions still a ways off of the bonus. Here's Jackson. Gets the baseline. Count the basket, and one for Jackson. So a couple of and one opportunities now. A good take from Jackson, John. He had just a little bit of space kind of along the baseline, and he was able to make it happen.
Yeah, going up against the bigger Christian Estrada. Estrada tried to take the charge there, comes away with the blocking call. Almost completes a three-point play.
Second and one opportunity we've seen in the last couple of minutes that doesn't get finished. St. John Bosco left one at the free throw line a moment ago, out of bounds. It'll stay with St. John Bosco. SJB will inbound. Triggering things, DJ Henry. Henry dishes to Cook. Cook goes back to the corner, and Estrada. Now it goes back to Henry. Henry tries to create and does just that. DJ Henry coming on as of late.
Really nice basket there for Henry off the glass.
Jackson tries to respond, pardon me, John. Didn't mean to talk over you. Nearly dialed up a big three, did Jackson.
Lanphier's right there in striking distance as Bosco's regained this lead.
Estrada down low and finishes. As good a player, John, as Christian Estrada is, anyone will score down low if they get that open. An easy look for Estrada. He makes it happen.
Yeah, it's a little too open there on not what you want to allow. Hard fall there from Brandon Blair, but he's okay.
Blair came down a little awkward, absolutely. Legs moving every which way. Gets up, gets to the corner. Ian Cook creating down in that corner. Has an open pass to DJ Cook. Cook's three falls short. Cook can't clean it up.
And that's big there for Bosco. 4 offensive rebounds.
And now DJ Henry gets it back. Can't get it off the glass again. Ian Cook in on the rebound. He goes out of bounds.
And Springfield Lanphier coach Blake Turner can't be too happy about that, letting Bosco get on this end and just control the glass.
Jesse Bates in for Lanphier, as is Cam Kincaid, and we'll have a full timeout called now by Lanphier. I wouldn't think that Lanphier is very happy. We'll see if they can clean it up during this timeout. Take a quick word for our sponsors. The City of Washington, proud sponsor of the Tournament of Champions. City of Washington, a growing city, known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. Fast, easy, safe, and secure at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help you with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. Visit countryfinancial.com today. Titan Industries is a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com this morning. Joey Wright, John Camosa, and the entire Clutch Sports Media team in with you. John Michael, our producer, Larry Larson, our technical director, cameras, Charlie Schermerhorn and Francisco Alonso, Gavin Russell, our studio host, Country Financial Tournament Central, Josh Schwab and Jacob Steinberg helping out on our social media channels, Alex Calhoun, our production assistant this morning. Lanphier a chance down low for Ty Banks. John, just as we talked about a moment ago when Christian Estrada got open, if you leave Ty Banks that open, even though there were a couple of Braves around him, that's just open enough for Banks.
He's going to get you every time if you leave him down in the paint. Banks showed that a lot yesterday in that first game against Metamora. It's a player that can really take control when you give it to him.
Knocked around, Banks the board. Banks will bring it ahead. Lions trailing by 5. Crisp pass down low. Now it goes back to Banks. Banks centers it up for Tavante Jackson. His floater doesn't fall. Braves look to run it here. Pushing ahead is Harrington. Harrington, coast to coast. And the finish.
Nifty move there from Harrington. He's got a sweet kiss off the glass, or I should say sweet kiss off the rim.
The whole basket apparatus kind to Harrington there. Glass, metal, and all. As we cross past the 2-minute warning. Nice basket from Cam Kincaid. And the Lions going blow for blow with the Braves right now, back and forth.
After a slow first quarter, both teams picking it up here in the second.
3 on the way. Off the mark. That time from Blair. Blair took an awkward fall a couple of minutes ago. Good to see that he's still up and still active after that. A bit of a scary fall, frankly, but he was able to pop right back up. No worse for wear. Ian Cook inbounds. Gets it back. Here's DJ Henry. Henry picked up by Cam Kincaid. Henry to the corner now, and Blair goes back to Harrington. LZ Harrington double teamed. Feed to the free throw line, and Bonham turns around, doesn't have it, gets his own rebound, feeds down low to LZ Harrington, and Harrington puts the Braves back up by 7. Both offenses finding their strides now. Whistle and a foul called on the Lions, I believe, and that should set us up into the bonus. John, or was I wrong? Was that not a foul?
Sure, trying to get the call here.
I had glanced over. Well, it was a foul, but against the Braves. That would explain that. Their third foul. Not sure what I was looking at there. It's the third foul of the Braves this half. Bonus not a concern for Lanphier. Although if Lanphier fouls one more time, the Braves are in the bonus. And a splash from Tavante Jackson.
That was big. Lanphier needed that 3. They got their answer.
It draws to a 4-point game. Braves push the pace from the free throw line. Off the mark is Bonham. Lanphier could make it a 1-point game with a 3. Jackson looks to do just that. It's off the mark. And a big offensive rebound for the Lions. Deep 3 on the way and in. Count it for Jaquan Holman. It's a 1-point game.
Back-to-back 3s gets them right back in it. See if Bosco holds for the last shot here.
They have a chance at the final say. It's DJ Henry crossing over. Henry looks for Blair. Blair looks for Cook. Intercepted. Lions could take the lead and one. They'll do it. Cam Kincaid finishes at the rim.
Great take for. How about that sequence by Lanphier? 2 huge 3s. Steal at the end when Bosco is going to hold for the last shot. A chance to complete another 3-point play. That'd be 9 straight, Joey.
Cam Kincaid at the line to complete the and one. Lions will likely lead at the break. St. John Bosco can throw something up if they do it quick, and they would have had to go as quick as possible. 4/10 of a second left is the least amount of time, according to the rule book, you have to get a shot up. In any case, doesn't matter. Doesn't even matter that the and one didn't fall for Cam Kincaid, because the layup that brought him to the line gave Lanphier a lead, and that's how the first half ended. 24-23 Lions. This game's gone back and forth, John. It's had a little bit of everything. Started as a defensive struggle. Now the offenses are getting going, and this game's going to come down to the wire in the second half.
Yeah, it is. Bosco had that lead. Lanphier cut into it. We saw it, yeah, like you said, first quarter back and forth. A little bit of a slow start, and then both teams, Lanphier and St. John Bosco, picked up their pace there in the second quarter. Now we see both teams just going neck and neck. Really good way to close it out in an 8-0 run there for Springfield Lanphier to take the 24-23 halftime lead. But they're doing a good job of containing Christian Estrada inside. Cam Kincaid getting Ty Banks going too, but Lanphier's starting to find their groove, picking up where they left off from yesterday against Metamora.
Big win for the Lions yesterday against Metamora. In just a moment, we'll hear from Vashon head coach Tony Irons in Country Financial Tournament Central. But first, a word for our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city, known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. Buy Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things that Country Financial stands for. We're more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. And by KB Strong. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Down to Country Financial Tournament Central, where Gavin Russell has Vashon head coach Tony Irons with him. Gavin, take it away.
We're back here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm joined by another guest here. It is Tony Irons of St. Louis Vashon. They're going to be playing next after the second half of this game. But, you know, Coach Irons, we just want to hear a little bit more about your team, kind of learn what you guys are doing. What's kind of the outlook for your team this year?
I think we have a chance to be pretty good. We're talented, we're young, but kind of inexperienced at the same time. So just a good opportunity for us to come play in a great event against some good quality competition, just to give us a measuring stick of where we are at the moment.
Absolutely, and again, you guys have a lot of really good talent. Who are a few players you might shout out, we can watch for in the upcoming game?
So we have a number of juniors that are really, really good. We have Kennard Davis, who was a starter last year on our state championship team. Anthony Sanford, who played a lot for us last year. We have a new kid, Jaden Nicholson, who played at St Louis Christian Academy that closed. He's at our school this year. We have a number of freshmen that are going to probably see some time as well that are really good as well. So, I mean, we just have, a good young group, good mixture of guys, some experience, some inexperience, and just want to see how it works.
Yeah, and you were telling me before we got talking here that you've actually been part of this tournament before with a different school. So your guys have not seen this tournament, but you have. So what is kind of your remember about this, the high-level competitions, things you can say?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, my first year as a coach, it was at Imagine College Prep. We actually played against Yogi Ferrell in this tournament. Yeah, and one of my assistants, Kevin Baker, he actually was on that team that played against him. So he's played in the tournament as well. So, I mean, you just know that when you come down, you're going to play against high caliber, players, some really good teams with some tradition. And, it's just going to be a good competition that you don't normally get a chance to see around your area.
Absolutely. So, playing high-level teams, what do you kind of say to the guys? What's the game plan? What's kind of the mission coming into today?
Yeah, I mean, the mission, again, is just to see where we are, just to play, as hard as we can and just to kind of see, we know we're going to make mistakes, but just to see if we can kind of bounce back and can we handle adversity when it happens. And then, going and getting an opportunity to travel, with the pandemic and all those things kind of limiting us the last year. It's just great to be able to, get around the guys and get to see basketball.
Absolutely. Well, that's Coach Tony Irons from St. Louis Vashon. We appreciate your time taking a few minutes to talk with us. You can see them coming up right here on Clutch Sports Media. We got a second half of a really good matchup right now, so we're going to send it back in just a minute, but we want to remind you that you can follow us on multiple our social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. You can let us know who you want to see here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. Different players, coaches, whatever you got. Let us know in the comments. Let us know. We will try to make that happen. But we've got a full slate of basketball coming up here for you today. I'm going to take a look at my list here. Grab the little game notes. We've got a back to the other page here. We've had some good games so far here today. St. John Bosco and Lanphier are currently taking this one on. We appreciate your time, Coach. If you got to go, that's fine, too. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. But we got St. John Bosco and Lanphier taking it on right now. It's been a close battle so far. Joey Wright and John Camosa on the call for that one. St. John Bosco, we talked to their coach, Matt Dunn, on the last break here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. St. John Bosco coming off a 23-4 season and looking strong to start things out. Lanphier took a tough win yesterday against Metamora. So one of these teams already seen action, but both of them very talented, looking to get warmed up, and they've played a solid first half so far. But we look at our next game. We had St. Louis Vashon's head coach Tony Irons on with us just a moment ago. They're going to take on Joliet West. So a St. Louis matchup against a Joliet matchup. We look at a few players to watch for St. Louis Vashon. First of all, we look at Jaden Nicholson. He's one of their key players, a 6'5" junior here. You heard Tony Irons talk a little bit about him, and Kennard Davis as well, another play he talked about. Only 2 seniors on this Vashon roster, 8 juniors on the roster for the Wolverines. So they're a team with experience, but at the same time, maybe not quite the senior leadership of some of these other teams, but no doubt they don't lack any sort of talent as well. Take a look at Joliet West. They have also a very young roster. They're coming off a 13-2 season, so no doubt very talented. But one of their key players to watch most certainly is Jeremiah Fears. His older brother, a 5-star player coming out of high school, Jeremiah Fears Jr., just played at Joliet West, so a little family tradition. Jeremiah Fears, a name Joliet West fans are very familiar with. Couple other players to watch for Joliet West: Jaden Martin, a junior, Drew King, a sophomore, and there's many others we can look at as well. We've had some good games today already. You saw Jaden Schutt on with us earlier. Kankakee and Yorkville coming up with their second victory of the TOC, so they are 2-0. Kankakee drops their first game of the tournament. Hard-fought game Yorkville's been very impressive so far. They're definitely one of the best teams in Class 1A, and certainly showing that here in this year's TOC, led by Jaden Schutt. 27 points in his first game, nearly 30 points here in the second game here today. KJ Vassar has also been incredibly impressive. He had 27 points in their first game. So definitely a lot of great talent. We're having a lot of great basketball so far. You can continue to follow us all week long here on ClutchSportsIL.com. You can follow us, again, on our social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We've had some great photos. We've got great updates coming out. Jacob Steinberg, Josh Schwam on the grind for that. We've had some great pictures, some great highlights. So if you're not able to catch the full game, definitely go out and check our highlight clips. Make sure to like, subscribe, all those good things. But we're going to send it back up to the booth now. We've got the second half of a really good game. It is St. John Bosco and Lanphier, Joey Wright and John Camosa on the call. I'm Gavin Russell from the Country Financial Tournament Central.
All right, thanks for that, Gavin. And welcome high atop the bleachers at Torrey Gymnasium, Joey Wright, John Camosa, the entire Clutch Sports Media team that way, bringing you the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. John Michael, our director for this game. Larry Larson to his right, our technical director. Charlie Schermerhorn on our game camera today. The other camera manned by Francisco Alonso. You just heard from Gavin Russell, who has Alex Calhoun helping him out, and then Josh Schwam and Jacob Steinberg running our social media accounts this week. Glad to have them aboard. It's a team effort this week at the TOC. The entire Clutch Sports Media team doing a great job so far. Lanphier back out onto the floor. Now the St. John Bosco Braves are as well. Lanphier took the lead in the waning moments of the first half on an and one from Cam Kincaid. Kincaid did not finish the and one, but the 2 points were enough to lift the Lions back to the lead. John, it was a little bit of a comeback effort for the Lions. They trailed by as many as 7, but were able to fight back and tie this one up. It's going to be a good one down the stretch.
Yeah, went on that 8-0 run, and then how about that start in the third quarter there with forcing a quick turnover.
In transition are the Lions after the St. John Bosco miss. Looking for our first points of the half. Down low is Kincaid. Not quite. Cam Kincaid really turned it on for the Lions late in the first half and knocked out of bounds. Elsie Harrington looking for an open teammate. Couple Lions get in there, swarm them, and the inbound man, Cade Bonham. John, that was the kind of the story of the first half was defense, both from Lanphier and from St. John Bosco.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you saw it was stuck at 4-4 for the longest time. Both teams going back defensively. And we saw a lot of defense from Lanphier in the close of that second quarter as well, forcing those turnovers. We're seeing back and forth to start the third quarter right now.
In transition are the Braves. Off is Bonham. Loose ball, rebound Lions, and Kincaid pushes ahead, finds Ty Banks. Banks stops, doesn't have anything cooking from the block that time, and now the Braves get back. A lot of possessions in the first 90 seconds or so of this second half, and a foul called.
Looked a little bit late.
It's definitely a late call. It'll send Estrada to the line. The right call, I think, in my opinion, John, but anytime you have that delay there, you're going to open it up to some jeers, especially in this case from the Lanphier contingent. St. John Bosco won't mind the call, and Estrada won't mind his first free throw falling through.
He's been pretty good at the line tonight for St. John Bosco.
I will say, John, on the officiating, I'm about as pro-official as you can find. Don't like to criticize the officials in any case, and have had no reason to this week. That's not where I'm going with this. They do a great job. A lot of times in the high school ranks, especially the high school ranks, they'll catch a little undue criticism. It's a tough job. Just want to thank our officials this week. You know, it's a long week for them, a lot of basketball, a lot of effort on the senses with so much going on at this tournament. They've done a great job. Yesterday's games were officiated terrifically, as have the first 2 games today. This one included a jump ball call there. It's a tough job, but they've done a great job this week. The games are flowing well. They've made some great calls. They've not called too much. Calling the games about as well as you can.
Yeah, they're letting them play and calling fouls when they're there and necessary. But like you said, the flow of these games has been really good. We've seen good movement in last night's 4 games and tonight and this game right now, a quick-paced game as well. It's just exciting for the fans and us here in the booth.
It's been a lot of great basketball, a lot of fun to watch this week. This is just the 6th game of 35 that will take us through Saturday night. Lanphier will go to the free throw line, and Randy Rice Jr. will have a shot. Rice Jr. has 2 points to his name thus far. No fouls for Randy Rice. It's going to be a big part of the Lions' attack down the stretch. Ty Banks jogs over to the sideline for a quick word with Blake Turner. Blake Turner, John, is active as a coach as you can find. Some coaches, you know, every coach has a different style. Some just kind of hang out on the sidelines, call out things maybe a little more subtly, but not Blake Turner. We've seen him all over the floor tonight, or this morning, I should say, as Randy Rice Jr. goes all over the place for that basket.
Really nice bucket in transition there from Rice Jr. as Lanphier holds on to that 2-point lead.
Nice find there for the Braves. Christian Estrada on the assist. Nice finish from Cade Bonham, the freshman.
Estrada has really good court vision too. Key player down low in the paint, but also can find his teammates with a nice assist.
Estrada, a do-it-all kind of guy for St. John Bosco. Loose ball down low, and making the right adjustment is Cam Kincaid, putting it through. Lanphier back to the point, 29-27.
Cam Kincaid was a big piece in last night's win over Metamora, showing the same signs today, helping spark the Lions against this power from California, St. John Bosco.
Just 6 points for Kincaid, but those 6 points have been loud. Had a couple of big plays right before the halftime break. More in the second half, but St. John Bosco, a nice response. It's Bonham. Talk about a freshman making a big impact. That's number 5 in blue. He has 6 points as well, but he's been all over a lot of plays. And a foul called on the shot. Did not see, John, from my vantage point, if that was a 2 or a 3, if his foot was maybe on the line, behind it, or in front of it.
Looks like it's going to be 3. The official signals.
And Brady will have 3 free throws. Davion Brady, the senior. Brady's first free throw rattles off. Brady, a senior, has played decent minutes this week. Second of 3 free throws is in. Puts Lanphier back ahead. 2 subs for St. John Bosco. TK Felix returns. Ian Cook returns. 16 players on the roster for St. John Bosco. 14 for Lanphier. Both teams have run into the bench. They've played some deep rotation guys so far today. Speaking of which, it's Jesse Bates coming back in for Lanphier. John, how has this game evolved as we reach our mask timeout? First dead ball under 4 minutes, taking the place of a mask timeout, 30-second timeout to let players reset the masks, grab some water. But how has this game evolved? Because when we started things out, it was a defensive battle, 4-4 for the longest time in the first quarter. And then we saw the scoring kind of open up, and now it seems like both offenses are in a bit of a better rhythm.
Yeah, I think the pace of the game's changed. You know, they're kind of feeling it out in that first quarter. Like you said, that bus trip being delayed a little bit might have threw Springfield Lanphier out of their momentum. I think once they settled in and got everything flowing, same with St. John Bosco, just, you know, making the trip here to Washington, Illinois, playing in this tournament, getting settled in. Once these two teams got comfortable, I think that the pace of the game changed. Now we see it's back and forth, and I mean, they both look dialed in now. And we've seen some really good defense on both ends, and a couple tough rolls for Bosco and Lanphier that aren't going. So, you know, this game could ultimately come down to the wire.
It's going to be a good one. Lanphier played right down to the wire yesterday against Metamora, 1-0 on the season, a big win that started the tournament. St. John Bosco, if you're just joining us, 2-0 on the season. They've played 2 games outside of the tournament of champions, winning both rather easily. 74-49 win over Hesperia and a 75-40 win over Jordan. Averaging 74.5 points through 2 games. This game has played differently, John. We'd have to see things really change, or a couple of overtime periods, I think, if we're going to get to 74. But what do you think the magic number is? As we're essentially tied. Still not quite tied, but call it essentially tied for our purposes. What do you think the magic number is today to win this thing?
Say 54.
I like that. I think I'm gonna go with that too. I won't dissent.
Because I think the pace of this third quarter, the way it finished it out, I don't see either team scoring any more than 10 here in the last 3 minutes. I think the fourth quarter could prove to be the same way. Say we end in the 50s.
It's a good call. 3 on the way from Lanphier. They might try to add a couple more points to that. Tavante Jackson, a big 3. 3 minutes, 1 second. A little whistle here as the ball got away from the official before he could hand it to Christian Lizagara. Lizagara drives, contact, and a charge.
I think as he kind of corralled that ball, he was running at full speed. Tough to stop yourself when the defender's set right in front of you. Really had no choice there.
Gives Lanphier a chance after a big 3 from Tavante Jackson. Jackson, a junior, fills the role of a point guard for the Lions. Down low, it's Banks. Banks goes to work, turns around, doesn't have enough. Soaring in for the rebound is Kincaid, but he stepped out of bounds.
Almost had that one, but what an effort by Cam Kincaid.
Into the game comes Dale Williams. Williams on the inbound. It's DJ Henry. Henry to Christian Estrada. Feed back down low to Williams. But a foul called away from the ball, and Henry will inbound. Sub coming in for Lanphier is Jaquan Holman. Out comes Jesse Bates. There's the St. John Bosco bench. Braves led by head coach Matt Dunn. Christian Estrada, a timely answer back to a 2-point game, and Estrada up to 11 points, the first Brave to reach double digits.
And this shaping up to be another close game for Lanphier. They were tested yesterday against Metamora, closed that one out late, so they've had that early exposure to what it's like to win a game in late situations. See if they can try to hold on for this one, and Bosco will want to keep their perfect season intact.
Would have been a statement 3 had that gone in from Jaquan Holman. Kincaid draws contact, he'll go to the line. And John, the atmosphere here yesterday when Lanphier took down Metamora was a little bit different. It was the first game of the tournament. Metamora, a local favorite, just a couple miles outside of Washington. So Metamora had a pretty good crowd here. There were some people here ready to watch the Washington Panthers who decided to get to the gym a little early and watch the first 2 games. So you had those fans in here. I mean, it was pretty well filled. by the time the tournament started yesterday at 4:30 for Lanphier Metamora. And there was just a nice buzz to the gym. So Lanphier has the experience of not only picking up the win against a good team, but also playing in an energetic gym. Not saying there's no energy in here, but it is a bit of a different vibe for the second game of day 2. Meanwhile, St. John Bosco has won both of their games thus far this season convincingly, as Cam Kincaid completes the and one. But both these teams, what I'm getting after, that they've won, they've had success this season, the short season so far, but they've done it in kind of different contests, different styles of getting the job done.
Yeah, ultimately, St. John Bosco, 2 big wins. Coming out here today, this is the first game that they've really been tested in those 3 games. So, Lanphier already having that experience under their belt last night. Chance to take it out here today and try to inch out another one. But right now, Lions looking good with that 38-32 lead.
For just joining us, Lanphier trailed in the first half before going on a little run to end the half. Took a 24-23 lead going into the locker room. They have gone back and forth with the Braves since, but now ahead by 6. 90 seconds left, third quarter. St. John Bosco looking for a response down low. Unable to finish is Bonham, and a rebound to Lanphier. Richards pushes it ahead. Richards the give to Jackson. And Jackson traveled, was trying to get around TK Felix. Great defense from Felix to force Jackson to travel. So St. John Bosco trying to cut off the perimeter.
Yeah, kind of a tough break there for Bosco. Right under the basket, missed shot, which would have cut it to 4. But you got to respond and get it back after that.
Pardon me, John. Thought I saw one official signal travel. They do whistle that as a foul away from the ball. Spinning is Kincaid, and he lost it out of bounds, so now St. John Bosco will take over and inbound. Christian Lizagara will inbound. Contesting the inbound pass is Kincaid. Too much time on the clock, John, for St. John Bosco to hold for the final shot. What do you think the recipe is here? Well, it looked like it was Christian Estrada, pardon me.
See if Lanphier holds for the last shot. Ahead 4, 30 seconds. This is who you want to have the ball right now is Ty Banks.
Instead, they push the pace. Banks off the mark. I like what you were thinking there. Definitely some logic to holding the ball and not letting St. John Bosco get one more look, but the Braves will have the chance now. Does SJB hold for the final shot here, John, or do they push it, try to look for a better shot maybe a little sooner?
We haven't really seen either team really hold for the last shot in these couple of these quarters, so wouldn't be surprised if Bosco tries to get one up here.
It's in the hands of LZ Harrington. 10 seconds left. Harrington forced to bring it back out. Harrington looks for Felix. Down low off the hands of Bonham. It's in the hands of Estrada now. Estrada the give to Felix. Floater at the horn does not fall. And that's how the third quarter will end. 38-34. Favoring Lanphier, the Lions look good out of the gates. They outscore the Braves by 3 in the third quarter and enter the fourth with a 4-point lead. How about a word for today's sponsors? Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIsle.com, brought to you by the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit for the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. CountryFinancial.com. Titan Industries is a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC, and by the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation leads efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Back to the action, fourth quarter underway. Lanphier starting things out with a basket from Cam Kincaid. Who else? Cam Kincaid with 12 points, John, might be the most important player on the floor right now for Lanphier.
Yeah, he's really took control for Lanphier right now, showing that he's a key player out here for the Lions. So ultimately, it's helped spark them to take this lead. See if Bosco can try to get back into this one in the fourth.
St. John Bosco looking to strike for the first time in the fourth quarter. Trailing by 6, goes to Estrada. Estrada with contact, doesn't get it to fall, but will shoot 2 free throws. Estrada, the man in the middle for St. John Bosco, guy we identified as the Braves' key player at the start of the game, has 11 points, 13 points. Now 14 points for Estrada. And he can do a lot in the low post. Lanphier defensively has done a good job of limiting him, but he's still come across and been big in the low post, not only from a scoring standpoint, from a rebounding standpoint too.
Yeah, he certainly has. Kind of been their do-it-all guy. Joey setting up for a really good fourth quarter. 5 points separate Springfield, Lanphier, and Bosco. A game that really has been close all the way through.
It's been a good one. To the stripe goes to Vontae Jackson. It has been a really good one throughout. If you're just coming in here in the second half, you missed a good first half. Both teams really dug in defensively in the first quarter. Kind of went back and forth. St. John Bosco pulled ahead for a little bit in the second quarter. Lanphier fought back, took a 1-point lead going into the halftime break, and since then, they've gone pretty much back and forth. Lanphier has built a little lead. St. John Bosco, a couple of missed opportunities like that down low. Lanphier, a free throw from Holman, no dice.
Estrada, nice strong rebound there.
Braves with a score down low, a timely response from Christian Lizaraga, pardon me. Rebound DJ Henry. Henry, nice find, nice pass. Look at this, spinning down low and stepping out of bounds was TK Felix. Felix hauled in a nice pass from Lizaraga. Just couldn't keep up with it. You can tell, John, the Braves trying to move it in transition a little more, trying to get out in front of the Lions. It's working to mixed results.
All right, see if the Lions can break that press right there. Ty Banks getting inside.
Down low, no. Second chance, yes. Count it for Ty Banks. As much as we've focused on Cam Kincaid lately, Banks now with 8 points, a chance for 9, is a guy you can't take your eyes off when you talk about these Lanphier Lions.
Yeah, he's definitely their key guy, a player that's going to play a huge role this season. Ty Banks, the 6'4" senior, been an instrumental piece for the Springfield Lanphier throughout the years.
Here's Estrada, top of the key. Driving on Banks, loses it, gets it back, knocked out of bounds. Lanphier says they have it. Officials say otherwise. It'll stay with St. John Bosco down low. John, this is one of the more pivotal half-court sets we'll see. Quick three from Estrada, a little bit short.
First three we've seen from Estrada as well tonight.
Didn't have it there, got close, but that won't count. Three on the way from Lanphier, and that will count for Randy Rice Jr.
That was big. It's exactly what Springfield Lanphier needed.
It's a big swing there. Lions ahead by 9. Felix gets blocked, and now the Lions force the turnover. Going the other way, here's Banks. Banks kicks back, finds Holman. Holman stops, pops, short, rebound Estrada. Braves have numbers back. Let's see what they do. Nice move from Henry, and he's fouled. DJ Henry will go to the line for 2 big free throws. And John, I don't think that's an understatement, because you got the feeling now Lanphier's got a 9-point lead, some momentum. If Henry can't convert at the line, this one could start to get out of reach. First free throw off the mark from Henry.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to give him any more footing. If you're Bosco, Lanphier likes the position they're in right now. You got to feel like you're in cruise control if you can just get some defensive stops. Their offense really clicking right now. And those big added threes help.
Henry at the charity stripe, rims out of bounds. Last touched by the Braves, so the Lions take over along the baseline.
Joey, you said it best. I mean, little free throws like that, you need any points you can get in the closing minutes. And that's only playing to the advantage of Lanphier to regain the lead.
And now the pressure goes back to the St. John Bosco defense. Needing a stop. Banks looks for the baseline. Contact, no call, but he finishes anyways. Ty Banks, and it's a double-digit lead for the Lions.
Now you got to be in desperation mode if you're Bosco.
Looking for a quick three, no. They'll go down low instead, and a feed to Ian Cook. Cook gets blocked. Banks the rebound, or Blair the rebound, pardon me.
Lanphier not giving him anything inside defensively.
Lions interior defense may well win them their second game of the season. Foul on the other end is a block. And 2 free throws coming up for the Lions. Devontae Jackson will take them. Defensively, the Lions have not wavered. St. John Bosco has had a couple of opportunities down low that I think they'd like to have back. But still, the Lions have been home. They've gotten rebounds. They've done everything they've needed to do defensively.
Yeah, that was key last night against Metamora. That offensive rebounds are doing a great job of it tonight, getting defensive rebounds as well, and then that interior defense inside, especially in this fourth quarter, has really been pivotal.
Free throw from Jackson is in. I will say this, though, John. St. John Bosco has done a great job of creating transition opportunities. They haven't been able to capitalize on them necessarily, but that's something that they've got to look at when they look back at this one as Estrada converts from point-blank range.
Get the big guy inside. You know that if they're going to want to come back in this one, keep feeding him inside. Down 10.
Game's not over. Still plenty of time left. And we mentioned earlier, no shot clock in IHSA basketball, but this is one of those games, kind of like what we saw last night, Yorkville Christian in Washington, where you've got 2 offenses that like to push the pace. I've got the feeling that if Lanphier tried to take much off the top here and maybe slow the offense down, that might hurt them. They would lose a little efficiency. So that bodes well for the Braves if they can force a quick turnover, pop a quick 3, even just keep going down low. They've got a chance at this if they execute.
Yeah, when we've seen some games yesterday where Metamora had the lead back and forth. Lanphier took the lead late, held on to it, got some stops, got some rebounds. So these games can turn at any point. You know, Bosco gets a couple buckets here and there, gets a couple stops. Next thing you know, you're right back in this. Lanphier probably out of this timeout. Blake Turner telling his team we need to maintain this lead, keep our foot on the gas. They want to go out of here tonight 2-0, Joey, and I think Bosco wants to look at it, lay it all on the line here tonight and maintain a 3-0 record.
Quick programming note, Country Financial Tournament Central. In between this game and our next contest, it'll be our Colton Kaler with Metamora head coach Danny Greaves. St. John Bosco and Metamora scheduled to play later tonight. They will play later tonight, about 5:30. So you'll hear from Metamora head coach Danny Greaves in between games with Colton Kaler and Country Financial Tournament Central. Devontae Jackson for Lanphier. Now it's Cam Kincaid. Randy Rice Jr. Great look there from our balcony camera. You get to see the play develop in a little bit of a different way. Here's Jackson. And a pull-up three, not a three, that was a two. No good, didn't fall.
Tough shot there from Banks.
Now it's Harrington. Harrington loses it, loose ball. Or, pardon me, that was Henry who gave chase to it. And a foul call that'll go against St. John Bosco. Love that balcony camera. You really got to see that play develop from behind it. It gives you a little bit of a different look. Francisco Alonso on that camera for this game. Jonathan Michael heading back over to that camera for our next contest. Jonathan Michael, our director right now. Larry Larson alongside our technical director. Charlie Schermerhorn on our game camera. Tournament Central host Gavin Russell. Alex Calhoun helping him along. John Michael and Josh Schwam. Jacob Steinberg and Josh Schwam on our social media accounts. Colton Kaler running around as well. I think that's everyone, right? You and me up here in the booth.
Yeah, I think it is.
Three on the way and in. Brandon Blair keeping hope alive for St. John Bosco. It's a 7-point game just like that. Team effort for us, team effort for them.
Braves needed that one.
Ty Banks, no, gets his own rebound. Doesn't get the friendly roll, loose ball and a foul. Should go against Estrada. TK Felix, or pardon me, Deshaun Richards, 4 in gray, will go to the line in the double bonus. Second foul on Estrada. Go back to a point, John, I made a moment ago, though. It seems to me like St. John Bosco has done a good job of creating transition opportunities. Got to imagine perhaps the conversation in that last huddle had something to do with finishing at the rim, because with how good both these teams have played defensively, the Braves not all that far away, I don't think, from a couple of timely steals that could overcome what is now an 8-point deficit.
Yeah, and you're not out of it at all. All it takes is a couple big stops, getting some baskets. That's the main thing, is score on the other end. They've had a lot of opportunities tonight, like you said, missed some chances. They're getting in transition, but just missing some shots. Got to capitalize here in the last 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Starts with this possession that starts with DJ Henry. Here's a feed to Bonham, and he finishes at the glass, and a timeout called by Lanphier. It's a 6-point game. A lot of basketball left in this one, 2:44 on the clock. And the Braves, with perhaps one last stand, it is only, they're essentially back in this, John. We can't act like they've got much to overcome. Still 6 points. You got to make some baskets to hop back to the point, but I don't think you can look at 6 points with 2:45 left as some big insurmountable thing. This one's up for grabs.
Yeah, they're right back in this game. And we've seen Lanphier miss a couple free throws down the stretch. Bosco takes advantage of that, but they're doing a good job of converting on the other end. And Joey, yeah, a lot of time in this game. Could go either way. 54 was the magic number. We're close.
Lions needing 4 points to get there. They might wind up exactly at that mark. We'll see how it plays out. Big possession here for Lanphier. Jaquan Holman starts it out. Now it's Cam Kincaid. Kincaid's been the player for the Lions thus far. Devontae Jackson, ball in hand. Jackson moving, guarded by Brandon Blair. Now to the top of the key, and Kincaid. Kincaid looking for Banks, a turnover. Here go the Braves. DJ Henry starts it out. Down to the corner, back down low, and a layup for Cade Bonham.
And how good has Cade Bonham been? Back-to-back baskets for the freshman.
The 6'7" freshman making an impact here. It's a 4-point game. Tavante Jackson. Guarded by Estrada. Estrada, as you can see, gives him a couple feet of separation. Jackson in no hurry to trigger this. And here's Estrada, or pardon me, Jackson down low with contact. A charge. And you saw it there. Jackson saw a lane.
And that really shifts some momentum there now. Bosco gets it back. Thought he was thinking he was getting a blocking call and an and one, but just like that, Bosco right there.
It's a big charge to take. You saw a great look at it there. Jackson thought he had a lane. Braves defense closed it up, and they have a chance to make it a 1-point game with a 3 out of bounds. A foul. As it was moving out of bounds, that foul called on Estrada. Ty Banks should be the shooter. Kind of a desperation foul there.
Yeah, kind of lost it through his legs, got away with the, tried to get a little push there.
And that sends Banks to the stripe. 2 big free throws here for the Lions. First one off the mark. Banks can't convert. Second game of the second day of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. A good one. Second free throw rims out. Banks couldn't hit either.
Chance for Bosco to take advantage of that.
Again, could make it a 1-point game with a 3. They'll go down low to Estrada. Lost it between his legs. Out of bounds. Last touched by Estrada.
Back-to-back plays where Estrada has lost the ball through his legs there. I don't know if it's just unable to corral or the pass, but 2 costly turnovers there for St. John Bosco.
Well, and to Estrada's credit there, John, that pass did look a little bit low. A pass that St. John Bosco probably wishes they could have back. Lanphier getting out and running. Here's Banks. Banks to the corner, and Lanphier will bring it back out. Randy Rice Jr. passes up the 3. It's Kincaid now looking baseline, and Banks off the glass. Banks it in. 52-46. Getting to desperation time perhaps for St. John Bosco. Down low to Estrada. Estrada goes to work, kicks it out. Open 3 for Blair. Off the back iron, but an offensive rebound. DJ Henry, and Henry's fouled.
Good effort there for St. John Bosco, getting that rebound. Chance to go to the line. Blair almost had that 3.
It was as close as you can come. Nearly used the back iron as a bank of some sort. Still in the 1-and-1 bonus is St. John Bosco. Next foul for Lanphier puts him in the double bonus. And now, effectively, St. John Bosco in the double bonus. From here on out, as Henry will get a second free throw.
Now, Joey, if you're Bosco, or I should say, yeah, do you foul right away or you try to go for a steal? See what they do here, try to get a trap.
I think you've got to go for a quick turnover. Looks like Lanphier is going to break the press and get out into the offensive end, and a foul now called. That'll send Randy Rice to the line. Both teams in the double bonus from here on out. 2 free throws from Randy Rice would put the Lions right at 54. An important number for John Camosa. But effectively, I think 2 free throws here would go a long way for Lanphier. First one for Rice is in.
Big time free throw there for Lanphier. Make sure they can convert. Bosco will have to push it here if he makes or misses. Not a lot of time left.
Randy Rice Jr., a senior in a big spot in the Lions' second game of the season. Gets that one to fall. St. John Bosco's got to pull something here. DJ Henry. Henry looking, finding Elsie Harrington. Harrington reverses, gets it to go, and a quick timeout called by Matt Dunn. A full timeout. and a 4-point game. John, what do you think of that call to go inside for 2?
It was a good call. I like that. Get the quick basket, a chance to foul here and send Lanphier back to the line, hoping for a miss if you're Bosco. But ultimately, I like getting that basket quick. You know, you don't force up a 3 and take a bad shot. He had the lane. Now we're looking at a 4-point game. 15 seconds. You could still put on your full court press, try to get a trap, quick steal, lead to a basket.
Right there with you. I think that call to go for 2 sets them up with some options. So you're saying you've got to go for the quick steal here, right? You don't go straight to fouling?
I mean, I would try to go for a quick trap. Just get him in the corner if you can. If he breaks it, foul quick. I think you're still good with around 10 seconds, but still give you time for a 3 on the other end, but maybe we'll see what they elect to do.
Important to note, the clock does not stop after a made basket. St. John Bosco has 2 timeouts left, and the Lions have 3 timeouts left. So you see 15.7 on the clock, but down more than 1 possession. Functionally, the Braves have a little bit less time, and they will go for the quick foul, and that'll send Jaquan Holman to the stripe. So a big spot for the freshman Holman, the lone freshman on the Lions varsity roster, will shoot 2 free throws.
This is a big spot for him, chance to ice the game.
Not only is he the lone freshman on the roster, he was a starter for Lanphier this morning. And a good chance to prove why you belong for Holman. Holman today has 3 points, but he's played a clean game, only a foul. He's played good defense. He's been in on a lot of plays. There's Blake Turner, Lions head coach. Lions in control late, as talented a team as they've had in recent memory. And they've had a lot of good teams lately. And the first free throw in from Holman. Even with a make here, still a 2-score game. Holman's second free throw off the mark. St. John Bosco's got to run something quick. To Harrington. Harrington for 3. Short, loose, rebound, Henry. Henry puts it up. No, still loose. 2 seconds, 1 second, and that's how the ball game ends. 55-50. Lanphier takes down St. John Bosco, and a good one.
Really impressive win for Lanphier. Metamora under their belt. Now St. John Bosco out of California. Lions look good.
Lions 2-0 on the season. 2 good wins against 2 good teams. St. John Bosco will look to bounce back later today against Metamora. In just a moment, we'll hear from Metamora head coach Danny Greaves. St. John Bosco, John, they've made the trip all the way from Bellflower, California, and they proved why, even though that one didn't go their way. A fun team to watch. They've got all sorts of talent. They play a fun brand of basketball. I like teams that can dig in defensively and make plays on that end of the ball. They did just that. They're going to be a fun team to watch as they move through.
Yeah, it'll be enjoyable. And that was a really good game. Add that one to the list of great games we've seen the last 2 days. Back and forth, really exciting. And Cam Kincaid, Ty Banks, Holden with the big free throws at the end. That was huge. Lanphier pulling away for that win.
On tap, it is Vashon out of the St. Louis area and Joliet West. Quick word for our sponsors before we send it to Country Financial Tournament Central. Starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. Oftering, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Oftering Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. Fast, easy, safe, and secure. OfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most. and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, countryfinancial.com is the place to be. Titan Industries is a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Glad to have Titan Industries on board this week. And by Kevin Brown, or rather the KB Strong Foundation, and named to honor Kevin Brown, late Washington Panthers head boys basketball coach. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Now down to Country Financial Tournament Central, where Colton Kaler is going to catch up with Metamora head coach Danny Greaves. Colton, take it away.
Welcome into the Country Financial Tournament Central. Colton Kaler here alongside head coach of the Metamora Redbirds, Danny Greaves. Coach, you just watched the team you played last night and the team that you play tonight, St. John Bosco. We'll start with your game last night. A tough first loss to start the year, but a good first test for your guys. What did you think of your overall thoughts on the game last night?
Well, when we came into this tournament, we wanted that kind of play. We wanted that kind of atmosphere, and obviously that's what we got. Going into that game, I told our guys, I said, look, we're going to have to do a couple different things correct. I think we can score the ball at times, but we're going to have to defend and we're going to have to rebound. And between those two things and not having enough toughness right to the end, we just came out a little bit short. But I thought for about 3.5 quarters, our kids played pretty solid.
A very physical game last night. Obviously, Zach Schroeder went down with a little bit of a cut, came back in the second half, and he went down late at the end of the game. Any update on him?
Well, he rolled that ankle that last play. He got, if he was stitched up, he got glued up. He probably got about 6 stitches in his head. Tough kid, played his heart out. But I think he'll be fine today.
And looking at the team that you play tonight, St. John Bosco, they just lost to Lanphier in a very physical game again. What was one thing that stood out from the Braves in that game?
Well, I'll tell you what. They're both really good teams. And it's hard to get a feel for another team that plays Lanphier because they disrupt so much. It's more like a street game. We talked previously and said, they didn't get into their offense, didn't have much offense. It's hard to get in your offense when it's more of a blacktop game than a hardwood game.
Now, in your tenure at Metamora, this is the first time you're at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions. Previously, we've been up in Ottawa. What's your thoughts on, your first year here through the first day?
Well, it's great. Although I looked in the program, and this is our first year, and it showed that we were there here last year, and we were 0-1. So tough place to play when you're already 0-1 to start with. But hey, there's a reason why we wanted to come over here. We upgraded our schedule. When I first got there 11 years ago, we needed to go over to Ottawa. That fit really well for us. Kind of like we went down to Western at Christmas. I think we outgrew both of those tournaments. I think it deservedly so. We needed to come to a tournament like this where it's going to be a great competition every game.
Now, since your time here at Metamora, you got to know and be really close with Coach Brown. What does he mean to you, and what is it, to live in his memory a little bit here for this tournament?
Well, coaching is a tough lifestyle to begin with. And to do it like he does it or I do it or people that are in it for the kids and go 365 days a year, he's one of those grinders, and he taught so many different life lessons learned, not just basketball. And, his legacy is going to be, the kind of leader and a kind of person that, made everybody better. When you ask him how his team was going to be, he could tell you, well, I'll look in 5 and 10 and 30 years down the road and see what they're made of. So, he was building more than just basketball. He's so much bigger than just a basketball coach.
Now, it's a short drive for Metamora fans over here across the blacktop to Washington.
Although last night it was a very long drive home.
It was a very long drive home, but for those that don't know anything about a Danny Greaves team or Metamora team, what's your message to those that should come over here and see about your team?
Well, we try to just be fundamentally sound and play really hard. If you walk in the gym, you don't know if we're up 50, down 50, or tied. There's really only one way to play it. And last night we did that for a long time, but we got away from the things that we do best. We have a couple of really good players. We got a marquee player, but our strength is, kind of like when you talk about the strength of the pack is in the wolf and the strength of the wolf is in the pack, that's us. And last night, we didn't stick together enough right there at the end. I think we played a little bit too individualistic. I don't think that we moved the ball around. We said, okay, let's go to an offense where we're looking to make 5 or 6 passes. We were 1 pass and a shot. But it was the first game. I don't like first games because anything can and will happen. And you try to revert back to your training, and we did at times. But same thing happened last year as we started our season and kind of stubbed our toe that first game. But now, being in a tournament like this, you can play your next 3 games and play some really good basketball and not win one. And so that's why we're here, trying to get good competition and get better every day.
Now let's look about the face of the Redbirds. Ethan Kaiser is arguably one of the top promoted faces in this tournament. What does it have, what's it like having a player like him in this program and kind of in a way to lead this team?
Well, I've had a lot of great players in my time, D1 guys, and he's definitely a D1 guy. He's a guy that has got to bring a lot to the table for us. He's got to handle the ball. He's an excellent passer. He's a guy that can really shoot it. And, there's so many different things he does for us. But the main thing we got to have out of him is defend and rebound. And, he had 9 boards last night. Didn't shoot great. He was, I think, 3 for 6 from the field. But we got to give him more looks.
You have strength in numbers. And I've said that, you have a lot of guys that you can bring off the bench. And is that tough for a coach, or is that a good problem to have?
Well, it's not. It's pretty cut and dried. First couple off the bench, guard, wing. And then we got about 4 bigs that, all depends on what we need for that time. We got a guy that's really good inside but not as fleet of foot. We got guys that are more aggressive that, might be behind a little bit on their offense. So it all depends on what we need. But when you talk about how deep can you go, I'm really solid with our first 7, 8 kids. And then depending on what we need on any given night, we can go 12 deep.
Metamora takes on St. John Bosco from California tonight at 5:30. Coach, thanks for your time and good luck tonight.
Thank you all very much.
We'll send it right back to the studio we're going to stay here. Coach, we'll let you go. And I think we're going to bring Gavin in here to join me in the studio.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Thanks, Coach.
Yes.
We're sticking right here in the Country Financial Tournament Central studio here. Gavin comes in and joins me. Gavin, you just heard from Coach Greaves right there. Talked a lot about the Metamora Redbirds program. What was your thoughts yesterday on the Metamora program?
Well, they're a tough team. They played another really tough team, and that's what this tournament is all about. There are a lot of physical teams, a lot of teams looking to come out and set the tone early this season and dominate. So really, I think Metamora has that standard. They are a team that plays one way, like you mentioned. They play hard pace. Coach Greaves just mentioned that as well. I expect them to come out and do it again, just make some of those adjustments because they just fell short. So I think if they make some of those adjustments tonight, they have a good shot at winning.
Now, you talked with the St. John Bosco coach before the game, and he mentioned the travel issues that they had getting in late last night. You could almost see a little bit maybe of that jet lag and that fatigue getting here in that first game. They've got another chance tonight at 5:30 against Metamora. What were your thoughts initially on that first game from St. John Bosco?
Well, St. John Bosco had a really tough draw. As you mentioned, the travel from Bellflower, California, that is by no means easy. To come in and play probably one of the more physical teams, Lanphier out of Springfield, that is not an easy first draw for St. John Bosco, but you would expect them probably to maybe turn it around a little bit, definitely maybe try to make some improvements of their own, and obviously having just played today, their legs will start to get under them a little bit, so I think they'll play out a more competitive game here against Metamora, but once again, for them, not an easy draw.
Lanphier, 2 big wins to start their season, last night over Metamora and this morning over St. John Bosco. St. John Bosco, again, gets another chance this afternoon tonight against Metamora. And the Redbirds get a chance to get their first win. I think it's going to be a really tight and really good contested game between these two teams.
Absolutely. I would look for Ethan Kaiser. He's obviously one of their featured players probably. Everybody's talking about Metamora. You think Ethan Kaiser, there's a lot of really good players, but he didn't necessarily have his best game in starting things out. So really, I think it's going to be a good game, and definitely we've got a lot of good basketball left today.
Well, we're through 2 games here at the at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Just had St. John Bosco and Springfield Lanphier. And it's about time for our third game of the day. We're going to send it back up to the studio.
And thanks for that, Colton and Gavin. Larry Larson up here in the booth with you, soon to be joined by John Camosa. I think he's wrapping up his meal in the hospitality room. It's hard to lay off that sometimes. As they mentioned, we got Joliet West and Vashon coming up. Little I-55 battle, if you will. Vashon out of St. Louis, Joliet West just south of the Chicago suburbs. Joliet West out of the Southwest Prairie Conference, led by head coach Jeremy Krieger. And Vashon led by head coach Tony Irons, who we chatted with earlier today on the show. And Vashon coming off a state title, their 15th in school history. They won it this past April. Returning a handful of players from that squad, also lost a lot of players from that squad. So this could be a measuring stick game for the Wolverines against a pretty solid Joliet West team, which is led by a young core. And the name that jumps off the page for West is Jeremiah Fears, a 5'10 freshman guard. If you recognize that Fears name, it's for good reason. Jeremiah, the younger brother of five-star recruit Jeremy Fears, who's currently at La Lumiere in Indiana. Spent his first season at Joliet West, transferred because of COVID, so he's not with Joliet West this year. Believe he's coming back to the Tigers next year, but in the meantime, West led by Jeremiah Fears, as well as a handful of returners from last year. Jaden Martin, a 6'1 junior, as well as Skylar Crudup, a 6'1 senior, another guy that is going to be an impact player. Getting our starting lineup introduction. Trey Williams, a 5'11 freshman. Jaden Nicholson in the starting lineup as well, 6'5 junior. John Camosa pops into the booth. John, how was lunch?
Got held up behind a line there. So.
That'll happen. Nicholas Randall, a 6'7 freshman in the lineup. Kennard Davis Jr. as well. John, you look at this Vashon roster, and the number one word that comes to mind for me is huge. The starting lineup, 5'11 freshman Trey Williams, 6'5 junior Jaden Nicholson, 6'7 freshman Nicholas Randall, and 6'6 junior Kennard Davis Jr. Just a few names in that lineup. Joliet West being introduced right now.
It's going to be a good matchup, a lot of size both ways between Joliet West and Vashon.
Joliet West likes to push the pace, as does Vashon. And John, whenever you think St. Louis basketball, there are a handful of schools that come to mind, and perhaps Vashon is at the top of that list. They're always a contender and almost always late in the game in terms of Missouri State playoffs.
Yeah, they're always a power there. It's nice to have them here at the Washington TOC to showcase that talent this year, but it's going to be a good matchup. Joliet West will have their hands full today. I'm looking forward to a high-scoring game. Could see that.
Should be a good one. It's going to be Drew King doing the tip-off duties for the Tigers against Kennard Davis Jr. King 6'7", Davis Jr. 6'6". No shortage of size in this one. And here we go. West wins the tip. Let's play ball. As the Tigers walk it up, led by Jeremiah Fears, the 5'10 freshman, getting the starting point guard nod. Hands off to Jaden Martin. Over to Justice McNair, the sophomore. Back to Fears on the dribble drive. Baseline, kick into the corner. An athletic pass. Shot passed up. McNair up top. Three ball on the way from Martin, and he got it.
Good start there for Joliet West.
Wolverines look for a response, and they don't get one. Great defense by Fears. Passes ahead to Crudup. Fakes out a man and banks it in. What a start for the Joliet West Tigers.
Skylar Crudup. Nice spin move, bucket there. Joliet West in control early.
Trey Williams short on the three. Fears gets the play call from Coach Krieger. Drew King, tallest player on the floor, finds Fears. Fears going to work. Thought about the deep three. And I talked with Coach Krieger last week, John, and I asked him about Fears specifically, and he said where his brother was more of a floor general and distributor, Fears is a better scorer than his brother, and that says a lot because his brother is a 5-star recruit playing at La Lu right now. And Coach Krieger didn't just say that, he name dropped. He said Fears is as close as you can get at the high school level to a guy like Trey Young or Steph Curry. He can pull from 30, he can handle the ball well, and he can run that point to precision.
Yeah, and, you know, being so young too, a lot of talent there. Time to develop even more.
Hill goes inside to Stanford, and he can't convert. McNair in transition to the rack, had that one partially blocked. Davis will slow it down now. Look at the handles on the big fella. We got a foul away from the ball. It's going back the other way. And a timeout is taken by Vashon, a much-needed timeout, John.
Yeah, I agree. Quick 5-0 lead for Joliet West, so chance for Vashon to kind of settle down here and get back into their rhythm. Haven't found the basket here, in 3 minutes. So
a slow start for the offense. They've had their looks. I think a lot of that is credit to Joliet West because they've played such good defense. They really haven't let Vashon penetrate.
Well, they haven't, and it's been a high-tempo game transition.
Joliet West wrapping up its huddle, playing game number 1 of the year. They're at the Washington Tournament of Champions. They're excited to be here. Head coach Jeremy Krieger told me West wants to schedule as difficult as they can every year to prepare them for state playoff runs. Joliet West won a regional title back in 2019-2020. Jeremiah Fears into the corner for Justice McNair, and he traveled.
Joliet West always, prides himself on playing a tough schedule and getting ready for the postseason. It's a high-caliber team that produces a lot of talent.
Hill gets across half court, pickpocketed by Martin to the rack for 2. 7-0 West to start. Deep 3 from Nicholson, doesn't get anything.
Short there, and that ensuing play, nice take from Jaden Martin.
Subs coming in for West, and now play resumed. Crudup and Fears playing catch in the backcourt. Wide open, deep 3 for Martin. He dialed it up. A 10-0 run to start for Joliet West.
You want all the momentum in your favor. How about this start for Joliet West? Tigers in control early.
Williams into the post for Stanford, back out. Nicholson worked around the arc, into the corner, 3 on the way from Kennard Davis. Offensive board from Nicholson, he's fouled. That was the best possession that we've seen so far today from Vashon.
Yeah, good sequence there. Nice rebound from Nicholson. Chance for Vashon to get their first points of the game.
Nicholson's first free throw short. Cameron Stovall into the game as Stanford heads to the bench. Second free throw tickles the twine, and the Wolverines are on the board. Fears nearly lost the basketball. He got trapped. Wolverines in transition. Trey Williams was looking to pass to Davis, and it was tipped away. Christian Williams, the freshman, will trigger it in. Finds Williams, the quick trigger three, halfway down and out. Fears will slow it down. To the inside with the left hand, put back no.
Couldn't get that one to drop.
Stovall, the Euro, off the window, the put back from Davis. Crude up, lost the basketball. Williams ahead to Davis. Power dribble, blocked from behind by Jaden Martin.
Vashon trying to find their footing. Here, another play almost in transition. Good block there. Joliet West.
That will take us to a mass timeout. We've seen better play from Vashon after their opening minute struggles, but you just got to credit Joliet West defense. They've been so good, especially closing up the passing lanes on the inside.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job inside, not allowing anything, in front. And Vashon's got to, find their momentum there to get back in this game. Joliet West in control, and they got to be feeling good with the way they've started this game, both offensively and defensively. They're clicking right now.
In case you're just joining us, Joliet West opening the contest with a 10-0 run led by 8 points from the junior Jaden Martin. Head coach Jeremy Krieger told me that Martin in the past has been a 3-and-D guy, needs to take a step up this year, and he certainly has today. Kennard Davis cashes in for 2. That lead now cut in half. Christian Williams on the hip of Fears.
Really good defense right here from Vashon.
Face guard, freshman on freshman action. That's a fun matchup. Not every day you see that.
Same number?
Indeed. Well, 2-on-2 crime right there, and now Fears is returning the favor. Williams orchestrates the offense. Kern looking inside for Nicholson. There goes Fears, the easy 2. More great defensive play by Joliet West.
Nice take from the freshman.
Aquayan Kern surveying for options. Looks like Williams lost his shoe. Play continues, and Stovall stuffed at the bucket. And a tie-up. What a sequence. Joliet West rising to the occasion on the inside. We got a little extracurricular activity underneath the basket. A lot of chatter. This one's intense early, John.
Yeah, it is. High intensity game. Both teams excited to be playing each other. Good crowd on hand as well. That this game definitely hasn't been slow. Been a high intensity offensive, defensive battle.
Two teams that aren't going to back down from a challenge. A little bit of a press look from the Wolverines. They clear out. McNair takes it across the timeline. Gets a screen. Had Cortez Lewis on the pick and roll. Crude up from downtown. Too strong. Offensive board into the hands of Lewis. He lost it. Tipped around. A volleyball play there for Vashon. Kern to the rack for the layup.
Nice take there. Almost an effort, good effort on a block. On Joliet West's side, just couldn't get it.
Gayton turns it over as Aaron Brown lost the basketball, tried to fight for it back. Could not get a handle. There's Tony Irons at the helm of a elite program down in St. Louis. Whenever you got Vashon on a tournament schedule or a single standalone game, you can't help but get excited. So you know that's a program year in, year out that's going to produce high-level players and is going to come to play in every single game.
Most definitely, and you could see that today. You know, not intimidated by a challenge, down 10-0 early, and just like that, within a couple points here, 12-7. This is a team that they'll only turn up the pressure when they have to,
Indeed, they've played in high-pressure games before. Their last game before this, the state title game in Missouri back in April. They came out on top. Their 15th state title as a program. Cortez Lewis misses the first and misses the second. Offensive board to Brown. He lost it and it's going the other way.
These are two teams, too, that have played really tough schedules, early in the years throughout the seasons. Joliet West being a part of the Pontiac Holiday Tournament during Christmas time.
Christian Williams, the pull-up three. Wolverines within 2. Jeremiah Fears, picked up by Williams. Shifty dribbling, double teamed, finds the open man. It's Cortez Lewis.
Good pass. Really nice pass by the freshman.
Stanford thought about the three. Sloppy pass, fielded by Kern. Kennard Davis Jr., one of the more highly touted recruits on this Vashon team. The dribble drive called for the charge. Third team foul for the Wolverines. First for Davis.
Gotta love Jeremiah Fears, too. Just a freshman. His window of how much talent he's going to provide throughout the next couple years here at Joliet West, but it's always enjoyable when you see these freshmen and sophomores go at it.
A lot of the time, these freshmen, of course, they're so raw. They come in with a lot of talent. There needs to be refined, and that's something that I talked about with Joliet West head coach Jeremy Krieger. He said, we're ready to take the blows, we're ready for the mistakes, but we're also ready for all the positives that Fears is going to bring to the lineup. And you get those pros and cons of having a freshman be your starting point guard, but when it comes to Fears, there's more pros than cons. Fears has it poked away. Williams in transition. Pull-up jumper short. Rebound tipped around. Still up for grabs. Cortez Lewis finally hauls it in as we're under about 30 seconds left in the opening quarter.
Exciting first quarter,
to say the least. Shelton Gayton across the timeline.
See if Joliet West elects to hold for the last shot here. Looks like they might.
They've led this entire matchup so far. Gayton picked up by Williams. Gayton on the drive to the inside, dish down low, and one for Brown.
Ran it down to about 5 seconds. Great pass. Chance to complete the three-point play, but couldn't ask for a better play from Jeremy Krieger's Joliet West group.
Fears to the bench. 5 1/10 remaining here in the first quarter. After a handful of subs, Aaron Brown for the old-fashioned three. They'll settle for the two. Davis, off balance shot a little bit too much. And that's the end of a very exciting first quarter between Joliet West and Vashon. Tigers lead by 6. And with that, we'll take a brief moment to thank our sponsors for this week, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also presented by Uftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. Also brought to you by Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call to Country, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. Also by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And lastly, of course, we want to remind you of the cause behind the Washington Tournament of Champions, the KB Strong Foundation, raising awareness to battle glioblastoma. There we go. It's a mouthful. It's hard to say. It's no good. KB Strong helping battle and raise money for research against glioblastoma. Vashon with the opening possession of the second quarter. Nicholson to the left side to Williams. Picked up by Fears. And Davis worked around the arc to Williams. Batted away from Stanford. He gets it back. Vashon with a patient possession. High-low pass. Conversion for 2 from Stanford.
Talked about it before the game started, using their size inside Vashon. That's Stanford.
Deep tray from Martin off the mark, but that's as good as a pass as Cortez Lewis hauls it in. His first bucket.
After that slow start, Vashon's kind of came into their own a little bit here.
So those first game jitters, perhaps. Deep 3 from Williams. Just off.
I like this freshman on freshman matchup between Christian Williams and Jeremiah Fears. Both of them high intensity going at it.
Fears has it poked away. Frustrated with the call there. Tony Irons giving Jaden Nicholson some coaching. There's going to be a lot of that done over these next few days for both these teams. Opening week of the season in Missouri as well as Illinois. Trey Williams from 15. Off. Offensive board. Put back denied from Nicholson. Another put back too much. And a tie-up. The refs quickly get in there as Stanford and Martin were battling for it.
Quick break there to wipe the ball off a little bit.
A lot of sweat early in this one. Honestly, I'm surprised it doesn't happen more.
It's been nothing but moving, so a lot of running.
Jaden Martin on the wing, slings it into the corner for McNair's 3 and down.
Really nice pass from Jaden Martin.
Vashon pushes the pace. Nicholson, the hesitation. The response is off. Rebound volleyballed around into the hands of Davis, and he's hacked. Kennard Davis, 4 points on the day. Tops on this Wolverine squad so far. Tries to trim that lead. His first free throw is in on the shooter's touch.
The 6'6" junior definitely starting to come into his own, looking good for Vashon.
A returner from last year's state title team. Offensive board from Nicholson, swatted, but a foul called. This one's going to go against Cortez Lewis. I believe his second foul in as many minutes. As a result, Skylar Crudup will come and get him.
Gotta like that battle. You miss your second free throw, but get after it. Try to get the ball back, then get more contact and another chance at the line. That's how you got to play in these situations.
Second free throw from Nicholson is down. The junior goes 2 for 2 at the stripe. Lead down to 6 for West. They've led by as many as 10. McNair hounded on defense by Andre Aaron. Crudup into the paint, finds an open Brown, rebound loose, and a jump ball called.
Looked like Skylar Crudup took an awkward landing there, kind of holding his back.
It's not what you want in the opening game of action. And a travel is called on the inbounds pass. Kennard Davis moved just a little bit too much. Not every day you see the official signal that on an inbounds pass. But West gets possession right back. Drew King back into the contest after an early foul, kept him on the bench. Inbounds pass poked away by Williams and company.
Another nice takeaway from Vashon.
Trey Williams, the tray. Short, put back, easy money for Kennard Davis Jr. And subsequently, he fouls Fears. Davis Jr. doing a great job, got position on that offensive rebound, and it fell right to him.
Yeah, really nice putback. He's been all over the place on the offensive glass. Larry, I don't think he can make too much out of that slow start, being held scoreless, going down 10-0, because Vashon's really showed what they're made of right now, and even still trailing, they're playing with a lot of intensity.
Fears, first free throw is off, rebound out off of Vashon. Tigers in the bonus. Of course, that was a 1-and-1. Joliet West with 14 fouls, the Wolverines with 7. Fears scanning the floor, lobs into the backcourt for Crudup. Good ball handling, fights to the inside, off balance try, no. Put back from King, he didn't get the chance.
Got that one ripped away.
Nicholson to Stovall on the drive and the foul.
Hanging through some tough contact, still gets it to go. Against a 6'7" sophomore Drew King over that outstretched arm.
Big boys doing battle. Stovall wins the battle that time. Comes up short on the three-point play. Rebound out of bounds off of Vashon. Ramirez Taylor out of the game. Jordan Richard into the game. Overhand pass. Crudup looked like a quarterback. That is because he is one, the starting quarterback for the Joliet West football team this fall. Could not find his wide receiver, Jaden Martin, there.
And he shows his arm on that.
Davis hits Nicholson. And there's a foul on Martin. He didn't like that call. It's a block. Krieger drinking some water there. Got to stay hydrated. Not just the players, but also the coaches. Maybe the broadcasters as well.
They exert a lot of energy coaching these games, especially when they're so close.
Stovall thought about the three. Now he tries it off the mark. Williams with the offensive rebound. An impressive board. Step back for Davis. Off. That long pass picked off. Davis doing a lot right now. Passes up an open three and has Ramirez Taylor, who was off. Bodies hitting the floor like dominoes. Stovall swatted away.
How about Davis, though?
Everywhere. First he's in the paint, then he's on the outside, then he's in transition defense.
Mid-court to get that steal, almost had an assist there, and then gets back down low to get his hand on a ball to deflect it.
Stovall to Ramirez Taylor. Picked up by Justice McNair. Here's a three from Nicholson. Vashon just has not been able to get much to go from outside. Davis, the baseline floater is pure. And we are tied for the first time since we tipped off. Nearly lost from Martin. Out to McNair. Hard off the glass, too strong. Taylor alongside the baseline, pass deflected out.
Sean doing a really good job of creating some shots for themselves, working, penetrating that baseline. See what both teams, how they respond after this timeout. Knotted at 21.
We'll keep it right here. Thanks for joining us all day long for the 2021 edition of the Washington Tournament of Champions, Kevin Brown Memorial, presented by Country Financial. It's just game number 3 of the day of 9 that we've got here on your Thanksgiving Wednesday. 4 more games for you tomorrow, followed by 2 more 9-game days on Friday and Saturday. No better way to start the high school basketball season.
No, it's always an enjoyable time here at the Washington Tournament of Champions. It's a great way to spend your holiday week.
Under 4 minutes to go, quarter number 2. In case you're just joining us, Joliet West jumped out to a 10-0 lead in the opening minutes of the game. Vashon has responded in a big way, narrowing that lead down, now to tie as we enter the closing stages of the first half. Wolverines with a chance to take their first lead. Stovall to the rack and delivers that lead.
Great take from Stovall.
Big fella moving well. Justice McNair, floater off the glass, sits on the rim and falls. Tried right back up. Williams gets by Fears. The no-look pass to the inside. Stovall again. Foul away from the ball. Called against Ramirez Taylor. He really didn't like that call. He's not quite sure what he did. Of course, those fouls especially frustrating at this point because Joliet West in the bonus. So Justice McNair with a chance to get this one tied back up if he can make both.
Yeah, Vashon's definitely playing their pace right now. Joliet West trying to match it.
McNair, first free throw down. Sophomore wing, who head coach Jeremy Krieger compares to Boston Celtic Jalen Brown. He says they play very similar on the defensive side. No guard you for 90 feet, he said. The whole entire court.
Nice job on defense there. West getting the ball back, chance to take the lead. Been an exciting second quarter so far.
McNair, great court vision to find Gayton inside, and he's fouled. Lots of fouls in this one. Those whistles are getting their workout. Jacob Steinberg on the baselines. Getting those highlights for social media. Be sure to check those out. Instagram, Twitter, at Clutch Sports Media. On Instagram, at Clutch Sports IL. On Twitter, Caden's first is off. In a close game like this, John, especially the way that this first half has gone, you got to imagine that there's a solid chance that the second half comes down to free throws.
Oh, it could. I mean, this game has been so much of a back and forth game early on. Joliet West taking that early lead, but then both teams getting comfortable now, and could come down to the wire as we've seen so many of these games this week.
Williams' three is off. Good rebound by Martin. Lob pass ahead, sails out of bounds. Brown perhaps thought that was tipped. It was not. And a full timeout is taken by Joliet West. And we will take this break to remind you of our great sponsors here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Starting with the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, models, and mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Also brought to you by Country Financial. More than just an office you drive by through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our communities, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Country Financial, call them up for great insurance coverage. Also, Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And of course, KB Strong Foundation. We want to remind everybody to check out KB Strong, leading the charge in the fight against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Vashon basketball out of the timeout. Last few minutes have been back and forth as the first half comes to a close. Christian Williams directing traffic. Some tight defense. Nicholson at the top of the key. Back to Kennard Davis. He's had an impressive day. Junior has 9 points. Nicholson, shifty dribbling. The step back three. Tipped around.
Good save.
Good offensive rebound. How about that ball movement results in another miss? Still loose. Another offensive board from Davis. He can't convert. Back out to Williams. How about this rebounding from Vashon? Inside look to Stovall. Through contact for the layup.
Cameron Stovall again, the big fella. Man, what an offensive, or I should say offensive rebounding effort from Vashon. My goodness.
Stovall with 8 points. Martin on the drive, he walked. Davis will inbound. Martin frustrated after that call. It's a physical game. Officials have blown the whistle a lot, but all things considered, they've let the boys play. Davis loses his man and drains the three.
Huge three from Davis.
Joliet West rushed. Davis off the turnover. Can't convert. Rebound to Vashon and Stovall. He misses. Here comes Joliet West in transition. Gayton has it poked away. Frantic pace of play down the stretch of the first half. Great ball movement. Nicholson with the look. Halfway down and out. Put back off from Davis.
Back and forth. High intensity game right now. Who wants it more?
Gayton slows it down. 10 seconds left in the half. Nicholson pokes it loose. drives into the lane, off balance, floater is off. Rebound loose, tipped out. It's going with West, and they've got a 1/10 of a second remaining. Can't get a shot off with that.
Just enough to inbound.
So that first half will end with the Wolverines coming back after trailing 10-0 to open the contest to lead 29-25. John, such a physical first half.
Yeah, it was, and Joliet West putting Vashon in that hole early, like you said, 10-0, but something clicked in Vashon, and that intensity and that speed, and they're really owning the glass right now and getting through there. Kennard Davis Jr., Cameron Stovall have been so effective inside. Joliet West took control, but Vashon's got all the momentum right now as we head into the halftime locker room.
Before we toss it to the studio, we'll get an ad break in. Washington Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media, brought to you by the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. Time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. It doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. Also brought to you by Country Financial, the proud tournament name sponsor this year. You finally have your dream home. Now you need the right insurance to protect it, because when it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand the options you have and select coverages to meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. Also by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Of course, the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading the charge to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. We're going to toss it on down to the Country Financial Tournament Central with Gavin Russell at the half. Gavin, take it away.
We're back here in the Country Financial Tournament Central here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Washington Tournament of Champions. We've got yet another coach as in our studio right here. It's Coach Blake Turner from Lanphier. You guys are 2-0. You've been one of the best teams in the tournament so far. So let's start right there. You guys played some tough teams, Metamora, St. John Bosco, but you found ways to get 2 really tough wins. Kind of take us through that a little bit.
Absolutely. Those are two really good teams that have a lot of talent, and we start with our defense. We like to trap and chase guys over and make sure we're covering the floor and defending, and I thought that we did that at a really high level. Early in the season, we're having some ups and downs, offensively, but at the end of the day, I think we're living off of our defense. I think that guys are playing tough and unselfish, and that's really big for us in our program.
Absolutely. And again, you played 2 really tough teams, Metamora, St. John Bosco. You look at some of your key guys. You got good seniors on your team, but you also got good young guys. Who would you say has been kind of your biggest standout player so far?
I think that our 2 senior leaders have led us. Ty Banks and Kim Kincaid have done a great job. And then we've got a really good point guard, Tay Jackson, our junior point guard, who's done a great job. And then we've got a rookie, our freshman, Jaquan Holman. He had a really big shot last night against Metamora and knocked down a free throw late to seal the deal. So I think that, top to bottom, we've got 13 guys, and I think that all of them can help us. And, only having 2 underclassmen is big for our program, and, experience means a lot.
Absolutely. And now you guys kind of wait to hear where you're going. You don't exactly know who you're playing next, but you're going forward in this tournament. You're 2-0. So as you kind of wait and see what's kind of the mindset within the group.
We're just happy to be in the championship bracket. That's where we want to be. And, tournaments like this, it's hard to prepare for people because you don't know who you're going to play. So it's really about us right now. And, we're just focused on us and tightening up what we've done. I did see that Yorkville Christian is in is on the other side. So we won't play them in the semifinal, but if, whoever we get and they get, if we both win, we'll play them. And so, we're looking forward to that potential matchup. But, we're just happy to be playing. It's a blessing to be playing again after last year and the year before. And, we're just going to make the best of the opportunity.
Absolutely. And the experience with this tournament, I mean, there's a lot of really good teams, a lot of really good players, a very historic tournament. What's it mean for you guys to be able to come up here and play in such a historic tournament, obviously for a good cause as well as KB Strong? What's it mean to you guys?
It means a lot to us. We our school is a school that's big on tradition, and we understand the tradition of high school basketball, and we understand the tradition of this tournament, and we're happy to be a part of it. And we want to win a title and become a part of the history of the tournament, the championship history of the tournament. But I coached against Coach, and he was a great guy, and got a lot of love and respect for him. So for us to be here is kind of a testament to him, because we weren't here before, and we decided to come, and we like it and we enjoy being here.
Absolutely. Well, we'll let you go in just a minute, but you guys had a tough situation coming up today. The bus broke down. It didn't all go the way you planned, but you got here. You came out with the win. So tell me a little about that earlier today.
8 o'clock bus time is supposed to pick us up for a 10:30 game. Didn't get there till 9. We've got an hour and 15-minute drive. So the kids got dressed on the bus in their uniforms. We waited to get a locker room and get our shoes on. And we ended up putting our shoes on in the training room, and then came out and warmed up. First play of the game, we give up a dunk, and I'm like, oh man, we're not awoke yet. But we ended up getting it together, and bouncing back and being resilient and dealing with the issues. And so we can only deal with what we can control, and that was one of the things that was out of our control, but we made the best of a bad situation.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for coming on with us, Coach. I know you guys got the trip back to Springfield,
Yeah.
so best of luck on your way back, and we'll look forward to seeing you in
No
the
problem.
coming
Thanks
days.
for having us.
This is Blake Turner, Lanphier's head coach, and we're going to stay with here for just a couple more minutes here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. The Washington Tournament of Champions, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, sponsored by Country Financial. We just saw several good games. We're 3 games in today. We saw Yorkville Christian earlier. Jaden Schutt was with us this earlier today. St. John Bosco's coach is on with us. Now Lanphier's coach has been on with us. We've had plenty of guests come on, but again, we want to hear from you. We've got plenty of social media platforms for you to get involved on for Clutch Sports Media. We've got Twitter, Instagram. Get involved, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and much, much more. So please get involved with us, guys. We appreciate your support of our coverage all week long. We've got plenty of games coming up here. I'm going to have my assistant, Charlie Schumahorn. He's going to hand me my notes real quick right behind the camera. Thank you, Charlie. Charlie, the rest of our crew has done a fantastic job all week long so far. We've got a long ways to go, but once again, we've got some fantastic crew out here. We've got guys running social media. We've got guys taking pictures. That's Jacob Steinberg, getting us highlights up on the social media. Also hearing John Camosa, Larry Larson on the call. You'll get to hear Cody Roskins in a little bit. And, of course, plenty of other action coming up. So we're going to send it back up to the booth now. We've got a really good one coming for you next. Thanks for tuning in from the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Back to the booth now.
Oh, thanks, Gavin. Doing a great job holding down the studio all tournament long right here on ClutchSportsIL.com. Larry Larson, John Camosa back inside, Torrey, Jim. And, John, what a first half that was. Joliet West shooting 55% from the floor. Vashon shooting just 29%, but they've got a 29-25 lead.
Yeah, they really kind of started the game off slow, but then took control down the stretch, and it's been a back-and-forth battle. I mean, Joliet West still right in this game. Seen a lot of good signs out of both teams. I think second half's going to be exciting, and that same tempo is going to be matched.
The stat that jumps out to me, John, looking at some halftime stats here, Vashon's rebounding. They have 15 offensive rebounds.
Wow. Yeah, that's impressive, and that's kind of the difference maker right now.
Of course, saying hello from our booth camera. Jonathan Michael zooming in on us, but and really that charge mostly led by Kennard Davis and Cameron Stovall. Stovall didn't get the start. Kennard Davis did, and both Davis and Stovall lighting it up on the scoreboard. Davis with 11 and Stovall with 8.
Yeah, I mean, those guys have been key factors inside for Vashon. You know, they're using their size, both 6'6" juniors. They're going to play a key piece throughout this whole season, especially going into next season as well. But these are two guys that can really change the dynamic of a game. And right now for Joliet West, in order to bounce back, I mean, they got to get some of that momentum back. Vashon kind of controlled the second quarter late.
In case you are just joining us, second half of Vashon versus Joliet West about to get underway. Third game of 9 to come today from the Washington Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Joliet West jumped out to a 10-0 lead in the opening minutes. Vashon roared back with a big second quarter, taking a 4-point lead out of the half. John, how about some keys to the second half for both squads, starting with Vashon?
I think for Vashon is, continue to own the offensive glass, continue to own the rebounds. That's a big part for them, and then continue to get Kennard Davis and Cameron Stovall involved in this game. A key for Joliet West is contain those two guys. I think they're, and obviously control the glass as well, because they're giving up way too many offensive rebounds, and ultimately that's why they're down 4 right now.
Justice McNair inbounds, and we're underway in the second half. Buckle your seatbelts. It's going to be a good one. Jeremiah Fears, trapped in the zone defense, gets it to Crudup. Tried the dish to Drew King, and he can't save it. There's Kennard Davis. Talking about him a few moments ago. Seeing him handle the ball. He's got such good skills for somebody who's got so much length. Looking for options, has Hill. Stanford, the kick out. 3 from Davis, off. Vashon just 1 for 14 on 3s so far. That rebound rolls out of the sideline off of the Wolverines. John, that's a scary thought, because if Vashon starts making their 3s, or if they made their 3s in the first half, this game has a totally different dynamic.
Yeah, it does. They weren't doing that early on, but yeah, if they get going, this is a dangerous team, and the game could definitely pull away in their favor.
Jeremiah Fears. Good ball movement. 3 from Martin, off. Long rebound goes to Fears. The mid-range jumper is down. Haven't seen a lot of scoring early on from Fears, and a timeout is taken by Joliet West. And the opening seconds here, 30-second timeout, so it's just a quick one. And Coach Jeremy Krieger chatting it up with his team. He's very animated in the huddle. There's Vashon's huddle, led by head coach Tony Iron.
Good response if you're Joliet West. Fears. West needed that big bucket. He steps up and hits it.
We talk so much about Fears in the pregame and the first quarter, his scoring ability. But the freshman only has 4 points so far. Perhaps the biggest name on this West squad. In case you're not aware, his brother Jeremy, a 5-star recruit, getting heavily recruited by a number of Power 5 programs. Led Joliet West to a regional title in 2019-2020, then transferred to La Lumiere in Indiana because of COVID. Head coach Jeremy Krieger tells me he expects Jeremy back at Joliet West for next season. Jeremiah and Jeremy on the floor together, that sounds like fun. Steele, Crudup, the slam.
Nice dunk there from Crudup. That'll get you fired up.
Hill looking for the response. He's blocked, but a foul called. What a few minutes by Skylar Crudup, giving his team a boost, knotting it up, at least for now, with that slam. Free throws on the way from Hill. First one is in.
And Larry, I mean, we've seen some good games in these last 2 days, and this is just the beginning of our second session, but this one's definitely living up to the hype. Great back and forth game.
Well, if this game stays the way it is right now, it's going to be the best game that we've seen. We've seen a lot of close ones. Crewed up to inbound. Finds Emmanuel Darqua. Passes it back to Fears. Freshman on freshman again. Fears gets by Williams. The floater is pure. And now we've got a technical foul, I believe, or rather a delay of game. That was a delay of game against Fears, not a tech. The officials didn't like that Fears got the basketball back and almost kicked it away. It didn't really look intentional. So
I was going to say, yeah, it'd be a little bit of a stretch for a technical if that's what the route they went.
Williams open, and Stanford is called for the push on the offensive glass. Yeah, I was going to say, John, I was surprised. Fears was also surprised.
But how about the ability? You think, I've seen him catch a ball through the net and then set it down, you know, and pick up games and stuff. But how about to float, make your shot, and then still catch it while you're in the air?
Yeah.
I mean, that's some hang time right there for the freshman.
Freshman playing off the ball now. Crewed up, hands it off to Fears. Backs down Williams. Pushes inside, in trouble. Kicks it out to Martin. He's sounded. Fears, another teardropper, another make. He's heating up.
Similar to the one he just had a little bit ago. 4 straight points for the freshman.
Williams finds an open Williams in the corner. Trey to Christian for 3. 6 points for Christian Williams. And we get another timeout. A lot of timeouts early. We'll take this timeout to remind you of our great sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all the Washington has to offer during your visit to the city if you come to On Down for the TOC. Also brought to you by Off-Drink. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Off-Drink Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. OffDrinkAutoGroup.com. Also brought to you by Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most. And financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit CountryFinancial.com today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And, of course, the KB Strong Foundation. We want to remind you of that cause all week long. Leading the charge in research for a cure to glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Vashon with a 1-point lead out of the timeout. It's been a back and forth battle these last 2 quarters. An I-55 matchup. Vashon out of St. Louis, Joliet West, south of the south suburbs of Chicago. Jaden Martin surveys the defense. His cross-court pass picked off. It'll stay here with the Tigers. Fears. Back across to Martin for 3. Long rebound to McNair. Was looking for Crewed up, but he finds the bench instead. And John, if both teams, fast forward a handful of months, go back and watch this tape, I think they'll know that this was the first game of the season, because there's been a lot of little mistakes for both sides. Not necessarily sloppy play, but both teams really just look rushed at times.
Yeah, little things that, like you said, go back and look in March or February, things you can clean up on. it is a very quick-paced game, so there is going to be some forced shots, a couple missed layups, some turnovers, but things you can go back and look on and fix as you get later on in the season.
Wild play there. Fears from way downtown. There's the range that we were talking about earlier.
That's 7 straight points for Fears.
Joliet West benches come to life. Williams can't silence them.
Feed the hot hand.
Fears lost the basketball that time, but he draws the foul. Jeremiah Fears starting to take over this game as Joliet West leads by 2. And we got a masked timeout here. West getting their water. Of course, these masked timeouts, kind of loosely termed. More like water breaks, I would say.
I feel like some of the mass timeouts go play to coach's advantage. It's almost like an extra timeout in your pocket.
Indeed. I'm sure Vashon wants to talk things over about how to take care of Jeremiah Fears and company. Fans dotting the bleachers here early. Still lots of good basketball coming up throughout the day. Denmark-Olar, South Carolina, and Chicago St Rita coming up after this. I'll have the call with Cody Roskins. Colorado Prep. And I'm trying to think of what the matchup is, but Colorado Prep playing at 3 o'clock. St. John Bosco Metamora coming up at 5. Rabun-Gap and Life Christian Academy at 6. Jeremiah Fears goes 1 for 2. The freshman has 12.
Fears doing a really good job taking control of this game for Joliet West. See how Vashon responds.
Trey Williams to Christian Williams. Christian directs traffic, locked down by Fears, and a kick ball. Davis will trigger it in. Here's Nicholson, picked up by Martin. Takes a deep 2, is off. Offensive board from Christian Williams, worked around the arc to Trey Williams, and he dials up the tray.
Big 3 there, and good ball movement there by Christian Williams to swing it, pointed to the corner. Trey Williams knocks it down.
Knotted back up at 37. Poked away by Trey Williams. Battle for the ball at half court. Who's going to come out with it? Still don't know, as Dwarka hits the deck. Not really sure what happened. No foul called. No jump ball called, it seems. And Joliet West will have possession. John, I really didn't even hear a whistle at the end of that play.
I didn't hear a whistle either. I mean, it is loud in this gym, but loud enough to hear a whistle blow. And initially I thought travel, but let him keep playing.
Crude up, has Fears. 2.5 to go, quarter number 3. Joliet West and Vashon going back and forth. Fears up and under, and he's fouled. That would have been perhaps the most impressive layup we've seen so far in the tournament, if he could have finished that.
That would have been a nifty move, sending him back to the line again.
Fears, after a quiet first half, has gotten it going in the second half. He's just 1 for 3 at the line, and you see that emotion. And then you see Skylar Crudup, the senior, grabbing the freshman. Hey, calm down. That's leadership right there. The second one is down for Fears. Tigers by 1. Fears talking it up a little bit with Kennard Davis Jr.
Kennard Davis gave him a little bump.
That's one thing that head coach Jeremy Krieger told me about Jeremiah Fears. He said he's as fierce a competitor as you'll come across. He's not going to back down from a challenge. Even in the 6'6", Kennard Davis, much bigger than Fears himself. Stovall, the fadeaway. Wolverines back ahead by 1. Fears jets ahead, looking for baseline, and he turns it over. Nicholson, bounce pass to Davis, off the glass for 2.
Davis starting to find his rhythm again, up to 13 points. Saw how big he was in that second quarter before halftime when he really took control.
Jaden Martin, Fears has it poked away. It'll stay here. There's Jeremy Krieger coaching up his team. He said pace is going to be so key for them. They're a team that wants to push the pace and likes to push the pace, but he also said that it's the opening game of the season. They're probably going to play too fast. At times, I think Joliet West has done a good job of slowing it down, trying not to rush.
Yeah, they have.
3 in the corner is down. Nothing but nylon for Jaden Martin. Christian Williams. Off balance pass. 3 from Stovall. Too much.
We'll see who takes the lead here, or if we go tied into the fourth. But it's been a really exciting third quarter.
Fears picked up by Stovall. How about this mismatch? Fears wants to slow it down. Joliet West can hold this thing for the rest of the quarter if they want. Try and take the lead into the fourth. It's ISO time. Fears from way deep again. Rebound into Vashon's hands. Christian Williams ahead to Kennard Davis.
How about that dunk?
Timeout taken by Vashon.
Crowd loves that one, Larry. We've seen a lot of great dunks this tournament, carrying over from last night, but you could feel the energy in that one.
And you could feel the anticipation every time Vashon has gotten going in transition. You see these guys on the floor. Kennard Davis, Cameron Stovall, you were waiting for one of those.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, he found an opening there, drove the baseline, and you knew as soon as he was going up, nobody in front, that he was going to hammer that one home. And I think that's really going to spark Vashon here if they can hold Joliet West scoreless going into the fourth quarter. But I think Joliet West is looking for a big answer here to try to tie this game or take the lead going into the final period.
15 seconds remain in quarter number 3. That's right, we got a whole nother quarter after this. Boy, has this game been a treat.
See if Jeremiah Fears wants to silence him with a big 3 of his own. He gets the ball.
He does. He's trapped, has it picked away, ball still loose. Williams comes out with it, 3 seconds, pass ahead to Stovall, gets all the way to the rack and lays it in to beat the horn.
Not what they wanted. Coach Jeremy Krieger, Joliet West. Late turnover there led to a basket.
Wow.
Still within striking distance. But great job by Vashon. It's exactly what they wanted there, Coach Tony Irons. It's a good way to close out the third period.
And at the quarter break, we'll remind you of our tournament sponsors. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at Uftring Auto Group dealers. Also brought to you by Country Financial. Since we're already neighbors, let's get together and chat. Call your local Country Financial representative today to talk about the things that are important to you and how we can help protect them. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And also the KB Strong Foundation. We want to remind you of that great cause. KB Strong Foundation helping lead the charge in the fight against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Learn more about Kevin Brown by visiting the website address that was on your screen just a moment ago. 8 minutes on the clock. Fourth quarter underway. Tell your friends, tune in. This has been a great game. One of the best of the tournament so far. Wolverines lead by 4 thanks to back-to-back buckets in the final minute of the third. Davis swings it to the right wing to Christian Williams. 3 from Stovall. Off. Fears showing off the bunnies for the board.
Joliet West wants to respond with a quick basket here. Get some of that momentum back. Great closeout in the third quarter from Vashon. You know they want to add to this lead.
Fears gets fouled. And John, I don't know if you've noticed, but in the last few possessions, Jeremiah Fears has been picked up by Kennard Davis Jr. So that's 5'10 against 6'6". Makes it tough for a freshman.
It's a tough matchup. He does have the range, though, to shoot over that, but see if he elects to do that. But, yeah, that's a bit of a mismatch. Doesn't really get him the opportunity to get inside much. Keeps him more towards the perimeter.
Cortez Lewis almost passed it away. Gayton hauls it back in. Skylar Crudup, the veteran presence on the floor for a young Tigers team. Jaden Martin, another vet, is fouled before he dribbled it off his foot. Brief delay as we get some subs. Stanford in, Nicholson out for the Wolverines. Shelton Gayton works around a screen. Has it batted away. What a steal from Aaron. Bounce pass in transition led Williams too far.
Vashon runs out of this inbound. Try to get something low. Stovall involved. See if he can.
Off the inbounds. Williams short. Offensive board. Stovall too strong. Still loose into the hands of Crudup. Crudup coming up hobbling a little bit. Looks like he's okay. Lob pass into the corner for Martin. Looking on the inside for Crudup, and it's ripped away. Here comes Davis, the baseline J. Awkward shot, offensive board. Stovall, the putback is good.
Good pick up there from Stovall to get that rebound and finish. Vashon adds to that lead.
Joliet West still looking for its first points of the quarter. Fears double team.
Couple turnovers for Joliet West hurt them here.
McNair answers the call. Timeout, Joliet West. A 30-second timeout. McNair up to 10 points. That stroke was pure.
Joliet West can get dialed in with those threes, could change the game up. I'd say down the stretch, Larry, both sides limiting those turnovers since the pace of play has been so quick.
John, what do you make of the game plan for Vashon on the defensive side against Fears? They've thrown most of their attention against the freshman.
Yeah, I mean, that still opens up the door for, Skylar Crudup. That opens up the door for Jaden Martin. We just saw Justice McNair. So you got other guys that can score. You zero in on them too much. You give them the opportunity to feed other guys that are going to be open, because we've seen early in the game how great of a vision he has on the court as a passer, facilitator. So you don't want to zone in on him too much, but still limit his touches. If you're Vashon, try to keep attacking the basket.
Christian Williams walks it up. Shifty on the dribble, gets to the rack. Not enough English on that one, and he caught it when he was out of bounds on the board. West gets it back, chance to tie it up with a three. Fears face guarded, immediately dispatches it across the timeline to McNair, gets it back on the pass from Kruta. Deep three from Martin is down. Knotted up at 47 all.
How about that shot from Martin?
Richard went up strong inside. Couldn't get to the rack, but he's fouled. Jeremy Krieger not happy. I think he knows, or I think we know what he thinks of that call.
Not too happy. In a tie ball game, you know the tensions are going to be high.
Just the second foul of the half against Joliet West. 6 fouls on the other side. Richard second, down and out. Fierce in transition, slows it down. He's open from deep, a little bit short. Rebound tipped around into the hands of Davis, and he'll take it up. Davis all the way, and he walked. John, I don't think he meant to pick up his dribble that early. It looked like the ball almost got trapped against his body.
Yeah. I don't think he did either. But
McNair, bounce pass through the press. Martin trying to go all the way, lost his handle. And West will have a baseline inbound. Looks like we got a perspiration delay. A little sweat on the floor. And now officials having a chat with both sides. It was chippy in the first half, but it's been relatively fine for most of the second half. Darkwa off the inbounds, in some trouble, gets it away to Kruta. Open in the corner, McNair tickles the twine.
had him open in the corner. McNair, another big three, his second one of the fourth quarter.
What a battle this has been. Davis rises up for the three and the response.
Exchanging blows.
Knotted up at 50 again. Fierce dancing on the dribble and a tie-up.
Looks like it's staying with Joliet West.
And it's a timeout. John, this game just keeps getting better and better. Looking at the scoreboard, Wolverines led by 17 points from Kennard Davis and 14 points from Cameron Stovall, a pair of 6'6" juniors getting it done for Vashon. And Joliet West led by 13 from Justice McNair, also 13 from Jeremiah Fears and Jaden Martin. leads the Tigers with 14 points. So an evenly distributed effort really for both sides.
Yeah, it has been. It's pretty spaced out well between both teams, so it's going to come down. Feels like that way. It would come down to a final bucket. I mean, both teams really staying tight-knit with each other. We'll see what unfolds in these final 4 minutes.
Inbounds goes to Martin. The step back is in.
How about just this array of short jump shots here? 3 in a row on both sides.
Stovall wants to go coast to coast, and he's fouled.
Larry, there's really no time wasted in between these baskets on both sides. Just scoring at will.
Stovall to the stripe for 2. Gets the shooter's touch on the first. Those are the ones you hold your breath on. Saw the reaction from Stovall. And he ties it up. Jordan Richard heads to the bench. Andre Aaron checks in. Skylar Crudup at the controls. Another 3 from the corner from McNair. He's been hot. It was off. And the ball's going back the other way with Vashon.
He wanted that one after making 2 in a row.
He's been the hot hand. Christian Williams. Jaden Nicholson. Guarded tightly by McNair. Slings it to Kennard Davis. Stovall now. Stovall fighting for the baseline. Almost got the and one to go. But he's going back to the stripe for the second time in as many trips down the floor.
Talked a lot about Kennard Davis tonight, but Cameron Stovall's been a key factor for Vashon as well. Both these guys.
Right there with him. First free throw's off. Still deadlocked for now at least. Stovall's second is in. Stovall's up to 17, tied for the game high with Kennard Davis. Ball inbounded into Darkwa. Jaden Martin takes it up. Martin, guarded by Davis, into the lane, sits on the rim and doesn't fall. It'll stay on Joliet West's end.
Chance for Joliet West here to regain the lead. See what they do out of this inbounds.
Fears will trigger it in. Puts it into motion. Ball tipped away. Crudup couldn't come up with it. That foul puts Joliet West into the bonus. Will send Crudup to the stripe. That's going to be something that's very, very key in the final 3:12 of this contest. These free throws, John, we talked about them in the first half. Neither team was particularly efficient. And the first one rolls off the rim out of the hand of Crudup. Tigers still trail by 1. Davis to the left, block, up, and foul.
Look at him just fight his way through, use that strength inside. Almost converted on that one, but Kennard Davis has really showed his dominance inside tonight.
He's imposed his will for sure. Drains the first. The 6'6" junior, leading scorer for either side, goes 2 for 2. Wolverines lead by 3, and that feels like a big lead based on how this game has gone.
They've held Jeremiah Fears kind of quiet recently after those big threes that he had last quarter.
Fears looking for some separation. He's in trouble. Got it off. Martin loses his man. Comes up short. Tony Irons signals to his team, slow it down. 2.5 to go. Davis into the corner. Stovall for 3. In and out. Offensive board and the putback from Stanford.
That's big. You know, even the slightest lead against either one of these teams is crucial because how well they play. You know, Vashon wants to extend this even more on Joliet West.
Justice McNair. West needs a bucket. McNair delivers.
And they're not going away. McNair, another 3.
He's got 16. Fears picks up the fellow freshman Christian Williams. The drive from Stovall. He's fouled. Wolverines not in the bonus yet. That's 6 fouls on West. Williams, the trigger man, goes inside, and Nicholson is fouled. You could tell he was looking for Davis. All of a sudden, Nicholson came open for a brief second. Nicholson fouled on the shot, but either way, that puts Vashon in the bonus. Nicholson will shoot 2. Short on the first. Gotta make these down the stretch, John.
Yeah, this is big right now, especially in a close game, 2-point game. That's
second one is pure.
Yeah. You need to connect on those. Now a chance for Joliet West. Try to contain McNair. You know, they're going to want to go to the hot hand.
Screwed up. Lob pass in. And a foul called away from the ball against Christian Williams. So that sends Fears to the line. One and one bonus. Needs to make the first to get a second. Stovall back into the game after coming out for a brief moment. Andre Aaron to the bench. Fears. He's got 14 now to make it a 1-point game. He got it.
Cool and composed.
Vashon clinging to the 1-point lead. Look at that defensive effort from McNair. Couldn't come up with a steal. Stovall will trigger it in. I-55 battle coming down to the wire.
A game that could go either way.
And it could go to overtime. 1:20 to go in regulation. Stanford. Now Davis. The leading scorer goes to the rack and is fouled hard.
Good take there from Davis.
He has taken some kind of a beating today. Davis doing a great job persevering. First one is up and good. Vashon with a chance to grow its lead back to 3. Sat on the rim, doesn't fall. West could tie it with a 2. Fears, up and in. Timeout, Joliet West.
What a great take by Fears. Just a soft touch off the glass. We're tied.
Vashon coach Tony Irons is not happy. If you rewind that play on YouTube, however you're watching at home, Skylar Crudup set a hard screen at midcourt for Fears. Irons was looking for a foul, demonstrating the officials moving his shoulder around. He thought Crudup moved a little bit. Officials didn't blow the whistle, and it results in a Fears layup and another tied score.
In a game that's just been back and forth the whole way. The only time it was a little bit out of reach was Joliet West took a 10-0 lead early. Ever since then, it's just been back and forth for 3 quarters.
Joliet West started the game with a 10-0 run. Vashon chipped away at that lead, eventually took the lead going into halftime at the end of the second quarter. And then it's been a seesaw battle, John. Vashon has controlled most of the fourth quarter. Joliet West has been chasing, but lots of ties.
And 2 players that have really stepped up huge for their teams. Kennard Davis Jr. on the Vashon side, and Jeremiah Fears has been really big for Joliet West.
1 minute to go. Christian Williams to Kennard Davis. The step back from the corner, almost got it, put back, and a foul. Stovall will head to the stripe.
That would have been really impressive had that 3 went down. Gave him a hard step back, just in and out. But look at Stovall right there again. He's been all over the glass tonight.
First is up and in. Vashon back in front. The lead is 2. Ice in the veins of Stovall, and a timeout is taken. And John, 45 seconds left. Joliet West is going to get the basketball. You come to a crossroads here. Do you hold the basketball for the final 45 seconds, or at least try to, or do you try to take a quick shot?
I think I'd probably go for a shot. I'd milk a little bit of time off and then try to get something inside. If you hold it too long, I mean, ultimately, force overtime might be an option, but knowing Joliet West, I think they might come out here and burn a little bit of clock, but then try to get to the basket and score, and then try to lock down a defense if you're setting up Vashon for a last shot.
Tense moments inside the Torrey Gymnasium at Washington Community High School, located just about halfway between these opponents. Joliet West from south of Chicago, Vashon out of St. Louis, the defending state champions in Missouri. Joliet West coming off a 13-2 season. Skylar Crudup will inbound out of the timeout. Wolverines with the lead thanks to 2 Cameron Stovall free throws. Justice McNair
Been
picked
a hot
up by
hand.
Aaron. McNair's got 16. Here's Martin trying to create some space. Fears resets. Fears in isolation. Now gets a screen from Brown. And a timeout is called by Joliet West with 26 seconds remaining. And now you probably think that there's a solid chance that West tries to hold for the final shot, maybe take a shot for the win or to send it to OT.
Yeah, I mean, how good they've been beyond the arc. You like to think they might shoot a three and come out with a win here, or hold and play for a overtime. They can get inside and score a bucket, but let's see what Jeremy Krieger draws up out of this timeout. But you know, Vashon defensively is going to want to bring everything they got right now to lock down McNair and Jeremiah Fierce, who have been their two go-to guys.
John, in a situation like this, of course, no shot clock in the state of Illinois, 26 seconds remaining in regulation. West trailing by 2. If the Tigers are to take a 3 for the win, who's taking it?
Jeremiah Fierce. I think he's made some huge baskets tonight. He's been clutch.
West breaks the huddle. Vashon's ready to go. Fears on the floor along with McNair, Martin, Brown, and Crudup. Kick ball called on Nicholson, a bit of a false start. Martin surveys the floor, looking for McNair. Looking for options, lobs it into Fears. Great defense by Vashon.
Got it in the hands of your star freshman.
Fears guarded by Christian Williams. Gets a screen. Rolls into the paint. Pickpocketed into the hands of Aaron Brown. Back to Fears. Under 10 to go. Fears calling for ISO. The freshman in his high school debut for the win comes up short, and Vashon holds on over Joliet West.
Great game. Just came up short, but what an effort.
What a game it was. The Wolverines led by 19 points from Kennard Davis Jr.
Can't hang his head on that one. That was a stellar freshman debut. Just ultimately came up short. They came over there to double him up. Really heavily contested there on the three.
Vashon knew what was coming. They knew that Fears was the guy. Shockingly, as a freshman, we know he's got that range, and frankly, I wouldn't have been surprised if he made that shot. But all the credit to Vashon. What a game it was. The Wolverines hang on by 2. Before we send it to break, we want to remind you of our great sponsors here in a moment, including the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. Also brought to you by Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most. Financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And of course, we mentioned the late, great Kevin Brown. We wanted to remind you of the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefightcom. Let's send it to Country Financial Tournament Central, where Gavin Russell is waiting. Gavin, take it away.
We're back here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm joined by another guest here. It's Chris Hawkins. And Chris, you're a big part of KB Strong Foundation. You're best friend to Kevin Brown. And kind of want to start there. How do you know Kevin? What's your experience with Kevin? Let's start there.
Well, I'm guessing we started in kindergarten. He was in the afternoon kindergarten. I was in the morning. Small town, and but we met on the playground in first grade playing basketball, and that was where our lives began to go down a similar path in sports.
Absolutely, and Kevin Brown coached here at Washington High School for a long time. So throughout the years, obviously him coaching here at the TOC. How were you involved with the TOC throughout the years?
Sure. I'm from Normal, Illinois. I coached baseball at Normal West, and so over the years, when Kevin was coaching in this tournament, me and some of our other high school teammates that were all old now, we'd come and sit right behind the bench and watch Kevin coach. And sometimes afterwards, we'd go grab a Coke and some wings somewhere. But this is a long weekend. It's late nights for him. And, of course, he's going right from coaching to scouting the next team. So pretty busy week. But I'd come over here, say hi to Jody, usually sit with his wife, Jody, and we'd hang out. So years and years I've been coming over here. I've been on the pass gate and go down to the hospitality room and enjoy some of the good food there.
Absolutely. They've treated us very well here at Washington High School, part of the Kevin Brown Memorial Washington Tournament of Champions. Now, said you're a baseball coach, obviously down in Normal West. We've got people watching from all over the Midwest, coast to coast. So talk about your baseball a little bit. We've done some baseball coverage here on CSM. So when did you get into baseball coaching, things like that?
Yeah, Coach Wisher and I, the head coach here at Washington, we've been talking this week about getting Washington on our schedule again. We've played over the years. So, but coaching baseball for me, I played in college. Kevin and I started at the same college. Coach Brown and I went to Lincoln College. Okay. Both tried out for baseball and basketball. And after college baseball was over, what am I going to do? And I decided to continue since the Cubs never came calling, or the Dodgers or the Cardinals. I wanted to do something. And Kevin, of course, went the basketball coaching route, and I went the baseball coaching route. And both of us, we had pretty successful careers.
Awesome. That's really cool. Obviously going different routes, but coaching, huge thing. It's getting to change lives of people, get involved in the team. That's really cool. So talking more about Kevin, though, KB Strong. We've talked about it with Jody Brown. We've had several people on to tell us about KB Strong, but people who may just be tuning in hearing this for the first time, what can you tell us more about KB Strong, the mission, how people can get involved, stuff like that?
Well, to be honest, I know I got a phone call on a Sunday, and I thought Jody was going to talk about insurance. And unfortunately, she was telling me that Kevin was having some symptoms. And the next thing you know, the next step was finding out that he had a tumor, and they were going to have to go in there and get it. I learned a new word with a lot of syllables, glioblastoma, and found, we had a classmate that's a doctor, and I asked him about it, and he used a couple cuss words when I told him, because he knew the disease. And when he said that, I almost dropped the phone. And from then on, it was, 10 months of in and out of surgeries, a lot of tears. We enjoyed being around each other probably even more. We didn't take it for granted. And his widow, Jody, and my wife and I have become lifelong friends. We've been through a lot. But this association, the MC Strong Foundation, raising over $200,000 since his death, and we're trying to make sure that whatever happened with Kevin and this deadly disease, we want to make sure that we try to find a way and find a cure. And this event right now is really helping us with that $200,000 that we want to continue to give towards research to find a cure.
Absolutely. And, we've said it a few times. Once again, if you're just joining us, we got Chris Hawkins here with us. If people may be watching at home right now, they might be coming to the tournament later in the week. So where can they find you if they're here at the tournament? What can they do to get involved at the tournament?
Well, usually when people are at a sporting event like this, they get hungry and thirsty at some point. So our tent, we have a tent in the cafeteria area. There might be another name for it, but it's where the concessions are and the hospitality room are. And we have a table with a bunch of information about glioblastoma and how people can get and help us in the fight. It doesn't always just have to be financial. Right. Sometimes we just need people helping and volunteering to be at events. And, we want this to not just be here in Washington. We want it to be like a rock in water and the ripple effect throughout the country and then, of course, the world.
Right, absolutely. Well, you can come find them here at the Washington Tournament of Champions. We appreciate your time, Chris Hawkins, but I got one more question for you. You watched this tournament for a long time, obviously. You watched Kevin coach in this tournament. what are a couple of your favorite memories of just watching this great historic tournament over the years?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. There's been so many stars. I remember going back to Bloomington Normal and saying, you're not going to believe this tournament. And I feel like people look at me like there's no way he's exaggerating. But the type of talent that's here, I've never seen in person before, let alone it's high school basketball.
Right.
Some teams have 6'8", 6'9", 6'10", 3 or 4 players over 6'8", and the amount of talent, just to see it firsthand. And the way this gymnasium's set up, every seat is like being in the front row.
Right.
And so obviously Clutch Sports is doing a great job of bringing it into the homes, but at some point, even you, knowing you'd love to have them in person too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Coming to the gym is a totally different experience. We're thankful we're able to provide this coverage, people who aren't able to attend, but get out here, support KB Strong Sport, the TOC. Again, Chris, we thank you for your time. We got a few more minutes left here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. Again, we just talked with Chris Hawkins for a few minutes about his experience with the tournament with Kevin Brown and the KB Strong Foundation. My great assistant, Charlie, is going to hand me my notes once again as we start to switch back over to the basketball side of things here. We're going to bring in Colton Kaler. Talked to him several times today. He interviewed Coach Danny Greaves of Metamora earlier, so we're going to sit back down with him for a few minutes before we can get the next game rolling. But we just saw a really, really good matchup. I mean, describe that game to me in just a couple of words. I mean, that was great.
Tough, physical, and not a lot of easy baskets in that last game, I'll tell you that. Great. 2 defenses right there between both teams, and it was very, very physical.
Absolutely. I mean, St. Louis, Vashon, Joliet West, both coming in extremely good teams. I mean, the star talent in this tournament is really unmatched. I mean, you're not going to find it much really anywhere else for that matter. We talked with Tony Irons earlier of St. Louis, Vashon. So many really good players. As they continue throughout their portion of the TOC, what do you kind of look for these teams to do?
Well, obviously, they're going to see where they're at. It's the start of the year. They're going to see, depending on what team you are, if you've got a lot of young guys, you see where you're going to stand there. What was it? The coach that you talked to, Bosco, he said he's starting 2 freshmen. So for them, to see where their freshmen lie and you can kind of find an identity of a team here early. But, it's also kind of taking in the tournament as a whole and not getting too caught up because there's a lot of good teams. And, you could go 1 win or winless and still be in a very good position by the end of the week.
Absolutely. And, we kind of switch gears now. We just saw a really good one here on Clutch Sports Media, but we've got another really intriguing matchup coming up. I believe Cody Roskins will make his debut on the call for the TOC. As color commentary, he'll replace John Camosa for the time being. But we've got Denmark-Olar from out of North Carolina and Chicago St. Rita. Let's start with Chicago St. Rita. We saw them last night. They really put the hammer down on Urbana. Now, Urbana played a tough game, but Chicago St. Rita is a very good team. What can you tell us about them, Colton?
Well, Chicago St. Rita's got the big commit Illinois commit in Johnson there. He's going to be a fan favorite here. He's going to be – you can already see the Illinois fans showing up. I know Joey Wagner here, the Illinois Inquirer, I believe, or 24/7 Sports, one of the two. He's here today to watch him. Last night there was quite a few fans here from Illinois, so if you were here when Adam Miller was here, this place was packed. Illinois fans travel well, they support well, and that's obviously going to be the big. But, they've got another 6'8" guy as well down low, and last night it was very fun to watch them play against Urbana.
Absolutely. Look at some of their stats from last night. It looks like Morez Johnson Jr. had 18 points and 15 boards, so he posted a tough double-double. They've got a loaded sophomore class, James Brown, Jaden Reyna. So a lot of great players. You're going to see them coming up live right here on Clutch Sports Media. We'll talk about Denmark-Olar and Chicago St. Rita more at the half, but we'll send it up to the booth now. It's going to be Cody Roskins and I believe Joey Wright on the call. We'll see who it is, but you get to see Chicago St. Rita and Denmark-Olar. For Colton Kaler, I'm Gavin Russell from the Country Financial Tournament Central.
Well, Gavin Russell, you guessed wrong. Larry Larson and Cody Roskins on the call with you for Chicago St. Rita, Denmark-Olar. It's a true pleasure to welcome in Cody for the first time this Tournament of Champions. Cody, thanks for coming out, buddy.
No problem, man. Just glad to be back. We were just talking about how it's been a minute between you and me getting paired for a game, between football season and everything else Clutch has got going on. I'm glad to be back.
Indeed. And Cody, this matchup ahead of us, Chicago St. Rita had a big first game last night, handing it to Urbana. They're taking on this Denmark-Olar squad led by Zachary Davis, a 6'8 senior who's built like a tank, committed to South Carolina, a 3-star recruit, staying home in his home state. And that matchup provides a lot of intrigue. Davis against St. Rita's star sophomores.
Yeah, and size is always the one thing a coach covets in the sport of basketball. Of course, it just provides so much, utility on offense and defense, whether it's setting screens, just putting a body on a body to get rebounds. So anytime you can get anybody, 6'7" plus on your roster, it presents a lot of problems. And when you get two teams that have a lot of height and size paired against each other with some talent to go along with that, Larry, it's going to pair up for a good time.
Indeed, and looking at the rest of the Denmark-Olar roster, Cody, there's not much else of that size. You've got Brashard Young, who's standing at 6'5", Jakari Williams, 6'4", Takeem Ross, 6'3". We've yet to get their starting lineup, so I suppose we'll see that in a minute. We'll really find out who kind of plays out of those guys with size, but you look at St. Rita, Melvin Bell, 6'4" freshman, one of the best freshmen in the state of Illinois. James Brown, 6'10", Morez Johnson Jr., 6'9", Pat Swanson, 6'4", he's a senior. Doesn't play a whole ton, got in the game last night, but that's also a lot of size. But the thing that jumps out about St. Rita's sophomores is they're so quick, especially Morez Johnson Jr. and James Brown.
They really are, Larry, and that presents a whole list of problems for opposing teams. And when you take a look and break it down of, what they can do, they can all handle the ball really well. They can all pull up on a jump shot. When you have so many 5 tools aspects when it comes to your game, or your bag as players like to call it, it's really a tough guard. And when you can put 3 or 4 of them out on the court at the same time with height, it's a tough guard, and it's a tough ask, but that's what Denmark-Olar is going to have to try and do today.
Joey Wright was on the call for St. Rita's game against Urbana last night, and he mentioned with some truth that St. Rita is all I was talking about leading up to this tournament, and he was right, because boy was I excited to watch this team play, and last night they lived up to the expectations, really putting on quite the performance and quite the show against Urbana. Starting lineups being introduced now for Denmark-Olar. Kethian Washington, Dequez Dowling, Zachary Davis, Brashard Young, and rounded out by Jakari Williams. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's pretty straightforward.
Oh, yeah, it makes it easy on us up here at the top of the bleachers, so no complaints from us, Larry.
Starting lineup for St. Rita, not exactly as straightforward when it comes to numbers, but very, very talented Jaden Reyna, the starting point guard for head coach Roshawn Russell. Melvin Bell, 6'4" freshman, in the starting lineup as well. James Brown lets off the handshake with Carson Brownfield. Little dance. Caden Space, the 6'1" junior. And Morez Johnson Jr., the 6'9" sophomore Illinois commit, rounds out the starting lineup. And Cody, you're at the TOC here. You look around the gym. You see a lot of orange. Most of it belongs to Washington, but there are also a lot of Illini fans that have come out to watch their future player.
Yeah, and I was talking with Colton before your game, or I was sitting down in front. We were noticing they're coming out to support their future player. I mean, it's exciting to see. I'm sure there's a lot of other colleges, in the stands and representation here today. Of course, we've seen a couple coaches from Illinois College. Bradley's around here as well. I'm sure we'll maybe even see Illinois State or other colleges make some appearances. But, yeah, it's exciting to see.
James Brown wins the tip. St. Rita moving from right to left, and we're underway. St. Rita in the white, Denmark-Olar in the blue. Morez Johnson turned over. Dequez Dowling the other way. Wide open on the wing is Young into the paint. Shot try too much. Here come the Mustangs in transition. Bell slices to the rim for 2.
Great job taking in the contact, staying composed, finishing above height.
Full court press for St. Rita. Lob pass to Kethian Washington. Inside try for Dowling, and he's fouled.
Yeah, I got him with the body that time. A little bit on the hip. Did a great job of going vertical and staying in that, wall-up type of positioning, but
There are those Illinois fans we were talking about. Plenty of orange and blue in the house. Quez Dowling, the 5-foot sophomore, getting the starting nod on a pretty small Denmark-Olar roster. Just 11 players rostered for head coach Hercules Davis. Long trip for the Vikings. Dowling goes 2 for 2. Jaden Reyna, one of the quickest players on the floor, walks it up. He's got offers from mid-majors across the Midwest. Only as a sophomore, that's not too shabby. He's got a lot of time to prove his stock. Caden Space, guarded by Young, drives inside, loses the handle. Bell to the rack again, too strong, and a foul.
yeah, again, that time you see the second effort by St. Rita, staying composed, going off 2 feet. It's such a more high percentage shot than if you just go off of 1 foot, trying to chuck it up with one hand. Going off 2, able to get more power underneath you, jump higher, finish above some height, and this time gets a foul.
Melvin Bell, who head coach Roshan Russell described to me in our conversation as crazy athletic. Impressed last night, had a highlight reel dunk. I was all over our social media feeds. He impressed in his debut. He goes 1 for 2 at the stripe there, but crazy athletic is a pretty good description.
And in a tournament that's seen its fair share of crazy athletes, that's quite the praise.
Dowling drives, kicks, and can't hit anybody. I was looking for Jakari Williams, who's not there in the corner. Morez Johnson lobs into Reyna. Denmark-Olar, first game of their tournament. Second game of the tournament for St. Rita as they turn the ball over. Here comes Davis, the shake and bake, blocked by Morez Johnson.
Great hustle that time by Johnson to get back into the play, pin it against the backboard. An absolute, I mean, what can you say, Larry? It's a great effort play, and those are the kind of things that win you games down the stretch, and early on sets the tempo.
James Brown on the inside, swims through the D.
Yeah, James Brown's going to get a lot of touches early. Just 2 possessions ago, we saw him set the pin down screen, and on top, set the flex screen. This time they're going to reward their big man with a touch, and of course he results in 2.
Davis, the no-look pass inside to Washington. Young blocked. He gets it back, kicks it out to Dowling, tries to make something happen, and he does. Off the glass for 2.
Yeah, finishing over height's going to be something that Denmark-Olar is going to have to do a lot today.
Bell dials one up from deep, no dice. Davis in transition, the skip pass to Dowling, almost at it. Reyna open for 3. He won't miss that often.
Yeah, and that's just a numbers game. You got to find your way back in transition defense and put a hand up. That time it was 3-on-1. Recipe for disaster for Denmark.
Jump ball taken away by Caden Space. The pass ahead to Bell. He was tied up. You tell he wanted to slam that thing. A little too much competition, and the jump ball goes in favor of Denmark.
Great job once again getting back into the play. We've seen a couple of blocks here early. Both teams trying to assert their dominance down low. Nothing easy down low. It's going to be the theme today for both teams.
Dowling now back to Davis. Standing at 6'8", but he's a great ball handler, as you can see. No look pass, finds an open Young for the baseline. Jay comes up short. Morez Johnson looking for the foul. Didn't get it, just tipped out of bounds, but it stays with St. Rita. The officials largely have let the boys play in this contest and throughout the tournament. Nearly a takeaway from Dowling.
Yeah, nearly got his hands in the cookie jar that time. Still forces the turnover, however, but great job of closing out. Got to be careful, though. If that's a catch for St. Rita, that's easily a rip down the baseline and a 2-hand jam.
Davis playing catch in the backcourt with Washington. The inside to Young. A no-look pass into the corner. Tray ball from Williams is off. Space. Jets ahead. Kicks to Reyna for three. A little too strong. Great board by Brown. Goes up strong. Misses it. Morez Johnson tried his putback, and boy, was he hacked hard.
Yeah, it's one of those, if you're going to foul him, you might as well foul him hard enough to not allow the shot to get up. But great job by Brown on the first effort. Gets the rebound. Doesn't bring it down necessarily, but gets that nice gather dribble. Sets up his teammate for another opportunity at the free throw line.
First free throw comes up short for Morez Johnson Jr., the Illinois commit. Still scoreless early. Had a big game last night against Urbana. Goes 0 for 2. Board for Brown. He's fouled, and he'll shoot 2.
And on free throws, a lot of the times, if you have a bigger guy like Brown here for St. Rita, you'll see the other team pinch on that side of the free throw line to try and keep him out of the paint. That time, Brown smart goes low to avoid that double and gets another rebound.
Both these sophomores for St. Rita, they're sophomore bigs, Morez Johnson and James Brown. I mean, I knew they were good coming into this, and I watched a little bit of tape and knew they were crazy athletic, but they're also very smart. I think they play well beyond their sophomore years. That's a great move by Brown, which could have bought himself some points, or at least a point if he makes his second free throw.
Absolutely, Larry. And that was one of the themes we saw in the game prior to this, is that a lot of times we saw the one-legged finishes and trying going in traffic in the paint, and it would come off, and it'd be, missed for another easy layup. But both these sophomores, great at keeping their composure in the paint. They are not afraid of contact.
Davis double-teamed, tries to hit Washington in the paint, and it's tipped away. One thing, it's still early, and this game has not exactly moved fast, but Zachary Davis has been pretty quiet early on.
Yeah, I believe we have a shoe off on one of the Denmark players, as Young, I think, is trying to get his shoe back on. He's just standing in the paint right now.
He's got it in his hands, and now he gets an opportunity to put that back on. That's a good catch. I didn't notice that. That ball squeaked into the hallway as well, so prolonged timeout. Looks like some shoe difficulties for Young.
Yeah, just a blown tire. Could probably someone coming down on your heel and you try and jump up for a rebound. It's an easy way to lose a shoe, but good to see, of course, nothing was hurt on that play. As ankle injuries, man, they can be a killer.
Johnson guards the inbounds pass. Gets it into Washington. Kick into the corner. Williams three. Short again. Last few tries from the corner have been short. And Bell is out on the baseline. So this one stays with the Denmark Vikings. They try to chip away into the St. Rita lead. Williams inbounds, lobs deep to Davis. South Carolina Gamecock commit. Lobs to Washington. He lost the handle. Somehow it stays with Denmark. Great play by Young. Inside to Washington. Can't finish. Rebound goes to Brown, and he's fouled.
And how about the battle we got going on in the paint right now, Larry? I mean, undersized Denmark just playing their butts off right now in the paint, trying to find a way to get these rebounds. But like we said, finishing over that height is not going to be a easy task. Washington coming in at 6 foot even. You got Brown and Morez Johnson in the paint. That's a good foot, almost 8 inches advantage.
It's tough when you've got one guy that size in the paint. It's really hard when you've got two guys that size in the paint. Vikings have struggled with fouls early. They've got 4 compared to St. Rita's 1. Jaden Reyna dances on the dribble, loses his man, drops the teardropper in.
Tony Parker alert, the floater in the paint looks beautiful.
Dowling tries to go coast to coast through contact and can't finish. Here comes James Brown in transition. He wants to go coast to coast and does for 2.
And it just looks easy at times for Brown. I mean, he's so fluid with the ball in his hands. He's so decisive with his cuts and his screening. And obviously that time his ball handling wards him with another bucket.
Davis loses the basketball. Jaden Reyna's fired up, as is the St. Rita bench. Look at them. They're fired up. Great bench energy last night. A lot of those guys got to play last night, too, in a big win over Urbana. Mustangs trying to grow their lead to 10.
Little motion offense set here for St. Rita. Trying to space the floor. Guys running off screens and downhill.
Bell into Morez Johnson. Johnson. Floater. Cans it.
Again, just attacking that paint. That's going to have to be a key for Denmark. They're going to have to maybe surrender some three-point attempts to lock it down because right now they're just feasting inside.
Takeem Ross to a wide open Williams. Couldn't convert. Battle for the board. And a jump ball is going to be called. Brown was battling for that one. Few jump balls early. Olar with the size disadvantage, but they've done a good job trying to combat that size.
And that time it was Brashard Young trying to get entangled that time with Brown.
Bell off balance. Almost had the and one. Melvin Bell. That would have been an impressive bucket.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing St. Rita coming in, jump stopping in the paint, either dishing off to a teammate or going off to trying to draw a foul and score the ball. But on the other end, we're just seeing when Olar gets the ball into the opposing paint for St. Rita, they're just trying to go straight up over height. And again, that's just so hard. You have to either pump fake, trying to get him in the air and go into contact, or you have to find an opening with a cutter. And so far, that just hasn't been the case.
Bell's second shot is down. That lead grows to 12. Needless to say, Denmark needs a bucket.
Yeah, it's going to be tough against this 1-2-2 pressure.
Great steal by Reyna. Somehow comes out with a basketball and one. What a play by Jaden Reyna.
Playing through contact isn't just for the trees down there. Reyna getting the and one opportunity. An old-fashioned three-point play.
Absolutely electric play. Getting it done on defense, poking it away, chasing the basketball down and knocking down the off-balance layup through the foul. Can't convert the three-point play. Rebound from Takeem Ross. Ball still loose and a foul called on the floor. I think that one might go against Morez Johnson.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, and I think you're right, Larry. That's just a tough foul. You know, you're willing to surrender that one. It's just a hustle foul, trying to get the loose ball. Can't really fault Morez Johnson for that.
Flat pass into Dowling. St. Rita dominating early. Washington. Kicked into the corner to Dowling. Slices through the defense, and he's called for the charge.
Great job again, ducking into the paint, staying firm, not shuffling the feet, planting himself, taking the contact, and steals a possession for St. Rita.
Now, Cody, Denmark has really struggled on the defensive side, obviously on the offensive side, but the defensive side, they haven't contained the Twin Towers, so to speak. What do they got to do to stop them? The three is on the way from spacing it.
Well, I think they got to do a better job of spacing the floor. They got to either make them play one-on-one down low so you don't have to go against both, or you got to get one of them off their feet and maybe get one of them out of the game in foul trouble. Of course, the great equalizer is always there as well on the three-point line.
Davis, the dish down low inside, in and out from Ross. A second chance, no. Rebound still loose.
And that's a good example there. He took on two. His teammate stayed down low, was able to get the drop-off pass, but that's just when you got to finish.
Davis has shown early on he's very unselfish. Still doesn't have a bucket in this one. He's got 2 early fouls, so he struggled a lot, but he's not going to come off the floor. That time he wanted to get to the rack, and he hits the floor hard. Good to see he's okay, but we can hear that thud from up here.
Yeah,
and a timeout's taken from Hercules Davis.
Yeah, and that time, Larry, the reason there's no foul on that is because, again, St. Rita's doing a great job of just staying vertical and walling up. They're not coming over the front or over the back of anybody from Denmark-Olar. And it's really saved them here. I mean, you look at the foul disparity. It's 7-2 right now, and it's a 21-4 game.
Well, St. Rita, a very well-coached team. Head coach Vashon Russell, an alum of St. Rita, very proud of that. In our phone conversation, he said, all these guys, it's a great group, a lot of young talent, but a lot of guys who are very unselfish. Not everybody needs the ball or wants the ball all the time, even though they've got pretty much every single player in the starting 5 who can fill it up, as we saw last night. But they do the little things right, too. The defense and the fouling, mainly, or rather lack thereof.
Exactly. And like you said, Larry, you touched on it with not everybody needs the ball to feel like they're contributing. And when that's the case and you've got 5 talented players out onto the floor, it just opens up everything, and you never know where the poison's going to come from.
Jaden Reyna will walk up the poison attack. Is that a bit of a reach? Denmark-Olar trying to play poison control maybe. Morez Johnson playing big boy basketball.
Drop step and a jam. Looking like Shaquille O'Neal with that one. A patented move, of course, from Shaq in his playing days in the NBA, but a beautiful looking move down low.
Denmark-Olar turns it over. Things going from bad to worse for the boys from South Carolina. Under 15 in the first quarter. Morez Johnson. 15-footer. Tipped away into the hands of Washington. 1 second to go, and looks like Dowling didn't know how much time was on the clock, and that's how the first quarter ends. Dominant, overwhelming performance from St. Rita, 23-4 after 1, and we'll take this opportunity to remind you of our great sponsors here at the Washington Tournament of Champions, starting with the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off Drink. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Off Drink Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. OffDrinkAutoGroup.com. Also brought to you by Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. Also by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And, of course, the KB Strong Foundation, the cause behind this tournament. All proceeds of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions going to the KB Strong Foundation, a foundation that is battling to raise awareness for the fight against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about KB Strong, visit the web address that was on your screen right now, or visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Second quarter underway. Zach Davis trying to make something happen. He's denied by James Brown on the tip, and it's going back the other way.
Yeah, and I think he's wanting contact on the arm that time, but again, you can only play through what the officials give you, and you have to play through the whistle.
Wide open, Jelani McGregor, nothing but nothing. And it's tipped away, going back with the Vikings. And Cody, if you're Denmark here, frankly, I've witnessed nothing but dominance this game from St. Rita. I really don't know how else to put it, but what can you do to maybe facilitate some offense through Davis?
Yeah, you're right, Larry. The scoreboard doesn't lie, but you either got to get him in some high pick-and-roll situation, try and draw the bigs away from the basket and get him downhill with some speed. Instead, right now, they're just dishing off and on and just playing, and as you see again, dangerous pass. Lucky it resulted in a foul and not a charge.
Reyna called for the foul. He's not happy about it, needless to say. Reyna out. He's got 7 points and just 1 foul. And a lob pass into the backcourt to nobody. That's not going to help.
Good old-fashioned miscommunication, Larry. Nobody's ever a fan of it, but it rears its ugly head yet again.
And it's tough if you're Denmark-Olar because they've played hard and they've had to play hard against St. Rita's very stout offense and defensive attack. Just a lot of length, a lot of height, a lot of guys that just play hard. You're going to need your best effort to even score a bucket against them. They've only scored 2 buckets.
Yeah, and again, I think this would go a lot away, and now here you see the pressure.
Dowling takes it to the rack for 2.
A little more of that might be what the doctor ordered, but again, you see him just sitting back in their man-to-man defense, now shifting into a little 1-2-2.
The drive from Bell finds McGregor. Reyna on the drive, too strong. James Brown pulls it down, can't finish through contact. Another offensive board to Chandler. Reyna's three is in.
And it's just so difficult. I mean, you see everybody trying to put two bodies on Brown and Morez Johnson. Excuse me, just Brown on this possession, but that just leaves one less guy to rebound the ball when it comes down, and it's just so hard.
Davis being hounded. Lob pass inside to Washington, and he finishes. It's the first Viking not named Dowling to score today. It's 8-26. Chandler walks it across, jets through the defense, finds an open Reyna, unselfish play. James Brown can't hit from the corner, and a foul called on the board.
Great call, Larry. The unselfish one more pass to the corner, one of the more high percentage shots in basketball. That time just unable to convert, unlucky coming over the back for the foul. But again, we're seeing now St. Rita trying to make the unselfish plays, and Denmark-Olar is going to contribute more bodies to boxing out.
Drive inside and a bucket from Burchard Young. Vikings are starting to get it going now.
Yeah, I think they've kind of found the look they want to get. They either want to get one body in the paint and then four on the corners and space the floor out a little bit and just let that middleman distribute.
Melvin Bell hounded and fouled.
And that's just a tough assignment that time for Washington. I mean, he has to wall up in the paint and also protect the extra pass, and a tough ask for a guy of his size.
Bell to the stripe. And the second outstanding freshman that we've seen play today. Out of the state of Illinois, Jeremiah Fears lit up the scoreboard last game. Melvin Bell lit it up last night. On his way to another big performance today. His first few varsity games. St. Rita leads by 18. Davis still scoreless. The South Carolina commit, the headliner for this Denmark-Olar squad. Profit nearly turns it over, gets it right back and does turn it over. That ball tossed out of the hand of Space. Tried to toss it out off of Dowling, and he did.
And again, both teams kind of showing a little 1-2-2 pressure. Now it looks like Denmark-Olar will kind of sit back into the man-to-man matchup right out of it once they get the pressure broke.
Brown goes inside to Johnson, and it rattles home.
I mean, he's just a mismatch. They got two of them on the low blocks, and it's just a tough guard to ask because you can't, ask him to bring two down every time, and so at some point you're going to have to play one-on-one against him.
And they've only got one Zachary Davis, who's 6'8". Everybody else not exactly the height of Morez Johnson or James Brown. Dowling, the dribble drive, lost the handle. Could be showtime. Melvin Bell out ahead of the pack, and one. Whistle's blown. We've got an injured Viking on the floor because Dowling is down.
Yeah, didn't quite see what happened there, but on the side with the bucket, of course, there's the trainers tend to the injured Viking. It looked like Denmark-Olar was, pleading for a basket interference call that time on the tip in, but maybe came a little late, but regardless, it's still a foul.
St. Rita leading by 22, and it's good to see that Dowling gets helped up here. Everybody will give him a nice ovation.
Hopefully he's okay, Larry. He's not being able to put any pressure down on that leg right now.
Getting carried off the court by Zachary Davis and Hercules Davis. Head coach and star player there. That's not a good sign for the Vikings because Dowling leading the team early with 6 points. Nobody else has more than that for the squad. That's a bad break, especially in the first game of the tournament. You don't want to lose a main player.
Exactly, Larry, and that could always have a snowball effect. It's always demoralizing to see one of your teammates go down, but just getting back to the game itself, in a 32-10 ball game, you look it up and you're like, oh, it's easy to say, oh, we'll just punt this one away and whatnot. But, I mean, if you're Denmark-Olar, you got to find a way to either capitalize on the three-point line or get their bigs in foul trouble, because right now the status quo has not changed.
Melvin Bell cashes in on the old-fashioned three. Tony, that's one thing. We have not seen a lot of three-point attempts from Denmark-Olar, and perhaps you'd expect that because they're so undersized. You mentioned it earlier, the great equalizer. It has not been tonight. Melvin Bell ahead of the pack again, soars for the jam.
Yeah, that's tough. A lot of speed, and again, great pressure defense forcing the issue. And again, we see another turnover. Looks like they'll call it back for the foul.
I was getting ready for 3 in a row there. Bell on a personal 5-0 run. St. Rita dominating here in the first half.
I mean, just what a talented team. I mean, even the guys coming off the bench, they can all, like you said, Larry, they can all put it up and score, but they all do the little things as well. They share the ball, they rebound hard, and they both play great defense.
Davis got in some trouble there. Here comes Morez Johnson Jr. with the exclamation point.
Got to find a way to break this 1-2-2.
Davis can't. James Brown in transition. Brown fouled.
And the best way to break the pressure, Larry, is that you don't go into bodies like they are right now. They're running along the sideline, which is acting as a third defender. And so when two guys come, there's only one direction for the ball to go, and that's back. And when you're that close to half court, that's going to be a backcourt violation. So they've got to find a way to fill the middle and run the lanes. Hopefully it leads to a couple points for the Vikings.
First free throw up and in. James Brown, a stellar performance early. This is the second.
Looks like St. Rita will just fall back in the man-to-man defense.
Davis lost the handle. Reyna fighting for the basketball. McGregor lost his man. Reyna wide open for three. The lob ahead to Davis. He'll take it to the rack himself, and he's finally on the board.
Tough finish that time, coming again inside the paint, but a good job coming off too. Able to finish with a little bit of English.
Ball tipped around. Another turnover forced by Denmark-Olar. Davis into the corner, into the paint. Was looking for Cavante Davis. Couldn't hit him.
Maybe that's the matchup they want a little more. Zachary Davis with the ball, with one of the bigs from St. Rita on him. And he can either attack and draw the contact, or he can take him outside.
About 3 minutes even to go in the first half. A first half that I'm sure the Vikings will be glad to see go. Washington weaves to the bucket for two.
And how about that little bit of a fake pass? Fools the defender. Easy layup that time for the Vikings.
The other end, James Brown has a little bit of trouble.
Again, the foul still racking up for Denmark-Olar. Already up to 10 this half.
James Brown in for the first try. So we've had a roster mix-up, as we've been made aware of. Number 1 is Sanders for Denmark-Olar, and number 3 is Washington.
Always good to know.
Indeed, indeed. Well, you want to have the names and numbers right, and that's on us. Cavante Davis goes outside to Williams. He drains the mid-ranger.
Good-looking jump shot that time. Had his feet set. Easy 1-2 lead into the shot. High follow-through. That's money.
Carson Brownfield trapped in the corner. It's Brown. Back to the outside. Amari Edwards is off. Offensive board for Brownfield, and he cashes in his first points of the day.
Doesn't matter who's on the floor. St. Rita's going to continue to crash the boards.
And that's the thing, Cody. You dig into a deep bench like St. Rita's as the three is off from Williams. Put back is off from Davis. He's going to try again. Can't get a handle on it. But you look at St. Rita's starting five and their first few guys off the bench. Very, very good. But then you dig into the reserves, and you got to figure that those guys are very good as well because they play against those first stringers in practice. Here comes Brownfield. Back-to-back buckets.
Right, and iron sharpens iron, Larry. And so when you can go against those great starting five in practice, that only makes you yourself better when it's game time against somebody else.
St. Rita dominating Denmark-Olar from tip nearly until the halftime buzzer, under 2 minutes to play.
Still a great take, though. Again, that's the right mentality that's going to get them not necessarily back into this game one possession at a time, of course, but that's what you want to show your team, you know, no quit no matter what the scoreboard's reading.
Davis misses the free throw. Williams hauls in the board. Fed into the post for Davis. And it's a turnover.
Yeah, and maybe that one's better off just being a bounce pass, just extend and step through, opposite foot and right hand. Maybe makes that pass a little easier.
Jaden Reyna to James Brown. Nearly a kick ball. McGregor's three off the attachment. The high board goes to Williams as Reyna goes flying into the bench. Good to see he's all right. Laughing about it. All smiles.
And there it is again, Larry. Just the no quit in the hustle. I mean, they're up 31, and he's still diving into the stands.
Reyna comes out with a steal and the easy two. Reyna with 15. Shaking off his hand. Maybe it's a little too hot. Cavante Davis turns it over. Here come the Mustangs again. McGregor is fouled.
Another strong take to the hole. It'll result in another foul. And for a team with not necessarily a long bench like Denmark-Olar, fouls are really starting to become a problem. And now Davis is two from himself of fouling, or excuse me, one away from fouling out himself with the four.
Only in the first half. So, Zachary Davis, the South Carolina commit, will sit on the bench for the rest of the first half. All 55 seconds that remain. Jelani McGregor goes 2 for 2.
Again, we see the 1-2-2 pressure.
Saunders here. Into the corner, nearly poked away. Rashard Young with some good size, trying to back down Edwards. Davis. Good ball movement here on this possession. Saunders blocked at the rim. It's tough for him to get by James Brown.
It's tough for anybody to get by James Brown.
That's a tall task, literally and figuratively.
See what you did there.
6'10", couldn't help myself. And Brown called for the foul. That's his second. St. Rita's just coming out here and having fun so far this tournament. Last night, a very convincing win over Urbana. And now, while on their way to a dominant win, barring a comeback of epic proportions against Denmark-Olar. Young goes 1 for 2.
Trying to pressure the ball off the miss. Again, they just space the floor. Look at that. 2 camping in the corners, 2 up high as well. Probably going to result in a drive and then kick out.
Brownfield. Amari Edwards, hounded on defense, gets it away. Has an open McGregor at the horn, doesn't hit. We go to the half with St. Rita dominating Denmark-Olar 51-17. And we'll take this opportunity to remind everybody of our great sponsors, starting with the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Also brought to you by Country Financial. Proud supporters of the communities they take a part in. More than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. Since they're already your neighbor, might as well give them a call. Call your local Country Financial representative today to talk about the things that are important to you and how they can help protect them. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And, of course, the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. We're going to send it to Country Financial Tournament Central, where Gavin Russell is standing by Robert Dowling, the head of officials here for the TOC. Gavin, fire away.
Welcome back to the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm here with Robert Dowling. He's the head of officials for the Washington TOC. And let's start right there. You know, you said that you've been doing it since the inaugural tournament. So how do you go into putting together? I mean, there's a lot of games. You have to have a lot of officials to cycle through. So how do you go into putting something together like this?
Well, since I've been refereeing here since the beginning in 2006, we have a good core of officials. I'm not the only one. Two of the gentlemen, Randy Leitner and Tim Peterson, have been here since the beginning, refereed every year. So they're sort of the core local guys in the area we work around. And then having the talent that they put together for this tournament and the organization, hey, and the hospitality room's excellent too, you know, referees like that. It's not hard to get enough guys that want to come here. Some tournaments, some leagues, they struggle for officials. I have 2 or 3 guys on a short waiting list every year that if we need somebody, they're available.
That's really good. You know, obviously all the hands matter in a tournament like this, such a big tournament. Now, you yourself will also be refereeing a game. You know, it's high level of competition, very fast paced, very physical. You know, from an official standpoint, you know, what maybe some of the challenges make it a little unique to ref in this tournament?
So in this tournament, with the talent and the size and the teams from all over the country, they're a little used to different styles of officiating. Some of the bigger schools are used to a little more physical play. Some of the smaller schools, not so much. They like a little more called, so we need to find a happy medium. And you've got some awfully big players that might be used to playing on a college-size court that are now playing on a high school court, and that can make it a little more difficult. Just like the next game that I'm going to referee, it's 2 of the college prep schools. They're used to playing in college venues quite often, and you got 6'10", 6'11", 6'9" on the front row on a high school floor. It can be challenging.
Absolutely. You know, there's a lot that goes into officiating a game and obviously different styles of play. We got teams coast to coast. If you're just joining us here at the Washington Tournament of Champions, we've got teams from California, North Carolina, of course, spread out throughout the Midwest. So let me ask you this. You know, you've obviously reffed in this. You've seen this tournament for a number of years. Maybe some of your favorite memories, some of the most exciting players that you've seen come through here.
Well, I think it was the first year, 2006. We played at the old Robertson Field House on Bradley's campus, which has since been torn down. And Washington was playing, Washington, Illinois, the host, playing Washington of Chicago, a public league school who had 4 players go on to Division I, 2 players go on to the NBA. And right out of the bat, Washington down 10-0. And Coach Brown called timeout, never let his players sit down, got into them, told them this wasn't going to happen, and they came back and won the game. And it amazing display. And Jared Bayless also played in that tournament, went on to the University of Arizona and the NBA, and had one of the most amazing dunks in the middle of traffic that I've witnessed. And I was on the game, and it was the referees were even standing there with their mouths open. So there's been so many good players. Zion Williamson, everybody knows right now. So many other guys have gone on to Division I in the NBA, but Zion Williamson, Jared Bayless, and that Washington comeback against Chicago Washington at Robertson Fieldhouse, some of my best memories.
Well, there's been a lot of great people come through this tournament now. Switching gears, though, to refereeing. Refereeing is all over, many different sports. How somebody may be looking to get involved, maybe a side hobby, something like that. Maybe they're looking to do it as a job. What would you say to somebody who might be looking to get into refereeing?
First thing to do is get on, if you're in Illinois, you get on the ihsa.org website, and then they'll help you find your local officiating association. You can get your license through the ihsa.org site, and then, just go to games. If you can't find an association, which you should be able to find somebody local, go to games, find a referee, and just go talk to them. Talk to them on a dead ball. Talk to them at halftime, before the game, after the game. We're short referees at every sport, every level. We'd be more than happy to help somebody get started and help them work their way up. I help guys get into this tournament, high school. I help some younger guys working their way up to some small college, and they may be on their way to Division I, but they've all got to start somewhere. And there's so few of us. We're more than happy to help them.
Absolutely. Now, you talked about Coach Kevin Brown. Obviously, you've been part of this tournament for a long time. What can you tell us about Coach Kevin Brown? I mean, obviously you knew him. You were part of this tournament, obviously with the KB Strong Foundation. Just what can you tell us about that and your experience with all that?
His passion for the game was unmatched, and it won't be forgotten here for a long, long time. And the current coach, Eric Schermerhorn, is a Brownie disciple, and they play the same way. They're going to be tough. They're going to be in your face on defense. If they're talented or not talented, it doesn't matter. They are going to play harder than everybody every night, and that's a direct correlation to the foundation that Coach Brown started here, and it just maintains. And even the kids who are coming up that may not have known Coach Brown, they understand the legacy, and they understand what it means to put on the orange and black.
Absolutely. Well, Coach Kevin Brown would be proud of this tournament that's being put on once again this year. Robert, we appreciate your time, taking a few minutes. We're here at Country Financial Tournament Central. We've got a really good game coming up, but we've got a whole nother half. You'll be on that next game, so we've got a few more exciting games left tonight. We've got games Thursday, Friday, and Saturday as well. So once again, thank you for your time. Appreciate you coming in with us for a minute. We're going to switch gears. We've got a couple minutes left here in the Tournament Central. Grab my notes real quick and take a look at some of the things we've just seen. Chicago St. Rita in the first half, they are off to a fast start. It's Morez Johnson Jr. already coming up with several big plays. James Brown, another sophomore. Chicago St. Rita full of talent, loaded sophomore class. But Denmark-Olar, they've gotten off to a slow start. First game of the tournament. Chicago St. Rita, this is their second game of the tournament. Denmark-Olar not quite having the start they want, but they have some really talented players as well, and they do have a small roster, only 2 seniors, so maybe a little experience to grow. This is obviously a really, really good test for them, a team that can do a lot to improve moving forward. But we take a look at our next game. We obviously just talked with Robert Dowling. You see the head of officials here at the Washington TOC. He'll be on that game. That next game is between Western Reserve Academy and Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. So we'll be able to see 2 great teams there, a few key players through those teams. Demarius Owens, a 6'7" sophomore for Western, and for Colorado Prep, we look at Langston Reynolds. So a couple of really good players for both those teams, but we have another half to play. Chicago St. Rita and Denmark-Olar coming up. Send it back to the booth live from the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell.
Thanks for that, Gavin. Back here inside the gym at Washington Community High School. St. Rita on top of Denmark-Olar, 51-17. Larry Larson, Cody Roskins in with you. And Cody, not much else to say but that, 51-17 St. Rita.
Yeah, and what a statement that little sentence makes in itself, Larry. I mean, you take a look, it's easy to say, oh, it's because, the height that St. Rita has, but at the same time, they've been playing great defense on the perimeter, not allowing any three-point shots to really get off. On the offensive end, they're also getting the ball down low, making the extra unselfish passes. And then for the Vikings, they've just got to find a way to not necessarily treat this game like a 0-0 game, but they got to find a way to, 1, break that 1-2-2 pressure, and then 2, once they do break it, they've got to get a good look at the rim instead of just driving into contact.
100%. And we do want to pass along something that we discovered at the half. Denmark-Olar has a lot of uniform changes. In fact, 4 players had uniform changes that were different from the roster that we were given before the tournament. So DeQuez Dowling, who we were saying was DeQuez Dowling, is actually number 0. So the injured player was Kethian Washington. Washington left with a knee injury after he looked really good in the opening minutes of the matchup. Christopher Saunders is wearing number 1. DeQuez Dowling is actually wearing number 0. Brandon Johnson is wearing number 30. St. Rita's uniform numbers are all lined up, as is the scoring column for them. Morez Johnson Jr. kicks out. 3-ball for Caden Space is off the mark. Second chance attempt, off. James Brown goes up strong and gets the foul.
And again, just the battle on the boards really hasn't been that much of a contest in favor of St. Rita heavily. Both Morez Johnson and James Brown have just been pounding inside. It's going to send Brown to the free throw line.
James Brown, the 6'10 sophomore. Had a big first half. His first one is off. And Cody, you look alongside the baseline. It's a pretty common sight at the TOC to see photographers, videographers from various high school basketball coverage websites lined up alongside the baseline. But for these St. Rita games, they've just gotten a little more packed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that kind of comes with the territory, though, when you have Morez Johnson and James Brown on your team. Of course, Rain himself deserves a little bit of spotlight as well. And you got talent. The cameras will flash.
Second try from Zachary Davis off. Morez Johnson Jr. Morez Johnson all the way for the slam.
And one opportunity, Larry. I mean, we talked about all the exclamation points that St. Rita put on in that first half, but that one had some pop to it.
My goodness. With authority. And the scream to follow. There's a young man that plays with a lot of emotion. As he should. Having fun playing the game, especially this one. Dominant performance for St. Rita. Look out. Caden Space flying into the stands. He's all good.
Up 34, still diving into the bleachers.
Man, you hold your breath anytime you see that, especially in a game like this. Not that you don't want to play hard down the stretch of any game, no matter how much you're winning or losing by, but, I mean, it is the second game of the season, and you are winning 54-17.
Yeah, and again, it's not like any of these teams are really pushovers either. It's just they've come out and been very detail-oriented, and that's been the difference in a lot of situations today.
Bell can't get the shooter's touch off the front of the iron. Steal from Reyna. Gets position on the inside, and he's fouled.
I almost thought he was going to flick his chin up and throw that one up to Brown, but an even better aggressive take. Nice power lay-in that time. Doesn't get the hoop to go with it, but he will get 2 shots at the stripe.
Jaden Reyna, the 6-foot sophomore, part of a very, very talented sophomore class. For head coach Vashon Russell and the Mustangs. First one is up and in. Cody, I gotta ask, what's the most lopsided high school basketball game you've ever watched?
My high school defeated a team 99-18 it would have been my sophomore year of high school. It was AHSTW against Woodbine.
Wow.
Funny enough, my cousin was at the free throw line for his first varsity points, made the first, missed the second, and my high school has never scored 100 points in a basketball game. And missed it at the line.
Absolutely brutal. Chance to make history. That's tough. Saunders off, and Profit puts it back in. So the Vikings have at least matched 19 points. I don't think it'll be the biggest blowout you've ever seen. It could always be worse, folks. Jaden Reyna, shifty on the dribble, slices into the paint. Hit Morez Johnson. Hello. The lane was clear for takeoff.
Olay defense at time, and probably a good idea. Nobody really in position to take a charge, so it probably would have been a blocking foul anyway. Nobody wants to get and one on a poster.
Sanders to Profit. Over to Williams. Williams will try the three and connect.
Good look that time. Ready to catch the ball. Steps into it 1-2. Lets it fly. And again, able to knock it down. But the Vikings kind of playing on the perimeter a little more here in the second half.
Space. Hands off to Bell. Tipped around. Tipped away. Brandon Johnson gets it to Williams. Goes to the rack. Too strong. Here we go again. The lob to Brown.
Well, I thought they were going to throw it the possession that Reyna was fouled on, but instead they toss it up here, taking the 60-22 advantage, and it's just like a playground game right now.
Putting on a show are the Mustangs. Zach Davis. Dish, great ball movement, but Cody, I think the thing that jumps out to me is Denmark-Olar has passed the ball very well. And a lot of the time it's gotten them good looks, but they just haven't finished. They haven't taken the layups. And I think they probably benefit from Davis finishing at the rim, or perhaps at least trying to a few times.
Well, in that time they had a couple options along the baseline and then one more at the elbow, but there is such a thing as too unselfish. In that time, you got to go get your team 2 points.
What a move by Davis. We wanted a finish, and we got one.
And
must have been listening.
And he's playing with a couple fouls on him, so he's got to be careful going into the paint. Someone draws a charge, he could be done.
Davis playing with 4 fouls. There's Morez Johnson Jr. getting hydrated. A well-deserved break. I don't know how much good that cone's going to do.
Yeah, it's not quite the Dixie Cup, is it? But it's the snow cone variety. And
it's like one of those you get on a golf course. He got 2 of them.
It's even worse, Larry, because he can't set it down anywhere. Can my man get a place to set his drink if he's not going to finish all in one goal?
That's a great point. Look how small they look in his hands, too. Those could probably fit in his palm if he just closed his hand.
I mean, look,
we wouldn't know they were there.
Oh.
Caden Space goes 2 for 2 at the stripe.
That's one thing I didn't think I'd be doing today, Larry, breaking the ins and outs of Dixie Cups versus snow cones in terms of water on the bench.
Sanders kick into the corner for Johnson off the attachment. Rebound chased down by Williams.
Oh, what a catch.
Lob down to Davis fighting for position. Looking for the foul, and he got one.
Davis with great control that time. He's floating towards the baseline, catch that ball out of bounds, able to stick it on his feet, plant both, go up, get fouled.
Davis, the 3-star recruit, according to 24/7, committed to South Carolina.
And the Gamecock's got a good one. He's you can just tell by the raw talent, it's there.
Well, Cody, you know, you see a height like 6'8" on the roster, and this is perhaps something that's changed in the game of basketball recently as Jordan Chandler takes an open 3, and it's off the mark. Put back, easy money for James Brown. You see 6'8", and you think, oh, maybe forward post guy, but, I mean, Zachary Davis moves like a guard, and he cashes another one in.
Yeah, just as you were saying it, Larry, I mean, he just weaves so well in and out of traffic. It's so rare to see a guy of his height with the ball handling ability. Of course, we're seeing that a little more now in the NBA trickle its way down to the college level.
Space. The dish outside to McGregor. James Brown hauls in the board and can't finish the slam.
That's a rare sight, the one-on-none missed dunk.
Well, you can only make so many of them, I guess.
Yeah, I can't make them all. just making the stat sheet look a little more human, I guess.
Got to save some for next game. St. Rita playing again on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Boy, are they dominating. They came into Washington and they meant business. Big win last night over Urbana. And now another blowout effort over Denmark-Olar. Jordan Chandler, 6-foot junior, setting up the offense. Guarded by Davis, a bit of a mismatch. Here's space. The dribble drive inside, teardropper, you bet.
Beautiful hop step that time. Again, going off 2 feet, able to get to the left hand that time, put it up and in.
Cross half court goes Profit. Pass ahead to space, and he's just going to slow it down and let James Brown get back. Wide open three for Brownfield is off the mark. Second chance attempt for Chandler. Good hustle play, but nothing to show for it. Zachary Davis fighting for room, and he's fouled.
I mean, he has just no fear going into the paint, Larry. I mean, you can see it. Good gathered dribble. Tries to power up strong. And again, with his height, he hasn't really filled out all that much either. Not the obviously most dense or muscle-built guy on the court, but, man, he is going to be a problem in the SEC.
First free throw is up and in. Davis playing with 4 fouls. That's something that we got to bring up every few minutes because that takes, you play a lot differently when you've got 4 fouls and when you've got 3, 2, or 1.
Yeah, you can't body up as much as you would like on defense for the risk of a, contact body foul. You can't reach, and of course, if you go into the paint, that charge is always waiting for you as well.
McGregor on the other end of the court as Brownfield is stuck putting on his shoe. Still working on it as Denmark moves into the offensive zone.
And they're just letting him go to work right now.
Yeah, Davis was really doing a great job dishing earlier, and now he's taking things into his own hands. A lob pass into the deep backcourt to Davis, who got double teamed. Finds the open man. DeQuaz Dowling down and in.
Just over the outstretched hands that time from Johnson.
The 5-foot sophomore. Maybe the smallest player we'll see this week. Mari Edwards at the left wing, the freshman. Gets tied up, and he walked.
I was going to say, kind of a delayed whistle that time. Like, there's no way. That's not either a travel or a jump ball, but either way, officials get it right. So keep it moving, and again, they're just going to let him go to work, Larry. Spread the floor, get everybody out of the paint so he has some driving room.
Dowling jumping around, lob pass into the backcourt again for Davis. Cody, I know you do a little officiating in your spare time.
Mm-hmm.
Intramural basketball action?
Oh, yeah, the occasional practice ref and intramural ref. Used to do some high school games when I was younger.
I don't envy you. Can't be an easy job. Brownfield slices his way to the bucket, and Morez Johnson dribbles it off his foot.
Yeah, it's a job that not necessarily is a lose-lose situation, but it's no matter what call you make, somebody's mad at you somewhere, and that's just something you got to live with. But
at least you're getting paid for it.
That's right. I mean, you get free basketball. I shouldn't say free. You're getting paid to watch basketball, I guess I should say, so never a bad thing.
Jelani McGregor makes his way past the defense for the easy 2. Mustangs well on their way to a big-time scoring output. Third quarter getting ready to expire. An open Brandon Johnson pulls up and hits nothing. 10.9 to go, and Cody, closing stages of the third quarter here. What's the mindset for Denmark-Olar going into the fourth?
I think you're just trying to find some lineups that work, because when you get kind of into your more typical part of the season schedule, whatever, you're not going to be able to rely on Young to do everything for you. And so I think they're trying to find a lineup where they maybe have some chemistry, get some good looks and good attempts at the rim.
McGregor at the horn. Why not? St. Rita, 70 points in 3 quarters, well on their way to a dominant victory over Denmark-Olar in the Washington Invitational portion of the Washington Tournament of Champions Kevin Brown Memorial. And we want to thank our sponsors here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, including the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. It's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring auto dealer. Doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. Also brought to you by Country Financial. When it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. Is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And also we want to remind you of the KB Strong Foundation, leading the fight to research glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer, honoring the memory and the legacy of former Washington boys basketball head coach Kevin Brown. 4th quarter underway mercifully for the Denmark-Olar Vikings as Amari Edwards starts it with an impressive bucket.
Yeah, tough contact floater that time. Good look that time from the freshman.
Tipped away. Here comes Carson Brownfield, and he lost the handle.
Yeah, maybe one too many power dribbles that time. Started his build up at about the 3-point line and maybe came up just a little too high on that last dribble.
Jordan Chandler lobs into the backcourt. And Cody, this is a great opportunity for a lot of St. Rita's bench guys to get in and make an impact and get some minutes in a game or perhaps a tournament maybe they didn't expect to. Jordan Chandler for 2, his first bucket.
Yeah, it's a great point, Larry. And again, we already saw an injury from Denmark-Olar today, so you never know when your number's going to be called, especially on your half. So if a starter goes down, it's got to be that next man up mentality that's said so often. And so obviously it's always a great time to see these underclassmen and bench players get some minutes.
Rashard Young drops it in. He's got 5. Jordan Chandler picked up by Young. Amari Edwards dribbling around. McGregor playing some head games. And again, we do want to apologize for a mishap in the first half with roster numbers for Denmark-Olar. We had some players' names wrong as McGregor drops in a deep tray ball. Cavante Davis on the other end. Cody, that roster mishap reminded me of the last time I was here on a Wednesday at the Tournament of Champions back in 2019. Williams for 2 there. Morgan Park was in town, one of the better Chicago Public League programs and teams at the time, especially. What a dish! Edwards can't finish the 3. Morgan Park took their team photos before the season. They came down here to Washington to play their first game of the season. It was a stacked team starring the Ace Wolf, of course, Adam Miller, former Illinois basketball player, now LSU player. Morgan Park came in with an entirely new set of uniforms. So we had no idea who was wearing what number for the entire first half. And to complicate things, the entire gym was packed. It was a sold-out game. So we're up here at the top row of the bleachers. We can't move to our left or right, and we have no idea who's who on the floor. Really wouldn't end up mattering. Morgan Park picked up a dominant victory over Gary Westside. Adam Miller had a decent game, and the fans got to see what they came for, but roster mishaps, not all that uncommon in high school sports.
Yeah, unfortunately, it makes our job just a little bit harder, but, like you said, we do apologize because, of course, I'm sure their families are watching.
Oh,
and
of course.
Nobody wants to get their names wrong. And
well, now we know. We'll have the numbers right next time as Chandler picks up another difficult finish. He's got 4. Mustangs probably won't hit triple digits this game, but they might come close. We thought maybe Yorkville Christian would get there this morning, or last night even. Hit 92 against the home team Panthers, if I'm not mistaken. Davis, the step back 3. How about that shot?
I mean, that's just a size-up step back. I mean, that's textbook. Like we said, though, South Carolina got a real good one in him.
Jordan Chandler from way downtown doesn't hit anything. Valiant effort from Pat Swanson. Davis hurls it ahead to Sanders, and it's out of bounds.
And that's when you got to catch for your teammate. He had both hands on it. Yeah, it has a lot of steam coming on, but that's when you got to corral.
Hercules Davis, head coach for Denmark-Olar, fired up. Hey, at this point in the game, you know you're probably going to come out on the losing end of things. That one falls through after bouncing around, but no basket.
Yeah.
Top of the backboard doesn't count, I guess.
Yep, there is such thing as, being out of bounds above the rim, and that is the case there.
Maybe that'll make the trick shot rule, or trick shot reel, rather. Takeem Ross inside. Brashard Young in the corner. He'll pop the 3, too strong. Great rebound by Sanders. Second chance opportunity for Ross. Rebound loose. St. Rita comes out with it.
Oh, great hands.
Young could not get the finish, but a great job by Williams to close up the passing lane.
Yeah, active hands lead to deflections, and those lead to steals. If you're just quick enough, they'll get some transition buckets as well, as they are completely denying Young now.
Ross turnaround falls.
They've just said we're going to deny Davis and Young, and so it's going to be tough for Denmark-Olar to find an opening.
Jelani McGregor will head to the stripe. And for those of the viewers at home who might be confused seeing a second Denmark player.
And Larry, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Young tallied his 5th foul there, so he's going to have to go ahead and tag out of the game.
Okay. All right, there we go. Cody was signaling something to me, and I couldn't tell what it was.
Yeah, that's I showed you the 4, and I was just like, well, he might not know what that is. Like, 4th quarter, yeah, that's on me, Larry. We'll be better.
Hey, sometimes you just got to go ahead and say it. 40-point game, it's okay. I'll excuse you. I'll let you cut me off every once in a while. Now I'm trying to think. What was my train of thought? Oh, so last night, Cody, what are the chances of this? Denmark from Wisconsin came to town and played a single-game shootout matchup with St. Joseph Ogden. And today, Denmark-Olar comes in to play their first game in the Washington Invitational. So, yes, these are 2 different schools, 2 different Denmarks in the same event. What are the chances?
I'd say pretty high since it happened, but I guess that's kind of cheating, I guess. But no, I mean, you're absolutely right, Larry. I was talking with Gavin Russell before the first game when I came in today, and we were talking about, how the similarities of some of the towns around us. There's a John Bosco in Iowa, and we were talking about it. There's one in New Jersey as well, and from all over the place.
Davis draws the blocking call. He's got to be careful. He's still sitting at that 4-foul mark. The clock is a-running in this one.
Yeah, 12 on the game for him. Looking for points 13 and 14 here. He's played the entirety of the second half in the final 55 seconds of the first half with those 4 fouls.
Davis fighting until the very end. Cashes in the second free throw. Mustangs enter their half-court offense. Quinn Crockling hits the 3, and the bench is fired up. You love to see that when the deep reserves get in and get to pick up some points, and the bench loves to celebrate those.
Oh, absolutely. It's just like in football, if someone gets a carry or even a touchdown, the entire team's happy for him.
Second chance effort from Takeem Ross results in a foul.
Yeah, great battle by Ross that time. He doesn't care that there's only 1:40 and running on the clock right now. He's going to not necessarily pad the stats a little bit there with 1 or 2 offensive rebounds, but he's also going to get a chance at the stripe.
And his first chance bounces around in it. That hit almost every square inch on the rim.
A little bit of a shooter's touch.
Rashawn Russell at the helm of the Mustangs program. Recognizable name in Chicago Catholic League basketball. Edwards to Pat Swanson, rocking the headband. It's a look.
And it looked like, I could be wrong here, Larry, but I was glancing down at the bench and he flinched like they were yelling, shoot it. Just hoist it up, man. There's a minute left.
Takeaway here. Here comes Davis, and he'll slam it home. Davis up to 16 points. Step back try from Edwards is pure.
Man, who can't score for St. Rita?
No kidding. Shot off the backboard, no good. Put back try from Davis. And now a tie-up. We got to get Pat Swanson a shot. I want to see his shot. Now we got some trouble. The headband comes off. Oh, goodness. That's a disaster.
Yeah, Ross getting tangled up that time. You know, being competitive, trying to go for the rebound. And
I need a close-up of that headband.
Almost had a Tyronn Lue situation over there with the step over by Ross.
Not every day you see the headband come off. Ball game is over as the running clock expires. 88-46. Your final score. And Cody, I don't know how much else you can add.
Nah, just put a bow on a great performance by St. Rita. Looks like Denmark-Olar was, a little overmatched in this one. Still played through the whistle hard into the final horn and whatnot, but again, they showed some great fighting. For St. Rita, another dominant performance. Chicagoland, watch out.
No kidding. The St. Rita Mustangs are coming in hot this year. 2 blowout victories to start their season over Urbana last night and over Denmark-Olar this afternoon. And we want to take this moment to recognize our great sponsors here that help bring you the Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media, brought to you by the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off Drink. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Off Drink Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. OffDrinkAutoGroup.com. Also by Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most in financial services to help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. Also by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And also we want to remind you of the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the form of raising awareness in the battle against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com or the address on your screen. What do you say we send it down to Tournament Central here in a few minutes? Gavin Russell standing by here eventually, along with Colton Kaler. And we will send it down there right now. Gavin and Colton will get you set for our next matchup. Western Reserve Academy and Colorado Prep. Here's Gavin and Colton.
We're back here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. I've got another guest with me. Player this time, not a coach. We got a player. It's Isaac Mapson from Washington. And you guys, it's the home tournament. It's a big deal for you guys to start off your year. So let's just start right there. You guys weren't able to get the W in the first game, but it was a really tough matchup. So kind of take me through that first game of yours.
First game was a learning experience for us, for sure. Some challenges that we faced, but all in all, it didn't go away. It's not to quit. We didn't give up. So I like seeing that from our team. We're looking forward to playing tonight, bouncing back.
Can we put the mic a little closer to you, just so we can hear you a little better? Yeah, you're good. But yeah, absolutely. Well, we're having mic issues right now, technical difficulties. I'm not sure what the issue is here. I might be able to just share with Isaac for the moment. I'll slide over here into this middle seat. We're just going to share real quick. Always something right, absolutely. But you guys got another game tonight, St. John Bosco. They already played today, so maybe a little advantage. You guys are a little more fresh. What do you go to attack them tonight?
You just we don't really have extended scout on these dudes like you get to with in the regular season. So we're more focused on ourselves, honestly. We got to come and do what we do best, and then hope it pans out for the best.
Absolutely, and you guys obviously play a lot of local teams for the most part. Obviously playing in the Middle Illini. So let's go there. We've got a lot of people probably watching from the Peoria area. Really tough slate for the Middle Illini. I mean, you got Metamora. You've got plenty of other teams in the mix as well. Kind of just looking like your Middle Illini down the road. How do you guys see yourself? Do you see you in the mix for maybe a conference title? What do you kind of see with that?
The past couple of years, we've held the conference title, so we're looking to hold on to that for sure. We're not intimidated by anybody, not scared. We're comfortable with the group that we have, so we think that we've got what it takes.
Absolutely, and we talk about your teammates a little bit. You guys are without Drew Lewis at the moment. You guys are just coming off football season, obviously dealing with an injury right there. But once you guys are full strength, kind of how do you view a roster breakdown? What's kind of your strengths, maybe some weaknesses, things to get better?
I think especially with Drew on the floor, one of our strengths is going to be just being strong, having strength. Big guard, strong kid. Then we got Jamari and me and Braden, big guys, strong, getting the ball to the floor. But like with everything else, we pride ourselves on defense. So.
Absolutely, you guys are very well coached. We talked to Coach Schumerhorn last night. He was telling us a lot about you guys. You're a tough, gritty team. So definitely excited to see you guys play in a little bit tonight. Again, you can watch them on ClutchSportsIL.com. Now, you're a senior. It's a senior season. You guys obviously have had several successful years, but kind of in your senior season, what's kind of your expectations, things you're looking to do to accomplish in your last year?
Last year we're looking, just as a team as a whole, conference title, regional title, sectional title, state. That's what everybody looks forward to at the end of the year is state. So, but like we always talk about long game on our team, so it's a small victories first. So we haven't even got our first win of the season yet. So that starts tonight. You got to win to start building stuff.
Absolutely. Now, we kind of look at some of your other seniors. They probably all also share that same thing. But how special is it to be able to play in this tournament your senior season? For Coach Kevin Brown with your senior teammates. Really, how special is that for you guys?
Very special. Me, Coke, and Drew have been together since freshman year. Me and Drew both starting freshman year. So obviously we all have that bond, but me and Drew have a super special bond. So being able to share the floor with him, when I do get to share the floor with him, it's going to be really exciting.
Absolutely. Now, you guys are probably going to have a packed house tonight. Once again, you guys had a lot of fans out. The student section was going crazy. So, maybe somebody watching at home right now, what do you tell them to maybe get out, come to the game, support you guys tonight?
Just show up. You know what I'm saying? Just be there. It's gonna be a fun game. We're coming with the same energy we did last night. Expecting different results tonight though. So.
Absolutely. And one more question for you. There's a lot of players in this tournament, but who would you say you're probably most excited to play against or excited to watch in this tournament?
I don't know. Playing against the kid we played against last night was fun. It was a challenge. It was fun. But the game before us, I think the team before us is really good. So I think we're excited to watch that game and then get ready for ours. So.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us, Isaac. Appreciate your interview. We're going to let him go real quick. They've got a game coming up in a little bit. Washington and St. John Bosco coming up later tonight. We've got another game coming up right now, though. We appreciate you coming in. And we've got Colton Kaler joining us in here in just a minute. We'll see if we can get the mic back up right now. We'll see if we're functional. We're talking to our guys in the studio, so we'll keep tabs on that. But, Colton, we just talked with Isaac Mapson. The home crowd tonight at Washington, they pull a big crowd out. Let's just start with that game a little bit. We've been previewing several games, but probably none more important to this city than tonight's game when Washington takes the floor. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's arguably the hardest gym to play in Mid-Illini. Pekin's one of the other ones, but it's by far one of the loudest gyms here in Central Illinois. They always bring a packed student section that is loud, and they are ready to go every game. Doesn't matter, if they're having a good season, bad season, they support their team no matter what. There's been a lot of good battles and a lot of loud battles over here throughout the years watching Metamora, Washington, and it doesn't get anything better than that, especially as 40-year school, and especially in a tournament like this. And the Washington faithful, besides students, they pack this gym every year.
Absolutely, and correction, I just looked. It is not St. John Bosco that Washington is taking on. That is Metamora. Metamora and St. John Bosco. My apologies. I'll make that correction real quick. But we look to our next game now. We look at Western Reserve Academy and Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. They're two tough teams. Both of them young rosters. I should say, though, Western has a young roster. On the other hand, Colorado Prep does not have a young roster. They don't have one underclassman on their team. So you look at a team with both with a lot of talent, one with experience, one not so much. But how might that experience play an advantage?
I think especially in a tournament like this, they're able to handle that pressure. Referees are a little bit more lenient on kind of contact and whatnot. So as we saw in the last game, it was physical, very physical. And experienced players are able to adapt to that. I think that they've seen a lot more, especially in showcases and tournaments like this. So that's a big part of it. But then also, you'll often see younger players just kind of make some of those mistakes. So they'll be a little bit more aggressive. And oftentimes, those senior guys, they've been there, they've made those mistakes, and they're not willing to make that mistake.
Right, absolutely. So here's some of the players we can look for. We briefly mentioned it earlier here in the Country Financial Tournament Central, but look for Western. We look at Jacob Theodosu. I apologize if I got that name wrong, but Jacob Theodosu, he's a 6'4" sophomore. So he's one of those young guys to look at. Again, a lot of skill, but really talented. We look over to Colorado Prep, Langston Reynolds, another really good player, 6'4". So very similar styles there. We've got some experience, some young guys, but no doubt a lot of skill coming up. So appreciate you joining us, Colton. Well, we've had Isaac Mapson with us just a moment ago, so we appreciate you joining us here for the Washington Tournament of Champions. We got another great game coming up right now. Western Reserve Academy and Colorado Prep of St. Mary's coming up on the call right now. We'll send it back up to the booth. I'm Gavin Russell and Colton Kaler. Thank you for joining us in the Country Financial Tournament Central.
Thank you very much, Gavin. Like you said, we're getting set for Colorado Prep and Western Reserve. I'm Cody Roskins alongside John Camosa here at top of the bleachers in the Clutch Sports Media broadcast booth. And John, both these teams looking to get their season started off in the right fashion. How do you kind of start the tempo for both teams? Because both have traveled a little bit of a distance here for this one.
Yeah, obviously you're going to want to find that momentum early. First game of the year for both teams going into a tournament that's highly anticipated around the state. So both teams are going to want to come out and make a statement early. We look at Western Reserve, and you look at Tyler Linhart committed to Washington. That's a player that a lot of people in the stadium are going to keep their eye on tonight.
Indeed, it will be, as the last minute or so begins to run off here just before we get play underway. Again, Western Reserve and Colorado Prep of St. Mary's, the Pirates and the Pioneers getting ready to do battle here in Washington, home of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions here in Washington, Illinois. So like we said, a little bit of stars on both sides to watch, and we just got away from a game that was a little lopsided, very physical. We'll see if the referees continue to let them play through, but regardless, it's been a great tournament of games, a lot of close ones. I know you've been on the call for quite a few of them, this one just being my second, but John, what are some of the highlights you've kind of seen from the tournament so far?
Yeah, like you said, you could sprinkle in a handful of games that might have been lopsided. We saw last night, Chicago St. Rita today and last night, fairly handled their opponent. But, some real big highlights. I look back at St. Joseph Ogden's win over Denmark, Ty Penn's 36 points, still leading in scoring throughout the tournament. No one surpassed that yet. Big game last night out of Jaden Schutt and KJ Vassar, both 27 points, 54 combined in a win over Washington, the host. So those things kind of stood out to me. And then Morez Johnson Jr., we just saw him play, the Illinois commit sophomore out of St. Rita, looking really sharp in his last two games.
I'm sure the Illini are excited about him out of St. Rita. It'll be the starters coming up here for Western Reserve Academy. They will be wearing green with green bottoms here as the visitor, and it'll be Colorado Prep in the white. As they continue to run off to Sorensen.
A lot of size on both sides as well. If you look down, up and down the roster on both sides, these teams are going to match up nice.
Yeah, you said it. A lot of 6'9" on the side of Colorado Prep, and for Western Reserve Academy, they have got a lot of guys anywhere from, see a 5'10" on there ranging up to a 6'10", and so, like you said, a lot of height discrepancy there, but a lot of it's a lot of 6'7", 6'5", and so we should see a great battle down low. That's been kind of the keys to the game so far. Each teams have played throughout this tournament have kind of had the theme of winning the rebounding totals as they continue to run off the starters. Langston Reynolds being called off the PA system, now followed up by Brock Wiseman.
And as Gavin Russell mentioned, the Country Financial halftime show there, Langston Reynolds, a player to watch for Colorado Prep of St. Mary's, 6'4" senior. A good size there. I'm sure we'll see him out of the wing, slashing and driving, shooting threes.
Yeah, Gavin hinted at, he's got a lot of raw talent, can really stroke it just about really anywhere, not necessarily the longest range, but will spot up, can dribble, pass. Really the 4-5 tool athlete you look for out on the court, along with that being that senior leader for Colorado Prep. Again, it's the Colorado Prep of St. Mary's Pirates taking on the Western Reserve Pioneers out of the state of Ohio. Pete Hutchinson is the head coach of Western Reserve Academy, and James Silas is the head coach of Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. As both teams break their pregame huddles, we're just about ready to get tipped off here once again here at the Tournament of Champions in Washington, Illinois. In the center circle, it'll be Bay and Dongo coming in for Colorado Prep. It'll be Caleb Middleton, the 6'9" senior, in the circle for Western Reserve.
You can see just right in the middle of that tip how well they match up.
Yeah.
Standing eye to eye.
Yeah, and there's a difference being tall and being muscular and tall, and both these teams bring a lot of muscle into this one as well, and so this could have the potential to be one of the more physical games we have, not necessarily in terms of fouls, but just the banging we'll see down low and on the perimeter. Looks like the officials signal for the ready for play, and we're just about ready for the opening tip. It'll be Western Reserve winning the opening tip again in the green here at the TOC. Picking it up is Theodoso. On that left wing again now, top of the key driving hard. Sorensen for two, and he opens the scoring up for the Pirates. Excuse me, for the Pioneers.
Dor Sorensen, a 6'6" freshman. A lot of raw talent with him as well. Nice take to start the game. Talk about that early momentum, and Western Reserve hot out the gate.
And Dongo down low, beautiful hook shot off the glass. Levels it right back up at two. We'll see a little bit of token pressure here. High pick and roll action coming for the Pioneers. Kick outside again, Theodoso. Spot up again. Left wing three on the way, and good! Big time three again. And now it's a 5-2 advantage for the Pioneers.
Nice job out there to set that screen. Showing some range with a deep three.
Baseline drive that time. This will be out of bounds. Foot touched that baseline. That was Brock Wisney. Sorensen will take it out for the Pioneers. Sorensen will swing it to the right-hand side. Again, back to Sorensen. Pump fakes. Tries to find a way for the turnaround jump shot. Instead, it's corralled by the Pirates.
Sorensen using his size to get inside there. Looked for a foul.
Spot up three, trying to bank it in that time was Dylan Sanders. Falls off the mark. Banging down low, kicks it back out, stripped away. Fast break opportunity here for the Pirates. And the reverse lay-in is good, that time by number 5, Chike So.
Really nice job by So to get his hand in there. cause that turnover. Layup on the other end.
Sorensen will come relieve the pressure here, still extending that man-to-man defense outside. Sorensen trying to get the friendly back iron, but it is a no-go. Langston Reynolds, one of our players to watch coming into this one. A lot of raw talent, the senior leader. Driving down low, two-footed finishes off the mark, but stuck back in off his own miss was Dylan Sanders.
Sanders grabbing his own rebound. Didn't get it to go the first time, puts it in there.
Seen a lot of back and forth in this one so far, John. How are you seeing these two teams trying to separate themselves?
Yeah, trying to find that momentum, but right now, I mean, it's a all-out battle inside. Both teams are driving. We haven't seen a whole lot of deep shots, but I think ultimately defense is going to be key here. One team starting to push ahead, the other team locking down on defense. We'll see how this pans out here in the first quarter.
Indeed we will, as the Pioneers on the baseline inbounds. Bounce pass down low, beautiful ball fake, but sent away again by Sanders. He's having a busy first quarter. So down low, Ndongu loses it along the baseline, out of bounds, back to the Pioneers. Had a good-looking entry pass that time, John, but tries to take that gather dribble, and just unfortunate that he wears too big of a shoe size.
Yeah. Little things like that can happen. Just got the pass, tried to gather it a little too quick, lost the handle.
Busy hands here for the Pirates, trying to make life hard for the ball handlers on the perimeter. Nice pull-up jump shot that time, again from the elbow. Pioneers opening up a little bit of scoring here. They hold the 7-6 edge.
Reynolds, nice kick out.
Three on the way, no-go. Rebound and stuck back up on the lay-in. Again is a no-go. That time, again, Brock Wisney again with the three, missing the follow-up. Sorensen, a deep three. Off the mark and rebound to Sanders, and he lost it. Over two, trying to float it in, and we will have a foul down below. So one of our few fouls we had called here so far, and they will send him to the line.
Yeah, we've seen this with teams throughout the tournament so far, and you just get so much momentum getting inside. Even if you're open for a layup, it's just the nerves and the energy in this building. Sometimes a little layup could be missed short, but both teams kind of slow down as the game goes on and find their composure.
And we'll have a quick break from the action for the officials' timeout. So this is a great time to remind you. The tournament is brought to you by the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. As the official whistle sounds to come back in, just waiting for Western Reserve to retake the court. Again, Western Reserve Academy coming out of the state of Ohio, and Colorado Prep of St. Mary's, their opponent in this one. And so to the line will be Theodoso. And he gets the friendly roll to go in. I thought the PA may have had that wrong. Should have trusted my notes there, I guess, John, but it's not Theodoso to the line. And so, regardless, Pioneers still hold a 9-6 lead. Western Reserve still trying to find a rhythm. Beautiful wraparound. Sent out of bounds. It will stick with the Pirates.
Good defense there by Sorensen. Side.
Inbound will come from Reynolds. Down low, and Ndongu with the easy lay-in that time. It looks like maybe a slip along the baseline, and that freed him up for the easy two.
He's kind of lost his footing, which opened the door wide open there for Ndongu to get in.
Theodoso driving down low is hacked, and he will have two attempts as Sorensen set that tail-cutting screen, and it will go to the line to try and extend their lead. And the first one of two here for Theoduso will connect. That makes it a 10-8 ball game. Not a lot of fouls so far, John. We've seen some really sound defense from both sides.
Yeah, we have. I mean, it's been a defensive battle early on. We've seen a couple, missed bunnies here and there, but both teams are getting inside and clogging the lane and playing some really nice defense. That's why it's a low-scoring affair so far.
Just saw head coach James Silas of Colorado Prep of St. Mary's on your screen as we bring us back to the action. He's getting a great attack so far. Gotta like what he sees. Jump shot is off the mark, rebounded by Sorensen. Sorensen again in that high ball screen. Three-pointer on the way. Connects in is good for Western Reserve. Their second three-pointer of this first quarter extends their lead to 14-8. Kick back out, trying to answer it. Will find its way out of play. The three-point shot that time attempted by Reynolds, the 6'4 senior. The subs will check into the game for both sides as Trey Autry comes into the game for Western Reserve.
And they're wanting to separate a little bit. That three will help them out.
Indeed it will. Haven't seen a ton of three-pointers going so far for the Pirates. They've shot only a handful as Sorensen has it. Top three-point line. Crosses over to the left but is fouled.
It's really shifty getting inside. Sorensen creating space there. Seen him do that since the start.
Yeah, he's been very deceptive in his ball handling skills. Has a nice little crossover move as well. He opened our scoring as another three-pointer on the way and connects for Western Reserve. It's another three-pointer opening up a 17-8 advantage. They are in the midst of a nice little run. Autry on the defense here for Western Reserve. Attacking the paint and scoring is Langston Reynolds.
See why he's that player to watch. Really nice spin move inside. Silences that three right away.
Pioneers looking to answer. Currently holding that 7-point edge. Three-pointer on the way again. Rebound is controlled by Pranger. Trailing, Pranger, three is off the mark. And they will call a foul on A.J. Kula. So we've seen a handful more fouls here. Not a ton on the floor. As it looks like the officials will say this will be all the way opposite end baseline inbound. But John, just kind of seeing how Western Reserve is opening this game up, the three-point shot has to be taken of note.
Yeah, now that they've started to shoot the three a little bit, we know why they can be a dangerous team to play, and they've showed that a couple times now. Also, their ability to get inside, if they can just shut them down on defense, it bode well for Western Reserve, but Colorado Prep of St. Mary's is not going to close the door that easy.
Carmelo Adkins, the 6'4 junior, has that one go off his shoe and out of play. And Reynolds will bring it up court for the Pirates. He's immediately turned over. Here comes Adkins. Back to Sorensen. Sorensen will pull it. His shot off the back iron won't fall. Quick pass. It's a sloppy series of events there, resulting in a foul. That will send Pranger to the line. Excuse me, not to the line, but it will be a baseline inbounds again. But I'm with you, John. It's really seemed like since Western Reserve has taken the opportunities that have been there on the three-point line, they're not necessarily packing the paint, but they're more hunting out their shots, so to speak, than on the opposite end of Colorado Prep.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of it so far, and kind of using their inside game and outside game to wear down Colorado Prep a little bit. But that defense, they're doing a good job of containing the two bigs they have down low in Adengo and Wiz at both 6'9".
That'll be Colin Hawkins, the 6'3 junior, will check into the game. Number 23 for Colorado Prep. Reynolds will go down low with it. Kick out. Driving down low, and it fouled that time as Pronger. He's shown a nice little bit of an ability to get to that right hand. So he will go to the line for 2 in a 17-10 ball game. 5-2 the foul totals. 5 for the Pirates, 2 for the Pioneers. And Pronger will try and cut in to this 7-point deficit. Pronger can't connect on the first one, and maybe that's something we need to take note of, John. That's another trend we've seen throughout the first couple of games and the first day or day and a half, I guess, of this tournament, is that free throws and rebounding are really the two big things that the winning team seem to have in common.
Yeah, free throws are always crucial, whether it be the start of the game to give you that early lead or down the stretch to ultimately ice a game. But we've seen a lot of teams that rebounds have paid off. Look at Springfield Lanphier with their offensive rebounds, so that's crucial. Rebounding is key.
Pull-up jump shot just below the elbows, off the mark that time by Owens. Stepping out of bounds. We'll go back to the Pirates. That was Demarius Owens, 6'7" sophomore. Like we said, each team blessed with a lot of size and a lot of height, and so let's see which one can take advantage down low. So far, it's been the Pioneers by way of the three-point shot. We're below 40 seconds here in quarter number 1. Pronger floater in the paint connects for 2.
Really nice floater there by Pronger.
Makes it a 4-point game. Carmelo Atkins setting up the motion offense. Kicks. Now finds its way to Owens. Owens will give it right back to Autry. Autry with a spin. Pump fakes a couple times. Down to 13 seconds. Kick back outside. Autry for 3 is off the mark. Rebounded. Still can't stick it back. Out of bounds off of the Pioneers with 3.1 seconds remaining, and the Pirates will have one last shot here before the quarter end. Inbound to Reynolds, mishandles it. 3/4 court shot is short, and we're through a quarter here between Western Reserve Academy and Colorado Prep of St. Mary's, with the Pioneers holding a 17-13 advantage. And John, what have you kind of seen throughout these first couple of possessions, or excuse me, the first quarter, I guess I should say?
Yeah,
these two?
Western Reserve did a good job early on of getting inside. We've seen Thor Sorensen doing a really good job. He's not leading and scoring much. I think he only had 2 points, but still doing a really good job of using his size to get inside and kind of wear down his defenders. And then later on in the first quarter, we saw him start to pick up and hit some threes, but ultimately defense down low and limiting all that size from Colorado Prep to score at will inside has helped Western Reserve keep this lead.
Now's a great time to remind you of the gracious sponsors that help put on this tournament. We'll start with Uptree. Do you have a used car need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Oftring Auto Group dealer. Used cars values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's easy, fast, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com, visiting UfteringAuto.com. Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, and possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. And for Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. So we're back to the action. Drive down low and one. Good for the Pirates. That's 15. Hudson Andrews getting the hoop and harm that time. And a nice looking take that time, John.
Really nice take there from Andrews. Chance to complete the three-point play here.
Foul's still pretty even between the two sides. Pioneers still with the 3 and the Pirates with 5. This is the front end, or excuse me, the back end of the rim, and now we will see Theoduso trying to get to his right hand. Does so, just kissing it off the glass. And again, both teams probing inside.
Really nice take there from Theoduso.
Working the ball around the perimeter. Now down low to Hawkins. Hawkins on the three-point line. Trying to go left shoulder. Fadeaway jump shot is short. Grown man's rebound that time by Demarius Owens.
Pulled that down with authority.
After a quick spin, we're going to the rack, and he's met at the summit. Foul is called, but an aggressive take that time. And John, an even better play defensively to get up and deny the shot.
Yeah, and I think with that, Andrews has probably seen a lot of games this week, and we've seen a couple poster dunks. I don't think he wanted to be any part of that with a nice block. But still going to go to the line there. Haskell try to finish off what he started.
You said Haskell will go to the line for two, and you'd say the collateral damage on that play was to Langston Reynolds, the man who was put to the hardwood. We'll grab a little bit of bench. .706 remaining here as we are just underway in the second period of our first half here between Western Reserve and Colorado Prep. It'll be Dylan Sanders bringing it up for the Pirates. A little bit of high flex action. Trying to turn the corner. Great looking drive. Floater off one, falls. Another great take by Brock Wisney.
Both these teams have very similar styles of play, is why this game is only within 3 points. They both like to slash and drive, and both have good defense.
Both teams kind of running that 5-out style of cutting motion offense as Sorensen has his shot sent away. 2-on-1 fast break. Hawkins can't get it, and the rebound is controlled by the by the Pioneers.
And neither team afraid of getting inside, taking contact.
Long-range three-pointer is just off the mark as here comes Sanders. Kula gives it off to Sanders. Sanders tries to power his way into the paint. It will stick with his possession. So Sanders will take the inbound here. And Dongu will check back into the game for the Pirates. So like we said, still a lot of size on the court for both teams. So you see Dylan Sanders on your screen. He's had a really good first quarter, looking to build upon it here in the second. And Dongu faking again towards the middle, trying to go to that backside shoulder. Does not connect. Pushing the tempo, one more pass. Driving into the paint, layup is good. Theoduso scoops it off the glass and extends the lead to 5. And if you're coaching here, John, how do you try and attack both these teams scoring at will, really?
I mean, you got to clog the middle right now. They're just getting inside. It's all going to depend on, picking up that switch and helping outside over on, the missed defender, or I should say the missed scorer. You got to shift over in that lane, try to take a charge.
Just as you say that, Theoduso again attacking the rack. Fouled on his layup attempt, did not fall, so he'll shoot 2 more.
The only thing with that too, Cody, is you don't want to shift over too far inside, help your man, and you got to remember both teams can shoot. You give them space to drive and penetrate and kick out. They could burn you behind the arc too.
Absolutely, John. That's one of the dangers of that double-edged sword, so to speak. You help too much, give up an open kick-out 3. You don't help enough, you're going to get points at the rim and maybe even fouls to go along with it. So after that miss, it's a 23-17 game with 5:14 to go here in period number 2. On the drive again, blocked from behind, but a foul is called.
Might have got a little contact on the body because it looked like he almost got his hand on the ball there.
So Reynolds will take the inbound. As checking back into the game will be Pronger. He's given them good minutes off the bench in this one, so we'll check out. Down low pass off the blob. Dancing around the rim, and Dongu trying to fight for it, and it's controlled by the Pioneers. On the run, Sorensen, great pass. Kick out for 3. Ends up deciding not to shoot it. Right in front of the rim, though, left on the front doorstep. A 2-point attempt that time for Owen.
Really nice take from Demarius Owens. Going to be a promising young player, too. 6'7" sophomore. A lot of young talent on this team.
A lot of tall, lengthy underclassmen, John. You're 100% right. And after that travel call, they'll send it back over to the Pioneers, who currently hold a 25-17 advantage. They do so. Kicks it over to Owens. Owens tries to kick it back out, and it's turned over. Played in front. It might be flight time, and it is jammed home by Hudson Andrews.
Really nice dunk in transition. Andrews, another 6'9" senior out there.
We will have a timeout called to Western Reserve, so they'll use their first timeout with 4:11 remaining here in period number 2. And once more, John, I'll just hit you with the quick question of just what has Western, I guess, Reserve not done enough of, or what has Colorado Prep not done enough of to really pull away? We see them with about a 6-point advantage, but this game's still well within reach.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat it. We're going bucket for bucket. So, I mean, we talked about defense, getting inside. Like you said, both teams are kind of scoring at will. Western Reserve will come down and exchange a basket, and then Colorado Prep of St. Mary's can score at will inside as well. So, really, defense has been good, but it needs to be a little bit better if you're going to pull away for good, because both these teams are just evenly matched all the way throughout both quarters so far.
And it's worth noting, John, going along with that, it's not like they're not playing great defense or good defense. It's been relatively low on the foul total, 7-4. Pioneers with the 4, Pirates with 7, and they currently have themselves a 6-point deficit they're trying to claw their way out of. But the difference was, just like you had said, it's those 3-point shots. It's worth a little bit more than 2s, obviously.
And little things like that, too. You talk about, adjustments. Probably a good time out there by Pete Hutchins, because you just turn the ball over. A dunk can always add some extra momentum, get your team fired up, so you don't want to give them that open window to start scoring. You got about 4:11 left, so I'm sure Western Reserve wants to slow this down a little bit.
And so we'll resume action again as Owens will have the inbound. Off to Theoduso, and he's guarded by Langston Reynolds. A step back 3. Off the mark. Owens nearly corrals the rebound and sticks it back, and it just rims out. But an unfortunate break as it finds its way out of bounds.
Owens, nice effort there twice, just couldn't get it to go, but lucky enough they're going to get it back after Pronger's going to accidentally kick that one off his foot.
Carmelo Atkins will come into the game for Theodoso. As referees call the play out of bounds again, will stick with the Pioneers.
What kind of play they draw up here.
Pull-up jump shot from just above the elbow is off the mark, and now Reynolds. Down low pass with some heat. Maybe a little too much heat that time.
Yeah, we're looking for that quick bucket, but he was still in stride, didn't really have a chance to turn around and set his feet. Good idea there by Langston Reynolds, but just a little bit off the mark.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, John. It was the right pass, just a little bit off the mark. It's the jump stop on the block. Pull up for Owens. Rattles away, and Ndongu with the rebound. Again, Reynolds. Off glass. Reynolds connects for 2.
Really nice take from Reynolds there.
Trying to get into the paint again with that 5-out offense. Layup is good again, that time for Carmelo Atkins, the 6'4 junior. And again, right back in transition, John, you're 100% right.
Just about to tie. I think we're going to see a lot of this. Nothing, unless something changes at halftime, it's going to be back and forth the whole game. It has been really something with these teams in transition.
We've got the potential for points between the Pioneers and Pirates. Atkins in trouble. They will call a foul against Reynolds. Tough break that time for Langston Reynolds. He's played a big part in this Pirates first half. So going to the line, Carmelo Atkins will go as they are now in the bonus. lot of subs coming into the game here for the Pioneers.
Trey Autry, I'm not sure if we've seen him check in yet. It might be his first appearance for Western Reserve.
Trying to drive now to that backside. Autry, you spoke it. Trying to go back, and they're going to say he walked, just moving that pivot foot just a little too much.
Right idea, just drug the foot there.
And so here come the Pirates trying to cut into this 4-point deficit with 2.5 to go here in the second period. That's the top. Good post up by Ndongu, and again just kisses it off the glass. Another good hook shot. They've been living down low.
We'll see who takes the momentum into the second half. I can't really say either team's had the momentum. Even Western Reserve with the lead, we're still just trading baskets back and forth.
Yeah, really, I'm right there with you again, John. The only thing you can really critique is the fouls for the Pirates. I mean, as that one is sent out of play with some authority. As I was saying, it's 8-4 in terms of the fouling. You'd maybe like to see that be down a little bit. But other than that, we've seen some good basketball in this first half.
Certainly, and you just spoke it, but what a rejection there from Ndongo. He's to add a lot of rebounds he's had tonight as well.
Sorensen, one-legged pull-up in the paint's good for 2, and Sorensen pushes the lead back to 4. Reynolds working against Theoduso. Back to Ndongu, and Ndongu is fouled, trying to flush it home. And John, just another aggressive take down low for Ndongu.
Yeah, I was really aggressive and just can't get that one to go. Cody, I was going to mention, too, it's Sorensen after that step-back jumper. It's only his 4th point of the game, but it seems like he's had the ball quite a bit tonight. So he has been getting to the basket, but just gets that one to go.
Absolutely. It just seems like he's not necessarily the man that will score, but he's the man that makes the show run, so to speak. Every show needs a great producer, and we've got a good one here for us tonight. Jonathan Michael taking control of the producing job here for this game as we give Larry and Joey a break. They've been putting in some great work. I know you got the last game off, and so rotating bodies in and out, but everyone here at our Clutch Sports Media crew's done a great job so far in this tournament. We've still got a lot to go for you as well, as we're not even through day 2 here at the Tournament of Champions in Washington, Illinois. As Autry, like you said, back to Sorensen. Fakes the 3 back to Autry. Pull up for 3. It's good again. It's Caleb Middleton. His first points of the night extends it to a 6-point lead.
Right back at him. And how about Middleton, that size, 6'9", 240, stepping out, the big guy shooting the threes.
A little bit of pick and pop. I was talking with Larry during our last game. It seems like all those big men in the NBA that can shoot threes now, it's kind of trickled its way down to the college and high school level. As it seems like if you can't shoot the 3 now, you're almost a liability on offense. Reynolds with some speed in transition, kicks it out for 3 more, and it's airmailed and stuck back by Ndongo. 33 seconds left here in the first half. It's a 2-point ball game.
If I'm Western Reserve, I try to play for the last shot, considering how quickly Colorado Prep of St. Mary's had scored on all their possessions.
Great minds must think alike as Pete Hutchinson signaling to his team to hold for the last shot. Theoduso working against Andrews is fouled. Just 8.7 remain here in period number 2. As the front end is short, clock will run, and now the Pirates will play for the last shot. 3, 2, 1. Reynolds at the horn is just off. And with that, the first half of action comes to a close with the Pioneers of Western Reserve holding the 32-30 edge over Colorado Prep. Once again, as that first half comes to a close, your quick thoughts, John.
Yeah, really good half, and Western Reserve has a 2-point lead, but unbelievable effort by both teams. And that player in the second quarter, Bayandongo, what an effort. I mean, he was all over the glass, rebounds, block over there, and the last couple buckets, including that big free throw. For Western Reserve, we talked about Thor Sorensen being in control, but then you got to look at Jacob Theodoso, and we've had a lot of other guys mixed in there that are scoring threats. So it's pretty well-rounded on that side with Caleb Middleton as well.
With this quick stop, we'll go ahead and read you off some of our sponsors that make this great tournament and others like it possible. With KB Strong Foundation, the Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about the Coach Brown story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. And for the City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of business and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And for Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com, the place to go. And for Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help you with insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services, that insurance to protect what matters most to you. Help prepare you for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. And finally, for Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication and contractor, is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And with that being said, we're going to go and throw it down to the Country Financial Tournament Central studio as Gavin Russell has Christian Estrada of St. John Bosco, and Colton will be there as well to chime in. We'll go and throw it to you, Gavin.
I guess we're on here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. Appreciate you joining us. We're joined by another guest here. It's from St. John Bosco. It is Christian Estrada. You guys are from California, making all the trip all the way over to Washington, Illinois for this tournament. Let's start right there. You guys played earlier today, so you guys already had a little taste of this tournament. First of all, though, how was the trip over? You know, maybe some of the challenges dealing with that, but maybe some excitement too.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a long drive from the airport. We had a 2-hour drive here. We got here like around midnight.
Wow.
And so everyone was very tired, but got here.
Absolutely. You know, that's got to be a long trip from California, but getting to play some high-level teams right here. So you guys weren't able to come with a victory in the first game, but maybe starting to get your legs under you a little bit. You get a chance to take on a local team, Metamora. What's kind of the game plan, the mindset going into the game tonight?
Well, they're definitely a more structured team than the first team, so we're going to have to change our mindset in that term. We're going to have to really get our offense set, slow the game down. The first team was more making reads on the go because they were run and jump. So this team's really more structured, more like they're just like to run their offense.
Right.
They're more together in that sense.
Absolutely, yeah. Metamora, obviously a local powerhouse here in the Central Illinois area, so I get to take them on here at the Washington Tournament of Champions. Now, you're a senior this year. You know, you're obviously one of the big leaders for your team. But talk about some of your teammates. You know, who are the guys really important to this team this year?
Absolutely. Some of our biggest players are actually on the bench right now. We have Marco Tens, he's coming over a foot injury. Ray, he had an injury on his knee. They were really big, key senior players that were out. We also have TJ Henry. He's one of our leading senior guards. He's really playing good for us. He changes the game offensively, especially defensively, being a presence. And upcoming freshmen, Jack Turner, Cade Bonham, and LD Harrington. Those guys are really key pieces for us. They're very skilled freshmen that are going to be really good in the future.
Absolutely. You know, you guys are a very, very skilled team. You guys are a very put-together team, and you're taking on some tough competition right here at the Washington Tournament of Champions. Now, got to ask you, you know, senior year, anything on the college recruiting front, maybe some teams looking at you, maybe are you interested in playing college basketball in the future or something like that?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be playing college basketball, and where God decides to put me is, I just leave it in God's hands. I really just pray that I end up where God wants me to be, and that He leads me to end up in the right place. chance.
Absolutely. Well, we know you'll be playing college basketball for sure. We'll look to see you in the future playing somewhere college. Who knows at this point, but we'll definitely look for you in the future. Now, you guys obviously played one game so far, but maybe teams that you're looking at, getting to watch, maybe even get to play against. Who are some of the teams that you're looking most excited to play against potentially?
I wasn't entirely. It wasn't the players specifically that I was excited to play against. More or less, I was excited just to play the game of basketball.
Okay.
I just love getting out on the court
Right.
and being with my brothers and being together and just getting to have a good time out here in Chicago. Just getting the ball out and just do what we do best.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, we appreciate your time. Thank you for coming over, Christian. Best luck to you tonight. Your second game today, you can watch Christian right here. They take on Metamora in the next game. Appreciate your time once again. We're going to hand things off to Colton Kaler here. Thank you. We're going to hand things off to Colton Kaler right here. We're going to share the mic. We're having some technical difficulties. We apologize for that. We're going to share with Colton Kaler, so he'll hop in here in just a second. Grab some of the notes again, and we're at halftime right now. John Camosa and Cody Roskins. We've been in and out a little bit, but you've gotten a chance to watch a few minutes of this game. Maybe some observations so far.
Yeah, both are very athletic teams. They like to run a little bit. They got a lot of big guys inside to make a presence. Looking at West Reserve, they've got a big man down low who's made his presence here early. And, it's a close game, and it's going to be, I think, tight down the stretch.
Absolutely. We're looking at a good game so far. We've had some really good games so far today. We had a game that was within maybe a couple of points. We've had some games that are not maybe quite as close, but definitely some great individual performances. Now, obviously, we've talked Metamora a little bit today. We had Danny Greaves on the show earlier. They're the next game coming up, so we're going to preview that one just for a minute here. Metamora and St. John Bosco, of course, Colton Kaler. Do some stuff with the golf over Metamora High School. We just had Christian Estrada, who plays for St. John Bosco, so a little bit of Metamora St. John flavor here on this segment in the Country Financial Tournament Central. But looking at Metamora, Tyson Swanson had a really good game to open things up. But some of the regulars, Ethan Kaiser, Zach Schroeder, they played hard, they played well, they played physical. Maybe not the game they wanted to see, though, so definitely looking maybe for a rebound tonight.
Yeah, they'll definitely be looking for a rebound tonight. You look at it's the same thing I talked with Coach Greaves earlier. Is they've got the ability to where if one guy gets shut down, another guy can go off for 25, or they can have a night kind of like Tyson did last night. But Ethan is going to be that guy to be the face of this program, I think, for the future. So he's definitely going to come back tonight, and I think he's going to get his.
Absolutely. And then switching gears over to St. John Bosco, of course, we just talked to Christian Estrada, 6'9" senior. He's one of their biggest and best players. He had 16 points and 12 boards, so a really physical double-double in the first game. They've got several other guys, sophomores, a couple of freshmen, as he mentioned. He kind of ran down some of those guys. So we've got a really entertaining game coming up next, but we've got a second half. Western Reserve Academy and Colorado Prep of St. Mary's coming up. Second half, John Camosa and Cody Roskins on the call, live from the Country Financial Tournament Central. Colton Kaler. I'm Gavin Russell. Back up to the booth now.
Thank you very much for that, Gavin. Again, doing great work at the Tournament Central studio, just down our hallway and to the right, as we get ready for second half action between Colorado Prep of St. Mary's and Western Reserve Academy. John, we were talking during halftime, and both these teams were kind of scoring at will, and we were trying to brainstorm ideas of what both teams could do a little better, and we really couldn't come up with much.
Yeah, we didn't have an answer. I mean, both teams are going back and forth, trading baskets, getting to the lane, getting to the basket at will. So we'll see what type of adjustments both coaches have made here for the second half and what works. But right now we're in another nail-biter of a game.
It's been the theme throughout this year's Tournament of Champions. So far, I mean, with the exception of last game, I would imagine, with St. Rita and Denmark-Olar. Here we have a 32-30 game, and not a lot of fouls so far in that first half. I think they finished with around 12 combined between the two. But here, I mean, we were just talking about some of the players to watch, and Gavin had touched on it coming into the game, but Langston Reynolds really impressed you and me.
Yeah, I really like Langston Reynolds. He's a crafty player, good size, gets to the basket, showed us his jump shot a little bit, and really good defender as well, but a player that sticks out for Colorado Prep St. Mary's that really complements all the size they have on this team.
As that horn sounds, that's the ready for play whistle as both teams get ready to pick up action here in the second half. It'll be an inbound for Western Reserve and Jacob Theoduso. He got to the rim often, tallied 7 in that first half. Didn't pick up a foul either, so playing well on the defensive end as well. Carmelo Atkins begins things here for the Pioneers. So see the man-to-man defense coming for the Pirates. That might be the matchup to watch. Theoduso working against Reynolds as the foul is called on So.
Middleton trying to get inside their position his feet. Saw him hit that big three in the second quarter. Gave Western Reserve the lead.
Turned over on the inbound and attacking the other way. Ndongo almost comes away with it, but instead the Pioneers corral the rebound. One more pass, kicked out to Theoduso. Right back outside, Carmelo Atkins follows his own miss and puts it in for 2.
Really nice basket by Atkins. Able to get the rebound there and take it in himself.
And again, we'll see Pirates try and space the floor. Instead, it's turned over. Theoduso with the steal behind the back pass, and it is fumbled and kicked out of bounds. And possession will go back to the Pirates, but a nifty-looking idea there and almost a heck of a pass.
Yeah, really, really nice effort there. Pass might have been just a tad low. Kicks it right out, or kind of loses it off his knee, but good idea there for Theoduso. Just couldn't get the break.
Dylan Sanders will bring it up court. And we will have a problem, it looks like, with the clock, as the far side official calls over to the scores table. And I think he's pleading for maybe more time to be put on. Not exactly sure what the problem was there, but nevertheless, we're back underway with 7:04 to play. High post entry pass. Ndongo hop steps in the lane, spins back, and a beautiful looking 2-point shot that time from Ndongo.
Nice turnaround basket. Using that long wingspan to put that one up and over Middleton.
Three-pointer on the way and off the mark. Rebound to Sanders. Sanders crosses over into the lane, tries to avoid the travel, but the pivot foot was indeed drug. And our pace is matching very eerily to the first half, John. I think a lot of it has to do with the continuation of both teams getting to the rim at will.
Yeah, and I think, the way this second half has started, this is the type of style we're going to see, just both teams back and forth. Something really monumental happens here. I expect it to be a close one.
That last backdoor pass was intercepted by Sanders. Now his entry pass is picked off. Theoduso tiptoeing the sideline will kick it out. Sorensen dribbles down low off one, and that one just a little too long.
Right idea there from Sorensen, just a little too hard off the glass. We've seen him get to the rim tonight a lot.
And speaking of getting to the rim, it's Reynolds attacking the rack off the screen from Ndongo. So now they'll try and pick up again with the token pressure. That was So again. Coming down low. Atkins kicks it out to Theoduso. And now Atkins will try a three. He connects for 3. Big time bucket there, John, as they're trying to build the lead back up.
Yeah, really nice effort from Atkins. He's been a player that we didn't talk about a lot to start the game, but a guy that's really stepped up for Western Reserve.
With 9 points so far, as this three from Sanders is good.
And this is something we didn't see a lot of. We've seen both teams exchanging baskets inside. Now we're seeing 3 for 3.
It's that old inside-out mentality. You hit the paint enough times, it'll suck the defense in. Kind of like a good run game in football. Sooner or later, you're going to be able to hit them over the top. Theoduso working against a little bit of pressure here from the Pirates. Now driving right and finishing with the left is blocked. And they're going to say they got him on the head. Foul will be charged to So. That was a heck of a defensive play, though, to get over him. Essentially alter the shot.
Yeah, really nice play there, and got away with the, should say they got the foul on that one. And he's going to go to the line for some free throws, but great effort. They almost had that block.
Almost an emphatic rejection. Has knotted up at 37. We touched on it in the first half. Free throws could be critical coming down the stretch, and again, neither team really taking advantage of it.
No, they're not. These, like you said, these free throws could prove critical down the stretch in a game that's been back and forth.
Checking into the game for the Pirates is 15 Hudson Andrews and Colin Hawkins, number 23. Both played a couple of minutes in that first half, and they'll come in relief duty here as they currently trail by 1. Pull-up jumper from just shy of the elbow. And again, Owens. We saw him do that in the first half. Another great rebound. Kick to the corner. Theoduso for 3.
How about that?
Again, both teams just going back and forth. Reynolds in the pick and roll. Entry pass was denied, but a foul called against Middleton. He had a three-pointer in the first half, and since then, just one foul to go along with it. We'll go ahead and whistle for the officials' timeout. And now's a great time to remind you about some of the sponsors that make this and others like it possible. City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And for Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used cars values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com, the place to be. And, of course, for Country Financial, think about all that's important to you. Your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help you with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services to help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. We get ready for the inbound, John. It's back to a 4-point lead, and Pirates once again trying to claw their way out of a deficit.
That'll help right there. Nice basket there.
Brock Wisney with the hook shot to bring it back to a 2-point game, and Theoduso and Owens will set up the offense. Autry also into the game as this drive by Theoduso met at the rim. Coming the other way, trying to go coast to coast, back to Wisney, kick out for 3. It's good! Colin Hawkins gives the Pirates a lead at 42-41.
What a sequence there. Great block from Ndungo. And Wisney kicks it out. Hawkins for a 3. Great sequence to regain the lead for Colorado Prep St. Mary's.
Pull-up jumper again on the way is off the mark. Langston Reynolds with some steam downhill for 2 more. And now the Pirates trying to push out a lead. They're up to 3. 10 points right now for Langston Reynolds. Reach-in foul will go against him as well.
We'll see now. This could be the time. All the momentum on Colorado Prep's side for a change. Only up 3, but if they continue to add to what they're doing, we've seen really good defense, and then they're converting on the offensive end to close out those great defensive plays.
Absolutely. As both teams, again, were going at each other just for the majority of this game, and it's never seesawed away from just a few points. Drop-off pass down low, kick out for 3. Shot is on the way. And it rims out that time as Haskell got a couple free throws in that first half. Missed that one as looked like Hawkins trying to answer another 3. Calling for the ball down low. Fakes left, spinning to that right shoulder, and it's money for Caleb Middleton.
Nice basket there from Middleton.
And on the other end, going right back at him. So with the reverse layup, cuts it right back down to 3.
And Cody, I could say this, out of all the games we've seen this last 2 days,
it might be flight time again, and it is! Jammed home, Langston Reynolds.
Incredible.
And you made a really good comparison. We compared to a couple players in this tournament, but he's starting to establish himself as his own kind of animal here at the TOC. Nice looking kick out pass for 3 is good as Haskell knocks in the triple, and these two teams are just trading buckets back and forth.
I'll go back to my point now that I have a timeout to save me, because you can't even talk quick enough for a point to be scored in this game. But in all the games we've seen in these last 2 days, this is the most back and forth I've seen. I mean, there's not even a pause in transition. It's just basket, basket, both teams trading blows.
Yeah, we've got to give thanks for the timeout so we can catch our breath up here in the studio. Once again, Cody Roskins alongside John Camosa bringing you the action between Western Reserve Academy out of Ohio and Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. As the Pirates and Pioneers giving us a good one. 48-46 as the Pirates took their first lead just a couple moments ago. They currently hold on to a 48-46 advantage with a minute 39 to go here in period number 3. And they're setting the stage for a good fourth quarter. A couple of players dotting some points across the scoreboard, some notables. Of course, Theodoso with 10 for the Western Reserve side of things, and Langston Reynolds, the man that just punched home a monster jam, up to 12. Trying to get the ball down low, dribbling with the right, trying to go up with the right, and is fouled by Sorensen. Good take that time by Brock Weisney.
How about Langston Reynolds, the athleticism? We knew we'd probably see one dunk from him here in this game at some point.
And the first of 2 is good. That'll push the lead to 3, and Pronger comes back into the game. And we were talking during the halftime intermission, John. He might have been the super sub of that first half. He came in and gave really good minutes off the bench.
Yeah, he certainly did. Back in now, trying to be that focal point. We'll see if Colorado Prep keeps this momentum to close out the third quarter.
Carmelo Atkins brings it up the floor for the Pioneers. Haskell kicks to Sorensen. Looked like they maybe wanted to pull the trigger that time was Atkins, but again, both these teams just so fluid in their offensive systems.
Really good ball movement on both sides.
Autry kicks to Haskell. Haskell trying to drive, tries to one more it, and nutmegs his own teammate as Sorensen had a hard time fielding that low pass.
Had him open in the corner, just a little too low. See if they can make up for that little mental mistake on defense here and get the ball back.
48 seconds left to go here in period number 3 as Ndongo, one of the rare times today, misses the turnaround hook shot. And now they'll go down low, and a blocking foul called against Ndongo. Nearly a charge.
Almost had the charge there. Ndongo, good job of getting back on defense. Just didn't get his feet set in enough time.
37.5 seconds to go here in period number 3 in a 50-46 ball game. Well, it has been one of the better games at the TOC. Going against Ndongo in the two-handed block. Reynolds in transition will pull it back, and they may hold for the last shot.
We've seen a lot of exciting players, but Ndongo's been really impressive.
There's been a lot of really talented bigs, but you're right, John. He might be one of the best of the bunch. Turnover. Autry back down low to Sorensen. Fouled with 11.2. He will go to the line for 2 free throws and try and make this a 2-point game.
See if Sorensen can convert. He does. If he does, we're in for an exciting fourth quarter if they can hold Western Reserve to only 2-point lead going into the fourth.
So Sorensen will indeed take the first of two. And it's good. He's been one of the rare free throw shooters tonight for Western Reserve Academy that's capitalized on his free throws, as they've been really leaving some points out there on the stripe today, John.
Yeah, and in a game this close, it's been close through 3 quarters. You need those free throws, and that's going to be crucial down the stretch as well. So it's nice to see that he's done that.
Sorensen tallies points 5 and 6. He's carrying just that one foul. So both teams playing well defensively. Only a 5-2 foul total here, as there's just 5 seconds left. Reynolds kicks. Pronger for 3 is off the mark. Tip in is also off the mark, as we will go to the fourth quarter with a 2-point game. Now's a great time to remind you of the great sponsors that make this tournament and others like it's possible. First, for the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that the Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And for Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. Visit UfteringAutoGroup.com. And for Country Financial, think about what's important to you: your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services that help prepare you for the future. For coverage that you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. And for Titan Industries. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And finally, for the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. And John, your quick thoughts as we lead into this fourth quarter. This one's got the feeling of just whoever has the ball last.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to a good finish. Hard to predict who's going to come out on top in this one because it's been such a back-and-forth game, but we'll see if Colorado Prep can hold their 2-point lead and extend it.
Working against the 2-3 zone now against Western Reserve, catching at the high post. Beautiful kick to the corner for 3. Sails long, but Ndongo is there for the stick back. And again, he might be the player of the game so far.
Yeah,
for the Pirates.
He looks really good. Doing it all offensively, defensively. He's got a lot of blocks, a lot of rebounds. Just been a force down low.
Once again, Theoduso to the lane, and again it's blocked by guess who? Ndongo with the block, and in transition, it's Reynolds. Drives baseline, layup is just off the mark, but tipped in that time by So.
Starting to think Colorado Prep's getting a little bit of that momentum, trying to pull away. If they can get another big stop here, you never know. We haven't really seen a team pull away.
Yeah, it just seems like the largest lead of the half for either team was about 6 or 7, and this is by far the largest lead for the Pirates. Kick to Sanders, back down low to Ndongo, and he's running to the rim hard. And again, John, these teams just continue to trade buckets.
And that was thanks to Ndongo on the other end disrupting that shot again from Western Reserve that led to his basket.
Both coaches with the majority of their timeouts remaining as Autry in the paint realizes the matchup. Owens going against the Stifle Tower and coming up empty. Reynolds. Could have had a big 3 there, instead off the mark and back to the Pioneers. So, John, as they get a quick breather for this substitution and incoming inbounds, have you kind of necessarily seen the defenses kind of size up a little bit, or is it still more the status quo, so to speak?
Yeah, I've seen them size up a little bit. Ndongo has been impressive for Western Reserve, or I should say Colorado Prep. But, yeah, the defense has stepped up on their side, which has given them this lead so far.
Crossover and spin by Owens, shifting to that right hand, and it gets the shooter's touch. off the back iron, cuts the lead to 6. Again, sticking with the 2-3 zone. Pass along the baseline, reverse layup. Somehow tipped in that time by Sal.
Good job of getting his hand on it.
The lead stands at 8 as Theoduso will go at the rim, off to Sorensen, kicks out. Owens with the left, and he's fouled. He's had a good couple of possessions strung together. And again, we've touched on it a couple times. Free throws have not been the strong suit so far for Western Reserve, and they're at the line for 2 big ones here, John.
Yeah, these are going to be big free throws and chance to cut this lead to 6 if he can convert.
5 minutes, 20 seconds remain here in the final frame between Western Reserve and Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. So we will have a quick timeout. I guess, John, just go ahead and give me your quick thoughts on the game to this point.
Yeah, I've been impressed in this fourth quarter with Colorado Prep to really kind of take control back of this game. But also, Western Reserve is still showing that fight that they're not going to just give this game up. So it's still nit and tuck right there. Got a lot of time left in this game. But the most impressive player throughout, and especially in the fourth quarter, is Ndongo.
They've got a dynamic duo there for Colorado Prep with Reynolds running that point guard spot and getting that screen and roll action with Bay and Ndongo. Again, he's only just a junior, so he's still got a whole year to improve.
Yeah, a lot of talent on his end.
Again, both teams getting to come out of their timeouts. This is by far one of the largest lead stretches we've seen of this game. It's been really between that 5-6 to 2-point game, if not tied throughout. The majority of the time it was led by the Pioneers in that first half, but after a couple of three-pointers by Colin Hawkins and transition buckets by the Pirates and company, it's blown open to 7. I guess if you can call that being blown open, but a 58-51 ball game nevertheless, and neither team really in that much of foul trouble.
Oh, not at all. See if they can convert their free throws here.
And fouls may become a problem down the stretch, not necessarily because teams have them, because maybe they don't have them. Right now the Pirates with 6 on them and just 2 on the Pioneers. The Pioneers could send them into the bonus, but for whatever reason, if the Pirates were to need to go that way, they would have some fouls to surrender. As Owens was able to convert.
Nice job there by Owens to cap off that free throw.
A little bit of an extended zone here out of the 2-3. Before they just had their heels on the three-point line. Now they're all the way out on that volleyball white line. Sanders off to Reynolds. Nearly a backcourt violation, but Reynolds saves it back to Sanders. Calling for the pick and roll. Gives it off to Reynolds. Again, no shot clock, so they don't necessarily have to play to it, but Reynolds will go to the rim, kick it out. And they're going to call a blocking foul that time on Sorensen. So he will pick up his second personal foul, the team's third. And wouldn't you know it, he didn't get much of a breather, but Ndongo's coming right back in.
Ndongo saw how effective he was in this fourth quarter, coming off the bench. He said getting a little time to breathe, see if he can continue doing what he's been doing.
Inbound to Sanders. It's got to be worth noting, John, a little bit of a side note here, but we've had great fan support throughout the TOC to this point as fans continue to trickle in. Local team Metamora getting ready to tip off here in about a game or so, and of course the home team Washington will play later tonight, and so even for the home team, so to speak, been great fan support throughout.
Yeah, it has, and it's nice to see, you know, this tournament brings in teams from all across the country, but a lot of fans come out in droves to support the Metamoras and Washingtons, you know, hometown teams.
Theodoso will bring it up here for the Pioneers. They're looking for a big bucket here to cut it back to 4. Theodoso will drive into the lane, kicks it out, Sanders in transition against Autry is fouled, but maybe Theoduso passed up what could have been layup.
Almost converts there, but
Sal will check out for Colorado Prep, and in steps one of the impact players, not because of the amount he scored, but because when he scored. It's Colin Hawkins. Had the big transition 3 to give the Pirates their first lead of the ball game, and they have not looked back since.
this is the first time we've really seen them slow the pace down a little bit. They know they got that lead. Try to work the ball around.
Does that kind of concern you a little bit, John? Because it's kind of said throughout the sport of basketball, when you slow down, you kind of take yourself out of the offense.
That'll help.
Well, I guess that would answer that question, as it's a 3 that time by A.J. Kula.
But yeah, I mean, now you got to be comfortable with this lead. That timeout there is going to force them to kind of reset and adjust. But yeah, I mean, at some point in this game, we weren't sure if somebody was going to pull away a little bit. Now Colorado Prep's done that. Let's see if they can hold on. 3:26 to go. But Cody, what's the game plan for Western Reserve to kind of find an answer?
I mean, it's tough to say you got to score, because it's not like they haven't been scoring. It's just they haven't been able to stop a nosebleed today on defense when they've needed it. And that's why they find themselves trailing by 9. A 61-52 game with 3 minutes and 26 seconds left. And I think a large part of that is, John, Theoduso has been held pretty much, not necessarily scoreless, but in check for the majority of the second half. He's still at only 10 points.
Yeah, and especially on defense, they really haven't had an answer for Ndungo or Langston Reynolds inside. And you said you jam-pack that middle, but you leave guys like Hawkins open that are sharpshooters. So we'll see if Western Reserve can find an answer on defense.
It's kind of a pick your poison as you take a look on your screen, a view from up in the booth here. There's Francisco Alonso manning camera number 2. Our crew off to our right-hand side here. Jonathan Michael, of course, producing here so far for our game, giving Larry and Joey a quick breather for their busy week and a half, and I'm sure months leading up to this event. And so we're very thankful for them giving us this opportunity to broadcast and bring you some high-quality basketball here at the Tournament of Champions here in Washington, Illinois. Again, Theoduso has the ball here, trying to spark a comeback. And away from the ball foul. Looks like maybe got a hold that time as Middleton was fouled. Kula picks up number 2.
Middleton back to the line here, see if he can cut into this lead a little bit. We talked about free throws being crucial down the stretch. None more as big as these ones coming up.
Absolutely. Middleton barely draws front iron on the first. And now we'll see a little 2-1-2 pressure. Falling back into the man-to-man. They will call a foul on Autry here. That doesn't necessarily hurt them all that much. They're still below about 5 team fouls. That is his 3rd personal. He's still held scoreless in this one. And a tough afternoon for him. You mentioned it, having not really an answer for someone in Dongu. How about 17 on the afternoon? Pair that with a couple of blocks and a lot of rebounds.
Yeah, really good performance.
As Sanders rattles in a huge 3, pushes it to a now 12-point advantage. Could the Pirates finally be pulling away from the Pioneers?
Got to think it's desperation mode now.
Sorensen, he'll answer right back. Says we're not done quite yet.
Sorensen's been a little quiet, but that 3 is going to spark him.
That brings him to 9 on the afternoon and 2 fouls to go along with it. But that's a huge 3, John, not because of obviously the deficit, but also the time remaining. That's a big momentum bringer.
Yeah, the quicker you can score, the better. Waste no time on that one. You still got 2. Oh, and there's the big one.
And Theoduso with the steal, and he puts in 2 more. So just as you're saying it, John, here come the Pioneers, scoring quick.
Kind of took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say they need to make a big stop, and just as I'm speaking that, steal. So they're not going away.
It's down to 7 with 2:09 to go here in the fourth quarter. Hawkins nearly stumbles and turns it over as the playmaker Reynolds has it. Reynolds down the lane, fouled and nearly got it to go with. It looked like he was trying to flush that one home.
Certainly did. He might have jumped a little bit too soon. I said he took maybe a step or two in. He would have jammed that one home. But now if you're Western Reserve, or I should say if you're Colorado Prep, you could play more of a slow, methodical game. You know, try to burn some more of that clock. You still have the lead.
Absolutely, as Reynolds does not miss at the stripe. Pushes it back to 8. He had one monster jam in transition late in the first half. Also nets the second. Back to a 9-point game. Under 2 minutes to play. Jump shot by Autry for 3. Doesn't rattle out, but great effort that time by Middleton to dig out the rebound. Owens for 3, he'll try it. It hits back iron. Tapped out again to Middleton. Sorensen for 3. 3 good looks, John, but no cigar.
Yeah, really good efforts there, but just couldn't get them in.
And active hands.
And Cody, they looked for the open shot on each one, found it, just couldn't get the threes to fall.
Sometimes this is how the dice roll, I guess. 3 good looks from distance and nothing to show for it. And they're going to call an illegal screen that time. This is going to go back to the Pioneers, so another big-time turnover late in this one. So we're down to a minute 25.
Chance for both teams to regroup here.
We'll go ahead and take a quick breather ourselves. As again, some wicked action, as we'll give you some good news coming up for during the post game, as I'm being told that Gavin will have Roger Howitzer, member of the TOC committee, to be talking to us after the game. Again, just a minute 25 remaining here, so another great interviewee coming from Gavin Russell at the Tournament Central studios, just again down the hallways from us. Reach off some quick stats here in Dongu. Flirting with the double-double. He's got 17 points, only the 2 fouls to go against him. He's been the man down low today for the Pirates. And for the Pioneers, they held the lead early and pretty much throughout the entirety of that first half, but a quick 6-0, 7-0 run by the Pirates shifted momentum quickly. And they're trying to get the Pirates out of their, the Pioneers out of their timeout. And John, with a minute 25, is this the time where you have to come out in the full court pressure defense?
Yeah, I would think so. I think it's kind of desperation mode now. Try to limit anything you can.
Again, no shot clock. They've also got that working against them. They do so. Trying to find the flare screen. Doesn't have it. Maybe wanted to go down low. They're really hunting out a three-point shot here. They're doubled. Three-pointer on the way as Haskell had his bounce out. And Ndongo with the rebound. Meeting pressure at half court. Reynolds down the lane, spins it home for 2 more, and we'll seal this one as the lead is now 11. Middleton in traffic for 3, banks it in! Sanders fouled, but what a big shot there by Middleton. That's a second 3 he's hitting this one. He's up to 8 points.
That was huge. Needed a big bucket, got it. It's almost feeling like a little too late for Western Reserve. We've seen crazier things happen, but Colorado Prep doing a good job of staying in front.
Dylan Sanders makes the first. And you're absolutely right, John. I mean, but how about the composure? Had 2 men closing out, somehow got the shot off. Of course, that 6'9" frame will help with that, but composure to bank it in, as that'll help out the cause, as it's not a 2-point basket or a 3-point basket, just the 1-pointer on the 1-for-2 trip to the stripe by Sanders. Sorensen, he'll spot up for 3. He knocks it down. We're not done yet.
Another big one.
31 seconds even, John, and as soon as we're trying to put this game to bed, The Pioneers just keep trying to untuck it.
Yeah, they got other plans of their own. They don't want to go home yet.
And again, the lead is down to 6, and Sorensen's now into double-digit scoring with 12. Him and Theoduso combining for 24 of the 63 so far for the Pioneers in a game that is far from over, and both teams currently lie in the bonus. Said free throws may be a problem. May not be the worst idea in the world for the Pioneers to pressure. Gamble for the steal, of course. If they get it, try and score it, but both teams have been inconsistent at the stripe today.
Yeah, they have, and down the stretch, that's when it's the most critical. Let's see here if you would assume Western Reserve's going to foul here pretty early on after this timeout.
Full court pressure is on. No man on the ball, so they're going to try and switch everything here and deny the entry. Trying to find it down low. Not great passing options. It's tipped out of bounds. Nearly stolen away by Theoduso.
Almost got away with a steal there.
Again, trying to deny the entry in a foul. Not the worst one in the world. Good denial that time, but Autry picks up his 4th. Excuse me, that's his 5th. He is now fouled out of the game, John. And he didn't necessarily score that many, but he was really a big part in the flow of the offense today for the Pioneers.
Yeah, he certainly was. Now Hawkins, who's got 3 points on the night, we'll see if he can close this game out.
Hawkins misses the first, but guess who? Ndongo sticks it right back, and with under 30 seconds to go, they have another miracle 3 in them. Sorensen down the lane, blocked at the rim, and fouled on the body.
He's been all over the place tonight.
I mean, I'm not sure who else you would give player of the game honors to. I mean, he's up to 20 points now. He's got to have at least 4 or 5 blocks. We don't have the official stat on us, but
lots of rebounds.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure he's got a double-double.
Absolutely. Sorensen makes the first. Back down to 7. He's got 13 points, looking for 14 here with the second make, unless they go with the intentional miss. And he will net the second. So 17.5 seconds to go, down 6. Reynolds nearly caught in no man's land, but is fouled. Again, at the conclusion of this game, we will have Gavin Russell with Roger Howitzer, member of the TOC committee, coming to you from the Country Financial Tournament Central studio. As again, they miss another free throw. And Reynolds, who's been very reliable today, somehow keeping the Pioneers in it. That may have been an intentional miss, and they're going to call a foul, which is big because now they're going to shoot free throws with the clock stopped.
That really is going to help Western Reserve out.
Absolutely.
This game is not over yet. You got to think, too, if he makes the first, and he could intentionally miss the second.
I mean, anything is possible here. Again, if he makes both these, it's a 4-point game, and it's not ideal. Middleton had some big three-pointers in this one, just banked home one a couple moments ago to keep this game within arm's reach. Intentionally trying to miss the second, and again, he's just been short at the stripe today. So a big break there for Colorado Prep. Reynolds for the inbound. Finds Ndongo to Hawkins. Down low. Flushed home, and that might do it. Brock Weisney with the flush with 5.6 to go and a 73-65 lead for the Pirates.
He's going to put that one on ice.
Another foul away from the ball will send the Pioneers right back to the line. Makes the front end. And tallies home the second. 6-point game with under 6 seconds to go. Reynolds with the inbound, and I don't think they'll foul now. Reynolds will go to the rim and score it anyway as time expires. And so the final score here between Colorado Prep and Western Reserve reads 75-67 Pirates over the Pioneers. And we'll go ahead and give you one last read of our sponsors that make this broadcast and others like it possible, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And for Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. Visit UfteringAutoGroup.com. For Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, and your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help you with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help prepare you for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And with the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court, and today the KB Strong Foundation does the same, and to raise awareness for the fight against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer that unfortunately took the life of former Washington head basketball coach Kevin Brown. But with that all being said, we'll now swing it down to Gavin Russell, who's standing by with Roger Howitzer, a member of the TOC committee.
We're back here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. Got yet another guest with us here. It's Roger Holzhauer. Thanks for joining us here for a little bit.
Thanks for being here. We really appreciate having you guys cover our event for us. You know, our year 15, and we're big time now. We're being streamed live on Clutch Sports Media. We're loving it.
Absolutely. We love doing it. We've got some great basketball that we've seen so far, but you're on the committee with, helping put together this tournament. It's been a great tournament so far. Kind of tell us a little bit more about, what you see putting together this tournament. What goes into it, really?
We're blessed that we have a great committee. This is a giant jigsaw puzzle. We start out, Sean Powell, our director that handles finding the teams, finding the talent, he's got a gift. He's got a gift. He finds teams that are so obscure. We're not that high dollar tournament that can pay a team, fly a team to come in and that. We just can't do that. So we rely on him to get us the best talent we can get. And and that works out great for us. But there are a lot of moving parts that a lot of people don't see behind the scenes. Hotels, all the logistics of the tournament, getting the tournament programs together, getting hospitality room put together, getting volunteers. What has made us what I think successful, and I think the #1 tournament in the country at Thanksgiving time, is our volunteer base. Our volunteer base is amazing. They step up anytime we ask, and that's our community. We're blessed. We're a small town community with a big time tournament.
Absolutely. People at home, maybe people that are coming to the games as well, definitely keep all these people in mind to help put together this great tournament. It would not be possible without them, the people that help with the concession stand, you name it. It's been huge. We've had a great time here at Washington High School so far for yet another edition of the TOC. Now, let me ask, you've done this for a long time. You've seen a lot of tournaments and things. Give me a favorite memory, maybe a player or a team really stood out to you over the years.
My favorite memories are probably a little different than, the basketball. The basketball's been phenomenal. The basketball is off the hook. I mean, we've had the best of the best. We've had Olympic, in year one when we were at Robertson Memorial Fieldhouse, we had DeAndre Jordan, two-time Olympic gold medal winner. We've had 4 #1 picks in the NBA draft. It isn't about the basketball. It is seeing the looks on the face. I'm standing here while we're talking, looking at a young man signing autographs for a whole group of 8, 9, 10-year-olds that we're getting engaged into the game of basketball. This game's a beautiful thing, and we want to engage it. Favorite memories for me, probably a little bittersweet. Shortly after Coach's diagnosis, our Thanksgiving dinner that we do for all the teams. And the story he told and the message he gave those kids that day, some that last a lifetime. They will take that in their journey forward. And we always said, KB and I would always joke when we were putting this tournament together that, God, we just need a purpose. Well, we didn't want it to be him. But it is. There's nothing we can do to bring him back, but we can honor him by putting the best product on the field and raising a ton of funds for glioblastoma research. And ultimately, at the end of the day, the basketball is great, and it's what drives us. But helping to find cures so nobody has to go through that.
Absolutely. This has been a huge part of this tournament. I mean, it is so much bigger than basketball, and we've talked about it a number of times. We had Jody Brown on. We had several other people on to tell us more about KB Strong, really how these things are going. But people may be, watching for the first time. So we always like to incorporate this. We want to let people know how they can get involved, things that people can do to spread the awareness, whether it's coming out to the games. Really, what are some specifics people can do to support this effort?
Right. We have opportunities for people to donate on the Facebook page, on through Twitter, through Venmo. We do a big celebration Labor Day weekend called Brown Fest. That's fantastic. Live bands. We do a 5K. This guy has done 2 5Ks now. I would call it more of a slog or a jog. It was a very slow jog, but it's something. It's a day. It's a day to celebrate and to raise funds. If you ever get an opportunity to tour a research center like what they have at the School of Medicine here in Peoria, which we're blessed to have them here, it's eye-opening. When they point out that this little vial right here cost $1,800, and this, what we're doing, we're making a difference for them, and that's what gets you through the day some days.
Absolutely. So your support of KB Strong, the sport of the TOC. What all funds go to the KB Strong? Is it tickets, concessions? What all goes to them?
We have a fund. We are now a not-for-profit organization. The tournament itself, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions, is a not-for-profit. So then what we do is we donate our proceeds from the tournament, and we always have to keep somewhat of a buffer for the next year, just like we did before, in our activity account, it was called when it was still involved with the school. But we keep that buffer, and then the ticket sales, the concessions, all that money, the camp we did 2 camps during the 2 youth camps, skills camps during the month of October that were unbelievably well attended. And those young kids come in here, and as long as they're wearing their Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions camp shirt, they get in for free. And we get them in here, and that's what it's about, getting them in the door. The funds that we raise from that, our sponsors are huge for us. We're just beyond blessed with the people. Country Financial has stepped up on board. The City of Washington's been very benevolent to us. City of East Peoria, Titan Industries. People go, Titan Industries. They do architectural iron and work like that. I mean, they have nothing to do with sporting goods, but they see a cause, they see a need, and they're a phenomenal civic-minded group. And that we have our volunteers that just hit it out of the park. We never lack for volunteers, and there aren't a lot of people who can say that. I mean, I watch organizations just kind of, for lack of a better term, die on the vine because they can't get volunteers and that. And we have them, and they want to volunteer. Reach out, and I hear people ask me all the time. My wife and I own a small business in our community, and they say, "What? Just because it was home is why you located your business here?" I go, no, it's the way they support us, and that's huge. The way that we, support everything in the community. the sponsors, and we try to sponsor or support sponsors too. And a lot of that is them getting exposure here with you guys. That helps us immensely.
Absolutely. We appreciate the support of Country Financial, all the sponsors that we've had. We've had so many great sponsors. That's really what helps make this all possible. Really helps out KB Strong, so much. I mean, more than we can even express right here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. So great sponsor right there. But I got one more question for you. We're going to let you go in just a minute. But it's maybe somebody watching for the first time, they're not too familiar with this tournament. Who in your mind, who's the most exciting team to watch? Who would be the team you'd tell the audience at home, they got to sit down and watch this team later tonight. They got to come out and watch this team.
I'm a basketball purist. I love watching Vashon play out of St. Louis. They're a dynasty. They're the Duke Blue Devils of Missouri high school basketball. They're fun to watch. We have a team that's going to come play at 6:30, Life Christian Academy out of Kissimmee, Florida. If you haven't seen their story, they have a young man that at age 6 was in a horrific accident, lost a portion of his arm, had to have it amputated. This young man's going to play Division I college basketball. He's got one arm. If you can't rally behind that, I don't know that you have a soul, I mean, it's just such a neat story to see them play. We just had Colorado Prep in the gym. Athletes, just athletes on top of athletes on top of athletes. If you're truly a basketball fan or you want to become a basketball fan, I had someone here earlier today, had never been to the event. Dear friend of mine, always says I'm coming. He came this morning. He was staying for one game, stayed for 3. He'll be back for the 6:30 game. Wants to know what time we start tomorrow. It's addictive. I warn you, it's addictive coming to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Absolutely. Well, you can catch all the action right here, or you can come out to the game. We've got plenty of games left today. We've got the host team, Washington. We've got Metamora coming up next. They're taking on St. John Bosco. We had an interview with Christian Estrada from St. John Bosco. A lot of great individuals, a lot of just great people in general. And on top of it, they can really play some basketball as well. So we're really excited to have it again. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio for a few minutes. We appreciate your time. Tell us a little more about how the tournament runs. Great sponsorships, great people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. We really appreciate you joining us right here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. We've got another great game coming up for you in just a moment. Metamora and St. John Bosco. It's a high-powered matchup. My great assistant, Charlie Schumacher, is going to pass me over my notes real quick. Thank you so much. He's been great all night, as well as our rest of our Clutch Sports Media crew. Probably too many to name almost, but we are going to send it back to the booth now. We've got a great game coming up for you, St. John Bosco and Metamora, coming up right now. I'm Gavin Russell. Back up to the booth.
Thanks for that, Gavin. Great work all day long in our Country Financial Tournament Central. And welcome into game number 10 of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. A good one in store for us next. It's the Metamora Redbirds from, about 10 miles up the road in nearby Metamora, Illinois, taking on the Braves of St. John Bosco from Bellflower, California. Two dynamic teams on a collision course that ends right here in the Raymond R. Torrey Gym at Washington Community High School. I'm Joey Wright with John Camosa. John, let's get right to it. St. John Bosco looked impressive this morning. Metamora playing in its second game as well of this Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. A tough loss yesterday. Kind of two teams trending in different directions, you could say, but Metamora looked competitive in a loss yesterday, and St. John Bosco looked really good today.
Yeah, St. John Bosco with that tough loss today against Springfield Lanphier. Metamora with a tough loss to Springfield Lanphier. So a lot of similarities in that game. It'll give us a good idea of what to expect as these two teams plan to adjust. Metamora 0-1 going into this game. St. John Bosco with their first loss, 2-1 on the year. So, I think these teams match up well. We'll see if Ethan Kaiser is going to have a big game tonight. He was more of a role player yesterday, whereas Zach Schroeder and Tyson Swanson and Drew Tucker really stepped up for the Redbirds yesterday.
See how it all plays out. Both these teams, John, as you mentioned, and as we alluded to, losing to Springfield Lanphier in their opening games of this tournament. Lanphier establishing itself as one of the teams in the City of Washington Invitational that we need to keep an eye on. St. John Bosco 2-1 on the season. Metamora 0-1. St. John Bosco having played 2 games prior to the KBM TOC. There you see the Braves wearing white this evening. The Metamora Redbirds have been introduced as well. Starting lineups for both teams. St. John Bosco looks the same as they did this morning. DJ Henry, LZ Harrington, Cade Bonham, Brandon Blair, Christian Estrada, the man in the middle. For the Redbirds, Luke DeFrance keys things up at point guard. Keeping an eye as well on Zach Schroeder, number 11 for the Redbirds in black. He's a guy that can knock it down from anywhere on the court. Ethan Kaiser, the man in the middle, the 6'6 star, in the circle against Christian Estrada. Also Tyson Swanson and Drew Tucker. It's Estrada versus Kaiser, and we are underway. Glad you're with us for what should be a good one. The Braves and the Redbirds. Braves keying things up for the first time. DJ Henry feeds to Cade Bonham and down low to Christian Estrada. That's going to be the matchup of the game, and one of the matchups of this tournament, John, is Ethan Kaiser versus Christian Estrada.
Yeah, it is. They match up well. Here's Zach Schroeder. He was big yesterday for Metamora.
Schroeder looking to the corner, and Luke DeFrance. Pass knocked out of bounds. It'll stay with Metamora. Ethan Kaiser, a guy that has attracted interest from colleges far and wide. Metamora junior, 6'6". Good range from the field, but especially in the low post. That's where Kaiser makes his money. Has the ball in hand right now, feeding down low to Schroeder. Kept alive. Back to Kaiser. Kaiser tees up a 3 off the mark. John, just as I mentioned, we'll see Kaiser shoot from anywhere on the floor.
Yeah, he will, and he shows that right now.
Down low is Estrada. No dice. There's a battle for the rebound. Estrada wins that battle and is fouled on his way back up. 2 free throws coming for the St. John Bosco senior. A guy that can impact the floor, much like Kaiser from anywhere. Saw him shoot a couple of threes earlier, and the Braves lost to Lanphier. Down low in the low post, a terrific rebounder. Gets a lot of action down there. Off on the first. Second free throw from Estrada is in. Braves on the board first, 1-0. Kaiser will inbound for Metamora. Metamora returns a lot from a team last season, John, that went 15-4 in a shortened COVID-19 impacted season, losing to Washington in the Mid-Illini Conference tournament final. That's how that season ended, but a team that in a different year where Washington wasn't so strong probably wins that Mid-Illini Conference easy. Of course, the MIC tournament kind of taking the place of an IHSA playoff bracket for the teams, the 8 teams in the conference anyways. A good team, and they've got a lot coming back as St. John Bosco builds on its lead.
Yeah, I mean, a team that's basically returned everybody. So Metamora, they brought everything they had learned into last year to this year. You could see the intensity they brought into last night's game and the effort. Just a team that Danny Greaves always has really well polished defensively and offensively.
They will be among the favorites in a tough Mid-Illini Conference this season, and they're on the board tonight. Thanks to a timely basket from Drew Tucker, St. John Bosco answers on the offensive end. Saying hello is LZ Harrington. Harrington scored 20 points in the Braves' second to last game against Hesperia out in California. Now it goes back to Kaiser. Kaiser feeding to the corner, was looking for Schroeder. Tipped, and it'll stay with Metamora. There's a look at St. John Bosco head coach Matt Dunn. St. John Bosco, no stranger to success, 23 wins in each of the last 2 seasons, 23-4 last year, 23-9 in 2019-20. 3 on the way, just a little bit short from Luke DeFrance. Braves get out and run it. 2 teams that like to play the offenses up-tempo Going to see a lot of running tonight. Call it a track meet of sorts. Swinging it around, it's Cade Bonham. Bonham going to the corner, now back out to the wing, and a deep three from Harrington. He connects. St. John Bosco has the offense firing on all cylinders. LZ Harrington flashes the range, the 6'4" freshman.
Really good start for St. John Bosco. I'm sure they want to rebound after that loss this morning, Joey.
If you're just joining us, St. John Bosco, very effective from the field. Ethan Kaiser tries to get the Metamora offense a bit of a spark. Off the mark there. Harrington knocked down a three on the Braves' last possession. Dishes over, finds DJ Henry. Henry to Bonham. Turning around, doesn't have anything going there. Schroeder will take it ahead. Schroeder fires over to Drew Tucker. Tucker, another one of those players returning from last season's team, as is Tyson Swanson, who can't knock down the three. Braves get out and run in transition, and there's Kaiser getting up, playing a role in that one. Blocked it before it knocked off the glass. Kaiser is as dangerous a player as they come in the area. John, obviously, Clutch Sports Media, you know, we focus on Central Illinois sports. Probably just coming into this tournament have a better handle on the Redbirds than the Braves just because of proximity. And when we look at players from around Central Illinois, Ethan Kaiser's got to be at the top of that list, or if he's not the top player in the area, he's got to be top three.
Oh, most definitely. And, you know, Joey, he's a player that really jumped on the radar in 8th grade going into high school, and he's just developed every year, and he's grown, gotten stronger. You know, we've seen his dunks. He's really polished his game from beyond the arc as a good three-point sharpshooter. But, yeah, definitely up there top three.
Stands at 6'6", and he's had that stature for a while now. There you get a look at the St. John Bosco huddle. A couple of key guys we can see in that huddle. Mateo Duran, number 30, we'll see him tonight. Get a good look there at Washington Community High School. Torrey Gymnasium, historic venue. We've seen a lot of good basketball here over the years, playing host to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Staple of this community for well over a decade now. Matt Dunn and the Braves have broken the huddle. Inbounded, and here we go. It's St. John Bosco with control of this one early. Metamora has taken a good volume of shots. Problem for the Redbirds is they're just not going in. St. John Bosco has been effective. In transition is Swanson, and he's fouled on his way up. Or pardon me, Drew Tucker is fouled on his way up. Easy to conflate the two. Both juniors, both stand at 6'2". Both have numbers in the 20s, and John, both fit into a Redbirds team that likes to shoot the three, and they like to run in transition.
I agree, and this Redbirds team showed that a lot yesterday. You know, we've seen Lanphier early on. That's a team that can get out and move, and Metamora doing just that tonight and in last night's game.
Second free throw from Tucker rims out. Braves get another opportunity. Pretty good crowd on tap here in Washington tonight. The hometown Panthers play in the following game after this one. It's Rabun-Gap Nakuchi versus Life Christian Florida after this, and then it's Washington and Kankakee in a good one. So some Panthers fans have arrived a little early. Metamora being from just a couple of miles away. Metamora and Washington not separated by very much distance geographically. Metamora has traveled well. Day before Thanksgiving, no school to worry about tomorrow, just the holiday. Drew Tucker will inbound to Kaiser. And back to Tucker, who will key the offense ahead. 5 minutes into this one, we've got a good one. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Tucker looking to Jake Nalen, who is into the game. Nalen looks for Kaiser. Pass deflected out of bounds. Cade Bonham got in and had a role to play in that. And so Tucker will inbound. And
Ill-advised pass there.
Intercepted. Ill-advised indeed, and perhaps another ill-advised pass there. Ethan Kaiser continues to dominate defensively in the low post. Still loose. Kaiser comes away with it. Metamora offense sets up. And a travel. John, back to that pass, back to that sequence. It looks like two teams maybe trying to get a little bit ahead of themselves early on.
I think that's what's happened, just a little late game jitters. And Joey, for those watching at home that might not be familiar with Metamora, this 8-3 game right now with 2:30 left in the first quarter, these are Mid Illini games at times. They can play this slow pace, you know, games that aren't very high scoring. We'll see if Metamora picks it up.
Down low and a finish for Cade Bonham. No, they'll call a charge. The freshman who scored 14 points in the Braves season opener against Jordan. A little perhaps too eager to make a play there.
Metamora will continue to wear you down and try to take their offense to you.
Here's Schroeder. Schroeder turns it over. Braves run. Down low is Christian Lizarraga. Now Kaiser will key it ahead for Metamora. Kaiser, for as tall as he is, John, can really fill the role of a traditional point guard as well. You know, he triggers a lot of the Redbirds' offense. You'd think it would be the opposite. You'd think they'd have someone else try to feed him down low, but as good a scorer as he is, and Metamora scores there, Tyson Swanson knocks it through. Kaiser can really facilitate a lot of the Redbirds' offense.
Yeah, he does. He's a great ball handler. He's a guy that'll take it up at 6'6", you know, not afraid to do that. Crafty player.
Tyson Swanson in off the glass. Finger roll. 1 point game. Metamora never felt like they were out of this. And of course, it's still the first quarter. 8-7 our score. Down low, blocked, rebound, loose, corralled by Swanson. And a foul against the Braves. Braves' fourth of the evening. Will stay home with Metamora, and that foul picked up by Elsie Harrington.
Just took Metamora a couple minutes to get back in their groove here. 1 point game.
Drew Tucker across the timeline. Both teams trying to find their rhythms. Metamora appears to have found theirs. Tucker. Good defense from Williams. Back and a whistle. Should be a foul against SJB. It will be. It'll stay with Metamora. And John, Metamora doing a good job of drawing fouls early on. St. John Bosco nearing the bonus. And we're not out of the first quarter yet. Drew Tucker now goes over to Zach Schroeder. Danny Greaves, Metamora head coach. His teams have been known to hold for the final shot. See if the Redbirds swing it around. No, they won't. Right on cue, it's Kaiser off on a three. Rebound to the Braves. Taking it ahead, TK Felix. And it looks like the Braves will hold for the last shot, John.
Let's see what they can do here. 5 seconds left. We're going to work it to Estrada.
Estrada tries to make it happen down low. Kaiser got a hand on it, and it falls harmlessly to the hardwood, and that's how the first quarter ends. St. John Bosco got out to an 8-2 lead. Redbirds on a 5-0 run as we speak, and it's a 1 point game going into the second quarter. Take a quick word to thank our sponsors tonight. Starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit for the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor and proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And, of course, the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Metamora out of the quarter break, going with Zach Schroeder, the senior, and he's fouled. So Schroeder set to inbound. There is the 6'3" senior, Schroeder. Zach Schroeder might be the best pure shooter on the Redbirds.
I agree. Schroeder's really developed his game through the years. He's only gotten better each season.
And he finds success down low. Redbirds have the lead for the first time tonight. Braves stopping, not connecting. Cade Bonham on the effort there. Redbirds could build on the lead. Just took their first one of the night. A little bit of a miscommunication, but no worse for wear. Tyler Mason is into the game, handling it at the point right now. Jake Nalen. Over to Kaiser. St. John Bosco doing a good job of not letting Kaiser get into space. He's one of those players, if you give him a lane to the basket, he'll make you pay. Up top and a three on the way, just short. Tyson Swanson couldn't connect. In transition, the Braves and St. John Bosco really had a lot of success, John, when they got into transition against Springfield Lanphier. That was really the storyline that we talked about. Dele Williams there scoring, giving the Braves the lead again. And as tough as it was for St. John Bosco at times in that game, they really did a good job of playing the passing lanes, forcing steals, and getting out in transition. Another three from Tyson Swanson.
Yeah, and when Metamora can, Joey, you know this from last season, when they find their groove beyond the arc, Metamora can be dangerous from three.
Metamora last season, the best three-point shooting team in the Mid-Illini Conference. St. John Bosco fans tuning in probably don't know a whole lot about the Mid-Illini Conference, but it is a very deep, talented conference of 8 schools that includes Metamora. Tournament host Washington, a Morton High School team that's always good. Pekin has been good last couple of years. Limestone always competitive, especially against Metamora. They play some good ones.
Dunlap coming around.
That's right. Dunlap has been better in recent years.
Never count out Canton.
Canton has been strong as well. Little Giants, a rich history of athletic success. Always tough to play at the Alice Ingersoll Gym. So Metamora fans know the Mid-Illini Conference well. St. John Bosco fans know winning well. And a big three from Christian Estrada puts them back at the point, 13-12.
Estrada getting out and shooting at the big 6'8" senior. Smooth left-handed stroke.
Kaiser gave it away. Now the Redbirds play catch along the perimeter. Down low, Swanson battles contact and the foul, and he'll go to the line for 2, Will Swanson. 7 points for Swanson, leads all Metamora scorers and all scorers for the game as a whole. Junior at the charity stripe, knocks in his first. Second on the way from Swanson. Connects, and the Redbirds lead once more. Redbirds and Braves trading the lead, 14-13. Stepping back and dropping it home, DJ Henry. Henry will now pick up DeFrance. Not DeFrance, but Schroeder. Schroeder gets it back. Quick stopover with Swanson. Feed down low. Kaiser quick into the game. Attempted to get there, but the pass led him by just a little bit too much. There is Kaiser Quick, a junior. Just 3 underclassmen on this Metamora roster. Luke Hopp, one of them. Tyler Mason, another. Nick Walker, the third. Kaiser Quick, a junior. A lot of juniors on the Metamora roster this year. A couple seniors as well. An experience-heavy team. And then you look at the St. John Bosco roster and a couple of underclassmen in the starting lineup. Elsie Harrington, a freshman. Kate Bonham, a freshman as well. The rest of the starting 5 seniors, DJ Henry, Brandon Blair, and Christian Estrada. And really, when you look at the rest of the roster, those are about the only 2 underclassmen, I suppose. A couple of juniors, but a lot of seniors on the Braves.
Yeah, Joey, one thing I've noticed throughout a lot of these games that we've watched these past 2 days are a lot of young talent on a lot of these teams. And these teams are going to be good for years to come.
Tournament of Champions does such a great job of bringing in players with that young talent, guys that we're going to see for all 4 years of their high school careers. Kaiser off the mark there. Harrington and Bonham are going to make an impact this season. Stepping back is DJ Henry, and Henry will have one more at the line. Braves could be the first to 20, and Henry with a shot that, more importantly, could lead to some sustained momentum.
Really nice take there.
To complete the and one, he does just that. Senior up to 8 points on the night. Here's Kaiser. Kaiser dish down low to the corner. Kick back to the corner, 3 on the way for Metamora, and in. Count the basket for Swanson, who continues to be a difference maker. 12 points for Swanson. Answer for St. John Bosco doesn't fall. Estrada hauls in the rebound, gets past Kaiser, and it was Schroeder who knocked it away, not Kaiser. But Zach Schroeder with a heads-up play on the defensive end. Kaiser has a quick word with our official, and now it's DJ Henry. Henry with 7 points so far off the back iron. Pardon me, a little frog in my throat there as we get a look at the St. John Bosco bench. The Metamora bench, that would be. At the line is Ian Cook, and Cook off the back iron. Ian Cook, a guy, John, that played big minutes against Lanphier this morning. Kind of a second option for the Braves down low. Along with Christian Estrada, it's a formidable 1-2 punch because Cook got a lot of action in the offense.
He did. He was all over the glass today.
Timeout called. And there is the Metamora huddle. Danny Greaves at the center of all of that. And now we'll flip over to the St. John Bosco bench. St. John Bosco with plenty of good to talk about thus far. Out to a 4-point lead. John, what have the Braves done well that has propelled them to this lead? And it has gone back and forth, but St. John Bosco kind of got out to the hot start, and they've kept it going since.
I think they're just doing a good job getting inside, playing their game, kind of following suit from earlier. I mean, they only lost by 5 to Lanphier. They played a pretty well-rounded game. So Bosco's doing their thing right now, and not giving Metamora too much of a window. Metamora is trying to find their game behind the arc and hitting some threes, but Bosco's not letting them in too much. And right now we're looking at a game that could be potentially within a couple points at halftime, if not tied, if Metamora can try to come back here.
See how it plays out as Kaiser looks to start that comeback effort, if you could call it that, a 4-point deficit. Redbirds could easily overcome it, although unforced errors like that are going to set them back a minute. Quick programming note for you in just a moment concerning our Country Financial Tournament Central. A couple of interviews you won't want to miss. One in particular, I suppose. It'll be Colton Kaler at halftime. Not that you wouldn't want to listen to Colton Kaler at halftime, but trust me, we've got something special for you between games. More on that in a minute. There's the Metamora bench. Feedback, kicked back to Brandon Blair. Blair up top to Estrada, and the big man knocks it through from the top of the key.
Joe, you could say with teasing it without giving away too much, it's a lot of the reason the fans are packing the gym right now.
That's right. The next game of the tournament, Rabun-Gap versus Life Christian, could be the game of the tournament. And that's another reason. Mentioned earlier, the stands are packed. And the Washington and Metamora games help, but a lot of interest nationally in this next game. It's going to be fun. Down low, kick to the corner, and a three on the way from Blair. Trying to answer the Redbirds three, can't do it. Here's Cook. Cook was looking down low to Williams. Call it an incomplete pass. Danny Greaves not happy. Couple of minor errors for the Redbirds. Maybe not minor errors, more unforced errors, I think would be the right way to describe it, John. Have sunk a good and capable Redbirds offense. Passes like that, we saw one on the other end that sailed into the bleachers. Danny Greaves, coach that really stresses the fundamentals, is going to get those things cleaned up.
Yeah, I mean, Danny Greaves stresses that, doesn't like, mental mistakes like that, and really prides himself and his guys on playing through those things and correcting them in practice. And Metamora is a well-polished team, and we've seen that leadership. They showed that last season especially.
Back to a 4-point lead, Christian. Estrada, big basket there. 90 seconds left, second half. And here's Swanson, or rather Tucker. Does Metamora look for a three here, John, or are you still not really thinking about that? You going best available shot?
Yeah, I'd go best available. Try to get something inside. Look, they look to Kaiser.
Kaiser brings it back out.
If the three's there, sure, take it.
See if that's what they're trying to set up. One step in is Tucker, short, still loose and hauled in. Cade Bonham will take it ahead. Under a minute left in the half, off the bottom of the backboard, out of bounds. Last touched by St. John Bosco. DJ Henry was trying to create there. Just lost his footing. Henry has had a good game thus far. 7 points for the Braves, second on the team behind Christian Estrada's 9-point effort. Tucker looks, finds Schroeder. Schroeder to Kaiser. And back to Schroeder. To France, now Kaiser. Swinging it around, it's Zach Schroeder. Schroeder to Kaiser for three. Off the mark, easy rebound for TK Felix. Felix stops, gives to Henry. Now to St. John Bosco with a 4-point lead. John hold for the last shot of the half.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to hold for it.
Henry sets it in motion.
Try to see what they set up.
Brandon Blair goes back to DJ Henry, and Henry is fouled just south of 8 seconds left. Only the 5th foul of the half against Metamora. And the Redbirds can get into a defense. The Braves can get into an offense. We'll see who has the better set play for 7 4/10 of a second. Estrada looking to the lane. Not quite. Metamora got in to disrupt it. Now just south of 5 seconds left. DJ Henry will set the possession in motion. Henry to Estrada. Estrada tries to create, guarded by Kaiser, and a foul from Kaiser. John, still not a bad foul for Metamora. That's Kaiser's first. Redbird's 6th foul of the half. And it doesn't leave St. John Bosco much time.
No, it does not at all. Try to get something quick inside.
Intercepted by Metamora at the buzzer from half court, just short. And that's how the first half will end. 26-22, St. John Bosco. A good one in game number 10 of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. This one part of the City of Washington Invitational. Braves jog back to the locker room. We will head to the studio, but first a quick word for our sponsors this evening, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer this week during the TOC. By Uftring, how do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. We're more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community. Call your local Country Financial representative today to talk about the things that are important to you and how we can help you protect them. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. And by the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. We are heading down to the Country Financial Tournament Central. Colton Kaler has the latest for us. Colton, what can you tell us?
Tournament Central studio. I'm Bosco. Alongside me is Colton Kaler. And Colton, you have a kind of a unique experience here at this tournament, right? You get to be a fan. You're also helping us out with Clutch today, which we're very grateful for, but you're also a part of Metamora sports in general. Can you kind of tell us about what the fandom around Metamora is? Because they're not necessarily the home team, but they're a local team that a lot of people will show out for.
Yeah, it's a much shorter drive for us this year. We're extremely grateful to be here. And, we can't thank Washington enough for extending an invite and to support a great cause here for Coach Brown. Coach Greaves and Coach Brown were very close throughout their years, and it's just great to be here. But, it's exciting for our fans because typically we're up in Ottawa, and, for them to only have about a 10-minute drive across the blacktop, it's a gym they're very familiar with, and we're just excited to be here.
Washington and Metamora definitely sharing their fair share of matchups over the last couple seasons, but in this matchup in particular between St. John Bosco and Metamora, we've noticed that it's been a very low-scoring game. Ethan Kaiser hasn't necessarily, produced all that well, but Swanson and Estrada, for their respective sides, have been very big today.
Yeah, St. John Bosco is really good. They are, if you think Metamora is big, St. John Bosco, they are that much lengthier, taller, stronger, quicker, and you're really seeing. But Metamora is tough, and they're structured. They're going to fight. They're going to play well, and you're seeing that right now. And it's kind of why Metamora is just hanging around. And I think the talk of the tournament coming in for Metamora was Ethan Kaiser, but leaving this tournament, it might be Tyson Swanson, and it just goes to show, with that five that we have out there, that any given night, any guy can go out and give you that effort right there.
Tyson Swanson, indeed, a player to watch out for in this one, of course. Joey Wright and John Camosa are on the call for this one. We're very appreciative of them sending some time our way. But like you said, Tyler Swanson has been big in the first 2 games of the season so far for the Redbirds. Kaiser, do you think that's maybe because teams are kind of keying in on him more?
I think teams are keying in on him a little bit more. It's early. At this time of the year, there's really not a lot of scouting. There's not a lot of, film watching, but at least from a player perspective. But Ethan's definitely kind of the face of this team, and he's going to be that guy, which opens a lot of other avenues for everyone else on the team. But Tyson's playing well, and I'm sure St. John Bosco is going to make an adjustment at halftime. And you might see a little bit more of Ethan. You might see a little bit more of Zach Schroeder or possibly Drew Tucker in the second half as well.
Definitely names to watch out for, but like what I hinted on earlier, you're also a big part of the Metamora athletics, right? You do a little bit of play-by-play during football season. You're also a big fan, of course, and even while you're at Bradley sharing classes with us and the rest of the Clutch Sports Media crew, you're also very key on keeping on tabs with that kind of stuff. So what does a kind of successful season look like for the Redbirds this year?
Well, they've got high aspirations. Coming off a little bit disappointing year last year, Washington took home the Mid-Illini Conference Championship. They graduated quite a few players. And Metamora, they bring back all but 2 from last year. They had 2 seniors, but their main starting 5 is the same. They're youth. It's just what they're bringing up is unbelievable. And so, when we get in the Mid-Illini season, they're going to be a tough team to beat. And even when we get in the postseason, they're going to be a tough out just because of how gritty they are. And, with the games that we're playing right now, they're going to find out kind of where they stand. You saw last night that could be a state championship game come, March, April. So it'll be very interesting to see where things go, but they definitely do have high aspirations this year.
Absolutely the case for the Redbirds down in Metamora, of course, making just a short trip to Washington, an annual venue for basically every single one of their sporting events. But you had hinted on it. Whenever the lid finally decides to come off the basket for Kaiser, this team could just shoot to the moon, so to speak. Do you kind of foresee that happening? Just maybe some early season jitters?
Yeah, he's definitely trying to find his groove right now. He might just be, looking at a little bit too. He's got to let it come to him instead of, maybe trying to force something. But he's that guy that's just. He's got that highlight reel. He's got the it factor. He's very special. And I think once it finally starts, he gets in that flow, he'll be just fine.
Absolutely. We've touched on a lot of Metamora stuff, but how about on the other side? St. John Bosco. I mean, man, what more can you say? You touched on the length, the athleticism, but Estrada's as good as advertised, if not even better.
Yeah, and I've honestly thought he's a little quiet here to start. And I think Metamora is doing a good job of keying in on him defensively, but he's going to be that guy where if you slow him down, he's still going to get his. He's still going to get his numbers, his baskets. So definitely look for him to possibly, stretch things out here in the second half. But, even if it's not him, they've got so many other guys that they can go to that they're so impressive.
Absolutely. And I had touched on in introducing you, you've had a big role in all 3 phases of the tournament experience this year, working for Clutch, being a Metamora supporter and fan, and also kind of helping out and watching the other games as a fan. But what has that experience been like, right? You've been able to dip your toe in all 3 rows, so to speak. How do you describe an event like this to someone who maybe hasn't attended before?
Busy. I'll say that much. Kind of running around, just doing what I can. I'm a basketball and sports junkie, so, I'll take what I can. But, it's a great tournament. If you haven't been out here, come out here, support. There's a lot of great teams, a lot of great talent. You won't be disappointed. You'll definitely get your money's worth. But, from running from the Clutch, Clutch has done a great job. You guys have done such a great job in running things here. And then, from a fan perspective, even if you're not able to make it, it's that much more enjoyable to be able to watch online and for free. I'll add that in there. But it's been we're only, a long day into it, short day yesterday, and we're just excited for where to see the rest of the week goes.
Absolutely. Only about a day and a half in, I guess, to a multi-day event. We'll see what kind of presents itself moving along here, as once again it's St. John Bosco and Metamora doing battle here, and we've still got what many people would consider the big ticket game, especially to those around local area. Washington, of course, is going to pack the house later today. What more can you say? What kind of a rivalry does that bring in and allow, especially for Metamora to play in this gym?
Right. Well, Washington, I said it earlier, Washington is a team where no matter what kind of season they're having, they're always going to pack this gym full of fans and students. It's by far the loudest gym to play in Central Illinois and in the Mid-Illini. That student section, they'll be packed and ready to go tonight again. They will be loud as always. They're one of the more boisterous student sections. It brings a lot of fun to the game. It brings some enjoyment to sitting back and watching. But it's one of those gyms that you hate to play in, but at the same time you really like it.
We had touched on it a little bit, just some of the big names that have graced this tournament. Zion's been here. Adam Miller's been here. All these big names that everyone kind of recognizes by now. Of course, Miller down at LSU and Zion down there. And before I let you go, Colton, I just want to say one more time, thank you for joining me. I know hate to pull you from the stands and enjoy your experience and root on your Redbirds, but for Cody Roskins and Colton Kaler, Once again, this is us signing off from halftime here at the Century Financial Tournament Central studio.
Thanks for that, Cody. Thanks for that, Colton. Good stuff from Country Financial Tournament Central. Colton Kaler, a Metamora guy, also has been a great help to the Clutch Sports Media team this week. Yesterday, today, I say this week, we've done now 10 games in about 24 hours. Feels like a little bit more than a day, right? But Colton's been a tremendous help, as has Cody. Cody had a great call of the last game with you, John Camosa. What was that, Colorado Prep and Western Reserve Academy?
Yeah.
It was a good one.
Really good back and forth game.
Appreciate those guys helping us out. Big parts of our team. From our team to yours. Happy Thanksgiving week. It's Thanksgiving Eve, and we are on the eve of a dramatic finish between St. John Bosco and Metamora. Halftime has expired. A packed Torrey gym. Players, or rather fans that would be, still finding their seats as we start the second half. Back underway. John, as we get underway, Metamora starts with the first possession. Your takeaways from the first half has the feeling of a game that could come down to the last couple possessions.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many games, throughout these last 2 days. Plenty more to come, as you said, but a lot of games, as Cody and I were saying, there's been a handful that have been lopsided and a lot that have been really close, and this one has the making to be close as well.
Off the mark, Kaiser hauls it in. There's Ethan Kaiser. Kaiser kicking over to Tyson Swanson, and Kaiser lost it. Out of bounds, and St. John Bosco will take over. Still looking for their first points of the second half, 40 seconds into the break. Or 40 seconds out of the break, I should say. Brandon Blair up top. It's Estrada. Estrada against Kaiser. That's been the battle to watch all game long. So far, the player to watch for Metamora is, how about this? Tyson Swanson, who has 17 of the Redbirds' 24 points, leads all scorers. St. John Bosco back ahead by 4. Swanson's been probably the most impressive player. Ethan Kaiser has yet to score, and Estrada for the Braves has 9 points.
Metamora is going to want to try to get a stop here. Just have been within about 4 to 6 points.
If you're just joining us for the second half, St. John Bosco gone out to an early lead, 8-2. Metamora climbed back into it, if you could say that about a 6-point deficit early in the first quarter, and took a lead. And since then, we've kind of been going back and forth. Both teams trading the lead, trading possessions, trading baskets. It has been a defensive-based struggle. And we've seen a couple of those so far in the TOC. A couple of shootouts and a couple of defensive battles. This one falling into the latter category. Although both offenses very capable, we're going to see some points. John, I'll ask you the same question I asked you during Lanphier St. John Bosco earlier today. What do you think the magic number is to win this game as St. John Bosco finishes with Cade Bonham? You said the magic number in the first game was 54. Lanphier won it with 55. See if you've got another one in here.
This one's got a different feel to it, this type of game. The pace, I'm going to say right around 58.
DJ Henry off the back iron. Loose, down low, still tapped around. Cade Bonham tried to haul it in. Loose, and Metamora recovers. Drew Tucker up the sideline. Now centers it up. Being contested by Brandon Blair. Back to Kaiser. Kaiser for 3. He's on the board. His first points of the night. And he makes it a 3-point game.
I like the Estrada-Kaiser matchup. Down low.
There's plenty of intrigue there. They're both big guys, as Bonham answers again. But they play differently. They're different kinds of big. Kaiser, for as tall as he is, almost looks like a track runner. He's skinnier. He's not quite as large as Estrada is. They're both tall. Estrada's 6'8", actually has Kaiser beat by about 2 inches.
Yes, Estrada's got a big build to him. Kaiser's put on some muscle, but Estrada's just got that definition.
Kaiser, you see left side of your picture. Headband, long hair, hard to miss. That long hair, kind of a trademark of his. Danny Greaves, obstructed, now comes into view, raises his hand, the longtime Metamora head coach. Break huddle. Tucker to inbound, feeds down low, now back to Tucker. Tucker to DJ Henry, now Kaiser up top of the key. Kaiser a step in, Kaiser sailing towards the basket. A foul, Kaiser down, a little slow to get up. Teammates come and help him out. Good look there as Kaiser will head to the free throw line for 2. John, early stages of the third quarter, it seems as though Metamora's plan is to involve Kaiser a little bit more. 17 points from Drew Tucker in this one, but Kaiser did not find the scoring column until a moment ago when he connected on that 3. Still only has 3 points.
Yeah, trying to get him involved a little bit more. Kind of a slow start last night as well against Lanphier, and they know Kaiser is going to want to be that guy that fills that big role for him.
Kaiser's first free throw falls in. One more coming from the big man who has attracted offers from schools across the area, all kinds of different schools. Local Missouri Valley Conference schools have expressed interest. A lot of college coaches are going to want to see how he progresses. Back for a deep 3, short of the mark. Kaiser, loose ball, hauled in. Here's Tucker. Tucker was looking for Swanson. Tough pass, but Schroeder back to intercepted for Metamora. That pass was intended for DJ Henry. Now Kaiser goes back. Kaiser, ball fake. And to the corner, 3 on the way. Just a little bit short from Tucker, still loose. Swanson there to haul in the rebound. Now Tucker goes back to Schroeder. Schroeder steps back in a travel.
And Joey, how good was Swanson last night for Metamora? Despite the loss, he had an incredible performance.
Tyson Swanson off to a strong start this season. Metamora brings back, John, as you mentioned at the top, almost everyone from a really good team last year. St. John Bosco, a lot of returners as well, a senior-heavy roster. St. John Bosco has made the trip from Bellflower, California. A team and a program really excited to be here in Washington at the TOC. Arrived at O'Hare yesterday. Made the trip down to Washington. Town of about 16,000, just outside of Peoria, Illinois. Estrada up top, puts it on the ground. He's going to drive and lay it in. Christian Estrada to double digits, proving that he can score in all sorts of different ways.
Nice take there for the big man. Metamora right within reach, trying to regain that lead.
Here's Swanson. Swanson to DeFrance, fading away. A little too much on that one, hauled in by Estrada. Estrada up the way, it's Henry. Henry put the ball on the ground. Comes away with it, gets it back to Estrada. Now it goes over to Christian Lizagara and back over to Elsie Harrington. Or Lizarraga, pardon me. 3 corner off from Lizarraga. Down low, Kaiser fouled. His teammates will come over and help him up. It's been a clean second half. That's the second foul for St. John Bosco. Metamora has just 1. I mentioned a couple of times how well this tournament has been officiated. We heard from the tournament's head of officiating earlier today in Tournament Central. 10 minutes left in regulation. A game that could come down to the final possession. Who has the ball last? 3, top of the key. Rattles in and out. And Estrada pushes it up. Now down to the corner. And Lizarraga tries to drive, taking himself, can't do it. But it's Ian Cook, who we talked about earlier, doing what he does best, working in the low post. Lizarraga, no. Estrada pushed as he was going for the rebounds. Foul should go against Tyson Swanson, and it will. Swanson's second. Best thing, John, about there not being a ton of foul calls is we don't have a lot of these star players in foul trouble moving into the later stages of these games.
No, we don't, and the pace of play has been pretty good.
Estrada for 3. A little too much on that one. This game interesting in that we've got 2 big men, Kaiser and Estrada, not afraid to shoot the 3. Estrada has attempted a few from downtown this week. Today, I suppose. This is the first day St. John Bosco has played at this tournament. And Kaiser, we know from the past and today, not afraid to shoot the 3. Kaiser not on the floor right now for Metamora. Good defense from St. John Bosco, making it hard for Swanson to get rid of it and making it hard for Schroeder to do anything down low. Braves could build on their lead right here, but it's intercepted by Schroeder. Schroeder will push the pace a little. Now he'll slow it down. Cut off. Almost a lane that time for Swanson, and not a bad foul for Estrada to take. So we get a look at Bradley head coach Brian Wardle in the house. In the far reaches of Torrey Gym. He's right by one of the railings. Taking it in, looked like Bradley assistant coach Jimmy Foster right next to him. And we have seen, John, I know just walking around, I've seen not only Brian Wardle here today, all sorts of different college coaches here over the course of the week. I've seen some Division III programs here scouting, a couple of JUCOs and NAIAs here as well, and a couple of D1 coaches either here or I've known of a few who've tuned into our broadcasts over the course of the week.
It's a good thing to see, getting that exposure for these talented players on the floor, putting in the work, and coaches are seeing it.
Bradley especially making the rounds. I saw assistant coach Mike Bargan here earlier as well. He was here for the first or second game this morning. As Tyler Mason will go to the line for Metamora. Tyler Mason, a sophomore, one of 3 sophomores on the Redbirds roster, getting a big role in this one, playing key minutes here late in the third quarter. St. John Bosco will bring in almost an entirely new group, including Zarian Anderson, whose name we have not called so far this tournament. He is in. Elsie Harrington back in. Bailey Williams is in as well. Down low on the block, Cade Bonham returns, as well as Estrada opposite block. Second free throw falls from Mason. 2 big free throws. 3-point game. 20 seconds left. Over to Estrada. Estrada looks, a give down low, and a block from Kaiser.
Good dish there from Estrada to Boehm, but just couldn't get it to go. Good block.
Bonham blocked. There's Kaiser. 13 even left in the third. Look up, top center of your screen onto the left. Metamora student section representing. Here's a pass to the corner. Anderson's 3. Had a little too much on it. Rebound Metamora. Redbirds have 3. They've got 2. Prayer at the buzzer. Just off the glass, and that's how the third quarter will end. 3-point game. St. John Bosco leading Metamora 34-31. It's going to be a good one down the stretch. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. And a word for tonight's sponsors, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, it's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. It doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car. All month long, roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. By Country Financial, you finally have your dream home. Now you need the right insurance to protect it, because when it comes to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. Go to countryfinancial.com today. Titan Industries is a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 TOC. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Back to the action, fourth quarter underway. 3-point game, St. John Bosco from Bellflower, California, leading Metamora from just up the road in Washington right now, 36-31. Timely basket there from Elsie Harrington, and it goes to Ethan Kaiser. John, what's in store for the fourth quarter?
See if Metamora, I think it's going to be a nip and tuck game. Metamora always brings a strong offensive production to the fourth quarter, so we'll see if it's back and forth, but you know Bosco wants to sneak out a win.
Down low and a strong finish from Cade Bonham, the freshman. 14 points in the Braves season opener. Now up to 10 points in this one. Second game of the day for St. John Bosco. Metamora in its second game of the tournament played and lost to Lanphier last night. St. John Bosco lost to Lanphier in the second game of the tournament this morning. Three on the way from SJB. No dice. Schroeder the rebound. Schroeder goes over to Kaiser. Intercepted in transition. Elsie Harrington. Kaiser with a block. Sends Harrington down to the ground. Loose ball in the corner, out of bounds. And Metamora will take over. Aggressive play on both sides. John, we can tell this game kind of at a turning point. This is where the aggression is going to start to pick up. The intensity ramps up. A packed gym. It's pretty hot in here. It's got all the makings of a good finish.
Yeah, great effort there defensively. Good block from Kaiser and then getting it back. See if Metamora can answer right here.
Schroeder goes over to Luke DeFrance. DeFrance was a starter for the Redbirds. Haven't called his name a ton tonight. He does not have any points. One foul in the stat column. Going all the way to the basket is Tyson Swanson. Drew Tucker nearly in on the steal. Goes to Elsie Harrington anyway. Harrington stops, pops, and drops it through. And a timeout called by Metamora. Just when Metamora, John, seems to be finding something, maybe clicking it up, St. John Bosco is there to respond.
Yeah, just had that 3-point lead going into the fourth quarter, but they've extended it since. Bosco not giving them any room.
There's the St. John Bosco huddle. Both teams led by head coaches that know how to win. Matt Dunn, the head man for the Braves. Danny Greaves, the head man for the Redbirds. There you get a look at the Metamora cheerleaders. They have made the short trip over to Washington. Always nice when local teams are able to bring the cheerleaders, able to bring their home fans. Metamora has done just that. Washington should have the band later tonight. I'm not entirely sure if that is the plan, to have their band perform for their 8 o'clock game against Kankakee. That might have just been for their first game of the tournament last night, so we'll have to wait and see on that. But when they brought the band last night, it felt like a home game for the Panthers. It was a home game for the Panthers for all intents and purposes against Yorkville Christian. And on the tournament itself, real quick, before we zero back in on the action, how good is that Yorkville Christian team, and how good is that St. Rita team? Those two teams are going to match up tomorrow with a trip to the Washington Invitational title game on the line. And my goodness, I mean, those are two teams. That should be the championship game, I think, as good as this Washington Invitational bracket is.
Yeah, I mean, Yorkville Christian being 1A, an enrollment of about 75 kids, but D1 talent right there. Duke commit, Jaden Schutt, KJ Vassar, Tyler Burrows, really, really good team. And, 92 points in the first night, and then was it 89 today? Just really good effort from a team that's just a high-caliber scoring machine.
Schutt, a senior, Duke commit. Morez Johnson Jr. headlining St. Rita, an Illinois commit. That game will be not tomorrow night, but Friday night. And a handful of games tomorrow on Thanksgiving. We'll get to those as we move along. Down low, Schroeder doesn't have anything. Redbirds reset on defense. St. John Bosco tries to reset the offense. Going to work down low, contorting his body and dropping it home is Bonham. 6'7" freshman making it happen. Kaiser and the Redbirds need a response. Braves lead up to 7 and a big 3. How about that? Tyler Mason says hello. Timeout, St. John Bosco. The Redbirds not out of this one by any means. And the Redbirds conversation has got to be, John, something about keeping the momentum going. St. John Bosco calling a timeout. Braves have 4 left, Redbirds 3 remaining. What's the recipe for St. John Bosco here? Metamora keeps cutting into the lead. It seems like every time they do, the Braves have an answer. What do they do with still plenty of time left, about 5 minutes left, trying to build the lead because it's too early, I think, to go into a conservative brand of basketball.
Yeah, try to control that tempo a little bit. Metamora is not a team you ever want to count out in the fourth quarter. Danny Greaves' teams have proven that throughout the years. So St. John Bosco wants to play conservative.
Nearly went in as Metamora, or rather St. John Bosco, tried to save that. Christian Estrada almost had the shot of the tournament on accident. Metamora gets it back off the turnover. Here's Kaiser, short off the rim. See if they go back to Estrada here. Estrada in the low post. Can't get the rebound.
Good rebound there from Drew Tucker.
And Tucker will bring it ahead. Crosses the timeline. Give to Schroeder. Schroeder across the court. Finds Swanson. Schroeder goes to work down low. Now Kaiser attacks. Kicks to Tucker. Tucker stops, pops, doesn't have it. Rebound St. John Bosco. Metamora. 2 possessions in a row. They'll come up empty-handed. St. John Bosco could go back ahead by 9 with a 3. So we go under 4 minutes to play. LZ Harrington guarded by Schroeder. Goes down low to a relatively open Cade Bonham. And Kaiser takes the charge.
Good defensive play there.
Kaiser with a couple of heads-up plays on defense tonight, John. As good as he is on offense, defense has really been where he's made his impact tonight. Hasn't allowed the Braves anything easy down low. Although, as a credit to St. John Bosco, defensively they've been very good in the interior as well.
Yes, they certainly have. It's been defensive, both ways. Both teams are showing really good signs defensively.
Metamora has it. Kaiser up top. Kaiser gonna go with the alley-oop, and he gets it back to himself, Ethan Kaiser, and that gets the crowd alive.
Big time from Kaiser. We've seen so many big plays out of him through the years. That was certainly one of them.
Kaiser said, you know what, I'll do it myself. It's a 4-point game with 3 minutes to play. Metamora bench comes alive. Big 3 to silence the crowd off the mark. From the Braves, they get it back. Second chance 3, in and out. Another rebound, this time from Cook. And the Braves still play along the perimeter. trying to split the difference inside the paint and dropping it in is Harrington. 6-point game. Here's Kaiser. Kaiser guarded by Cook. Looks, finds Tucker. And a foul called down there in the corner. Tyler Mason fouled. It's been a very clean second half for the Redbirds, not so much for St. John Bosco. That puts the Redbirds in the 1-and-1 bonus, and Tyler Mason, a sophomore who hit 2 big free throws earlier as the third quarter drew to a close, back at the line in the 1-and-1. In the 1-and-1, the sophomore. Metamora needs these free throws. Off the back of the iron, rebound, jump ball, tie up, and that arrow will favor Metamora. So the Redbirds, even though Mason couldn't fire on the first free throw, connect with the jump ball. John, what's the recipe for Metamora here on the inbound play?
For something, they usually run a kind of a pick and pop, see if they send somebody out on the wing. Kaiser, get it down low. Usually they set something up for Kaiser to alley-oop him.
Redbirds offense trying to get it in motion. Here's Schroeder. Schroeder goes, looks for Tucker. Drew Tucker doesn't have anything, and St. John Bosco tries to run. Could go a long way towards winning this one with a successful possession here. Three-pointer would extend their lead to 9, although they're in no hurry. Tyler Mason, the sophomore, plays the passing lanes and knocks it out of bounds.
Metamora's going to have to apply that defensive pressure. Start fouling now.
DJ Henry fouled. It'll take the Redbirds a couple of fouls to put the Braves in the bonus. That's the third team foul against Metamora and the second against Drew Tucker. A junior-heavy roster for the Redbirds. 2 seniors in the lineup, Luke DeFrance and Zach Schroeder. Redbirds needing those juniors to step up here, and a sophomore on the floor as well, and Tyler Mason. Here's Henry. Redbirds going for the steal. Braves looking to play keep away. Under 90 seconds to play. Down low, and a big basket from DJ Henry. Henry gets back on defense. It's an 8-point game. Spinning is Schroeder. Schroeder tries to create space. Trying to get past Brandon Blair, and Schroeder doesn't get the friendly roll. Metamora wants a goaltending call, and they will call goaltending, John. The net got grabbed, and that moved the basket around, and as close as that went to rolling in, that was all it took.
That's going to help the Redbirds out. Now it's put that full court pressure on, get a stop. Nearing under a minute.
Redbirds have 66 seconds left. Big steal, nearly a big score. Kaiser went for the finish, and the Braves get back, and here's a slam with emphasis from Estrada. And Metamora calls timeout. You can see how fired up the St. John Bosco bench is. Christian Estrada, he's been holding that one back all day long.
Yeah, he wanted that clear path and slammed it home.
Estrada now with 13 points, 12 and 13, the loudest of the night. And St. John Bosco, a couple thousand miles away from home, looking to get out of here with a big win over Metamora. Redbirds not out of it yet. You can never count a Danny Greaves coach team out until that final buzzer sounds. What do you have in your playbook, or maybe call it your bag of tricks for down 8 with 55 seconds to play?
Yeah, I tried to space the floor out, get a quick 3. I mean, you got to start playing for 3 at this point, you know, cut into this lead. You're down 8, 54 seconds, and then you got to score and foul quick. Hope they mess at the line and see what you can draw up, but try to force turnovers, kind of running out of time.
And for St. John Bosco, how do you protect the lead? I've got to imagine that that's an easier task than what Metamora has.
Yeah, just clamp down on defense, guard the paint, watch the perimeter.
Metamora's got to get it going here. Here's Drew Tucker. Tucker driving, doesn't get the roll. Still loose down low, still loose, and a whistle. Tucker hits the floor. So many bodies moving in so many different directions there, but I've got to imagine the foul against St. John Bosco. It will go against the Braves. Tucker hit the floor. We'll see if he goes to the line. Gosh, John, another reason I wouldn't want to be an official. I don't know how you determine who fouled who in a pile like that. It will be Tucker going to the line. Still in the 1-and-1 bonus. One-and-one bonus. Tucker gets the first to go. Tucker leads all scorers. Or no, pardon me, I have that backwards. Have my 22 and 24 confused. It's Tyson Swanson that leads all scorers for Metamora with 21. Drew Tucker has 5 points tonight. Converts successfully both ends of the 1-and-1, and a foul. Sneaking up behind Elsie Harrington was Zach Schroeder. Under 40 seconds to play, 6-point game. And a quick foul. Schroeder gets in and will send DJ Henry to midcourt to receive the inbounds pass. Not quite to the line. Still waiting on Metamora to get into the bonus. They need 2 more fouls, and we're at that point. Here's a pitch and a catch.
That could do it.
Call that a touchdown pass to Bonham. Gets the friendly roll off the glass. Spinning around is Schroeder. Schroeder to the corner. 3 on the way for Metamora. And a foul on the shot. And that'll be 3 big free throws for Tyler Mason. Mason was moving away from the shot. Got that up quickly. Braves trying to close out. And his free throw clanks off. 21 seconds left. All signs point to a St. John Bosco victory. First 2 free throws off the mark from Mason. And what a complete effort from St. John Bosco tonight, John. Defensively, they really limited Ethan Kaiser. Kaiser, unless he scores again, will finish with 7 points. And offensively, they spaced it out pretty good, found open guys, and got the job done where they needed to. 21 seconds, they inbound. Here's TK Felix. Felix fouled by Schroeder. 13 4/10 showing on the clock. Schroeder the foul, that's his 3rd. No one on the floor for the Redbirds in imminent foul trouble. Another foul with time running out. Schroeder has 3, and now Drew Tucker has 3. No other Redbird on the floor has more than 2. DJ Henry for St. John Bosco did a good job of managing foul trouble as well. He's going to finish in all likelihood with 4 fouls and 9 points. Good effort from him. 13 points from Christian Estrada. Figures to lead the St. John Bosco scoring. See if St. John Bosco has one more offensive play lined up. Time running out, they don't, and that's how this one will end. 50-43, St. John Bosco comes to Washington and takes down Metamora. They improved to 3-1 on the season. Metamora 0-2. Both losses, spirited efforts, but tonight belongs to St. John Bosco when we recap the 10th game of the tournament.
Yeah, good effort from Metamora tonight. St. John Bosco rebounded after that loss this morning to Lanphier. Metamora, not to hang their heads on these 2 losses, they were right there within reach in these games between Lanphier and St. John Bosco, just couldn't pull them out in the end. But all around good effort both ways.
A great effort indeed. St. John Bosco gets the win, 50-43, our final score. That's a fun Braves team to watch. Glad they've made the trip all the way out here to Central Illinois. We will see them again before the Tournament of Champions draws to a close. Still plenty of basketball left tonight. Game of the tournament potential in our next game between Rabun-Gap and Life Christian. Larry Larson has the call for that one. Excited to watch that one. I'll move behind our computer for that. Our entire Clutch Sports Media team doing a great job all afternoon long. We will go to Cody Roskins and Gavin Russell in the studio here in just a moment. First, a quick word for our sponsors tonight, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. Buy Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at Uftring Auto Group dealer. That would be at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. We're more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by Country Financial and by KB Strong. The KB Strong Foundation, named in honor of late Washington Panthers head coach Kevin Brown, who made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Now we get ready to send it down to Country Financial Tournament Central. Cody Roskins and Gavin Russell have everything you need to know as we approach what could be the game of the tournament. Guys, take it away. We got you back topside here. Welcome back to the booth. Joey Wright, John Camosis next to me. Cody Roskins is down there in the studio. A little technical problem with our microphone. Working to get that resolved. It sounds like we've got it.
Working through some technical difficulties. Pardon us, but
comes with the territory.
Absolutely, but we look at game number one. Lanphier, Metamora. They fell short again once here in the last game you just saw on Clutch Sports Media. They fell short yesterday to a really tough fought Lanphier team. It was 62-57 in favor of Lanphier. Tyson Swanson, though, for Metamora put up 25. Ty Banks, 19 points for the Lanphier Lions. We go to game two. Denmark and St. Joseph Ogden. It was a battle of the stars out there. Donovan Short for Denmark could not quite pull his team to come up with a victory with St. Joseph Ogden. Ty Pence went crazy in that game. 38 points and 8 boards. Really an incredible game. So those were two really good ones to start out the day.
Absolutely, Gavin. And throughout the day today, of course, we've had some really nail-biters. One not so close, but that comes with the territory with St. Rita out of Chicago. But to this point, we just wrapped up the Metamora game. We have yet to see the home team, Washington, take the court yet today. But what kind of stuff can we look forward to for the rest of the day? I know we've got some big-name guests lined up as well.
Well, we do have some big-name guests. You guys are definitely going to stick around outside of even our live coverage of these games. We're potentially going to get Alec Peters, a former Washington high school basketball player, NBA player. He's played overseas for a number of years, so we're going to get Alec Peters to come and talk with us for a minute. We've got Devin Vanderheit. He's a recent Washington basketball star. He's actually playing with Division II Lewis, the Lewis Flyers right now. He should be in the building again. We're going to do our best to get those interviews. You never really can say 100% for sure, but we're going to do our best here in the Country Financial Tournament Central to get those guys, and maybe a couple other surprise guests too later on. You never know.
Absolutely. We'll do our best to give you the best coverage you can here at Clutch Sports Media. You can catch us on clutchsportsil.com, as well as on social medias at Clutch Sports IL, of course, on Instagram and Twitter as well. But, Gavin, I think some of the things that have really stolen the headlines here today, it's been not just the close games, but some of the big-name players we've seen. We've seen James Brown. We just saw Kaiser play. We've seen a lot of big-name players come through, and we're going to see a lot more yet tonight as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen so many big-name guys. You know, it almost overshadows how good the teams are in general. So I think we need to give a lot of credit to these specific teams because there's been a number of really, really good players that maybe get overlooked. I mean, some guys like Tyson Swanson, say for Metamora, he wasn't necessarily the feature guy. You've got Zach Schroeder, you've got Ethan Kaiser. He wasn't the big name guy, but he came out in their first game yesterday for 25 points. So I think it's really important that you guys are staying on our coverage 24/7 as much as you possibly can, or getting out to these games because there's so many players to watch. You got to be able to watch the whole coverage to really know who's showing up. So there's been a lot of great basketball, just really almost too much to even talk about.
Now, Gavin, you've kind of had an expansive role here today as well with us at Clutch Sports Media. What would you say your favorite moment of the tournament is so far? Obviously, the big-name players, games are cool, but what is your personal favorite so far?
Well, it's been really, really cool to be able to work here in the studio, obviously get to recap the games, kind of break down things, you know, for our audience at home, but really getting to just meet so many different people, different players, coaches, kind of getting into their mindset. It really enhances the game when you sit down. I sit down in between our, you know, while the game's going on and kind of watch, and you kind of know what the coach said, know what the player said. So that almost puts you in the frame of mind. You understand what they're trying to do out there on the court, what they're trying to do as a team. That really makes it special, and at the same time, it's also very informative, you know, getting to talk with a Duke commit, you know, Jaden Schutt. He knows stuff. He's, you know, informing us on really how he's gone through his high school, you know, going into Duke and things like that. So really cool to just meet a whole cast of people. Great to meet all the volunteers supporting KB Strong. Just a lot of great people here at the Washington T.
I can say from the second I stepped into the door, the atmosphere has been great. We've seen great fan support, not even just for the not even the home teams just themselves, but St. John Bosco had a great showing as well. St. Rita had a good showing. It's been a lot of the guys that have come down from all of America, so to speak. We have teams from South Carolina, California, Ohio all here, and they have really done a great job so far.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, we look at all these teams coming together, and this is what makes that tournament special. I mean, if we pulled, you know, 12, 16 teams from Central Illinois, maybe a little outside, that's great. You know, we've got some great local teams here today with us, Metamora, Washington, Lanphier, you name it. But when you get that different, you know, you guys from California, guys that, you know, the way they maybe play basketball is a little bit different. It's obviously a different experience for them. It's great for them, but us here at home, you know, getting to watch in Central Illinois, watch these big name stars, it's incredible. And that's why I'd urge you guys, if you're doing something else, maybe try to get to the game, because the game, it's so much different in person, but we're glad you're at least able to join us to watch. Okay.
At this rate, I'll have to run back for color commentary.
If you need to go,
it's all right. Here, why don't you take it? Back up. Fill in for me.
Come on, Josh. Come in here. Seems we're experiencing some technical difficulties. Our producer behind the camera, Charlie Schumacher, is keeping us informed. Can't really see our coverage necessarily. It's a little bit behind on the TV we're watching on, so bear with us as we are having some technical difficulties. We do apologize for that, but Charlie, the man behind the camera, is doing a great job for us tonight. Lost Cody Roskins, if we're back. I'm not 100% sure if we are. This makes it interesting, you know, keeps it lively, so to speak, but we lost Cody. He's going to be on color for the next game, and it's either Larry Larson or Joey Wright. I believe it's Larry Larson. So it's a lot of moving parts here with Clutch Sports Media. Again, I'm not 100% sure if you can see me or hear me, but we're doing it and we're here. So we're just looking at some of the things that we have seen in this tournament so far. Starting with today, we went over a couple of games yesterday. Again, if you were not following our coverage yesterday or from earlier today, you can catch it all on replay on YouTube via Clutch Sports Media. Again, subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow our website, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook to be able to see these things, get the latest updates for CSM. But we take a look now, though, at today. Some of the things that we've seen today as far as recap-wise. Start out the day with an excellent matchup. Kankakee and Yorkville Christian battled it out, and Yorkville Christian comes up with their second W of the TOC. Yorkville 87, Kankakee 60 is the final on that one. Yorkville played a really solid game, and Kankakee, that was their first game in the TOC, unlike Yorkville, who played last night. So maybe a tough turnaround for Yorkville, but at the same time, they might get a little bit of, turnaround, they get a little experience, get their legs under them, so to speak. Kankakee will certainly look to respond in the coming days with some big performances. Jaden Schutt has been kind of Jaden Schutt, I should say, rather. He's been kind of the big name guy. Obviously, we interviewed him on Clutch Sports Media. He's committed to play to Duke, but there's several other players worth mentioning, including KJ Vassar. KJ Vassar, a big part of their win today, as well as yesterday. He can easily go off for 20-plus points. He had 27 in their opening game win. Again, a really tough-fought game. You can rewatch the Yorkville and Kankakee from earlier today. Second game we had was St. John Bosco out of California. They played Springfield Lanphier. We talked with head coach Matt Dunn earlier. Talked a little bit about the trip over from California, some of the things maybe associated with that. Told us a little bit more about his team. And, they're a tough team to play. I mean, they weren't able to come out with the victory. They lost 55-50 over Lanphier, but St. John Bosco played a tough game. They're coming off a 23-4 season. They've got some big-name guys to watch. Christian Estrada, who joined us earlier as well. So we've had a lot of St. John Bosco players and coaches come through here on the Country Financial Tournament Central as well. But a lot of credit goes to Lanphier. Lanphier has been a huge force in this tournament already. They are already 2-0. They are coming in as definitely probably one of the favorites, along with St. Rita and Yorkville, to maybe come out with a tournament title. Again, you can catch them once again here on Clutch Sports Media in just a couple of days. Lanphier has headed home for the night. We've got plenty of other basketball here for you. Go to the third game of the day. St. Louis Vashon taking on Joliet West, and probably the closest match we've had all tournament. It was a close one down to the end. It came down to the final possession. Joliet West could not come up with the clutch bucket. We love seeing clutch plays on Clutch Sports, and there are certainly plenty of them. We talked to Tony Irons, head coach of St. Louis Vashon. Told us a little bit more about his team. A lot of good players to watch for Joliet West. First of all, we saw Jeremiah Fears, a freshman coming in, already making his name known on the team. Jaden Martin, Jr., Drew King, a couple others to watch as well. We look at St. Louis Vashon, though. They had some good players as well. Jaden Nicholson came up big in their game. Kennard Davis came up big as well. For Vashon, the Wolverines from St. Louis. And, we look at both of those teams, it was a matter of experience and not so much experience. A young roster for Joliet, a little more experienced, a lot of juniors on the roster for Vashon. So we've seen a lot of different teams come through here, young teams, more experienced teams, you name it. We've seen it all on Clutch Sports Media. That's why you got to stay here for all of our coverage coming through the days and hours that we will be broadcasting stuff. We're going to flip over now to the latest games. We saw a huge showing once again. Their second game of the tournament, that's Chicago St. Rita. All eyes on the recent Illinois commit, Morez Johnson Jr. He came up in a big way for Chicago St. Rita. The Mustangs posting a huge 88-46 victory. They had the running clock to end things out in that one. And, Denmark-Olar, they struggled really from the jump. It was a tough test for them. Tough first game. They're a smaller team. They're a little undersized, so definitely had some trouble with the big powerhouse of Chicago St. Rita. They'll no doubt look to rebound things. They have Zachary Davis, a commit to South Carolina on their team. They'll look to bring things back in their next game. Western Reserve Academy and Colorado Prep of St. Mary's battled it out in the next game. It was a 75-67 win for Colorado Prep. It was a good game as well. Both teams having, One of these teams, Western Academy, a young roster. They only have 3 seniors on the roster. Then you look at Colorado Prep. They have 0 underclassmen on their roster. 7 seniors and 3 juniors make up a good portion of the roster. So definitely something to look at there. The experience for Colorado Prep might be able to lead them throughout this tournament. Once again, 7 seniors. That's enough to fill the starting lineup and bring 2 off the bench with. That's really impressive. Now with you look at Western, while they don't have the experience at the moment, they might be able to start to build on things, grow on things in the coming days, in the coming years, and really, once again, a really well-fought game by both teams. It just came down to a matter of 8 points. The last game we just had, St. John Bosco and Metamora. That was another very well-fought game. Tough loss for Metamora, 50-43, as St. John Bosco came up with another big victory. So that is a good one right there, too. We talked about that one a little bit, but as I hear in the background, we've got another game coming up for you tonight. It's Rabun-Gap and Life Christian Academy coming up live on Clutch Sports Media. We're going to send it back to the booth. Cody Roskins and Larry Larson on the call from the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell.
Thank you, Gavin. Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium for perhaps the premier matchup of the day. It's the Life Christian Academy Lions, led by the one-armed sensation, Hansel Emmanuel, and the Rabun-Gap Eagles out of Georgia, led by a 2,000-point scorer, Nate Bradford.
Absolutely, Larry. I mean, you hit it right on those. There's a lot of appeal to this game, a lot of things to watch out for. I got to give a shout-out to Gavin filling in for me down there. It's, had to run up here, of course, to accompany you for this game, but as the starters get ran off here, Larry, I mean, you can just feel the tension in the air. People know this is a big game. Also filling in for the one of the next games of Washington. So a lot of the Washington faithful filing in now, but you can feel this atmosphere is just getting really, really tense.
It certainly is, as the starting lineups are being introduced right now, as you might be able to see on your screen. Life Christian getting set to get introduced. Rabun-Gap introduced on the left side of your screen. They're in green. Life Christian, Cody, one thing we were talking about before we came on air here, they've got a very small roster, headlined by Hansel Emmanuel, who has college potential, as does Angel Montas, a 6'6 senior shooting guard who's getting looks from Illinois, among others. So, but outside of those two, they've really only got, 8 guys?
Yeah, the definition of a short bench, right? And it's normally people say, oh, I've only got an 8-man rotation, I've only got a 9-man rotation at the college level, but here that's just it set, period. They've only got 8, Larry. They've got to play with 8. That's as far as their bench will go is 3 deep. As we get ready to read off, here it is. Here comes Hansel.
Listen to this crowd. Hansel Emmanuel getting introduced. And Cody, I don't know if you were able to watch it, but during warm-ups, he was throwing down some gnarly dunks, and the crowd was all over it. This gym is packed to see that man right there.
He may only have the one arm and hand, Larry, but make no mistake about it. I mean, he has the skill of 2 piled into that one. He is absolutely phenomenal with the ball and is an absolutely electric finisher around the rim.
And not only that, but he can also shoot. So we'll be seeing all kinds of fun stuff from Emmanuel tonight, as well as Angel Montas, his very talented teammate. Braylon Garcia, the 6'6 senior, wins the tip for Life Christian Academy, and we are underway. The Lions and the Eagles doing battle in the National Classic at the Washington Tournament of Champions. The drive from Joseph Brown gets Life Christian on the board.
Yeah, Brown opens up the scoring. A nice little cut along the baseline, able to turn it up for 2.
Nate Bradford opens up with a 3 on the first possession for Rabun-Gap, and he's off the mark. Hansel Emmanuel runs the point. Angel Montas works it around the horn. Rashid Jimenez now back to Brown. Here's Montas, pulls up for 3, just a bit short. Emmanuel gliding near the rim. Got to watch that on the putback attempt.
Absolutely. I mean, you had hinted on it in warm-ups. Hansel Emmanuel is not afraid of thundering it home with the lack of one arm, but he is an absolute electric finisher around the rim once more.
Zane Vernon walks it up for the Eagles. Hands off to Bradford. Now a 3-ball try is down for Mendez, the 6'2 sophomore, as Emmanuel walks it up. Lions trail by 1. Garcia, the fadeaway jumper, and he's fouled.
Yeah, they're going to say the contact got him on the arm and elbow that time, which definitely would affect the follow-through. Maybe that's why the shot came up just a little bit short, but nevertheless, 2 free throw attempts and an early foul.
Cody, we're talking about the shorthandedness of this Life Christian Academy team, but the players that they do have. You look at the floor, you got Hansel, Emmanuel, as well as Angel Montas, but Rashid Jimenez looking really good. Braylon Garcia, also a big build. These guys all have college potential.
Oh, it's got college basketball written all over them, Larry. I mean, you hinted on the size of them, but we haven't seen it quite yet from everybody, but they can all handle the ball. For the majority, they can all shoot the rock as well. And, of course, they all know how to play great defense. And so it's just a matter of time before these guys find themselves at the next level.
Garcia goes 1 for 2 at the stripe, and we're knotted at 3. Zane Vernon, the Toronto, Canada native, now into the corner for Bradford. Picked up his 2,000th career point last week. Vernon back to the right corner to Machelonis. And it's out of bounds off of Rabun-Gap. Machelonis, one of 2 Lithuanians on this Eagles squad. I'll tell you more about that as the night goes on. And a timeout is taken by Moises Mikhail Cruz, the head coach for Life Christian Academy, with 6:23 to go in the opening quarter of action. Cody, a lot of defense.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're only just about a minute and a half or so into this game, but already we've kind of seen both teams either go at the rack or maybe trying to draw some contact. So far, Hansel Emmanuel hasn't gotten too many touches yet. The one-arm sensation, but again, Larry, it's just a matter of time before he either scores or pops out on the perimeter for a 3-point shot. But a quick little 30-second timeout. Maybe that time they're just not liking what they're seeing along the defensive side of the ball.
Out of the timeout. It'll be Life Christian ball. Angel Montas will inbound. Emmanuel alongside the sideline, drives to the bucket. Too strong off the glass. Offensive board, put back, swatted away by Bradford.
Yeah, no means no that time, as again, Bradford able to climb and meet him at the summit. I'm sure that'll be the far from the only block we see in this one with all the height both teams have.
Looking for Emmanuel on the inbound. Joseph Brown couldn't get it to him. The game remains knotted at 3. Nate Bradford has the build of a forward, but I talked to head coach Garrett Kelly for Rabun-Gap last week, and he told me that Nate Bradford is a 6'9" guard. He's got those skills. He shoots the 3. He handles the ball well.
Absolutely, and I had talked to John Camosa earlier in the game we had done, and it just seems like all those big guys at the next level who can shoot and dribble, that's kind of matriculated its way down to college and now to the high school level.
Bradford had the steal, couldn't finish. Emmanuel in transition, the dish, no finish from Braylon Garcia. And a foul called against Life Christian. First foul of the game for the Lions goes against Garcia.
A little 1-3-1 zone here. It'll be interesting to see where they try and force this ball. A lot of teams like to try and force it to the outside wing like they are right here and try and keep it out of the corners.
Bradford double teamed. Great find downstairs to Devin Bradford, the 6'10 sophomore. 3-ball off from Machelonis. Angel Montas jets ahead in transition for the sweet finger roll.
Nice looking charge at the rim, and wow, aren't they just fast up the court? I mean, it's like a blur. They're just up the court in an instant off the rebound.
That ball out of bounds off of Life Christian, so it stays on this end. Zane Vernon will trigger it in, the 6'1 sophomore. Big part of a very good sophomore class for Rabun-Gap. Nate Bradford off the inbounds, drives to the left block, the hook, too soft. His brother Devin hauls in the rebound. How about a mid-range from Mendez? It's pure.
Good looking shot fake that time. Just takes one step in and a pull up with no hesitation, even with the slight contest.
Hansel Emmanuel, the 6'6 senior, native of the Dominican Republic, has one Division I offer from Tennessee State. Picked that up over the summer. Angel Montas pulls up from downtown and rings it up.
And don't they just look confident, Larry? I mean, when they step into shots, it's no hesitation. There's no bobbling of the ball. Keep the ball high and let it fly.
Nate Bradford lobs to Machalonis. Now a three from Devin Bradford from the corner is down. Knotted at 8.
No such thing as defense, I guess, Larry. Often trading buckets here early.
Emmanuel picked up on defense by Machalonis, who head coach Garrett Kelly told me was the Eagles' best defender. Montas to the inside to Garcia. Hounded on defense. Gets the ball back. This time a foul called.
Yeah, that second effort rebound, sometimes referees are not nearly as lenient on when it comes to trying to judge contact, so to speak, and that time able to get him with the body.
Braylon Garcia, another one of these big seniors for Life Christian, a very well-built roster. 4:03 to go, opening quarter. First free throw rattles in and out.
And with the way this game is going, Larry, it'd be very interesting to see just how the free throw battle stacks up. We know that Life Christian doesn't have a long bench, so they're themselves going to have to stay out of foul trouble. But on the other end, can Rabun-Gap also stay out of foul trouble as well, just to keep their best players out there on the floor?
Rashid Jimenez heads to the bench. Some subs in between free throws. Moises Mikhail Cruz talks it over with Jimenez on the bench. Second one from Garcia. And that one tickles the twine. Theo Anatori walks it up. Transfer from a public school in North Carolina. Transferred to Rabun-Gap and has played a nice role for head coach Garrett Kelly in the early going this season. Way deep three off the mark from Bradford, and it's going the other way.
Yeah, that time they came out in a little bit of a matchup 3-2, a little bit different than that 1-3-1 they showed a little bit earlier.
Angel Montas inbounds from the sideline. Emmanuel with it. This time picked up by Troy McPherson on defense. Step back three, comes up short. Ball kicked around. Emmanuel somehow keeps the dribble. The crowd likes it. Dribbles around a screen, off balance try, rolls off the rim, gets it back again, denied by Bradford. Yeah. Devin Bradford playing big in the paint. Machalonis for three. Rather, that's McPherson. He was off. McPherson again in the corner. Nate Bradford off. Both teams cold shooting to start. Bradford, mid-range, high-arcing jump shot. The tip misses once, misses twice.
And how about that, Larry, to play 3 or 4 possessions back-to-back without giving up a bucket or a foul.
Montas nearly pickpocketed, gets it back and drains the three.
Another big-time shot that time, and I'm telling you, man, Larry, he can hoop. He is an absolute star.
Anatori, great skip pass, good ball movement to Devin Bradford. The bank is not open. Devin Bradford hauls it in, and the tip pass results in a bucket for Nate Bradford.
Very fortunate to not get the foul call that time. Skying up, caught him with the body a little bit. Referee's letting him play early.
Emmanuel calls out the play. Montas, the hot hand. Not that time. Ball stay here with Life Christian. In case you're just joining us, cold offensive start for both teams between Life Christian Academy, headlined by Hansel Emmanuel, and Rabun-Gap, headlined by Nate Bradford. Ball inbounded to Emmanuel, out of the hand of Joseph Brown. Great high-low pass. The finish, no good from Garcia. Nate Bradford in transition. The kick down low. Domas Kazonis in the game at the top of the key. And Torrey passes in. There's the drive inside. Kazonis, lob pass, top of the arc. 3-ball from McPherson. Tickles the twine.
And that's exactly what cannot happen against the 1-3-1, Larry. You can't, one, give up the corner pass and then let alone have a drive. So they just throw it back to the top of the key. Great execution that time.
Emmanuel hands off to Joseph Brown, and he's pickpocketed by Anatori. The lob pass ahead to a wide-open McPherson, and he's blocked. Great defensive play. Emmanuel in transition. He rises to the rim and brings the crowd to its feet.
How about that, Larry? Nice little spin move. Results in 2, and here we go again.
Ball loose. Life Christian on it. This is going to result in a jump ball.
I wonder who the fans on the far side are rooting for, Larry. Can you tell?
Goodness gracious. They were looking for something to explode about, and they found it.
I initially thought, Larry, he was just going to try and flush that home with the right hand, but instead he got a little bit of the finger roll action.
Under a minute to go in the first quarter. Life Christian leads by 1. The officials examining the floor, making sure it's okay to play on, and it is. Troy McPherson will inbound. Surveys the floor, finds Luke Earnhardt just recently into the game. McPherson back to Earnhardt, thought about the deep 3, and he walked with it.
Great stunt and help defense that time. They're able to get in gaps, put a hand out there, make him shift with his 1 foot, and of course he drags the pivot foot with the other. That's great textbook 1-3-1 defense. A stark contrast to the 3-pointer they gave up on the previous trip down.
Emmanuel inbounds to Diego Cruz, the freshman. Gets it across the timeline. Montas, the lob to Emmanuel, just over the rim.
How tough is that, Larry? I mean, he doesn't obviously have his other hand, so he has to twist his body back against the grain and tip it back in. Great athleticism that time by Hansel Emmanuel.
Unbelievable. A story that has really captivated the nation. Emmanuel moved from the Dominican Republic earlier this year after he got a scholarship from Life Christian Academy, played the AAU circuit this summer, and his highlights almost immediately went viral. And of course, in today's day and age with TikTok, that's pretty easy to do, but Emmanuel has become a superstar with only one Division I offer. Montas off the glass and the foul.
Montas, man, a great drive and finish. Gets a little bit of the contact and the call to go along with it. And one thing I've been impressed with, Larry, as fun as it is to see the offenses come up and down the floor, the defenses necessarily haven't been that bad. They've been in the right spot, so to speak, but the talent right now is just shining through for both sides.
Montas off the mark. He's got 10 points. The Eagles will have the opportunity for the final shot. Bradford walks it up. Hounded on defense by Montas. Deep 3 from Earnhardt. Nothing but net.
Luke Earnhardt, the 6'1 junior, just for the horn expires, Larry. We've got a good one brewing.
Boy, do we ever, and we want to take this opportunity to remind you of our great sponsors that are helping us bring you the action at home. First, the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. Also brought to you by Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services that help you prepare for the future.
For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And lastly, by the KB Strong Foundation. KB Strong, the cause behind the tournament here at Torrey Gymnasium all week long, leading the charge in the battle against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. So to learn more about Coach Brown's story, the former head coach here at Washington Community High School, visit that website on your screen. It's the KB Strong Foundation, of course, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, renamed in 2019 in honor of the former coach here at Washington. Second quarter getting underway. Hansel Emmanuel's Life Christian Academy Lions on top by 1 bucket. Dish down low and a foul called. We got a little traffic underneath the basket.
Yeah, I initially thought, Larry, maybe he got there in time and established himself, but instead, referee signaled for the blocking foul. And not necessarily a lopsided foul total, but 1-4, definitely something to keep an eye on.
Inbounds pass from Diego Cruz. He scans the floor and finds Hansel Emmanuel. Dancing on the dribble, drives baseline. What a find, and the finish from Braylon Garcia. Rabun-Gap trying to orchestrate some offense. Devin Bradford finds Earnhardt, and he comes up short. He hit the 3 at the end of the first quarter. Second chance for Devin Bradford, Nate Bradford rather, and he could not finish. And a whistle blows. Foul on the floor, so it stays here. Zane Vernon, the 6'1 sophomore, one of head coach Garrett Kelly's first recruits at Rabun-Gap, was the third-string point guard last year. Earnhardt off the catch, a little bit too much. Machalonis, the offensive rebound. Great court vision. Back to Vernon. Earnhardt thought about it again. Bradford this time off the mark. Tipped around his brother Devin, almost hauled it in, but could not.
That's one of those things about the zone defense that's hard, Larry, finding a man-to-man reason to box out.
Diego Cruz doesn't hit anything. Devin Bradford, bounce pass to Machalonis. A little bit of trouble on defense. Nate Bradford to the rack, too strong. Rebound tipped into the hands of Diego Cruz. Passes ahead to Emmanuel. The lob to Montas. Couldn't get a handle.
And another almost highlight reel play with Hansel Emmanuel leading the charge. But again, Larry, they're getting out so quick, it's hard for the defense to match up in transition.
Cruz scans the floor, lobs it into Montas. Leading scorer so far for the Lions with 10. Garcia. Physical play, count the bucket, and 1. Looked like Earnhardt thought he took a charge. That's not what the officials say, and the Lions grow their lead.
Yeah, another great job of powering through contact and finishing above the rim. I think Earnhardt's right. He's missed a couple shots in a row. Coach just wanting to sit him down and calm him down here for a second.
Garcia with the chance for the old-fashioned 3. Comes up short. Rebound to Nate Bradford. Bradford walks it up. Here we see some of the guard skills. Gets a screen from his brother Devin. Hands off to Paulius Machalonis, and he turns it over. Montas charges ahead through contact, and he's fouled. He'll get 2 shots.
I mean, he is just so well built, Larry, to run through contact like that. He doesn't necessarily have the finesse game just to always shoot up the floater, but he's got a lot of power in himself as well. So if he gets to his 2 feet, jump stops, and goes up, he's almost even harder to stop.
Cashes in the first free throw. Angel Montas, a 3-star according to 24/7 Sports, has offers on the table from Dayton, Illinois, SMU, Iona, and Tennessee, most recently offered at the end of October. You can see why He's built up. Nate Bradford looking on the inside, finds Zane Vernon in the corner. Bradford back up top. He's going to try the three from way downtown, in and out.
Again, that's the shot the 1-3-1 is designed to put up.
Emmanuel from deep. He's short. Rebound tipped out. Diego Cruz. Emmanuel wants it again. This time he'll slice and dice to the inside and a travel.
And you can hear it, Larry. Those fans along the far side of the court from us about ready to explode on the three-point shot that time by Emmanuel.
They're looking for something to cheer about. Emmanuel, all things considered, has been relatively quiet this game. Just 4 points. Whistles blow, not quite ready for play yet. Some confusion with substitutions or something of that nature.
Looks like Montas just needs a quick tape job. Maybe got a little cut up on his hand or something.
Rabun-Gap gets a little bit of a water break. And now we're underway. Vernon to the left side to Bradford.
Working against the 3-2, Larry. You got to get someone inside to fill in the high post.
Musani Mendez drives to the inside, off balance. The tip from Bradford was too short. Here comes Emmanuel. The dish to Garcia. Drives inside. Floater off from Rashid Jimenez. And he was pushed. This one will go against Devin Bradford.
Again, the second chance rebounding has been so big for Life Academy. Again, working with that shorter bench, getting those second possessions mean that much more. That's already Devin Bradford's third foul, Larry.
Well, that's not what you want. He hits the bench immediately. Bradford, Devin Bradford, that would be, the 6'10 sophomore, starting at the 5 spot, with his brother Nate Bradford starting at the approximately 3 spot. Hard to tell these days. Those big fellas can really play anywhere, as we've discussed throughout the day. Domas Kazonis to the outside. Anatori can't dial it up from deep. Rebound loose. Lions trying to get it going in transition, and they do. Montas slows it down. Emmanuel thought about the 3. Back to Montas. Gets a screen. Garcia surveys his options. Montas pulls the trigger. In and out. Here comes Bradford in transition. Gets to the left block. He's fouled on the floor.
Yeah, good aggressive take that time, drawing the contact. Again, we noticed the foul disparity, 7-1 right now. Lions only getting credited with their second foul so far, Larry. So if you're the Lions, you've done a great job of playing sound defense. Again, we mentioned already with the short bench, they've got to continue that.
Well, Bradford beat his man to the inside, and Nate Bradford cashes in. He's only got 4 points as Rabun-Gap's leading scorer entering this contest. Emmanuel at the deep right wing into the corner. Cruz feeds Garcia. His hook shot short. Emmanuel is going to be open in the corner, but a foul is called before we can get there.
Again, Larry, I hate to keep hammering it home, but that's 8 fouls. Not necessarily stacking up in amongst everybody. I mean, we noticed that Devin Bradford already had 3. And again, they just continue to hammer it inside.
Really a defensive-oriented battle, Cody, and that's a little bit surprising to me, and might be surprising to some folks at home, considering the headline in this matchup is Hansel Emmanuel as well as Angel Montas, 2 prolific scorers for Life Christian. But Rabun-Gap has done a pretty good job containing them, but with a little bit of a cost in that foul department. Bradford in trouble on the baseline, kicks out. Kazonis is off. Emmanuel had everybody up front, lobs it back into play, and that's costly. Bradford, the finger roll off the glass and in.
Yeah, and that time it looked like Garcia was trying to baited into a charge. A little bit of an acting job. I don't think it really fooled anybody here.
Action around the perimeter. Good ball movement by the Lions. Montas penetrates, can't finish. Second chance is good for Braylon Garcia.
Yeah, and they're not doing anything really special there. They're just spacing the floor, running a quick little weave action to see who they can get downhill on a mismatch.
Bradford wanted to drive. He's blocked and fouled. This one on the floor. Almost a line change for Rabun-Gap.
Yeah, 4 of the 5 coming off.
Nate Bradford stays on, one of the senior captains. Zambor Vertes surveys the floor, finds Bradford, and he's fouled on the shot. He'll go to the line for 2. Nate Bradford has received some high major interest, has offers from a lot of mid-majors, specifically Rhode Island, very interested. The 6'9" senior guard swingman, he cashes in on the first. He was the conference player of the year for Rabun-Gap, and he beat out Deontay Green, a player who's now at Florida State. So Bradford has a lot of talent, really a prolific scorer, but some people kind of doubt his ability because Rabun-Gap plays a lot of those smaller private schools in North Carolina, not even in Georgia. So he hasn't gotten the exposure that some other players have gotten. Life Christian Academy cashes in on the other end, Garcia for 2.
Yeah, and that's not really something he can control, right? You can only play who's on your schedule, but again, those people at home who maybe don't follow mid-major basketball the best, Rhode Island definitely not a program to snuff at.
Vertes is fouled on the floor. That one on Montas, his first. Team's 5th foul, so the Lions starting to catch up in that foul department. There's head coach Garrett Kelly, big believer in the Bradfords. Got 2 of the Bradford brothers on the squad. Luke Earnhardt, the drive, the sauce on the layup, not enough. Two minutes and change to go in the first half. Brown was looking for Montas. They weren't on the same page.
Yeah, that time had one zig, the other zag on the backdoor cut. And those are always, those mistimed plays that you'll see often here in the early portion of a season.
Life Christian season getting underway a little bit earlier than Rabun-Gap, but the South does start their basketball seasons a little bit earlier than here in Illinois, so a lot of these teams from up north are playing their first games here this week. Life Christian and Rabun-Gap have been going for a little bit longer. Rabun-Gap, I know, played a few games last week, a few scrimmages, as well as their first 2 official contests. Montas jets ahead, goes hard to the rack for 2. Machalonis had the pack beat down the floor. Rabun-Gap now slows it down. Nate Bradford is fouled, and he'll have 3 free throws.
Again, that's just a cardinal sin of closing out on a shooter. You can't take away his landing space, and that time it's just enough for the official to blow his whistle. Another unfortunate break that time for Life Academy.
Nate Bradford, first free throw, doesn't get the shooter's touch.
That's something we've seen a little bit of here today, Larry, throughout the course of games, just the inconsistency in the free throw department. You could always just say it's unfriendly rims, but the other time, got to put them in. They're uncontested shots from the mid-range.
Especially for the Eagles. Trailing Life Christian, 30-22. The Lions have had control for much of this contest, led by 14 points from Angel Montas. The big name that perhaps everybody here in the gym is here to see, Hansel Emmanuel. Not on the floor right now, has been pretty quiet. Held to single digits so far. Bradford's second is off.
To Emmanuel's credit, though, he's had a lot of good passes in this one. Almost had his three-pointer fall, but He's also been a lot of the flow of the offense. Maybe they're trying to take him out of it.
Third time's a charm for Bradford. He's got 9 points. Is he getting a fourth free throw? Or have I miscounted?
Well, we are comm majors, Larry, and so math is definitely not our strong suit, but I'm going to say we definitely miscounted. Either that or something tells me one of the benches would have noticed that.
All righty then. We play on. Eagles still trail by 7. I'll have to go back and watch that replay. Montas hops around on the inside. How about that touch on the teardropper?
Yeah, that's just a thing of beauty, Larry. I mean, able to jump stop right in front of the man trying to take a charge and still finish above the rim. That's a special take.
Vernon draws the contact. Joseph Brown's first foul. Tomas Kazonis back into the contest. Zane Vernon to the stripe to shoot the 1-and-1. We mentioned earlier he's a native of Toronto, Canada. Playing high school ball and attending high school down in Georgia, northwest Georgia, northeast Georgia rather. Very close to the North Carolina border. Knocks them both in. Ball tipped out of bounds. Jordan Vanderhorst getting his first few minutes in the contest for Life Christian. Lions slow it down a little bit at half court. Montas to the inside, kicks out. Vanderhorst for 3. Off.
That's still a good look, though, Larry. You got the one more kick out. That's one of the more high percentage shots.
High arcing 3 off out of the hand of Vertes. Another 3 doesn't hit anything from Machelonis. Montas hauls in the rebound. Under a minute to play in the first half. Montas glides through the lane, too strong. Vernon the board. Surveys the floor. Has Vertes, the fadeaway off the glass, bank not open.
Yeah, a little too ambitious that time. Larry would have been better just to come to his 2 feet and scan the floor.
Timeout taken by Life Christian. Moises Mikhail Cruz wants to talk things over. You imagine they're probably going to draw up some sort of play. We'll see if Emmanuel checks back into the game. He's been off the floor for the last few minutes.
Yeah, and to his credit, though, Larry, he did play the majority of that whole first quarter and the whole, I guess you could say the first half of a quarter in that second quarter. So definitely got some use in that opening frames here, but I think you're right. They're going to try and get a shot probably at the rim with an option either corner for a kick-out 3 or maybe on the wing depending on where they try and enter this ball at. But especially with the no-shot clock, under 30 seconds to go here in the second frame right before halftime, I think you're right on track. I think this will be the last shot of the half.
Rabun-Gap and Life Christian Academy doing battle. One of the games that I'm sure a lot of people circled on this tournament schedule, as is evident by the big crowd. Washington student section getting filled in. There's the Metamora Redbirds squad. Some members of their team stuck around to take in this one, and why not? Washington Panthers, their Mid-Illini Conference rival, coming up next. They will battle Kankakee.
And that, Larry, not necessarily is a rematch, but those two schools matched up in football in what was a very hyped game, and so I'm sure some of those football players carrying over to the Washington basketball team would love nothing more than to stick it to Kankakee one more time.
Indeed, Isaac Mapson among them. Kankakee, their football team still playing. We'll discuss more of that later. Angel Montas lobs ahead to Brenlin Garcia. Ball movement around the perimeter. Lions just keeping it popping around, wearing down that clock a little bit. Lob inside to Garcia. No foul, but it'll stay here.
Yeah, and that's a good take that time, Larry. A lot of times coaches will go at the rim at about under 10 seconds. That way there's still enough time if they are able to get a second chance off an offensive rebound.
Brown heaves into the backcourt. Montas with 5, with 4. Pulls up. He's blocked by Bradford. And with 1/10 of a second remaining, or rather 7/10 of a second remaining, which is enough for a shot, looks like Rabun-Gap is going to get a free throw.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part, Larry. So after it was a lopsided, at one point, a 7-1 disparity in the foul department, it flips over. We're now tied at 8. So definitely a large comeback on that department. And like you said, big free throw coming up here with just a 1/10 of a second.
In case you're just joining us, Life Christian had a pretty strong first half. Led for most of it as Kazonis cashes in the first. 6'11" junior, long and wiry. A little bit of confusion as something happened there where Kazonis didn't get the second free throw. Not entirely sure what happened. Diego Cruz runs out of time, and that's the end of the first half. Led by Angel Montas, the Life Christian Academy Lions lead the Rabun-Gap Eagles 32-26.
Yeah, Larry, it's an exciting first half. A lot of action. Of course, we got to see Hansel and Emmanuel make a few plays here, but like you said, for the most part, held in check. It's mainly been Montas who's led the scoring department and facilitating offensively for the Lions. On the opposite side for the Eagles, got into early foul trouble, able to battle back, and that's why it's only a 6-point game going into the halftime break.
And during this halftime break, we want to remind you of our great sponsors, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off Drink. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Off Drink Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Off Drink Auto Group dealer. Also brought to you by Country Financial. Country Financial, proud supporters of their community. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Since you're already neighbors, how about you give Country Financial a call and chat? Call your local Country Financial representative today to talk about the things that are important to you and how we can help protect them. Also presented by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And also we want to remind you of KB Strong, KB Strong Foundation, helping battle to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading the efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. We're going to toss it to our Country Financial studios. Gavin Russell and John Camosa are standing by. Guys, take it away.
We're back here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm with John Camosa. You've probably heard him on color commentary today throughout some of the broadcasts. And, you know, we had some technical difficulties last time we were out here, so we were trying to recap some of the games. We're going to hope to do that a little more successfully this time, but we've had a really good slate of basketball today. You know, we start out just with the first game of the day. Jaden Schutt take on Kankakee, and they came up with another big victory. Such your takeaways from that game.
Yeah, I mean, last night we saw Yorkville Christian with a big win over host Washington. I mean, that was a high-powered offense, 92 points. Then we saw them wake up, turn around the next day. Today, 9 a.m., Jaden Schutt, another big performance. They were spreading the ball out. KJ Vassar, Tyler Burrows. That's a really, really sound, fundamentally sound 1A team, and I think they're going to have a really good upcoming season. This is a good test right here, starting at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Absolutely, and the coach for Yorkville Christian was telling us they purposely loaded their schedule to make sure they are battle tested on March, and definitely this is a good first test for them here. But Kankakee, you know, maybe not the start that they wanted. They played today. They're going to get to host Washington later tonight, so another tough battle. What are maybe some keys to turn things around for Kankakee?
Yeah, I mean, Kankakee, you got to give them credit, too, because they're playing shorthanded. Their football team's going to be playing for a 5A title on Saturday, so they're missing 4 guys. Like I said, playing a little shorthanded. Tonight's a chance to kind of turn it around against a really good Washington team and rebound after playing Yorkville Christian, so you could kind of gain something from what you learned about Yorkville Christian, try to pick out some of your mental mistakes and flaws and implement them tonight and fix them.
Absolutely. Now we go to the second game. St. John Bosco took on Lanphier. Boy, Lanphier's really starting to establish themselves as one of the best in this tournament. They come in now 2-0 as they'll play in the winners side of the bracket come on Friday. Let's talk about Lanphier for a minute. You know, they played a really hard-nosed basketball team in Metamora. They very gritty as well themselves. So Lanphier, they seem to be everything right. You know, what's kind of the key to keep that going?
Yeah, they're finding their identity really early in the season. By early, I mean the first 2 games. They got Ty Banks, Cam Kincaid, but they're playing games that are close down the stretch. They're learning how to win games late in the fourth quarter, which you're going to need come postseason time. Lanphier is doing that. A huge win last night over Metamora and a real nail-biter, and it turns around today and beats a very good St. John Bosco team who just knocked off Metamora that we saw in the previous game. So that's a really polished Lanphier team behind Blake Turner.
Absolutely. You know, St. John Bosco coming out of California, maybe a little jet lag, coming off the plane. We talked with their head coach, Matt Dunn, earlier today. You can absolutely go back, rewatch that. It was from earlier today. He said they got in at midnight last night. They turn around, play 2 games a day. So to go 1-1, that's not too shabby, especially playing some really good programs. But they have some really interesting players to watch, some really talented players to watch. Christian Estrada is one of the ones that comes to my mind, but they're a really talented team.
Yeah, they really are. And Christian Estrada, they also, outside of him, they have some really young talent too, Aziel Hamilton. But Christian Estrada, his size, got a nice build, just dominates the post down low, gets a lot of rebounds, left-handed, so you got that smooth stroke. We've seen him shoot a couple threes into the afternoon session today. So he's going to be a really good player throughout the season.
Absolutely. And, you know, Ethan Kaiser, he's kind of the token player, if you would, for Metamora. Obviously gets a whole lot of attention on the AAU circuit, a lot of highlights that you're going to see all over social media. Has been a little more held in check, though, these first 2 games. Obviously playing really well on the defensive end, but scoring maybe not there quite yet. But teams are really matching up with him. Maybe something for Kaiser to work on going forward to turn things around.
Yeah, and I think it's on the scouting report, too. A lot of teams see that early on. I mean, Kaiser has kind of jumped off the map since he was been in 8th grade going into high school. He's only continued to get better each season, but I think some of that has let other players open the door. We think about Turner Mann, we think about, or I said Tucker Mann, and we talk about Tucker Mason, sorry, and then we talk about Zach Schroeder. So guys like that really get them involved and a chance to really find out Metamora that they're well-rounded team that returned a lot of guys from last year.
Absolutely. So we'll see how they can continue their things here. We look at St. Vashon and Joliet West. That was probably the closest fought game we've seen all tournament long. Came down to just 2 points, and it came down to Joliet West. They weren't able to get the bucket to tie or win, but St. Louis Vashon played a really, really tough game. We talked with their head coach, Tony Iron, so maybe some takeaways from that game, Joko.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent on that Vashon team, and this is a team that's well-known. I mean, if you're in Illinois, and especially in the St. Louis area, this team has been to state, and they've won state, so they return a lot of talent. And then we think about what Joliet West brought to the table with Jeremiah Fears, just a freshman. They have a lot of young talent on that team as well. They gave him a run today, but Vashon looked really well and poised to make another title run in their respective league.
Absolutely. Joliet West and St. Louis Vashon are both teams you'll be able to continue to see right here on Clutch Sports Media. We're going to flip over a few of the other games that were down today. Denmark-Olar and Chicago St Rita. That was probably one of our biggest blowouts of the day. Tough game for Denmark-Olar, but it was their first game of the tournament, and you had to think, facing Chicago St. Rita to start your season out, I mean, that is a really, really difficult task.
Yeah, and St. Rita had 2 really convincing wins. They beat Urbana last night handily, beat Denmark-Olar today. They're going to face Yorkville Christian in that title game on Monday. So that's a huge 2 back-to-back wins for St. Rita. And if you're an Illini fan, Morez Johnson Jr., really good player, sophomore, committed to Illinois, and then James Brown there, not getting looks yet, but man, is he talented. They got a lot of size at 6'9" on that team, a lot of dunks today.
Absolutely. In addition to those guys, Jaden Reyna comes to mind. He's a guy that can kind of just play all over. I mean, they have the size on that team. I think that's one thing teams have just been unable to match up with was that size and length that they have. But at the same time, they're all over the floor too. So really well played game. As for Denmark-Olar, they're not a big team. They've only got 10 guys. They don't play necessarily all 10 guys either. So maybe some guys need to get their legs under them, get a little rest under them as well. Zachary Davis, though, comes to mind. He's a real talented guy. He's headed to South Carolina. Some thoughts on him?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be a good team. And like I said, he had his hands full today. St. Rita is a pretty tough test coming out your first game. So, a lot of things to build on there, but I wouldn't be too worried. Like I said, St. Rita, that's a power to face your first team of the tournament.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, Yorkville Christian and St. Rita will battle it out on Friday night. I believe that's the 9 o'clock game or 9:30. You can check the TOC official website for more updates on that. But that's certainly one you're going to watch right here on Clutch Sports Media. We're going to have full coverage for that one. We talked about Metamora. They took on St. John Bosco. We talked a little bit about that. Something stood out to me, though, speaking of Metamora again, Tyson Swanson has been really, really good to start out the year. But it sounds like we're going to be heading back for the second half. Hansel Emmanuel has been putting on a show so far here for Life Christian Academy. So we're going to send it back up to the booth. It's Larry Larson and Cody Roskins on the call. Thanks for joining us. From John Camosa, I'm Gavin Russell from the Country Financial Tournament Central.
Thanks for that, Gavin. Getting ready for the second half of action between Rabun-Gap and Life Christian Academy. Rabun-Gap trailing 32-26. And before the second half gets going, we want to make some uniform corrections for Rabun-Gap. 2 uniform number switches. Devin Bradford, the brother of Nate Bradford, is actually wearing 55. Domas Kazonis is wearing 32. Originally listed on the roster as 34. Kazonis wearing 32. Devin Bradford originally listed as 32, now wearing 55. So that caused a little bit of confusion for us. We played a guessing game in the first half. We've got it all straightened out. Now the second half set to get underway. Hansel Emmanuel on the floor for Life Christian.
We'll see, Larry, how his second half kind of forms up, so to speak. He started off with a couple of flashy passes. I had a tip-in bucket on an alley-oop attempt, and since then he's been very quiet. Didn't play a lot of that second quarter towards the end, but out there to start the second half.
Rabun-Gap starts with the basketball. Zane Vernon, the starting point guard, the sophomore, rolls around a screen, drives and kicks, and he walked.
Yeah, again, just in that heart of that 1-3-1, it's so hard to drive at it just because you have 3 guys along that middle part that can all stunt in and stop the ball, and a lot of times that's exactly what happens.
Emmanuel, number 24 in white, the player that a lot of people are here to watch. Crafty on the dribble with one arm. Kicks to the corner. 3 is off from Garcia. Emmanuel couldn't haul in the offensive board, was looking for a foul. Angel Montas hands off to Emmanuel. Pulls up from way downtown, and he gets the foul that time. 3 free throws coming up.
And some of the fans rising to their feet in support of maybe him not getting that call down low that last time through. But like you said, Larry, 3 shots coming up.
Hansel Emmanuel, somebody who's already leaned into the atmosphere of the Tournament of Champions. Before the game, he already made a post on Instagram about being here and pictures of him signing autographs, being interviewed by Jim Matson, one of the local Peoria sports anchors. So he's making the rounds already.
Good looking follow through at the line again. Obviously only working with the one arm and one hand, Larry, but that's a pure looking shot.
1 for 2 so far, 3rd coming up. Emmanuel at just 5 points at the moment, but still plenty of basketball left. Nate Bradford heads to the bench for Rabun-Gap. Emmanuel's 3rd. Doesn't get the shooter's touch. Rebound out off of the Lions. So Augustus Arbonis inbounds, and Vernon walks it up. Arbonis into the corner. Masani Mendez worked around the arc. Into the other corner for Arbonis. He'll pop the 3. In and out. Mendez couldn't bring in the board. So it's going back with the Lions.
Yeah, and a good job replacing as the shooter that time for the Eagles. So they nearly forced a turnover.
Head coach Garrett Kelly was fired up, perhaps telling the team to press. Emmanuel slices and dices, hauls in his own rebound, drives baseline again, behind the back pass, and a block is called against Paulius Machilonis. That's his second, so he checks out. Theo Anatori checks back in. Montas and Emmanuel, a little miscommunication. Montas, the finger roll. We've seen that a few times tonight, and boy, is it pure.
Yeah, just strong going to the rim. That's so hard to step in front of.
Anatori, the bounce pass inside to Domas Calzonis rather. Anatori, thought about pulling the trigger. Passes it off to Rabonis. And it's tipped away. Timeout taken by Rabun-Gap. Coach Kelly wants to talk things over. A subpar start to the second half, Cody. Really, that offense just not able to get going quite yet.
Yeah, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't really loving their shot selection, Larry. A lot of perimeter stuff, not a whole lot of getting to the rim, stuff that could really put the pressure, again, on the Life Academy Lions. Because, again, they're working with that shorter bench, only 8 people on the roster that made the trip at least. And so you get a couple of them in foul trouble that automatically limits their options of where they can go. Instead, they're playing right into the strength of that 1-3-1 or 3-2 defense, which a lot of times is to force those long-distance perimeter shots. And so far, that's exactly what's been happening.
Well, Cody, by no means am I a professional lip reader, and I won't claim to be, but I think I read head coach Garrett Kelly's lips at the beginning of that huddle, and I think he said, ball fake. So maybe he wants to see some more ball fakes.
Absolutely. That's one way to get a zone moving. This old saying is you fake a pass to make a pass, and if you get one of them out of position, opens up another lane.
Vernon off the inbounds. 3 on the way from Mendez. He got it. Nisani Mendez, the Belize native, making noise here in Illinois. Lions lead by 6, trying to tack on. Montas. Great pass into the paint. Garcia couldn't get it. Good interior defense.
Yeah, 4-high offense that time, unable to get the bucket.
Calzonis off the kick. Bonus lost the handle. You may be wondering why Rabun-Gap has so many foreign players. I asked head coach Garrett Kelly about it, and he said that's kind of what Rabun-Gap is about. It's a private school in Georgia, private academy. They've got about 650 students, and 300 of them are international students. So heavy international flavor on the basketball team.
And you mentioned it, the couple Lithuanians they have, a lot of international flavor. As a beautiful steal.
Montas almost had a show on the other end, just could not reel it back in.
And if you are a professional lip reader, Larry, that's where a pass fake would have came in handy. You get him jumping, he goes flying out of the way, then you make the pass and open shot.
Mendez into Vernon, around a screen, teardropper. Doesn't have the leprechaun sitting on the rim there.
Yeah, again,
bounced out of bounds.
Unfriendly back iron, Larry. I mean, that's one of the more brutal parts to hit on a miss. Not very friendly a lot.
Montas to inbound, gets it into Emmanuel. He's trapped in the corner. Pass to Garcia, gets it across the timeline. Emmanuel showing off the handles. A little bit of a spin move going to work on Anatori. He gets a screen, pulls up. A little too much. This crowd is ready to see something from Hansel Emmanuel. Instead, we get a tie-up on the floor. Good hustle from Anatori, as well as Joseph Brown for Life Christian.
Yeah, going back to that, Larry, I mean, it's just a matter of time before he starts putting in the attempts from the floor. His last point's just coming at the free throw line at the early phases of the third quarter, and since then, it's been dead silent.
3 ball from Luke Earnhardt. He's fouled. He'll get 3 free throws. Looks like he's in some pain there. Very slow to get up. He got fouled real hard.
I think Larry Garcia may have came down on his shooting arm because he is a lefty. He was grabbing that elbow and shoulder area.
James Tyrell picks up the foul there. Rabun-Gap ready to chat it up during the free throws. First one is up and down for Earnhardt. Earnhardt with 4 points, make it 5. 2 for 2 so far, 1 more coming up.
In this game, Larry kind of has that.
Look at that blood.
Yeah. I mean,
hello.
Saw blood yesterday as well, Larry, with the game you and John had with a little bit of a cut on the upper body part of the area. I still don't know where that cut came from, neck, arm, wherever, but.
Yeah, that one was probably the most blood, hopefully the most blood we'll see this tournament, because there was a lot of it. Luke Earnhardt goes 3 for 3. Just like that, Rabun-Gap within 1 possession. Starting to put the clamps on. Garcia in transition. Kicks to Rashid Jimenez. He lost the handle. And now the Eagles are going to have a chance to tie with a 3.
Yeah, they've been probing behind that 3-point line. Been trying to go inside just a little bit more. And there we see one of those pass fakes that they were trying to emphasize.
Vernon sent away by Montas. Here come the Lions. Hansel Emmanuel, the shake and bake.
Beautiful little Euro step. Does a great job of stepping through and not traveling.
Anything you can do, I can do better, says Troy McPherson. The response. Emmanuel back on the other side. Tries full extension. Gets it to Garcia. He puts it up. No good. Garcia again. Turned away. Devin Bradford turns it over, and Montas capitalizes.
A little bit of a hot potato going on there for a little bit, Larry, and it continues.
Pace of play getting sloppy. Hansel Emmanuel soars for the jam.
And there we see it, Larry. Something we've all been kind of sitting on, and Hansel Emmanuel finally gets up to get down.
Devin Bradford in and out. Life Christian doing a great job on defense. Emmanuel with the steal, and he's fouled.
I mean, you can't even say active hands, Larry, because he's only got the one. He's just so good with that one. It's insane.
One of the most unique athletes you'll ever see.
And he's always, never used that not having of a second arm or hand as an excuse, Larry. He's always just been, I am who I am. This is the situation I've put in, and he's made the best of it, clearly.
An incredible story of perseverance. A lot of the time, young people use the phrase come up, to describe any sort of rise through the ranks. And Hansel Emmanuel has had an incredible come up in the year of 2021. Kicks to the other side. Montas from downtown, short. Cruz kicks to Emmanuel. He drives inside. He was about to try something crazy.
I'm not sure he would have gotten all the way to the rim, Larry, but that wasn't going to stop him from trying.
Well, he's not one to back down from a challenge, that's for sure. Rabun-Gap breaks the press. Earnhardt, nothing but net.
Again, they're just hanging around, putting themselves within striking distance. It's been that 4-point to 7-point game kind of throughout, and see which one of these teams can take firm control.
Emmanuel lobs in on the entry pass to Garcia. The fadeaway and one.
Strong looking move again, Larry, going off to able to get it up and over the top of the defense. Gets the hack on the arm as well, and so he'll get one more at the stripe.
2:45 to go, quarter number 3. Braylon Garcia at the stripe. In case you're just joining us, Life Christian Academy has led for most of this contest. Took control in the early minutes. Rabun-Gap has been chasing. They've never trailed by double digits. Anatori, Machalonis into the corner, a three from Mendez off the attachment. Emmanuel has the rebound pickpocketed. Back into the hands of Garcia, turns on the spin cycle and goes coast to coast.
Great looking dribble move that time, able to spin away from run and just kiss it off the glass.
Deep three from Earnhardt, short. Montas jets ahead, off balance. He's fouled, he'll go to the line.
Again, the Lions forcing the issue, able to up the ball quickly, run in transition. They are not afraid of putting the pedal down.
Montas listed as a shooting guard, really moving quite well. First free throw in and out. Theo Anatori there for Rabun-Gap, rocking the tape on his arm. Wrapped up, I think because he was bleeding earlier. Interesting looking tape.
Well, that's so boring just to have white tape. Might as well have a little design on it.
Gotta get fancy with it, I suppose.
As I'm not sure if we heard, but that is Joey Wright, the producer, shouting to us from the right. That is camo tape.
Montas lost the handle. Machalonis pokes it back to him. Montas battling here. Gets it to Garcia. Kick to Cruz, off. Rabun-Gap in transition. Outlet to Machalonis. Blocked by Emmanuel. Turnover. Rabun-Gap has a chance to calm the crowd. Nate Bradford, the kick to Anatori, off. Rebound into the hands of the Lions.
And you could kind of see it kind of taking that shape, right, Larry? As soon as the turnover came, you could see him just kind of stalking it down, able to probe out the block.
Emmanuel, the step back. He has not been able to connect from deep yet. He's tried a number. Luke Earnhardt in transition, takes it himself, sits on the rim but doesn't fall. Here comes Emmanuel and Montas. Montas wants baseline, left block. Put back, no good. Bounces out of bounds.
Just shy of 54 seconds left in the third period, Larry. Again, it's a close game, only 8 points, and we've been noting how the Eagles just kind of been sitting around. Hit a couple big shots here. Right back to a tie ball game for all we know.
Eagles trailing by 8, trying to work their way back in it. Nate Bradford on the inside to Vertes. Kick out for 3 for Vernon, and he connects.
Just as we're kind of hinting about it, down to a 5-point game, and see if Life Academy decides to hold for the last shot.
Vernon up to 5 points to match his uniform number. Braylon Garcia in the post, the spin off the glass.
Beautiful looking Barkley move that time. 2 pound dribbles inside, spin back, not necessarily a drop step, but a good looking deuce.
Montas fouls Vernon. Montas letting his feelings about that foul be known. Not pleased. Bradford inbounds to Troy McPherson. Back to Nate Bradford, senior captain for this Eagles squad. He's got below 10 seconds. Machalonis thought about it. Nate Bradford, a deep 3. He dials it up. And that's the last bucket of quarter number 3. The Rabun-Gap Eagles hanging around with the Life Christian Academy Lions out of Florida. It's a bit of a border battle. Georgia against Florida, advantage Florida through 3. And we'll take this time out to remind you of our great sponsors who have helped bring you the action into your living room from the Washington Tournament of Champions. First, the City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. It's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. Also brought to you by Country Financial. because when it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to Country Financial to find out if you have the right protection. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament champions. Of course, the KB Strong Foundation also featured heavily throughout this week at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, leading the charge in the fight against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more, visit the web address on your screen or visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Lions with the lead, Lions with the ball to open up quarter number 4. Angel Montas on the drive, can't get the touch, and a foul.
Yeah, the refs let him play throughout the majority of that first half, Larry, but now it seems like they're starting to call a lot of that banging down low. That time maybe just a grab. That's now 4 fouls.
Nate Bradford, the leading scorer for Rabun-Gap entering this matchup, has 12 points to lead all Eagles tonight, but that's his 4th, as you mentioned, Cody. Something to watch down the stretch. First game of the National Classic for both these teams. Montas off the inbounds. Machelonis back to Zane Vernon, looking for a screen up top. Into the corner. Kazonis lost the handle. The big Lithuanian can't catch up to it. Garcia wanted the hammer, didn't get it.
And a missed opportunity to really put exclamation point on a lead right now. Currently up 6, Larry. When they attack that zone, I don't love the idea of screening the zone just because it's not in a set position and there's not really a lot of space to operate as a ball handler. Got to try to get somewhere inside that zone, driving kick opportunities, the old D&K, if you will.
Vernon looking for his options. Drives on Emmanuel, loses the handle. Kazonis trying to kick it back out, and he does to Anatori. Corner 3 is off from Machelonis. Up and under, no good from Mendez.
Maybe he thought he heard footsteps there, Larry, but he could have just gone up with the normal right-handed layup and had the 2.
Almost a nifty-looking bucket, not quite. Garcia kicks out. 3 is down for Joseph Brown. That lead grows back to 9. Domas Kazonis traveled. You see the frustration from Rabun-Gap. Just making a lot of simple mistakes. A lot of that could have to do with jitters, playing in front of a big crowd. Also the 4th quarter coming up. Washington student section making noise. Not sure why, but they're fired up. They've been loud this whole entire game. Montas, the pass down low, knocked out of bounds.
Yeah, and again, Larry, it'll be interesting to see how they try and attack this 1-3-1, or if they're going to go back to the 3-2 here for Life Academy. But again, they're playing extended out. That's exactly what this zone defense is designed to, force you to play in. And so far, they have not gotten in the paint where they need to be.
Vernon. Domas Kazonis, the big Lithuanian, can't finish. Put back, second try, no good. Tipped into the hands of Life Christian. Montas off to the races. Almost put Vertez on a poster. And instead he draws the foul.
And that almost went in off the miss, Larry. It hit the back part of the rim, went straight up and almost came right back down and in. But again, that time, the Eagles were able to get into the paint, got 2 good looks at it, just unable to capitalize. And again, you don't necessarily have to finish at the rim when you get to the paint, but that opens up one of those passing lanes for a kick-out 3, which is what they live off of.
Montas extends the lead to 10. Domas Kazonis checks out. And now Nate Bradford checks in. Playing with 4 fouls. You see Washington student section staying engaged. Angel Montas is loving it.
I think he may have had an exchange during that last side out-of-bounds play, Larry, and he has talked maybe with some of the students, and I think they're kind of jazzed up about it.
Deep three is off. Rebound to Bradford. Second chance. He's fouled. Cody, I'm intrigued because after that, Washington student section was chanting defense. One Life Christian was on defense. So I think we know who they're rooting for.
Yeah, just the adoptive home team, so to speak, I guess. I mean, they're already coming in probably rooting for Hansel, Emmanuel, and so they're the de facto enemy in Rabun-Gap, so.
Might as well embrace it. Nate Bradford doesn't get the shooter's touch there. 6'9" senior. A leader in all aspects for Rabun-Gap, according to head coach Garrett Kelly. 0 for 2. Hansel Emmanuel runs the point. As the crowd is getting riled up. Good steal and a foul. McPherson tried to drive the sideline. A block on Joseph Brown is called.
Yeah, and that's a good, strong take. They're going to have to try and find a way to hold on to that ball a little more going through contact. That's been a lot of their kryptonite so far today, is that once they do get into the paint or on a driving lane, they've lost possession, and the refs aren't going to bail you out on that.
Vernon hounded on defense by the zone. Vertes reverses to Anatori from deep. He got it. Number 3 cashes in a 3.
Back down to an 8-point game, and again, Larry, we've said on a couple times, they're just staying within striking distance.
Staying within striking distance, but not narrowing it down to one possession or any less than 3 points. Rabun-Gap almost had a turnover. Garcia drives, kicks, Cruz off. Tip in, yes, for Montas. He's feeding into the student section. Here comes Nate Bradford, lost the handle, and he's fouled.
And that time, some of the Washington students getting on the feet, and I think I heard one of them mouth, "Get it right, Stripes." So the classic phrase, as always. Just welcome back, fans. That's all I've got to say, Larry. Welcome back.
It's good to be back in a packed Torrey Gymnasium. We spent a lot of time in here during the winter and spring with no fans, and it was quite bizarre. Garrett Kelly hollering out the instructions. Anatori slings it into Vernon. 3 ball comes up short from Troy McPherson. Hansel Emmanuel at the control.
And that 10-point deficit looks a lot more like 20 with the way this game's starting to shape up, Larry.
Emmanuel rolls around his screen. Montas drives off the glass and in. And his student section goes crazy.
And again, they're signaling rockabye, baby. Beautiful little crossover. Extends the lead to 12.
Bradford, left block, turnaround hook. That's a pretty shot.
Absolutely, Larry. Good concentration. A little bit of traffic around and able to finish.
Emmanuel with 9 points, looking to get in double figures. Braylon Garcia lost it. Vertes in traffic. He lost it. Emmanuel, showtime!
And I think we're going to have an official calling it back.
Not sure what's going on here. Moises Michael Cruz just hugged an official, head coach for Life Christian Academy. Not sure what's going on. Trying to figure out. Head coach Garrett Kelly for Rabun-Gap not exactly pleased, it looks like.
And he's definitely not pleased with the conversation that he's having. Again, Larry, we're not exactly sure what happened. They inbounded the ball quickly, and I'm not sure if maybe the coach had ran into the official and caused an inadvertent whistle, so now we have to have a sideline out of bounds, or what the case was there. Maybe that was it.
Well, either way, the dunk counts. Emmanuel brings the house down. Rabun-Gap trying to respond, and a foul's called there. Vernon nearly knocked off of his pivot foot.
Yeah, but again, Larry, you had hinted on it. Again, they're hung around that 7-point range, starting to get away from them now at 12, and with only 3:36 to go, I mean, they're definitely on the clock.
About 3.5 to go. Zane Vernon spins it and knocks in the first. Lead down to 11. Will it be too little too late? It's tough to cut a deficit, especially when the other side just keeps pouring in the buckets. Second one is off. Garcia soars for the board.
That definitely won't help the cause either.
Emmanuel showing off the handles. The finger roll. No good. Bradford lost it. Emmanuel picked his pocket. He had Montas open. The fans were ready. Saw him starting to stand up. Emmanuel heads to the stripe.
It was almost time for showtime, so to speak, Larry. Could have had another thunderous throwdown from one of 3 Lions on that possession, but instead, it'll be Hansel to the stripe.
First up for Emmanuel, no good on the bonus. Bradford jets across the timeline. No look kick to Mendez. His try in and out. Needed that bucket. Rebound goes to Montas.
How many of those
tackled Emmanuel?
Yeah, and how many of those have we seen rim out today for the Eagles? I mean, they have just had 3 or 4 just alone in this quarter that have just rimmed out.
Life Christian burns a timeout here. Leading by 11 points. 3 minutes to go. We're going to take an ad break. TOC on Clutch Sports Media, brought to you by the City of Washington. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off-Drink. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Off-Drink Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. OffDrinkAutoGroup.com. Also by Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most. Financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com. Also by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Also, we want to remind you of the KB Strong Foundation. We'll be promoting them throughout the tournament. Well-known story around Washington. Former head basketball coach Kevin Brown, unfortunately passing away in 2019 due to glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. So a few good folks here in Washington started up KB Strong Foundation, and then they renamed the tournament in Kevin Brown's honor, and all the proceeds from the TOC go to KB Strong. Out of the timeout, Life Christian trying to build their double-digit lead. Listen to these fans. Montas loves it. Hands off to Garcia. Emmanuel. Garcia hands off to Diego Cruz, the lone freshman on the floor. And so Emmanuel slows it down. Montas dances around the defense.
And a lot of teams would call this stallion, a.k.a. it's code for stall. Larry, if you can't tell, trying to stall out the unexistent shot clock here.
Harlem Globetrotter-esque, these passes. Emmanuel loses the basketball, and a foul is going to be called. And Cody, I think if Life Christian didn't lose the handle, they may have just tried to pass that ball around for the rest of the game.
I mean,
we've seen it before.
Yeah, absolutely, Larry. I mean, again, they're not working with a shot clock, so there's no hurry to put up a shot. And unless you get fouled, you'll be hanging on to possession. So I think you're 100% right. The danger side of that is, though, Larry, is that sometimes it can take you out of your offensive flow. And so if the other team kind of goes on a run, it may put you in a dangerous spot. But so far, the Eagles haven't shown any signs of that.
Zane Vernon couldn't convert the free throw.
Oh, they're calling for the whoever offense. It's ISO time.
Montas, the drive, the teardropper off. snagged by Mendez. Open three for Anatori. No one around. He got it. Full court press coming out. Here comes Montas. What a find. Garcia with a finish. Bradford into the corner. Anatori doesn't make it 2 in a row. Mendez tied up.
Yeah, and you would hate to say the 2-point tries really don't mean all that much here, but down 10, it's time for the Eagles to do what they do best. It's put the ball up from behind the arc.
Got to start shooting the lights out. And really the shots have not fallen all night long for Rabun-Gap. It's been a frustrating night for them beyond the arc as well as on the inside. They just haven't been able to mount those runs that they've needed to take the lead.
Yeah, it's only just been enough to keep them in the game, and then after that last Emmanuel slam with a couple minutes into the fourth quarter, Larry, there really just hasn't been much life from the Eagles.
Mendez with a second bonus free throw coming down. Goes 2 for 2. Timeout taken, 30 seconds by head coach Garrett Kelly. That lead trimmed down to 8. Cody, we've seen crazier things happen, but it's going to take a lot.
Yeah, and it's going to start here. I think they're going to take this timeout off the made free throw to install their pressure defense. They're going to try with the full court press or full court trap, maybe a 1-2-2, 2-1-1, or 1 out behind that. It's going to be interesting to see what they necessarily draw up here, but on the other end, that just means you have to keep everything else in front of you, and as soon as that press breaks, you got to have somebody back to protect the paint because all 5 guys on the floor for the Lions can flush it home.
Which is a lot to say of any team, but you're right. Quite the amount of athletes on this Life Christian Academy roster, which only features 8 players. Braylon Garcia, head to Emmanuel. Back to Garcia, has the inside position, off balance, put back by Montas.
And I think that the Eagles may have a case there for the missed travel. Instead, though, 2 points.
3 ball down from Mendez. He's turned it on down the stretch. He's got 13.
This high arcing pass is what this pressure is designed to steal off of.
Emmanuel the no-look dish, and Vanderhorst walked.
And that's just as good as a turnover again, and I'll have another 30-second timeout.
Rabun-Gap hanging around. Very impressive fight from head coach Garrett Kelly's team. He told me last week in a phone conversation that he really likes this group. He said it's probably the best group that he's had in his time there at Rabun-Gap. And Garrett Kelly knows basketball, used to coach at the college level a little bit, was on the staff at Radford. So he knows what he's doing, and he's recruited quite an interesting group of guys, and you can see the talents there. Perhaps they haven't put it together to their full extent tonight.
Yeah, and it's kind of a unique style of play, isn't it, Larry? I mean, it's a very 3-ball oriented, which is a lot of what the European style of play is now with those high pick and rolls for threes, and then of course, the NBA has kind of shifted to more of that as well. And again, we're just seeing that trickle effect. Everything kind of leaks down to high school at some point, and he's got a squad that's built to run that system.
That's something you hear from a lot of high school coaches. I know I talked to a handful of these coaches before this event, and a lot of them mentioned NBA players in comparison to their guys, NBA offenses, NBA small ball, teams that run bigs on the outside. Different things like that. You're right, there's definitely a trickle-down effect. Nate Bradford need this 3, didn't get it. He'll get another try. Somehow keeps the handle and drops it in off the glass.
Yep, and they got it down to 5.
2-possession game. Lions break the press. Diego Cruz dances on the dribble. And a foul. Rashid Jimenez is hacked.
Yeah, and you would have liked that foul to come a little bit earlier. Not really in a position to pick out who you foul here, again, because no shot clock, but you got to gamble for the steal, and I think at this point, if you don't steal the inbound itself, you got to go immediately to the foul and just play the percentages.
Braylon Garcia has had a big game. He's got 18 points, and he misses.
That's exactly what happens, Larry. You got to take your chances at the line.
Nate Bradford and company still have a chance. Bradford fouled. That's probably a good foul, Cody. Bradford has struggled at the line tonight. We'll see if he can come through when it matters most.
Absolutely right, Larry, but had that fallen, we'd be talking about a very different ball game. Could have had a chance at an old-fashioned three-point play, but instead he'll take two. He's trying to put his team down just the three, and the old effect of if your teammate in front of you misses one, that makes more pressure on the next guy, and we'll see what happens.
Nate Bradford makes the first. If he makes the second, it'll be a one-possession game. Rabun-Gap trying to come off or pull off a comeback. Second one in and out.
Got a foul.
Emmanuel not fouled. Montas not fouled. Heaved up. Life Christian's going to hold it. Emmanuel with the exclamation point on a Life Christian Academy victory. The officials let him play. 3 at the buzzer. Counts out of the hand of McPherson. But that's all she wrote. Look at Angel Montas waving to the Washington student section. Couldn't see it there. Hansel, Emmanuel and company pull off quite the performance. A one-possession victory. Life Christian Academy feeding off the home crowd. What an atmosphere here today in Washington. Braylon Garcia's loving it. Goodness gracious. What an atmosphere.
And what a table setter, Larry. We know what's coming on next. I won't be on the call for it, but no, Washington's about ready to take the floor in their home gym, and this place will be rocking.
Indeed it will be. How about a Larry Bird jersey in the front row? I like that. A little throwback action. Maybe Michael Jordan as well.
Yeah,
handshake line, a little delayed here.
Yeah, I think that was just because of the celebration and whatnot. The official or the armed officers just making sure everybody stays off the floor here, of course. But again, you see all the jersey night theme going on. All-star jersey or two. I mean, credit to Washington student section. The Orange Crust, of course, in football was big time. And
Hansel Emmanuel is going to be coming up to the Clutch Sports Media studio eventually, or at least that was the plan. Looks like he's headed to the locker room, as is Rabun-Gap. But before we cut to the studio, we'll take a pause to remind you of our great sponsors here tonight, starting with the city of Washington. Of course, the tournament hosts. The city of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check it all out during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Also brought to you by Country Financial. For great insurance coverage to protect the things that matter most, visit Country Financial and call up your local agent for great rates. Titan Industries, also a proud supporter of the TOC, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And lastly, the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com or visit the web address on your screen. We'll get a look at half court here in a moment. A little bit of a check presentation going on at half court. A check to the KB Strong Foundation. As we're awaiting the arrival of Hansel Emmanuel in the studio, it looks to our vantage point like he's headed up there. Hansel Emmanuel with a big-time performance for the Lions, really bringing down the house with 13 points. Of course, a bit of an icon in the year 2021, moved to the United States from the Dominican Republic, came on a scholarship at Life Christian Academy, and played prolific basketball over the summer with one arm. Really a one-of-a-kind talent. I believe our Francisco Alonso is going to chat with him in Spanish. Hansel Emmanuel, of course, native of the Dominican Republic. So we're going to kick it down to the Country Financial Tournament Central, where Francisco Alonso is standing by with the man himself, Hansel Emmanuel.
Buenas noches. Desde el estudio de Clutch Sports Media, mi nombre es Francisco Alonso y hoy tengo el gusto de tener a Hansel Emmanuel conmigo. Primero que nada, muchas gracias por tomarte el tiempo para responder un par de preguntas. Y pues te quería hablar un poco del partido y lo que sucedió. Vimos al equipo en la primera parte, un partido bastante apretado, pero en la segunda parte vimos que el equipo resolvió las cosas y se llevaron la victoria. Te quería preguntar, en lo personal, ¿cómo te sentiste y cómo crees que jugaste hoy? ¿Y cuál era la meta del equipo en este partido?
¿Lo puedo agarrar? Buenas noches. Me siento por Dios por el juego de hoy. Y en realidad, el primer quarter porque no estábamos acostumbrados. Y como yo soy frío, me molesta mucho. Y entonces tenía que calentar primero y todo eso, y mi equipo ajustarse, ¿sabes? Ajustarnos. Y nada, gracias a Dios tomamos la victoria y ese era el enclave del equipo de victoria.
Claro. Bueno, vimos muchísimas jugadas que el público se volvió loco, pero creo que todos aquí nos quedamos con una, y fue esa jugada en la que diste el giro y terminaste con la definición encima de un defensa. ¿Cómo se sintió ver a todas esas personas que están hoy aquí y a todo el estadio vibrar por esa jugada?
Me siento bien orgulloso, vuelvo y te digo, con Dios. Gracias a Dios estoy acostumbrado a hacer esos tipos de jugadas porque estoy en esa acostumbración. Y entonces, gracias.
Pues bueno, te quería agradecer muchísimo por este tiempo. De todo el equipo de Clutch Sports Media, te deseamos lo mejor y esperamos seguir poder verte en el torneo lo que queda. Así que muchísimas gracias y pues eso es todo por hoy. Muchísimas gracias. Un honor. Our friend Gavin is going to give you guys updates about the tournament.
Okay, we appreciate that, Francisco. Welcome back into the Country Financial Tournament Central, and we're joined now by Josh Schwam, and Josh making a rare appearance. Obviously, the big crowd out here was not for me or Josh. It was for Hansel Emmanuel. You just heard that interview in Spanish. Obviously, that's a native language for Hansel Emmanuel. But he just put on an absolute clinic out there tonight, making big play after big play. Again, you can go back and rewatch that game if you missed any portion of it. But Josh, let's start there. Obviously, you're on the social media front, so you're getting a lot of highlights. You're following all the big plays in this game. What are some things that stood out from you in this last game as Life Christian Academy came out with a close victory led by Hansel Emmanuel?
Well, I mean, first, I'll take the mic from you, Gavin. First, I want to give a huge congratulations to our social media team. We've got Zach Larson taking great pictures for us on Twitter, and Jacob Steinberg is killing it with the video game. So it's been a huge social media effort, and especially during that game with someone like Hansel Emmanuel in there, such a highlight package and obviously such an international story. I mean, you saw it. It was an incredible sight to see. So it's been a jam-packed day. We've been here since, 7:45 in the morning. I'm a little hoarse, as you can probably hear, and it couldn't be any better. So that was a great game. Obviously, he played really well. That whole team, Life Christian Academy, did extraordinarily well. That's a good Rabun-Gap team that they held off late. So lots of good things about tonight's contest so far.
Absolutely, 100%. Again, we just had Hansel Emmanuel on with us just a few moments ago. Our own Francisco Alonso came on for a Spanish interview. Again, Hansel Emmanuel coming on. He is a native speaker of Spanish, so make it a little easier. He just finished up a 66-63 victory. A very nice win there. But Josh, again, you're on the social media front. there's been a lot of other really good players in this tournament. And again, you guys have taken great pictures. You can follow our social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, also on our website to see all the pictures that we've been taking, all the highlights and the videos, all that good stuff. Jacob Steinberg, Zach Larson, all the good stuff here for the Clutch Sports Media crew. But some of the other big players that maybe stood out to you, obviously, our audience knows a lot of the big players in this tournament, but just to kind of reiterate them, who are the big guys that you've focused on so far in this tournament?
One of the most important things that we have to do as a social media team is highlight the most important players. And Jaden Schutt was one of the guys we had focused. Gavin, always ready to catch my mistakes, was one of the biggest players we had to focus on because he's going to Duke, a 4-star recruit, and obviously a highlight machine. So we got right away going with that. Ty Pence, obviously an extremely important player. And then the local guys, Ethan Kaiser, Tyson Swanson, Drew Lewis not playing, unfortunately, for Washington, but there's some really talented local guys out here who are making a great impact in the Tournament of Champions. So it's been a large effort to make sure all of these players get their share. I mean, we haven't even talked about St Rita, Chicago. A lot of guys on there going to Illinois and looking at having offers from Division I schools. A true freshman who might be one of the best freshmen in the country on that St. Rita Chicago team. So there's a lot going on, but like I said before, and like Gavin said before, we've got an unbelievable team. I mean, I'm looking out of the corner of my eye at Jacob Steinberg, Zach Larson standing right behind him. We've got Charlie Schermerhorn, 13 years old, running our production assistant. We've got a full-scale effort going on here. So it's great, and you're killing it too. What's this been like for you?
Well, I'll say this much. It's been a lot of fun to do this here in the studio, and we act like we're wrapping up, but we're just getting started, basically. I mean, we have 3 more full days of action for you, including a really good game coming up in just a little bit. It's to host Washington. They'll take on Kankakee. Both those teams 0-1. So, obviously, from your perspective, watching the game, getting to observe a lot of stuff. You've seen both of those teams play once. Kankakee, it'll be their second game of the day. Washington maybe a little more rested, but from your perspective, maybe a little more as a fan, what do those teams got to do to find that first W of the season?
Well, one of the things that is extremely interesting is, St. John Bosco had 2 games today, and they lost their first. They won their second. They beat Metamora. That's a hostile environment. Usually you wouldn't say that favoring Metamora, but there's a lot of home fans who came out today to support the Redbirds in Washington. That's the second game of the day. Their coach said in an interview with you before that they traveled all day yesterday. So that's a big-time performance to come out, play a game, and lose it, and then come back and win again. So that'll be a great game. Every game here is a great game. So can't say much more. It's been a great tournament so far. And, again, one more thing I want to say while we have the time, because we definitely do have it. A huge shout-out to Francisco Alonso. That was one of the craziest situations I've ever been a part of, trying to get Hansel up to the court. I know you were sitting up here. You didn't get to see it. The rush of people that were trying to swarm him. We got him up here. And then Francisco coming with us to take the microphone from you to do the interview in Spanish. Obviously, that is his native language. But it was incredible to watch, incredibly stressful on our end. And I'm so glad that worked. It sounded like it went great. I'll have to ask Francisco afterwards because I took 5 years of Spanish, but I can't quite tell you how well it went. But it's been a great day. And like you said, we are just getting started. I mean, this is day 2 of 5. There's so much more basketball to go. And I would say we got the coolest jobs in the world, right?
Absolutely. We're having a lot of fun over here at Clutch Sports Media. And I hate to kick you out, but there's somebody else I want to bring in here. I want to bring Charlie Schumerhorn in here. Charlie's going to come in.
Switch places.
Thank you, Josh, for your time. But I got to bring Charlie in here. Charlie has been on the grind all day long. Thank you so much, Charlie, for coming out and helping us throughout this tournament. This is Coach Eric Schumerhorn's son for Washington High School, so he's joining us right here in the studio. First of all, from your perspective behind the camera, how do you think things are going so far?
I think things are going pretty well. I mean, I'm having a lot of fun, so that's a plus.
Absolutely. You get to work, and you also get to be a fan at the same time. That's the best part of this job. And, again, you can be a fan, too. Come right out to these games, action-packed games. Basically no seats left in the house so far, so you definitely want to come get the remaining few. Washington and Kankakee coming up next on Clutch Sports Media. But I got to ask, obviously, your dad coaches the Washington team, right? From your perspective, what are some of the things Washington, is going to be really good at this year? I mean, they dropped their first game of the season, but from your eye, what do you like for them this year?
Well, I mean, they're obviously really good at defense. I mean, they go out there and give their all. I mean, they're just a really hard-nosed team, and they go out there and do their all.
Absolutely, and a pregame speech. I'm not sure if Eric Schumhorn's one for pregame speeches, but he's your dad. So what do you think he might be saying to the guys in the locker room?
I think he's just gonna go out there and just tell them to give it their all and play hard, play tough, and don't back down.
Absolutely, and coming out, maybe they're having a tough game to start things out. What is something maybe Coach Schumahorn might do to kind of rein the troops in a little bit if they're get off to a bit of a rocky start?
He's probably just gonna tell them to keep their head up. Probably.
Absolutely, Coach Schumahorn's been at it for a long time now. Obviously, I'm not sure how much about Kevin Brown and KB Strong, but how cool is it to have this foundation supporting the TOC and have them be involved?
Yeah. So it's really cool. I mean, I knew Coach Brown a lot, so I mean, it's obviously sad that he's not here, but his legacy never will die, and it's just a cool tournament to be able to support the cause that he lost his battle to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been talking about it all week long, or the first 2 days, I should say. We've had Jody Brown on. We've had several other people that have told us about KB Strong, and getting involved is so important. You can get involved by going to the TOC website. You can look up the KB Strong. I believe they have a website as well. But if you really want to get involved to the biggest degree right now, you can come to the tournament. Proceeds for tickets and concessions, all that good stuff, goes to helping KB Strong. They put a lot of money into research for brain cancer, something that Kevin suffered from, unfortunately lost his battle, but they want to help many other people in their fight against that deadly disease. And again, they have a tent set up. There's plenty of people you can meet. There's little games you can play and stuff like that. So it's been a great cause, but I got to ask you this, switching gears a little bit. What's the thing you've enjoyed most about this tournament so far? Maybe your highlights. What are some of your highlights? Let's hear from Charlie's highlights.
Well, first off, I mean, I love helping Gavin. I mean, it's fun just to walk around and just get to hang out. And also, I mean, who doesn't like watching some good basketball? So, I mean, that's my highlights, especially that last game with Emmanuel. That was so cool.
Absolutely. There's plenty of good basketball coming up this week. Thank you so much, Charlie, for joining us in the studio for a few moments. Now I'm going to ask my now production assistant. He's going to hand me my notes. But while I say that, it sounds like we might be having a game coming up. So I'm just going to cut back to the studio. We'll see how that goes. We appreciate you joining us here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. You heard Hansel, Emmanuel. We heard from Josh Schramm and Charlie Schumahorn. Full interview spread right now. We're going to throw it back up to the studio. It's going to be the call of Washington and Kankakee, the home team, grinding it out against Kankakee. Both teams 0-1 on the season. We'll send it back to the studio. I'm Gavin Russell, live from the Country Financial Tournament Central.
Thanks for that, Gavin. Gavin doing a great job interviewing everybody else who's doing a great job tonight. And we cut back to the Torrey Gym just in time for the national anthem, and we'll let you listen in.
Oh, say, can you see that burning light? But so badly we hail, and twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the heavenly sky, o'er the red wide words so gently stream. Hey, the lovers sing,
about a rousing rendition of the national anthem? TOC always has good national anthems. Larry Larson, John Camosa, and with you from the Clutch Sports Media team. Thanks for joining us all day long. John, we've had a lot of great basketball. Hansel, Emmanuel, and the Life Christian Academy Lions just defeating the Rabun-Gap Eagles, another talented squad. 7 games down, 2 to go on the Thanksgiving Wednesday. And John, we've got the home team, Washington Panthers, just taking the floor now for their second round of warm-ups. Isaac Mapson throws it down. And this is a bit of a revenge game of sorts for the Washington Panthers. Of course, this is just their second game of the season, but they played these Kankakee K's on the gridiron and lost.
Yeah, both teams trying to rebound after a opening game loss here at the TOC. Washington fell to the hands of Yorkville Christian, while his Kankakee fell to Yorkville Christian as well. 1A power there out of Yorkville, Illinois. So Washington's going to try to get something going here at home. Big student section on hand, home crowd to support the Panthers in the second to the last game of the evening. Kankakee down 4 guys due to, still playing in the IHSA High School Football Championship on Saturday. So we'll see how both these teams can respond after a loss and try to get back in the win column.
And of course, best of luck to the Kankakee K's and perhaps some of those guys tuned in tonight. Kankakee, John, we didn't get a chance to watch them play football this year, but boy, are they talented. I watched them play back in 2019, and I know it's the same brand of football still today. They got some dudes, that's for sure, and you need to have some dudes to make it to the state title game. That's football. We're still talking basketball. Second game of the season for both squads. Kankakee played earlier today, first game of the day against Yorkville Christian. How do you think that affects tonight's matchup?
I think they're gonna look for some things that they did wrong in that game, and I'm sure they spent the day trying to correct them, maybe watched a little bit of film on Clutch Sports Media, trying to fix those kinks, and be a good test against Washington. Those are 2 tall tasks when you're playing Yorkville Christian, then you got to bounce back and play Washington. So see what they can do to adjust. Same with Washington. There was a lot of stuff I'm sure that Coach Eric Schermerhorn wanted to work on that they didn't do correctly, and I'm sure that defense wants to be fully dialed in tonight with how quick Kankakee is.
Starting lineup being introduced for the Kankakee K's in their home whites after wearing their traveling powder blues earlier today. Starting lineup is as follows: Jamari Watson, Javon Logan, Sam Yonka, as well as Ty Harrison and Kamar Whitaker. So those are the K's. Washington about to be introduced to a rousing student section. You see head coach Eric Schermerhorn there. They'll line it up with Jake Stewart, Isaac Mapson, Jamari White, Andrew Coker, and Braden Vanderhyde. And John, you were on the call for Washington's first game of the tournament last night, first game of the season against Yorkville Christian. They really got shot out of the gym last night on their own home floor. What were the takeaways from that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, there was no wrong that could be done from Yorkville Christian. When they're firing on all cylinders like that, yeah, it is the best 1A team in the state without question. So Washington was defending, but ultimately nothing they could do in that game last night. They were spreading the floor very well. Jaden Schutt, do commit, just took that game over, as well as Vassar, each with 27 points, and ultimately just powered the Mustangs to victory. But Washington did have some good things in that game. Isaac Mapson had 20-plus points. Jake Stewart had some deep threes for Washington, but the defense just kind of lacked up a little bit and let Yorkville Christian take control throughout.
This game, part of the Washington Invitational, presented by the City of Washington. John, you mentioned Yorkville Christian, so many shooting threats. Kankakee, a good basketball team, gave Yorkville Christian a bit of a run in the first half earlier today, but they don't have any threats like Jaden Schutt. We'll see if Washington can capitalize. They win the tip. Isaac Mapson off the draw. Braden Vanderhyde dishes into the corner for Coker, off the mark. Jamari Watson walks it up, picked up by Jake Stewart. Washington student section, just electric. Pass inside, no foul call. And we'll head the other way. Stewart, kick outside to Vanderheit. Here's Jake Stewart, now Mapson. Mapson off the glass, tries to get his own carom, and he does. Washington on the board first.
Yeah, really a Washington team that's trying to come into their own as well. A lot of new faces out here, guys that were on the bench last year that are starting varsity now.
Deep three off the mark from Jamari Watson.
Guys,
Lob pass ahead to Coker.
Hey, guys adjusting in that starting role. Coker, here's a big player from last year.
Watson fights for the board for the score. Washington out ahead early. McKay's looking for a response. Ty Harrison, now a deep three ball from Brown was off the mark. Washington goes inside to Mapson. Hook shot at point blank range is good. Mapson with 4 points. And a timeout is taken by Kankakee and head coach Chris Pickett as Washington is fired up in front of the home fans.
Mapson's so effective when he gets inside, gets his footing, and see those 4 points from him early on are right there in the paint. Really crucial piece to this Washington team.
You see inside the Panthers huddle led by head coach Eric Schermerhorn. Probably saying something like, keep doing what you're doing. It's working out all right. 6-0 Panthers run to start. You see Isaac Mapson always bringing the energy. John, that's one thing we picked up on football. He was always so fired up on the field.
Yeah, you got to love to see that, and especially, you know, in the TOC, it's always an energetic atmosphere here, so he's definitely feeding off that and adding to it on the court, and that's what really propels your team.
Javon Logan at half court, nearly taken away. Jump pass to Kamar Whitaker, and he loses it. Stewart on the run. Vanderheit. The ball fake. Mapson, the left wing, directing traffic. Big man can shoot. Stewart can shoot too, and he's off. Mapson swatted from behind. Here come the K's. Javon Logan leading the charge. To the right block. Foul, and it's a charge.
Washington bringing the defense.
Just an electric atmosphere here inside Torrey Gymnasium, what you'd expect for a Panthers home game at the TOC. Inside look for Mapson on the reverse.
Shades of last season, Vanderheit to Mapson. This time it's Devin's younger brother, Braden.
Of course, Devin Vanderheit, really a great for the Panthers over the last 3 seasons. Now graduated, playing some college ball at Lewis. Perhaps we'll chat with him. Heard he's in the house today. Jake Stewart walks it up. Panthers lead by 6 early. Coker to Winfrey. The feed inside to Mapson. No one around.
Doing a really good job at slipping behind those defenders. Mapson's been unstoppable so far in the paint.
Kamar Whitaker at the deep right wing. Left wing Ty Harrison. He dials up the tray. Case needed that. Lead trimmed to 5. Stewart. Coker. Winfrey looking for Mapson on the inside. Tiptoes alongside the baseline, fighting for space. An impressive bucket. Isaac Mapson has 10 of the Panthers' 12.
Really good start here for Mapson. We knew it coming into this tournament how big of a player he is for Washington. He's showing that tonight.
Javon Logan, step back at the perimeter, drops it in. That was pretty.
Kankakee not backing down.
Panthers slow it down. Jake Stewart, the 5'9 junior, lobs it to Mapson. He can shoot from the outside. That's the thing about Mapson. He's a skilled forward. Now dribble drive. Fakes inside, gets to the rack, comes up short that time. Vanderhyde on the follow off. Watson takes it in himself. Count the bucket and the foul.
Great take there from Watson.
Jamari Watson, an impressive bucket. If he follows with the old-fashioned three, Kankakee could be back within one. Impressive fight from the K. And he finishes. Sub in, Micah Brewer for the Panthers. Coker takes it across the timeline. And that's a block. Student section letting Kankakee know they can't do those blocking penalties, or fouls rather. A student section classic, tried and true.
And they came out in full force tonight too.
Filled up the whole section. Mapson in some trouble and he's fouled.
I think Washington's going to continue to feed it to Mapson. He's been the hot hand tonight. Single-handedly leading this Panther squad with 10 of the 12 points.
Bounce pass from Brady Finn to Mapson. Finn fighting for position on the outside, doesn't get it. So it's back to Brewer. Rocking the man bun. Over to Mapson. No such bun for Mapson. Coker, deep mid-range, off. Put back, no from Finn. Rebound loose, physical play, good sportsmanship from Kumar Whitaker to help Brewer back up. In case you're just joining us, the Washington Panthers, host of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, jumped out to a big early lead against Kankakee. Started the game with a 6-0 run. Led 8-2. Kankakee has cut it back down to 1. Chance to take the lead here as Coker fouls Javon Logan.
Good start to this game for Washington though, offensively. Kankakee doing a nice job of going down early but climbing their way back in.
Ty Harrison, the trigger man, gets it into Jamari Watson. Tipped away. Hard physical defense from the Panthers, doesn't pay off. Tipped out off of a Panther hand, so it'll stay here. Eric Schermerhorn sporting that tie. I imagine he's probably a little toasty. We've seen all kinds of coach outfits today, John. We've seen everything from long sleeve t-shirts to full suits and ties. Look out. Hard fall from Ty Harrison. Good to see him back up on his feet so quickly. He hit the deck hard.
He bounced back up after that one, but that can definitely hurt that hardwood.
Goodness. Harrison over to Watson. Watson looking to set up the offense into the corner. Harrison with an open look is off. Watson in transition with Mapson. Drives, gets through contact somehow and finishes.
Really nice finish there. Kankakee going to try to respond here.
Here's Javon Logan to the inside. How about another 3 try from Whitaker? He's 0 for 2 from deep, and a tie-up at half court is called.
Whitaker made a handful of those threes earlier against Yorkville Christian. Tonight, not falling as much.
The boys on the bench are fired up, including Drew Lewis. He's going to be a starter when he returns. Suffered a high ankle sprain in Washington's first-round playoff game against Normal West. He'll be out at least the first few weeks of the season. That's a big blow to this Panthers squad, but they've managed okay. Doing a good job tonight against Kankakee after a season-opening loss to Yorkville Christian yesterday.